In order to prove the greatness of the love between the male and female leads, the male lead of green tea unexpectedly demanded that Lu Ruyan publicly break off the engagement with you. Just as he was about to shout, "Do not bully the poor youth," he discovered that he was actually the young master of one of the top families in Daxia. His grandfather was one of the 3 great martial gods of Daxia. His father and second uncle were both extremely powerful martial saints, and there were countless experts in the family. With such terrifying strength, how could these two dare to be so arrogant at the engagement banquet? Why should he lose to a mere son of fate? You will not rush to give experience and sacrifice the entire family like a fool. When you came to your senses, you directly ordered the irrelevant people to leave, and then commanded the Qin family guards to control all the people from the Lu family. Dare to resist? No mercy. The guards were like evil wolves, turning their heads and pouncing on the people of the Lu family. The people of the Lu family were startled and let out sharp screams. "What are you trying to do? How dare a stinky guard like you touch me? Do you believe I'll chop off your hand?" One man in his 20s roared angrily, wanting to attack the guards, but was slapped to death by the deputy captain of the guard team. The others screamed in fear, but also behaved obediently, trembling all over. Lu Ruyan saw the young man being slapped to death and shouted, "Qin Yan, how dare you let someone kill my cousin? You go kill that guard right now, then kneel down and apologize to my dad, or I will cut ties with you and never see you again in this lifetime." Just as he was about to speak, a grand voice appeared in his mind. Ding! The Heaven's Path villain system is bound. The purpose of this system is to plunder the luck of the Son of Heaven's Path and kill the Son of Heaven's Path. After the host plunders the luck of the Son of Heaven's Path or kills the Son of Heaven's Path, corresponding rewards can be obtained, including but not limited to physique, martial arts, divine weapons, etc. Please begin the host's performance. Facing their gaze, a slight smile appeared on your face. Lu Ruyan, you really can't tell the difference between big and small kings, do you know? In my eyes, you are no different from a dog. I am happy, so I can tolerate your little temper and play with you. But if you dare to overstep your boundaries, I will have to kill you. Then he looked at the guards. Continue. Don't stop. The guards were instantly encouraged by his words and shouted to continue attacking the Lu family. The old mother in the audience saw your way of handling things and a smile of relief appeared on her face. This is the courage that the young master of the Qin family should have. You then looked at Qin Wu, who was standing dumbfounded on the side. What are you standing there for? Kill this couple of dogs now. Remember, make their deaths painful. Qin Wu snapped out of it, his face filled with excitement. It turns out he had misunderstood the young master before. Suddenly, he was full of energy and shouted, "Yes, young master." A fierce look appeared on his face, and a golden hand with a radius of 3 meters suddenly appeared above Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan's heads, ready to crush them. Qin Wu was an 8th grade grandmaster, while these two were just 3rd grade warriors. His slap was enough to turn them into minced meat. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Fan were instantly scared, covered in cold sweat, and now they couldn't resist at all. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly came. Stop! Then a sharp sword energy hit Qin Wu's golden palm, directly bursting the palm. The pressure on Xiao Fan and the others dissipated instantly. He wiped off some sweat and looked at the person who made the move, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Master! The one who made the move was Gao Wei, the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy and Xiao Fan's current master, possessing the strength of a semi-saint. You look at Gao Wei with a cold sneer in your heart. Old dog, you finally made a move. In the plot, Gao Wei can be said to be the most important support for Xiao Fan in the early stage. Without a doubt, as the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, he provided Xiao Fan with many resources, techniques, and protection. Especially at this engagement banquet, the Qin family originally had the power to kill all the male and female leads, but Gao Wei stopped them and forcibly took Xiao Fan and the Lu family away with his powerful strength. The reason he dared to do this was simply because he was bullying the Qin family, who had only one god and 2 saints on the border. Although knowing what Gao Wei was going to do, you still have to pretend and ask a few words. Vice Dean Gao, what are you going to do? Gao Wei stood up. Qin Yan, today's matter is indeed their fault, but they are all students, acting impulsively. But you want to kill them. Isn't that too much? Impulsive? Your voice was cold. Vice Dean Gao, Lu Ruyan humiliated the Qin family today, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. Do you think this can be explained by impulsiveness? Gao Wei smiled. Indeed, this matter has made it difficult for the Qin family, but Master Lu has already said that he will discipline Lu Ruyan when he returns. At the same time, the academy will also take action against Xiao Fan. Do you think this is acceptable? Hearing Gao Wei's words, Xiao Fan, Lu Ruyan, and the people of the Lu family all showed hope in their eyes. They looked at Gao Wei eagerly, hoping he would take them away directly. No, you decisively refused. No one can step on the face of my Qin family and walk away unscathed, no matter who it is. Gao Wei fell silent for a moment, then said, Xin Yan, can you consider this as giving me face? I will definitely give them severe punishment. You sneered, disdainfully saying, what is your face worth? What qualifications do you have to ask for face from our Qin family? Gao Wei's face immediately darkened at your words, looking extremely ugly. His voice also lowered. So, you are not willing to give me this face? You resolutely said, yes, they must die today. Gao Wei snorted coldly, releasing the aura of a semi-saint level powerhouse. What if I insist on taking them away? You did not back down. Then you can try. Xin Wu, kill that couple. Xin Wu roared. Yes, young master. Then he pulled out his long knife and rushed towards the two, raising the cold and fierce blade to strike at them. Xiao Fan was so scared that his soul was about to fly away, panicking and shouting, Master, save me. Seeing Xiao Fan about to be killed, Gao Wei hurriedly reached out. A purple giant handprint suddenly appeared next to Qin Wu, directly slapping him. Qin Wu's body flew out violently, hitting the wall and knocking a big hole in it before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He then struck again, repelling the guards who were suppressing the Lu family members and seriously injuring a group of guards. After Gao Wei did this, he shouted angrily at Xiao Fan and Lu Xianyao. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. The two of them then reacted and hurriedly got up from the ground, quickly running outside. The rest of the Lu family reacted and hurriedly fled the auditorium. Yun Qing under the stage was instantly anxious. Stop them for me. Don't allow them to leave. Outside, a team of guards rushed in once again, trying to intercept these people, but Gao Wei violently rushed over and roared, Get out of the way. With a wave of his hand, a huge purple palm appeared and directly sent the guards flying before leading Xiao Fan and the others away. Yun Qing under the stage stomped her feet in anger. Damn bastards. They deserve to die. If Lu Xianyao was giving the Qin family's face a slap in the face, then Gao Wei was simply stepping on the Qin family's face to the ground. Xin Yan's face didn't change much. Instead he walked to Yun Qing's side. Mom, don't be anxious. If you get angry your son will be sad. Yun Qing looked at Xin Yan, her eyes red. Yener, they are trying to ruin you. Xin Yan looked at their backs as they left. His eyes were ice cold. No harm done. Mom, you trust your son. It will be taken care of. Only then did Jun Chang nod. Okay, Mom trusts you. Xin Yan nodded and took out his cell phone, dialing a number. Soon, the phone was picked up, and a cheerful voice came from inside. Ha ha ha, Yener, why are you calling me now? Your engagement banquet is over? It's a pity that your father and I and the others have to hold down the fort here and are not allowed to leave easily, so we can only go back on the day of your official wedding. Xin Yan's voice eased slightly, and his voice carried a bit of aggression. Grandpa, I was bullied. His aggravation was not because of himself, but for Qin Chi and the Qin family inside the plot. This old man had fought for Xia for his entire life, killing countless enemies in his lifetime. In the end, all of his children and grandchildren were destroyed, and he himself tried to take revenge in his grief, but he was surrounded and beaten to death by the protagonist with a group of people. And zooming in on the entire Qin family, almost all of their male members had died in battle on the frontier. The children and grandchildren of the Qin family were all required to enter the battlefield once they reached a certain age. Even retired disabled personnel who are nearing the end of their life expectancy choose to go back into battle and leave the last bit of their lives on the battlefield. But it was such a family that had shed countless blood and had seen countless singable heroes that had been destroyed in the end. The reason for this is just a trivial one. The Qin family's original intention has changed, and the protagonist's so-called beginnings have changed because the young sons of the Qin family are mostly dilettantes who spend their days drinking and indulging in pleasures. It's not really that they want this, it's that they don't want to die without having enjoyed anything. When he thought of this, the tyrannical emotions in Qin Yan's heart rose up once again, and he couldn't accept this kind of ending for the Qin family. Qin Chi heard out that his grandson's words were a bit off, and his voice became serious all of a sudden. What's going on, Yener? You tell Grandpa. Grandpa will make a decision for you. Qin Yan briefly described the situation and finally added, that Gao Wei is bullying you and my father and second uncle to be away before he dares to step on our Qin family's face. Qin Chi was furious after hearing this. Asshole, damn asshole. We dare to bully my Qin family when we're not in Kyoto, right? Yener, how do you want to do this matter? Grandpa supports you unconditionally. Qin Shi handed over the handling of this matter to Qin Yan again, which also served as a test for the next family head. A cold light flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. Anyone who dares to insult my Qin family must die. Grandpa, I want second uncle to lead a team of the family's elite back. Qin Shi immediately agreed. Okay, I'll let your second uncle go back. I'll definitely be there within an hour. A smile surfaced on Qin Yan's face. Thank you, Grandpa. Qin Shi said. Brat so polite, why? You can rest assured to do. No matter what to do, have Grandpa to back you up. Qin Yan said. Okay, Grandpa. Qin Yan's side had just hung up the phone when Yin Qing on the other side also picked up her cell phone and made a call out. Hey, big brother, your sister and your nephew are going to be bullied to death. Do you care about this? Get your ass back here if you care. You have to get it within the hour. I don't care if you're at the border. I won't have you as a big brother if you don't get there in an hour. After saying that, Yunsheng hung up the phone with an exasperated sigh and then sat down on her butt. The Yun family was also a big family in Kyoto, and there was also a martial saint sitting in the family, and this martial saint was Qin Yan's grandfather, Yun Badian. Yun Badian had 4 sons, but only one daughter, Yun Cheng, so whether it was Yun Badian or Qin Yan's 4 uncles, it could be said that they doted on Yun Cheng. This time, Yun Cheng and Qin Yan had been humiliated, and the Yun family would definitely not sit back and do nothing. The corners of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. The hero and heroine, right? Gao Wei, right? Let's see you die this time. Chapter 4, Young Master's Invitation. While the crowd waited, Qin Yan was not idle. He arranged for people to send the injured Qin Wu and the other guards to be treated, and then after that, he had people arrange for some other trivial matters. Not long after handling the matter, a loud but contained angry voice could be heard coming from outside. Sister-in-law, Xiao Yan, I'm back. Qin Yan looked up and saw a tall and majestic man wearing a suit of battle armor and less than 40 years old striding in, and behind him, there were more than 30 elite martial artists also wearing battle armor and holding weapons. This was Qin Yan's second uncle, Qin War. Qin War, as his name suggested, was an extreme militant, as well as a martial arts nerd, and purely in terms of martial arts talent, he was even stronger than Qin Yan's father, but that was all he had in his heart was martial arts. He didn't care about anything else. Not even getting a daughter-in-law. Finally, when Qin Yan was 15 years old, under Qin Shi's strong pressure, he reluctantly married a daughter-in-law, and the child was now just 2.5 years old. Everyone else thought that Qin Zhan didn't want to take a daughter-in-law, but Qin Yan, who knew the plot, knew clearly that he didn't want anyone to challenge Qin Yan's position as the young family head. That was why he chose to marry and have children only after Qin Yan was 15 years old, after Qin Yan had stabilized his position as the young master of the Qin family. Yun Cheng looked at Qin Zhan and stood up. You're back, second brother? Qin Zhuan nodded. Yes, sister-in-law. Dad has already told me about this matter. Don't worry, I will fully support Xiao Yan. Yun Cheng said. Then I'll work hard for you. Qin Zhan hurriedly waved his hand. No hard work, this is all what I should do. He then looked at Qin Yan. Xiao Yan, let's go. I'd like to see what this Gao Wei has the ability to dare to ride in on our Qin family's head. Qin Yan said. Second uncle, wait a moment. My mom called my uncle here as well. Qin Zhan blinked and said, alright then, let's wait for a while. As soon as the words left his mouth, an angry growl could be heard from outside once again. Damn, which one dares to bully my sister and nephew? Qin Yan once again looked towards the door as a middle-aged man in his 40s with an aura like a lion walked in, followed by a team of elite martial artists behind him as well. This was his great-uncle Yun Lang, a half-step martial saint-level expert. Yun Lang walked to Yun Qing's side and said, Sister, who bullied you? Brother will do it for you. He then turned his gaze to Qin Zhu with a questioning look in his eyes. He thought it was Yun Cheng who had been wronged in the Qin family. Qin Zhan instantly exploded. What are you looking at me for? Can I still bully my sister-in-law and nephew? It was that bastard Gao Wei who did this. Yun Lang looked at Yun Cheng again. Is that so? Yun Cheng nodded, then hatefully told the events of today again. This infuriated Yun Lang. He slapped a table and angrily said, Fine, fine, the Vice Dean of Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. Gao Wei, right, he doesn't want to have a good time today. His own sister, who he couldn't even bring himself to bully, had been bullied by an outsider, and he would definitely not let this matter rest. Yun Qing spoke up on the side. Big brother, second brother, let Yenner be in charge of today's matter. You guys just back him up. She was clarifying Qin Yan's dominant position, and of course, it was also to set up an example for Qin Yan. Qin Zhan immediately grinned. That's just right. I'm a person who doesn't like to use my brain. Anyway, I'll beat up whoever Xiao Yan tells me to beat up. Yun Lang also immediately stated. Don't worry, sister. That's what I'm here to do today. We only care about chopping people, nothing else. He then looked at Qin Yan. Xiao Yan, let's set off. How are you going to clean up Gao Wei and the Lu family? A hint of murderous aura erupted from Qin Yan's eyes. I want their lives. Qin Zhan stretched out his big hand and patted Qin Yan's shoulder. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's go to the Lu family first, or let's go to find that bastard Gao Wei first? Qin Yan forcibly endured the pain in his shoulder and took a step in front. Let's go. Go to the Lu family first. As Qin Yan's pace, the two of them, Qin Zhan and Yun Lang, hurriedly followed, just like two escorts. Behind the two, there were elite martial artists from the Qin and Yun families. All of these martial artists, All of them were 7th and 8th grade experts. Even without Qin Zhan and Yun Lang around, they could still make Gao Wei suffer by joining forces. The atmosphere in the Lu family's study at this time, on the other hand, was a bit strange. Lu Chong frowned with a worried expression. On the other hand, the two of them, Lu Xianyao and Xiao Fan, were being mushy and making small movements. Lu Chong sighed heavily as he looked at his daughter who was sitting beside Xiao Fan with a sweet and shy face. Lu Xianyao looked at him with a bit of dissatisfaction. Dad, what are you sighing for here? Lu Chong glared at her and said, what do you think? You don't even look at what you did today? How dare you withdraw from the marriage with Qin Yan in front of so many people? And now that you've angered Qin Yan, their Qin family is definitely going to suppress our Lu family. As the head of the family, he knew in his heart that it was only through the Qin family that they had brought their Lu family to heights that did not belong to them over the years. Now without the Qin family's support, where should the Lu family go from here? Although it was true that they were optimistic about Xiao Fan and felt that he could become a martial saint or even a martial god in the future, but that was only in the future. Not now. Lu Xianyao skimmed her mouth and said, what's wrong with that? I'll tell Qin Yan when I turn around and ask him to just continue to support our Lu family. Lu Chong was a little apprehensive when he thought about what happened at the engagement banquet today when Qin Yan tried to kill them. I say Kor Yao, look at Qin Yan's behavior today. Do you think he can continue to support us? Lu Xianyao raised her delicate chin with a proud face. That's for sure. The reason why Qin Yan is angry is because I made him lose face in front of so many people. When I turn around and give him a couple of good words, he will surely come back to me with his ass on the line. Until now, Lu Xianyao still thought that Qin Yan was still the same licking dog from before. At the same time, she didn't realize how excessive what she did today was. All she knew was that in the past, no matter what mistakes she made, Qin Yan would always choose to tolerate them. Even if he had made a big mistake and Qin Yan was momentarily angry, but as long as he threatened him with termination of friendship, he would choose to compromise. She thought that this time was the same as before. As long as her attitude was a bit stronger, Qin Yan would not pursue this matter. Lu Chong thought of Qin Yan's attitude towards his daughter in the past few years. A heart also put down most of it. That's fine. Turn around and you'll talk to Qin Yan. Even though you're not going to marry him anymore, you can't cut off the funding for us. Lu Xianyao hummed petulantly. Not only do I want him to continue funding our Qin family, but I also want him to come to our Lu family to kneel down and apologize. How dare he kill my cousin? If he doesn't show his attitude, I will never forgive him. Lu Xiang nodded his head, then looked at Xiao Fan again. Xiao Fan, we're putting the whole family on you this time, so you have to work hard and don't let me and Xianyao down. Xiao Fan immediately stood up and said firmly, please rest assured, Uncle Lu, I will definitely become a martial saint or even a martial god in the future, and at that time, I will definitely support the Lu family to become the largest family in the country. Lu Chang's old man was so relieved that he laughed loudly and said, well, then we'll be waiting for you. Lu Xianyao also looked at Xiao Fan with a sweet face. This was what a man should be like, with ambition, high ideals, and an unyielding heart. In comparison, Qin Yan was not even worthy of giving Xiao Fan a shoe in addition to his family history. Just as the three were talking to each other, suddenly the study door was pushed open. Lu Chang's heart instantly flared up. What are you doing? Don't you know how to knock before coming in? The butler panicked and said, Family master. Something big is wrong. Qin, the Qin family's people killed the door. You quickly go and see. Before the steward could finish his sentence, he saw a war knife stab him directly through the chest, the tip of the knife poking out of his chest, and drops of blood falling to the ground. The visitor was an 8th grade martial artist of the Qin family, who drew his long sword and kicked the butler's corpse away, then coldly looked at the three people in the study. Lu Chong, Lu Xianyao, the young lord has an invitation. Chapter 5, for every minute that passes, kill 10 members of the Lu family. Lu Chang's face paled and his legs went a little weak at the situation in front of him. Lu Xianyao, on the other hand, stood up in a huff and roared shrilly, Bastard! How dare you kill someone in our Lu family? Kneel down for me. After saying that, she walked forward and raised her hand about to slap this martial artist. An endless murderous aura instantly erupted from the martial artist's eyes, and a fierce aura rose from his body. Lu Xianyao's hand that was stretched out in midair stopped all of a sudden. Her face turned white, and her body trembled a little. At this moment, although she was standing in front of a person, she seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xiao Fan was also startled in his heart when he saw this. He had never seen anyone with such a heavy killing aura. Eighth grade martial artist? How could the Qin family still have an 8th grade martial artist? Lu Chong cried out in shock. As far as he knew, almost all of the Qin family's 8th grade martial artists had been brought onto the battlefield. There was only one 8th grade martial artist guarding the Qin family in the capital, and that was the captain of the guards, Qin Wu. But Qin Wu had already been injured. And where did this 8th grade martial artist in front of him come from? The martial artist looked at them without the slightest bit of emotion. Either leave or die. Lu Chong hurriedly said, let's go. Let's just go. He didn't dare to be a jerk with this guy here. In case he was really killed by him, it would be a big loss. Only then did the martial artist turn around and lead the way. Lu Chong hurriedly followed, while Xiao Fan came to Lu Xianyao side and hugged her shoulders and asked, Xianyao, are you alright? Lu Xianyao came back to her senses, then became furious. Good. Your Qin family is very good. A mere servant dares to threaten me. I will definitely tell Qin Yan so that he can abolish you. Then break both your legs and get on your knees and apologize. The martial artist in front of him paused in his footsteps for a little while, then continued on as if he hadn't heard them. When Lu Xianyao and the others arrived at the front yard, they found that many of the Lu family members were being pressed by the Qin and Yun family's martial artists towards the lobby. A number of them were bruised and swollen, and appeared to have been beaten up. And in the middle of the lobby, there was a chair where Qin Yan sat expressionlessly. There were also 2 chairs on either side, with 2 men in battle armor sitting on them with serious faces. And in front of Qin Yan, a 40-something-year-old, gorgeously dressed, gold and silver wearing noble lady was shouting at him, Qin Yan, you little man, how dare you treat us like this? I would advise you to hurry up and release us, and then compensate us, or else I will never let Koryao forgive you in this life. The woman was Yan Zhenxiao, Lu Xinyao's mother, who hadn't been giving Lu Xinyiao a lot of tips behind her back, teaching her how to pin down Qin Yan, how to test Qin Yan and so on. So the extent to which Qin Yan cared about Lu Xianyao, she probably knew better than Lu Xianyao herself. However, today's Qin Yan was no longer the same love child as before, and he coldly glanced at Yan Zhenxiao. What kind of thing are you that you dare to yell in front of me? Yan Zhenxiao instantly became furious at his words. What did you say, little brat? See if I don't beat you to death today. Saying that, she raised her palm and was ready to hit Qin Yan in the face. Qin Yan sat there motionless like a statue, just looking at her coldly. When Yan Zhenxiao's hand was less than 10 centimeters away from Qin Yan, he only heard Qin Zhan let out a cold snort, and Yan Zhenxiao instantly flew out as if he had been hit by a car, falling to the ground and moaning in pain. Qin Yan looked to the Qin clan martial artist to the side. Just now, whichever arm she was going to use to hit me with, she chopped off that arm. Yes, young lord, the martial artist agreed, took 3 or 2 steps over, raised the knife in his hand, and slashed down. Put! An arm fell to the ground, blood spurting out. Ah! Yan Zhenxiao let out a hiss in pain and kept rolling on the ground before her eyes rolled over and she fainted. Mom! Seeing this, Lu Xianyao cried out and hurriedly ran over, hissing at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, how dare you do this to my mom? I now order you to immediately attach my mother's arm with the best means and the best medicine, and then kill this guard, and kowtow to my mother yourself 100 times to make amends. Qin Yan looked at Lu Xianyao. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He stood up violently, raised his right hand, and fiercely slapped her. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Seeing Qin Yan's action, sitting on the 2 sides, Qin Zhan and Yun Lang, who originally had very serious expressions, suddenly relaxed. On the way here, Yun Cheng had quietly told them that Qin Yan, this kid, was a bit of a licking dog to Lu Xianyao. In case the kid does something out of his mind, then just take away his authority to deal with it. But now it seems that Qin Yan's performance is still very good, worthy of being the young master of the Qin family. The big right and wrong above is still clear. Lu Xianyao was knocked to the ground by Qin Yan's slap. Her cheeks were red and swollen, and her nose was also beaten and bled. She looked very wretched, and she completely lacked the high and mighty look she had before. Xiao Fan, who was not far away, saw this and hurriedly rushed over to check on Lu Xianyao's condition. Xianyao, how are you doing? Lu Xianyao was a bit confused by Qin Yan's slap and only reacted now. She looked at Qin Yan viciously and growled shrilly. Qin Yan, how dare you hit me? I'm telling you it's over. I won't care about you for the rest of my life. Xiao Fan also stood up, looked at Qin Yan and roared. Qin Yan, what kind of a man are you? How dare you strike out at a woman? If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. If you lose, immediately take your people and get out from here. Qin Yan looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at Xiao Fan. He sneered. Xiao Fan, are you an orphan? Did all your family members die out? Otherwise, shouting for a one-on-one fight all day long? Xiao Fan instantly became furious. Qin Yan, how dare you insult me? I will fight you to the death. After saying that, a strong forceful qi violently erupted from his body and ferociously rushed towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan, on the other hand, sat there motionless, his eyes filled with contempt. Seeing the look in Qin Yan's eyes, Xiao Fan became even more angry as he urged his entire body, wanting to waste Qin Yan. But just as he passed by Qin Zhan's eyes glared and a huge pressure slammed onto him. Xiao Fan felt as if a mountain had smashed directly onto his body, and his body that was originally charging forward all of a sudden smashed fiercely onto the ground, smashing a crater out of the hard ground. The bones in Xiao Fan's entire body instantly broke in multiple places, and even his internal organs were heavily damaged. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly withered. The son of luck suffered a serious injury, and his luck was reduced by 300. Seeing the system's prompt, Qin Yan frowned. You don't need to report the real-time data to me, just report it once every night. I'm in the middle of abusing the son of bull ************************************** and your sudden appearance is affecting my senses. Good host, the system will change the reporting time to 10 o'clock every night. Could be. Qin Yan ended his chat with the system and walked over to Xiao Fan, looking at him condescendingly. Xiao Fan, right. I'll give you a chance to call Gao Wei over to me immediately, or else I'll waste you. Xiao Fan's mouth was still hard at this moment as he looked viciously at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, you a second-generation ancestor who only relies on his family. I will never submit to you. Oh, yeah? A cruel smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. I hope you'll be this tough later. He looked toward the Qin clan martial artist who had just brought Lu Chang's father and daughter over. Qin Quan, go to Xiao Fan's old home and invite his parents and sister over. Qin Quan clasped his fists. Yes, young lord. Then he turned and strutted outside. When Xiao Fan heard this, his heart instantly panicked. He struggled to get up, but his severe injuries made it impossible for him to stand up. He could only roar. Qin Yan, if you have the ability to come at me alone, don't hurt my family. Qin Yan sneered. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. So congratulations, you have lost the chance to save your family. Xiao Fan was instantly scared out of his wits. No, I'll fight. I'll just fight. Late. Qin Yan snorted coldly, raised his foot, and stomped on Xiao Fan's head before walking over as if nothing had happened. Xiao Fan couldn't use any strength in his body and could only bear the weight of Qin Yan's entire body stiffly. His face was pressed so closely to the ground that it was contorted from the squeeze, and he felt a sharp pain in his head that seemed like it was about to burst open. When Lu Xianyao saw her lover being so insulted and threatened, a sudden surge of strength came over her body. She stood up and said, Qin Yan, you really have gone too far. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. I'm going to give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize and leave with your people, or else the two of us will be nothing but strangers. Qin Yan looked at the wretched Lu Xianyao. How many times have you told me this threat? Lu Xianyao froze for a moment. What do you mean? Qin Yan let out a cold laugh. It doesn't mean anything. You count how many people are left in your Lu family and you'll know how many more times you can threaten me with this. A trace of bad premonition suddenly appeared in Lu Xianyao's heart. You? What are you doing? Qin Yan ignored him and instead said to the Qin clan's martial artists, from now on, for every minute that passes, kill 10 people from the Lu clan until all of the Lu clan's people have been killed. Chapter 6. Are you worthy to enter my Qin family? Upon hearing Qin Yan's command, the wolf-like Qin clan martial artists immediately pulled out 10 people from the crowd. These people were terrified and kept struggling, shouting, no, don't kill me, don't kill me, Corey, save me, young Qin, I never said anything about you, spare my life. The Qin family's martial artists didn't talk to him that much. They kicked the man to his knees and then looked at the time. The rest of the Lu family was terrified, and they hurriedly began to beg for mercy. Young Qin, please let us go. We don't dare anymore. We won't dare anymore. Qin Xiao. Xin Yao, you quickly begged Qin Xiao. Let him spare us. Young Qin, spare my life. Please spare my dog's life. Qin Yan did not have a single expression on his face in the face of the pleading voices of the Lu family, and his eyes were indifferent. Lu Xianyao sensed at this time that Qin Yan was going to come for real this time, so she hurriedly came to his side and said anxiously, Qin Yan, you stop. Don't you just want me to marry you? I'll marry you just as long as you spare my family. Hearing Lu Xianyao's words, the Lu family seemed to have heard the sound of immortality as they perked up. Young Qin, Xianyao is willing to marry you. Please let us go. Yeah, Qin Xiao, today is the day of your engagement. You can keep going back to get engaged. Young Qin, we promise that we won't allow Koryao to have any dealings with that boy called Xiao Fan in the future. Only Xiao Fan, who was lying on the ground, was refusing. No, don't Koryao, don't. He struggled to reach out his hand, wanting to pull Lu Xianyao, but the distance was too far and he couldn't move, so he could only let out a hiss of unwillingness. It really does look like a loving couple being forcibly separated, doesn't it? Seeing Xiao Fan's appearance, tears of pain flowed from Lu Xianyao's eyes as she looked at Qin Yan with hatred. Qin Yan, your goal has been achieved. As long as you spare my family and brother Xiao Fan, I can become your woman today. Looking at her reluctant appearance, a fire rose in Qin Yan's heart once again, and he once again raised his hand and slapped her face. He used a lot of force in this slap, almost sending Lu Xianyao's head flying. Lu Xianyao fell to the ground once again, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she looked at Qin Yan in a daze. Qin Yan, I've promised to marry you. What else do you want from me? You say marry me and I must accept? Qin Yan's eyes flashed with icy killing intent. You think that you, a crippled woman, is worthy of entering my Qin family store? Hearing Qin Yan's words, Lu Xianyao was like being struck by lightning. Her mind instantly went blank. Impossible. Impossible. This thing she hid very well. How did Qin Yan know about this? Qin Yan stood up and looked at the people of the Lu family, killing intent rising in his eyes. I'm telling you, not a single person from your Lu family will be able to survive today. You guys don't blame me for this matter. If you want to blame me, blame Lu Xianyao. She has long rolled in bed with Xiao Fan but has been hiding it from me. She even asked my Qin family for all kinds of resources to subsidize your Lu family. And even more outrageous is that today, she actually still dare to make my Qin family lose face. No matter which point it is, your Lu family is going to die. After the Lu family heard these words, they instantly became pale, paralyzed with weakness, and loudly wailed and cried out in pain. Not only them, even Lu Chong was shocked as he looked at Lu Xianyao incredulously. This matter, he never knew he only knew that the two were in love. Did not think that the two would go to bed If he had known, he would have had to go to the Qin family to make amends and return the marriage properly. Now it's good. Because of Lu Xianyao's concealment, the Lu family is going to be finished. Thinking of this, he twisted his head to look at Xiao Fan, his eyes filled with hatred as he hissed angrily. Xiao Fan, are you going to get all of our Lu family killed? Qin Yan looked up at the sky at this time and said coldly, 1 minute is up. Do it. Those Lu family members were instantly scared less as he cried out. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Help me. Help me. However, the Qin clan's martial artists were like emotionless robots as they violently drew out their swords and slashed these guys to death. They then forcefully dragged out another 10 and waited for the minute to pass. Lu Xianyao had lost all her pride at this point. She crawled to Qin Yan's side and hugged his leg. Qin Yan, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Please spare my clan. I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on, as long as you leave them alone. Qin Yan raised his foot and kicked her aside. You don't have any qualifications to negotiate with me. Lu Xianyao, who was kicked to the ground, froze for a moment, then couldn't help but cry out in pain. She regretted it now. Very much so. She regretted going out of town for business a year ago to avoid Qin Yan. And even more so, she regretted hiding it from Qin Yan after having a relationship with Xiao Fan. What she regretted the most was the stupid thing she did in the Qin family today. If it wasn't for what happened today, their Lu family might still have a chance of survival. But now it was gone. There was no chance at all. Good death. At this time Yan Jinqiu woke up. He just woke up and felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. Qin Yan, you little man, how dare you let someone cut my arm? I want to break your legs. I want to let Kor Yao leave you completely. Lu Xianyao was scared by her own mother and hurriedly said, Mom, why don't you just say a few words less? Then she looked at Qin Yan again and said, Qin Yan, my mom, she didn't do it on purpose, please let her go. Yan Jinqiu, on the other hand, was a bit crazy as if she had gone mad, and angrily rebuked Lu Xianyao. What are you begging him for a licking dog for? If we don't give him some color this time, he will dare to ride on our heads and in the future. Lu Xianyao closed her eyes in pain. You are really my own mother. Don't you look at the situation today? Qin Yan once again kicked Lu Xianyao away and turned back to look at Yan Jinqiu. How dare you threaten me even now? Someone come, knock her teeth out. A martial artist walked to Yan Jinqiu in a muffled voice, directly raised his foot, and viciously kicked Yan Jinqiu's mouth with the boot made from the skin of the ferocious beast on his foot. This kick rotted Yan Jinqiu's lips and his teeth fell out. Yan Jinqiu let out a strange hissing sound in pain and rolled around on the ground continuously. Qin Yan walked to Yan Jinqiu's side and said quietly, Yan Jinqiu, you have imparted quite a lot of royal husband techniques to Lu Xinyo before, so it can be said that half of today's situation is caused by you. Besides, you didn't send anything less to your mother's house that I sent to Willow's before, did you? In that case, Qin Yan's eyes fiercely changed, and he sternly said, Come on, go and invite all of Yan Jinqiu's maternal family members over to me, not one less. Immediately, a dozen or so martial artists stood out, then twisted their heads and left. Yan Jinqiu's face was filled with panic as she kept hissing something at Qin Yan. Qin Yan was not in the mood to listen, but took out his cell phone and dialed Wei Gao's number. The phone was quickly picked up, And Gao Wei's low voice came from inside. Qin Yan, why are you calling me when you're not at home dealing with your family matters? Qin Yan laughed coldly. Gao Wei, you're really a hypocrite. You were mighty when you were in the Qin family, but you ran away afterward? Gao Wei was instantly enraged. Qin Yan, watch what you say, or I can totally return to beat you up right now. Qin Yan was completely unafraid. What? The hypocrite is angry? Since that's the case, then come find me. I'm currently in the Lu family, and the Lu family's people have almost been killed by me. Oh yeah, there's also your favored disciple, Xiao Fan, who is also about to be killed. Chapter 7, you go kill Xiao Fan. I'll let your family go. Gao Wei was instantly enraged by Qin Yan as he roared. Qin Yan, if anything happens to Xiao Fan, I will waste you today. Facing Gao Wei's threat, Qin Yan was not the least bit afraid. Now that he had a martial saint and a half-step martial saint by his side, would he still be afraid of him? Then you'll have to hurry up or they'll be really dead. Ha ha. Qin Yan hung up the phone with a big smile. On the other end of the phone, Gao Wei's face was grim as he crushed the phone, his face grim as he said, Qin Yan, I won't let you go. After saying that, he jumped directly from the window, but his body didn't land on the ground, but stopped steadily in mid-air, and then flew towards the Lu family. He just flew out not long ago. The capital city martial arts academy courtyard. Jiang Mingqing pushed the door and barged in, shouting, Old Gao, the Qin family's oldest too came back. He stopped mid-sentence as he realized there was no one here. Jiang Mingqing looked around and spotted the crushed cell phone on the ground. He exclaimed, not good. He took out his cell phone to make a call as he rushed after them. On the Lu family's side, 5 batches of people have been cut down, and 50 people have lost their lives. This reduced the population of the Lu family by half at once, and it continued to decrease. Some of the Lu family members who were still alive had fainted. Some were crying continuously. Some were numb, while more were cursing Lu Xianyao. Qin Yan came to Lu Xianyao's side, squatted down his body, reached out and cupped her chin. See, these people, they all died because of you. You're the one who got them killed. They're paying for your behavior. Lu Xianyao's spirit was already on the verge of collapse at this time. Her body was trembling continuously as if she had been electrocuted. Her face was full of tear stains, and her face was pale and unimaginably pale. Qin Yan, please, let them go. I'll agree to whatever you ask me to do. Snap. Qin Yan slapped her in the face again. Spare them? Impossible. A hint of despair flashed in Lu Xianyao's eyes. Qin Yan, do you have to do things so absolutely? What I did was absolute. Qin Yan snorted. Then what you did in the Qin family today isn't absolute? He then stood up and scornfully looked at her. Lu Xianyao, you're not a child anymore. You should consider the consequences of this matter before you do anything. Lu Xianyao lowered her head and sobbed silently. She regretted it. She had never regretted it so much in her life as she did today. She couldn't wait to go back in time now and slap the person she once was. Suddenly, Qin Yan's voice came from above her. But I can consider leaving some kindling for your Lu family, but it depends on your performance. Lu Xianyao raised her head fiercely. As if she saw a bit of light in the darkness, she hurriedly grabbed Qin Yan's pants leg and said, I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you leave my family alone. A devilish smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yan's mouth. Good then. If you go and kill Xiao Fan, I can spare your family. What? Lu Xianyao's eyes instantly widened. Her face filled with an incredulous expression, as if she was a bit disbelieving. When Qin Yan saw this, his face immediately sank. What? You're not willing? It seems like you were lying to me just now. He then looked at the Qin clan martial artists. Do it. Although it wasn't up to a minute, the Qin clan's martial artists still didn't hesitate to draw their swords and slash. All at once, 10 more heads fell off. Qin Yan turned to look at the still alive Lu family members and said, Alas, I originally wanted to let you all go, but I didn't expect that Lu Xianyao would rather let you all die than her lover. If you guys want to blame it, blame her. As soon as Qin Yan's words fell, Lu Cheng stood up and yelled at Lu Xianyao. What the hell are you doing? Lu Xianyao, do you want us all to die before you're happy? Another member of the Lu family also scolded. This matter was originally caused by you. We don't care who you want to be with, but why do you want us to pay for your bull love? No, I didn't. Lu Xianyao panicked. I didn't want you guys to die. I really didn't. Lu Cheng's eyes were red. Then why don't you go kill Xiao Fan? Lu Xianyao turned her head to look at Xiao Fan and realized that Xiao Fan was also looking at her. And as soon as their gazes met, Lu Xianyao's heart softened. She sat on the floor and broke down and cried. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't do this. Snap. Qin Yan gently applauded from the side and sighed. What an enviable love. Preferring to let one's entire family die rather than letting one's lover die. In that case, I'll have to ask Mr. Yanagishich to die. His voice instantly turned cold. Put Lu Chong down and execute him in a minute. Two Qin family martial artists came forward and prepared to grab Lu Chong, but a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lu Chang's body, striking out madly at the two martial artists. It was also true that Lu Chong was, after all, a 7th grade sect master, and his strength was still very strong, and now that he had initiated his madness, he had that much momentum. Right at this moment, an 8th grade martial artist of the Qin family coldly grunted. His feet moved, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Lu Chong, so fast that one couldn't even see it. Qin Yan only heard a muffled sound. Then he saw Lu Chong screaming miserably as he fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out in panic. You actually abolished my martial arts? The Qin clan martial artist glanced at him and, without saying a word, grabbed him and pulled him aside, waiting to be executed when the time came. Lu Chong was so scared that he almost peed as he growled at Lu Xianyao. Lu Xianyao, you unfilial daughter. You're going to throw away your father's life for a brat you've only known for less than a year, aren't you? I raised you for so many years, paid an unknown amount of effort, and in the end you're still inferior to a Xiaofan? No, I didn't. Lu Xianyao cried like a tearful person. I didn't want you to die. I really didn't. Lu Chong roared once again. Then go kill Xiaofan. Lu Xianyao looked at Xiaofan once again and gritted her teeth. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she slowly moved toward Xiaofan. Seeing Lu Xianyao's action, Xiaofan also panicked as he hurriedly blurted out, Xianyao, are you really going to kill me? Have you forgotten the feelings between us? Hearing these words, Lu Xianyao's footsteps paused for a moment. What bull **** feelings? Lu Chong hissed like a madman. I think you just see our Koryao as simple and deliberately cheat Koryao. Xiaofan hurriedly said, Uncle Lu, I can swear that I definitely did not cheat Koryao. You fart. Lu Chong continued to spray furiously. You said you love Koryao, but what have you given Koryao? You haven't given anything except the love on your lips. On the contrary, you've been taking all sorts of things from Koryao. Pills, weapons, spirit liquid. What haven't you taken? When Qin Shao says he loves Xianyao, he uses actions. When you say you love Xianyao, you only rely on your mouth. Chapter 8, you think you're good again. Hearing her own father's words, Lu Xianyao trembled. What her own father said seems to be very right. Qin Yan said that he loved himself. That was really taking out all sorts of resources and channels, not only to her, but also to her family's people. But what about Xiaofan? Seems like he's never given himself anything. The most expensive gift he'd ever given himself seemed to be a $10 beret from the ground floor. But even so, she treasured it as the most precious treasure and usually couldn't afford to use it. And while Qin Yan had taken out hundreds of millions of dollars worth of resources for her, she didn't look at it at all. So, she was really fooled? Blinded by Xiaofan's flowery words? Right at this moment, Qin Yan suddenly spoke. Time's up. It seems that Miss Lu has chosen her lover after all. So let's send Mr. Lu Chong on his way. Lu Chong was instantly paralyzed with fear, and he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Don't! Lu Xianyao suddenly screamed as she turned around and knelt down for Qin Yan, saying, Please, give me another chance. Give me another chance. Qin Yan waved his hand, stopping the martial artist who was about to make a move, and said, Alright then, I'll give you one more minute. Lu Xianyao thanked him profusely. Thank you Qin Yan. Then he stood up and firmly walked towards Xiaofan. Xiaofan, on the other hand, turned pale with fright. Xianyao, you shouldn't be fooled by Qin Yan. Even if you kill me, he won't let Uncle Lu go. However, Lu Xianyao continued to walk towards Xiaofan step by step, her mouth constantly chanting, I'm sorry, even if there's even the slightest possibility that I'm going to save my dad. When Xiaofan heard this, he roared in anger, Qin Yan, you despicable villain. If you have the ability to fight with me, asshole. Qin Yan looked at him with contempt, then gave a wink to a martial artist, who immediately pulled out a knife and threw it in front of Xiaofan. Lu Xianyao slowly crouched down her body, picked up the knife from the ground, and said to Xiaofan, Xiaofan, honestly, I can't tell whether you love me or the resources in my hand by now. Like Dad said, you've given me nothing, while Qin Yan has given me much more. So go yourself. A hideous expression appeared on her face as she raised the knife above her head and stabbed down hard at Xiaofan. No! Xiaofan's eyes were wide open, and a hiss of unwillingness came out of his mouth. Just as the knife was about to fall on Xiaofan, a voice filled with a murderous aura suddenly came out, looking for death. Then a purple light from his fingertips was like lightning, hitting Lu Xianyao's shoulder at once, directly piercing through her shoulder. Lu Xianyao let out a muffled grunt as her entire body tumbled backwards onto the ground. Qin Yan then only saw a silhouette flash by before Gao Wei appeared beside Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, who originally thought that he would surely die, saw Gao Wei appear and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Master, you're here? Gao Wei nodded, then squatted down and helped Xiao Fan up, then took out a healing elixir from his body and put it into his mouth. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Fan felt much better and said, "Thank you, Master, it's fortunate that you came, otherwise, I might have died here today." Gao Wei looked at Qin Yan with ice-cold eyes. "Little Fan, go to the side first and watch how I'll waste Qin Yan." When Lu Xianyao saw Gao Wei, it was also as if she had seen a savior, and she hurriedly shouted, "Dean Gao, quickly kill Qin Yan. He killed many people from our Lu family and tried to kill Xiao Fan and me." Not only her, even the people of the Lu family felt like they had seen the light of day, and one by one, they shouted, "Dean Gao, you've come at the right time. Qin Yan, this brat isn't human at all. Dean Gao must avenge us. Kill Qin Yan, he just killed my father." Hearing the Lu family's words, Gao Wei snorted coldly. "Shut up, you guys just almost killed my disciple and you still want me to save you?" When Lu Xianyao heard this, a heart instantly sank downward. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, started to excuse Lu Xianyao at this time. "Master, this matter cannot be blamed on her. After all, the despicable Qin Yan even used Uncle Lu's life as a threat." Lu Xianyao was moved in her heart when she heard Xiao Fan explain to her. Xiao Fan, the current her couldn't wait to immediately jump into Xiao Fan's arms and then let him ravage her. Seeing the Lu family members who instantly changed their attitude after Gao Wei came over, Qin Yan only felt amused. A white wolf is a white wolf, and his nature doesn't change. Gao Wei looked at Qin Yan at this time and coldly said, "Qin Yan, I really didn't expect that you, being so young, would have such an evil heart and kill so many people. I must waste you today, so that you don't have to go and wreak havoc on others in the future." After saying that, he slowly raised his hand, purple light coalescing in his hand. When Xiao Fan and Lu Xianyao saw this, a trace of excitement appeared on their faces. "Quick, do it, it's best to directly kill this fellow Qin Yan." However, just as Gao Wei was about to make a move, a stern murderous aura locked onto him. "Gao Wei, if you dare to move a finger, you'll have to die here today." This murderous aura startled Gao Wei. He stopped his hand and turned to look at Qin Zhan, his face filled with surprise. "Who are you?" A fierce smile surfaced on Qin Zhan's face before he slowly stood up from his chair, and as he did so, an aura so terrifying that it was suffocating emanated out. "It seems that I've spent too much time at the border, and many people in the capital don't remember me. To introduce myself, my name is Qin Zhuan." Qin War hadn't actually been back for a long time. He just came back without outsiders knowing, because Qin War didn't like these fly-by-night relationships. Counting, he hadn't made a public appearance in the capital for almost 10 years, and even when he got married, he had only invited his relatives to have a meal together without inviting outsiders. "What?" Gao Wei cried out. His legs and feet weakened, and his entire body took 2 steps backward as he pointed at Qin Zhan. You're the younger brother of the contemporary head of the Qin clan, Martial Saint Qin Zhan? Martial Saint?" Xiao Fan was shocked by Gao Wei's words as he stared at Qin Zhan with wide eyes and dead eyes. Just now, he had been thinking that Qin Zhan was just a more advanced chief of guards, but he didn't expect that he would be a martial saint. At that moment, his eyes went black. "It's over. Gao Wei is only a half-step martial saint. There's no way that he can be Qin Zhan's opponent." Those who had the same reaction as Xiao Fan were also from the Lu family. Lu Xianyao only felt like her brain was buzzing inside her head like it had exploded when she heard the words martial saint. Lu Chong, on the other hand, simply rolled his eyes and directly fainted. The other Lu family members were like ducks with their necks pinched, dumbstruck and unable to say a word. However, it wasn't just Qin Zhan who surprised them today. On the other side of the chair, Yunlang also slowly stood up. "I thought that the person who dared to bully my Yunlang sister and nephew was some kind of hero, but it turned out to be a little yakuza." Chapter 9, The Qin family's shame must be washed away with blood. Qin Zhan and Yunlang. These two names were resounding in the entire Grand Xia. Even the classic battle between the two was written into the textbooks, albeit only in so many short sentences. But that's proof enough of how good the two are. The most important thing was that both of them were extremely strong. Qin War, martial sage. Yunlang, half-step martial saint. No matter which one of these two it was definitely not something that the current Gao Wei could deal with. Although he and Yunlang were both half-step martial saints, how could he, a college vice president who had just broken through to half-step martial sainthood only half a year ago and stayed in the back all day long, be as strong as Yunlang, who had been fighting with ferocious beasts all day long? Looking at Gao Wei's whitened face, Qin Yan let out a light laugh. "Vice Dean Gao, didn't you say you wanted to waste me? Why haven't you done it yet?" Looking at Qin Yan's villainous appearance, Gao Wei wanted to pinch him to death, but he didn't dare. As long as he made a move, these two people in front of him could make him a dead dog first. He gritted his teeth and said, Qin Zhan, Yun Lang, you two have gone AWOL, I will definitely report you. Qin Zhan smiled disdainfully. Going AWOL is also better than Vice President Gao bullying a woman and child. I was truly surprised that my Qin family men were bleeding and dying at the border, and you bastards were bullying our families at the back. Speaking here, Qin Zhan coldly said, Gao Wei, what do you have to say about this? Gao Wei wanted to argue and said, there is a reason for what happened today, because Lu Xianyao doesn't like Qin Yan at all. She was forced to get engaged to Qin Yan. Snap. Qin Zhan, a violent temper, went forward and slapped Gao Wei's face and roared, so what does this have to do with you? This is a matter between the Qin family and the Lu family. Why are you meddling? Gao Wei was knocked back several steps by Qin Zhan's slap. His eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of ferocity as he said, because if I don't make a move, Qin Yan will have to kill someone. Qin Yan is currently still a student of the Capital Martial Arts Academy, and is incapable of doing something so cruel. Snap. Qin War once again slapped him. Don't bull me here. I'm just asking you, have you dared to step on my Qin family's face and are you ready to pay the price? Gao Wei's fists clenched tightly before he gritted his teeth and said, if you guys feel that my behavior has insulted you, then I can take the blame and apologize at the door. That's fine, right? Qin Zhan did not reply, but instead twisted his head to look at Qin Yan. After all, the person in question today was Qin Yan. As for Gao Wei and the Lu family, when they saw this action of Qin Zhan's, their hearts were shocked for a moment. They didn't expect Qin Yan's status in the Qin family to be so high. Qin Zhantong, a one-time martial saint, had to listen to his command. Qin Yan looked at Gao Wei and refused without hesitation. No, this punishment is too light. A trace of anger appeared on Gao Wei's face. To think that he, a half-step martial saint, could come to his door to ask for forgiveness was already stepping on his face on the ground, and this damned Qin Yan even felt that it wasn't enough? A hint of approval flashed in Qin Zhuan's eyes. Then what do you think is appropriate to do, little Yan? Qin Yan snorted coldly. If it's an unusual time, some private collision would be fine, but today is the engagement banquet of me, Qin Yan, the young master of the Qin family, and for him to dare to do this is clearly showing contempt for my Qin family. That's why he must die, and his blood must be used to wash away the Qin family's shame. The reason why Qin Yan is so obsessed with killing Gao Wei is because he was Xiao Fan's biggest helper in the early stages of the plot, bar none, and in the mid to late stages, when the Qin family was brought down, this guy didn't put up much of a fight. He remembered clearly that Qin Zhan's death had something to do with this guy. At that time, Gao Wei had managed to break through to Martial Saint with Xiao Fan's help, and then sneak attack Qin Zhan in a battle, leading to his fall. So how could Qin Yan let this guy go? After Gao Wei heard this, a trace of fear appeared in his heart, and he couldn't help but shout, no, you can't kill me. If you move me, you're lynching me, and your Qin family won't be able to live well either. Qin Yan gave him a cold look. Qin Zhan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Good. Worthy of being the young master of my Qin family, just bold. He then looked at Gao Wei with a gaze like that of a dead man. Surname Gao, come die for master. After saying that, he let out a furious cry and fiercely stretched out his right hand, only to see a black, huge palm that covered the sky suddenly appear above Gao Wei's head and fiercely slap down at him. This was one of the Qin family's best techniques, the great heavenly demon palm. Of course, with Qin Zhan's martial saint level strength, if he exerted it at full strength, it definitely had the ability to overturn mountains and seas, and the current him was merely controlling the force. Otherwise, if we really let him let loose with the fight, half of the capital might be lost. Seeing this, Gao Wei tried to swing his fist to counterattack, but he realized that the great heavenly demon palm seemed to have the ability to confine someone's movement, and he tried to counterattack with all his might, but his speed was only half of what it usually was. He roared in anger, and large swaths of purple light emerged from his entire body before an equally huge fist counterattack towards the great heavenly demon palm. However, it was all in vain as the great heavenly demon palm easily shattered the fist and then slapped Gao Wei's body viciously. This was the difference between a true martial saint and a half-step martial saint. It was simply the same as an adult beating a child. Gao Wei opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was slapped over onto the ground. Qin Zhan snorted coldly, stepped forward, raised his fist, and slammed it down hard against Gao Wei's head. If this fist hits solidly, Gao Wei will definitely die. However, just then, two voices suddenly rang out. Stop! Then a powerful sword chi chopped horizontally towards Qin Zhan. The sword chi was so fast that it seemed to have torn through space, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan had no choice but to give up his intention of killing Gao Wei with a single punch, and then dodged out of the way. The sword chi went on, directly hitting the Lu family's building, only to hear a rumbling sound. All of the hundreds of houses in the Lu family were crushed by the sword chi and then collapsed. Seeing the collapsed house in front of him, Qin Zhan instantly became furious. This guy was clearly running to injure him, so he shouted angrily, "Who dares to sneak up on me?" Kyoto Martial Arts Academy Dean Jiang Mingqing stepped into the courtyard with a sword in his hand. "It's me. Just now I was in a hurry to try and save Vice Dean Gao. That's why I stepped out. I didn't mean to target you." As Jiang Mingqing came in, he was followed by a group of men wearing standardized light armor and holding standardized longsword weapons. These are from the sheriff's department, much like the police in the previous world. At the head of the group was a man in his 40s with a large beard. He was the director of the public security department, an 8th grade martial artist. Seeing these two, Qin Yan's mood instantly worsened as he coldly opened his mouth to ask, "Are the two of you trying to make enemies of my Qin family?" Chapter 10, This is what happens when you try to be a hero. Qin Zhan slowly drew the battle sword at his waist, his expression becoming grim. "You guys are going to give Wei Cao a run for his money, aren't you?" Yun Lang on one side also fiercely drew his battle sword and looked at Jiang Mingqing and Wan Cheng in front of him with an unkind face. The other Qin clan martial artists then all drew their weapons, their eyes cold as they gazed at the two, and at the slightest order, they would rush towards these people and tear them to pieces. Seeing the cannibalistic eyes of Qin's family, Jiang Mingqing hurriedly said, "No, I don't mean to give anyone a head start. I just want to solve this matter through the law. If Gao Wei and the others are at fault, then they should be punished by the law, not you, Qin Yan and Qin Zhan. What you're doing is lynching and breaking the law." Qin Yan indifferently looked at Jiang Mingqing. He was clearly trying to pull the strings. If they really followed the law, Gao Wei, Xiao Fan, and Lu Xian Yao, they wouldn't be punished at all because they didn't break the law at all. What's more, if they really took the legal route, it would only cause the Qin family to be laughed at by the other big families, because big families never resolve things through legal means when something goes wrong. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's voice also took on a hint of anger. "Jiang Mingqing, Wan Cheng, if you leave now, I can still give you some face. If you don't leave, then don't blame me for throwing your faces on the ground and stepping on them as well." Jiang Mingqing was also furious when he heard Qin Yan's threat. "Qin Yan, as if you are still a student of the Capital Martial Arts University, don't you know that Gao Wei is the vice dean? Is this how you treat your division head?" Qin Yan retorted without hesitation. "Then is he qualified to be my division leader after what he did today?" Jiang Mingqing's face sank. "Qin Yan, what I just said is clear enough. If you have grievances, you can file a complaint against him, or you can use the law to sanction him, but lynching is not an option. You don't have the power to decide on the life and death of others. It seems like you guys are determined to harbor them, so there's nothing more to say." Qin Yan sneered. "Second uncle, do it." Qin Zhan had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When he heard Qin Yan's words, he roared, "Jiang Mingqing, I'll kill you." In his hand, the sword is like a lightning bolt. Want to kill Jiang Mingqing? His body murderous aura rises. Let a person seem to be in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The strength is slightly weaker. I'm afraid to be able to be scared on the spot into a little cute. Jiang Mingqing was also shocked by Qin Zhan's murderous aura. A chill rose in his heart and he hurriedly swung his sword to block Qin Zhan's attack. Although Jiang Mingqing was also a martial saint, how could he be a match for Qin Zhan? As the two of them flew straight out just as they collided, his entire body was like a meteor, directly smashing through the Lu family's fence and then falling outside. Luckily, the place where the Lu family lived was a manor house, which was still some distance away from the city center. Otherwise, it might have destroyed a lot of buildings and caused a large number of unnecessary casualties. Qin Zhan roared once again and charged towards Jiang Mingqing, and behind him, a huge blood-colored waning moon appeared, demonic and evil. Jiang Mingqing climbed up from the ground and let out an equally furious roar, while behind him, an immortal holding a long sword appeared, looking immortal. One of the two men had a blood-red light coming out of their bodies, and one had a golden light coming out of their bodies, and the light covered more than 100 miles in a circle, and each of them occupied half of the sky, just like a fairy and a devil fighting. The two were fighting while they were moving away from the Lu family manor, as it was obvious that these two were fighting out of true fire, and if they weren't controlled, there was a high chance that they would hurt other people or spread to the capital. Yun Lang was not idle on his side. He directly attacked Gao Wei, and they were the only two half-step martial saints on the scene. The battle between the two was equally fierce and soon went in another direction, away from here. Seeing that Qin Zhan and Yun Lang had both left, Wan Cheng seemed to have some backbone as he looked at Qin Yan and coldly said, "Qin Yan, I am ordering you now to immediately release everyone at the scene, or else don't blame me for being impolite to you." Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at his stupid appearance. What a fool! Wan Chang roared. Kid, how dare you scorn me? Let's see if I don't take you down today. After saying that, he violently rushed towards Qin Yan. His idea was good. As long as he could control Qin Yan and use him as a threat to force Qin Zhan and Yun Lang to agree to their conditions. Looking at Wan Cheng who was lunging towards him, Qin Yan's face was filled with disdain. This kind of goods were not worthy of entering his eyes at all. Just when Wan Chang was less than 3 meters away from Qin Yan, inside the Qin family and Yun family's martial artists, one person rushed out from each of them, and with weapons in their hands, they slashed down hard at Wan Cheng's arm, only to see 2 shining blade lights flashing by. Both of Wan Cheng's arms fell to the ground. In pain, he let out a miserable roar and rolled around on the ground continuously. When the members of the sheriff's department saw that Wan Cheng was injured, they picked up their weapons and were about to charge forward. But Qin Yan just gave them a cold look. Stand still if you don't want to die. The martial artists of the Qin family and the Yun family also cooperated by stepping forward and looked at these members of the public security department with a murderous aura. Although the people of the public security department had all gone to the battlefield for training, how could they possibly compare to a group of furies living at the border? Each of them took 2 steps backward in fear, not daring to say anything. Qin Yan looked at the frozen Xiaofan and Lu Xianyao and said slowly, Lu Xianyao did not kill Xiaofan just now, so let's send Mr. Lu Chong on his way. The Qin clan martial artist agreed and stepped forward to grab Lu Chong. Lu Chong came back to his senses and kept hissing, Don't! Qin Xiao, please don't kill me. Xianyao! Xianyao, you begged Qin Xiao. Lu Xianyao once again crawled to Qin Yan's side, hugged his legs and cried, Qin Yan, please don't kill my father, please. Qin Yan once again kicked Lu Xianyao away and said, I just gave you 2 chances to kill Xiao Fan and you didn't do it. I won't give you a 3rd chance. Do it. A martial artist violently raised his sword and slashed above Lu Chang's neck, growling. Ryushij's horrified expression froze on his face and his head rolled out a good distance. Dad! Lu Xianyao let out a heartbreaking cry, then fainted all of a sudden. Koryao! Xiao Fan wanted to go forward to check on Lu Xianyao's condition, but he was kicked down by Qin Yan, who stomped on Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan! See? This is what happens when you play the hero. Qin Yan! Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and 2 lines of blood tears dripped from his eyes. You deserve to die. You really deserve to die. Humph. Let me tell you. I don't know if I'll die, but I know you'll definitely die today. Qin Yan slowly raised his foot and stomped down hard on Xiao Fan's head. At the critical moment, Xiao Fan's potential erupted and he hardened his severely injured body and moved it half a foot to avoid Qin Yan's kick. Boom! Qin Yan stomped his foot on the ground, directly stomping out a pit a foot deep. If this was stepped on Xiao Fan's head, it would definitely be able to kill him with 1 foot. Seeing that Xiao Fan had dodged, Qin Yan snorted coldly. I'll see how many more times you can dodge. He pulled his leg out of the ground and stomped on Xiao Fan's head once again. Just then, an angry voice suddenly came. Stop. Chapter 11, The Oppressive Power of the Martial God. This voice was very loud and penetrating, directly causing the energy within Qin Yan's body to stir without a bit of control. His legs and feet also became weak all of a sudden, and his body stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Then, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and raised his hand. Qin Yan's body directly flew out and then fell to the ground. Intense pain came. Qin Yan only felt that all the bones in his body were about to break, and his internal organs were also traumatized to a certain extent. He looked up at the visitor and realized that it was the capital city's town guard martial saint, Wang Chang. The capital city would have a martial saint guarding it all year round. And if a powerful alien race sneaking in somewhere in the country or an abnormal situation suddenly appeared somewhere on the border, this martial saint could immediately go over to support it, equivalent to a reserve army. And the Jinghua martial saints are all the martial saints of the Great Xia who take turns switching to be the guardian. When the martial artists from the Qin and Yun families saw that Qin Yan had been injured, their eyes instantly became bloodshot and red as they roared in rage and killed Wang Chang. For them, it would be a disgrace to injure a protected person on their watch. Looking at the martial artists that attacked towards him, Wang Chang let out a cold snort. His whole body's aura blossomed, and with a wave of his big hand, a huge palm appeared, directly slapping away more than a dozen martial artists, and then swung again, slapping away more than a dozen more. Soon, the elite martial artists of the Qin and Yun families were all knocked to the ground. When the people of the Lu family saw this situation, they instantly became excited. They hugged each other and cried bitterly, with a feeling of having survived a robbery. After Wang Chang had done so, he immediately said to the 4 people who were fighting furiously in the distance, Qin Zhan, Yun Lang, you guys stop it, or I'll waste Qin Yan. Wang Chang, how dare you? Qin Zhan's angry voice came out. Then he repelled Jiang Mingqing with a slash and quickly rushed back. He and Yun Lang both came to Qin Yan's side one after the other. looking at the blanched Qin Yan with incomparable anger, and immediately aimed their spears at Wang Chang. Qin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Chang, if you dare to touch Qin Yan, I'll kill you." Wang Chang was also a battlefield-trained martial saint, and his strength wasn't weak to Qin Zhan. So without fear, he said, "Qin Zhan, now that you're in a disadvantageous position, don't be obsessed with it, just stop." As they spoke, Jiang Mingqing and Gao Wei both flew back, but at this moment, the image of the two of them was wretched. Their bodies were covered in wounds and blood was constantly flowing. Qin Yan stood up from the ground at this time and gritted his teeth. "Wang Chang, I've long said that I must take Gao Wei's life today, and no one can stop me." Wang Chang's face was ugly as he sniffed. "Junior, don't go too far, or else I'll have to really step in and waste you." After saying that, a powerful pressure was released from his body. Jiang Mingqing and Gao Wei hurriedly cooperated with him and released their own auras as well. Nowadays, they were no longer afraid of each other at all, because Wang Chang was able to stall Qin War, while Jiang Qingming was able to defeat Yun Lang, and the rest of the Qin and Yun families could be dealt with by Gao Wei alone. "Oh, as long as you dare, go ahead and make your move." After saying that, Qin Yan slowly raised his right hand. His hand was holding a cell phone. The cell phone was the picture of the call video. In the picture was an old man in his 60s who had a majestic appearance and eyes like electricity. This old man was Qin Yan's grandfather, Qin Chi, and just a moment ago, when he was knocked away by Wang Chang, he took out his cell phone and sent a call video to Qin Chi. Seeing Qin Chi with a murderous face inside the cell phone, Wang Chang felt his heart stop beating for a beat. This person in front of him was one of the three great war gods of the Great Xia, standing at the top of the pyramid of the Great Xia. This old man could kill him with one hand. Not only him, even Jiang Mingqing and Gao Wei both felt their legs weakening. Wang Chang revealed a smile worse than tears on his face and said, "Qin, old senior Qin, how have you been?" "Humph." Qin Chi snorted coldly. "Old me is not good. My own grandson is going to be wasted. How can old me be good?" Wang Chang hurriedly said, "Elder senior Qin, this is a misunderstanding. I just wanted to scare Qin Yan. I didn't want to actually make a move." "You didn't do it?" Qin Chi's eyes released a murderous aura. "Then how did the injuries on my grandson come about?" Wang Chang was about to cry. "Elder Qin, this matter is my fault. I didn't restrain my force. It's all my fault." With that, he gave himself a big slap. Qin Chi snorted coldly. "Get lost." Wang Chang hurriedly agreed. Okay, Elder Qin. I'll roll right now." He hurriedly grayed out and ran to the side, not daring to say another word. Qin Chi then turned his gaze back to Jiang Mingqing. "Jiang Mingqing, are you trying to pull the plug?" Jiang Mingqing hurriedly explained. "No, senior, I didn't. I just want this matter to be handled fairly." "Just?" Qin Chi was instantly enraged. "My grandson's method of handling this is the most just. Do you have any comments?" Jiang Mingqing also had a bit of fire in his heart, and retorted, "Elder senior Qin, Qin Yan is not handling this matter with any justice at all. He is completely venting his emotions. Do you know what he's going to do? He's going to kill all of the Lu family, and he's also going to kill Vice Dean Gao Wei. And you should know that Vice Dean Gao Wei is a half-step martial saint. So you, the Qin family, have no right to deal with it privately." "Oh," Qin Chi's voice was incredibly cold. "Then according to you, the face of my Qin family deserves to be beaten by him? The women and children of my Qin family should be humiliated by him at will?" Jiang Mingqing said, "Elder Qin, at that time, if Qin Yan hadn't insisted on killing someone, Gao Wei wouldn't have behaved this way." Qin Chi hummed heavily. "So this is all still my Qin family's fault? Is it also my Qin family's fault that little girl Lu Xianyao made a scene with her young lover at the engagement banquet?" Jiang Mingqing sighed and said, "Elder Qin, there's no right or wrong in this matter. It's entirely a matter of the junior's feelings. We shouldn't interfere." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Chi's body erupted with a streak of lightning as he said, "Jiang Mingqing, it seems like your kid's ass is crooked. In that case, I don't want to say anything to you. I'm going to go back there myself." Then he saw Qin Chi take a few steps and said loudly, "Qin family army, reorganize the army and follow me back to the capital. We will not defend this border." When these words came out, everyone was terrified, and Wang Chang rushed over at once, shouting, "Elder senior Qin, you mustn't act out of anger." Jiang Mingqing, on the other hand, opted for moral abduction. "Elder Qin, if you do this, you will allow the foreigners to enter the Great Xia's hinterland, which will result in countless casualties among the people. And when that happens, your Qin family will be the culprits. So what if we are sinners?" Qin Chi roared. "All the men of our Qin family have bled and sacrificed their lives at the border, but the women and children at home are bullied by you and denied justice. So what is left for us to guard at this border? Let me tell you. If the foreigners attack the hinterland and the living are destroyed, the culprits will be you. Chapter 12, The Fall of the Lu Family. Qin Shi's words caused everyone present to panic. Wang Chang then almost knelt down. Elder Qin. No, never. Jiang Mingqing, on the other hand, stood in place in a state of disorientation as he felt like he had lost all of his strength. The people are in danger. Hundreds of millions of people have lost their lives. Can he really afford to take such a big charge? Dang. The sword in his hand fell to the ground with a grim look on his face, knowing that he couldn't afford to carry such a big charge. When Wang Chang saw this expression on his face, he also sighed, and then looked at Qin Shi again. Elder Senior Qin, the two of us will leave immediately and no longer interfere in this matter. What do you think? Qin Shi did not answer him, but asked Qin Yan. Yener, what do you think? Qin Yan glanced at Wang Chang. In fact, he also wanted to kill this guy, because in the plot, the person who took action against the Qin family also had him. However, he knew that every martial saint in Dasha was a treasure. Even his own grandfather could not be executed at will, let alone him. So he said, Wang Chang injured so many martial artists from my Qin and Yun families, he has to be responsible for this. Wang Chang said, please don't worry about this point. I will definitely cure them. Qin Yan waved his hand. You guys go. Wang Chang looked at Jiang Mingqing, who was still lost in thought, and pulled him away. Seeing that the deans who had supported him had left, Yao Wei finally realized that he was afraid. He was trembling all over. His heart panicked to the extreme. He spoke tremblingly, Qin your mom's head. Qin War roared angrily and slapped his palm on his chest, directly sending him flying out before crashing into several buildings. Then Qin Zhan went after him again and lifted him back with one hand. Xiao Fan was already numb at this point, and only now did he realize what a terrifying behemoth the Qin family was. This is a family that even the state has to give way to them, and he himself had messed with such a huge family and even humiliated them. An unprecedented sense of panic appeared from his heart, because he was so scared that tears dripped down from the corners of his eyes in big drops without even realizing it. All he knew was that he was probably going to die here today, but who knows? Qin Yan didn't pay any attention to him and instead said to the Qin family martial artists, kill all of the Lu family except for Lu Xianyao and Yan Jinxiao, and by the way, don't forget to wake up Lu Xianyao. Just now, although Wang Chang had slapped all the martial artists from the Qin and Yun families away, he had not exerted any force and they had not suffered any injuries, because Wang Chang didn't dare to injure so many elite martial artists at once. That would be a sign of feuding. Two Qin family martial artists walked to Lu Xianyao's side and raised their hands to slap two slaps. Lu Xianyao woke up from her coma and then started yelling, Daddy, Daddy. Qin Yin said, do it. The Qin clan martial artists raised their butcher knives and aimed them at the Lu clan's people in a frenzy of slashing. Lu Xianyao let out a scream once again, blood coming out of the corner of her eyes. Qin Yin, you devil, you will go to hell. Qin Yin sneered, so what if I go to hell? I'm still a king even in hell. Soon, the people of the Lu family were slaughtered. Lu Xianyao also lost her whole body's strength. The whole person was lying on the ground, crying and laughing, on the verge of collapse. However, Qin Yan was still unwilling to let her go. I say, Lu Xianyao and Yan Jinxiao, you guys have to hang in there, because the Yan family hasn't sent them over yet. Hearing these words, Yan Jinxiao immediately flung himself to the ground and crawled towards Qin Yan, his toothless mouth constantly hissing something. But before she could come to Qin Yan's side, her hands and feet were stomped off by the two martial artists, so that she could only hiss on the ground without being able to move her body even a little bit. Qin Yan ignored her, but directly came to the chair and sat on it, the aura of a teenage king released to the fullest. After a few more minutes, the Qin clan's outgoing martial artist came over with the Yan clan's people. The Yan family was also a small family, similar to the Lu family, with only hundreds of people. Many of them had injuries on their bodies and appeared to have been brought here after being beaten for their unwillingness to obey. They had just come over and saw what was happening to the Lu family, and instantly, they shouted in fear. All the people of the Lu family have been killed? Will they kill us too? I want to go back. I don't want to die. Please let me go back. I don't even know what's going on. Why did you bring me here? There were even a few who turned their heads and tried to run, but they were directly killed, so that they could only crouch there sobbing in despair. Qin Yan looked at these people and didn't bother to get up, but said indifferently, I brought you all here today to tell you one thing, and that is that you're going to die. As for the cause of your death, I also tell you that it is because of your greed. When the people of the Yan family heard this, one by one, they began to beg for mercy. Young Qin, we didn't do anything, please don't kill us. Young Qin, have mercy, let me go. I kowtow to you, young Qin, please spare my life. Hearing these people's words, Qin Yan snorted coldly. You guys didn't do anything? Do you want me to help you guys remember? How many resources have you taken from me through the Lu family? It's fine for you to take it. That's what I gave to the Lu family after all. But once your family is short of resources, you'll ask me for them through Yan Jinxiao. Do you dare to say that you don't know about this? Everyone in the Yan family shut their mouths at once. This was something that almost all of them had done. Ever since they knew that Qin Yan and Lu Xianyao had become boyfriend and girlfriend, they kept coming to Yan Jinxiao and asked her to ask Qin Yan for various resources. It could be said that all of the current Yan family members had used the Qin family's resources. It was even if they used the Qin family's resources, but they even recklessly mocked Qin Yan for being a hopeless licking dog. Typical eat your fill and curse the cook. Bunch of white wolves. Looking at the hesitant Yan family members, Qin Yan waved his hand. Do it! The Qin family martial artists struck again, and in an instant, a large swath of Yan family members were cut down. Yan Jinxiao, on the other hand, was lying on the ground constantly hissing and growling. She wanted to go and stop it, but she couldn't stop it at all. Seeing her mother's family fall to the ground one by one, Yan Jinxiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. After killing all the Yan family members, Qin Yan stood up from his chair and kicked Yan Jinxiao awake. He then walked over to Lu Xianyao's side, grabbed her hair, and pulled her face to his face. At this moment, Lu Xianyao's face was dull and her eyes were lifeless. Just like a dead person, Qin Yan slowly said, Lu Xianyao, I'm going to kill your mother now. Lu Xianyao was jolted. Her sanity slowly returned. She opened her mouth and said hoarsely, No, don't, please leave my mom alone. You can kill me. Qin Yan, I beg you. Chapter 13, do you know what your son has done? Qin Yan sneered and let go of his hand as Lu Xianyao flopped to the ground once again. Then he looked at Xiao Fan and said, It's been such a long time. Why haven't Xiao Fan's parents and sister arrived yet? Xiao Fan snapped back to his senses and looked at Qin Yan, continuously begging for mercy. Qin Yan, 1,000 mistakes are all my fault. You can kill or kill me if you want to. I just want to ask you to spare my parents. Hearing Xiao Fan's pleas for mercy, Qin Yan laughed disdainfully. Now you know to beg for mercy? What did you do long ago? Wait well for the arrival of your family. I want them to see what their good son has done. Xiao Fan instantly fell into despair as he gritted his teeth and said in a beast-like voice, Qin Yan, you've gone too far. Qin Yan already didn't want to say anything to him anymore. This guy was pure double-standard dog. Let's just say the matter of abducting someone else's fiancé at the engagement banquet. Not to mention a big family like their Qin family. Even if it's an ordinary family, you're going to make enemies if you do this. But it's ridiculous that this bull protagonist thinks it's a really great thing. After another 20 minutes or so, the two martial artists who had gone to capture Xiao Fan's family returned. Behind them, there was also a middle-aged couple who looked ordinary and had apprehensive expressions, as well as a 17 or 18-year-old teenage girl with a clear and unassuming look that gave people a sense of freshness. This is Xiao Fan's family. The moment he saw his family, Xiao Fan glared at Qin Yan with bloodshot eyes. Qin Yan, you. Qin Yan just smiled faintly and did not say anything, eyeing the three people in front of him. When the three of them entered the courtyard, the first thing they saw was a floor full of corpses, which immediately frightened them. Xiao Mother and Xiao Rui, Xiao Fan's younger sister, cried out in fear before diving headfirst into Xiao Father's arms. Although Xiao's father was also shivering with fear and wanted to faint, he still forced himself to hold the two women into his arms and blocked their eyes with his hands. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Father's performance and nodded slightly. Not bad. This is what a man looks like. No wonder Xiao Fan likes to shout, come at me if you have the ability. It seems that he should have been influenced by Zhao's father, although he was more appreciative of this behavior of Zhao's father. Qin Yan did not have the slightest bit of pity in his heart, but instead asked indifferently, You are Xiao Fan's family, right? Xiao Father looked at Xiao Fan, then at Xiao Fan who was knocked to the ground, miserable and incomparable. He didn't know what Xiao Fan had done that he had gotten involved in such a big event, and that he had angered this young man in front of him who seemed to have a very honorable status. However, he knew that Xiao Fan was his own son and he had to respond. Yes, I am Xiao Fan's father. I wonder what exactly Xiao Fan did to provoke you. Hearing Xiao Father's words, Xiao Mother and Xiao Rui both also forced their fears and lifted their heads from Xiao Father's arms. Mother Xiao said warily, This gentleman, what exactly has my son done? Qin Yan twisted his head and looked at Xiao Fan. Will you say this matter yourself, or should I say it? Xiao Fan gave Qin Yan a hateful look before turning to his family. I didn't do anything. It was him, this big family dude who forced me. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, the three members of the Xiao family all looked at Qin Yan, and although they did not dare to open their mouths to ask, there were questions in their eyes. When Qin Yan saw that at this time, Xiao Fan was still talking tough, he didn't bother to waste time with him and directly stood up and walked to the side of the godly Lu Xianyao, saying, ********, speak for yourself. and remember to tell the truth. But if there's a word of falsehood, I'll cut you piece by piece." Lu Xianyao instantly trembled. She first looked at Xiao Fan, her eyes showing a heavy hatred. Then she looked at Xiao Fan's family and hissed, "Xiao Fan, he lied to me." When Father Xiao saw Lu Xianyao, who was like a madwoman, he felt a little pity in his heart, but when it came to his own son's problem, this bit of pity quickly disappeared. He frowned, "This girl, I know my son. He is the least likely to lie to people. May I ask what he lied to you about?" "Ha ha ha." Lu Xianyao suddenly laughed a little nervously. "What did he lie to me about?" "He lied about my body." The three members of the Xiao family were instantly confused. They all turned their gazes to Xiao Fan in unison. Their faces were filled with incredulity. They couldn't believe that Xiao Fan would do such a thing. Lu Xianyao was still giggling. "A year ago, I went to your city to talk about things, only to have your son take advantage of the situation and cheat me out of my body. Your bull asterisk 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 ting." Xiao Fan became anxious in an instant. He didn't allow his good image in the eyes of his parents to be destroyed. "It was obviously me who had that kind of thing happen to save you. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't know how many men you've been humiliated by. You fart." Lu Xianyao gritted her teeth and said, "At that time, I had already given my information. If you can deliver me to the Lu family, do you think they don't have a way to save me? Even if the Lu family doesn't have the means to save me, there's still the Qin family's forces there. Don't they have the means to save me as well?" Xiao Fan still wanted to retort, but after opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Lu Xianyao continued, "Actually, I didn't blame you for doing that kind of thing at that time, because later on, I made it clear to you that there was no future for the two of us in the future. But after you came to the capital, you even stalked me. You know I'm Qin Yan's girlfriend, but you still want to be with me. Even if you lied to me, you even lied to me about asking Qin Yan for resources. Xiao Fan, you dare to say that none of these things happened?" Xiao Fan's face instantly turned red and he said in annoyance, "Those things were given to me voluntarily by you." The three from the Xiao family were completely confused at this point. They didn't expect Xiao Fan to do so many things in the capital, interfering in other people's relationships and reaching out to others for things. Zhao's father felt a sharp pain in his heart. Why had his son become like this? "All shut up." Qin Yan spoke up at this time, then looked at the three members of the Xiao family and said, "Now you are clear about what your son has done, right? By the way, there's one more thing. Today was supposed to be the day I got engaged to my girlfriend, but your son actually broke into the engagement scene and snatched my girlfriend away. You guys are also parents. What would happen if Xiao Fan was at the wedding site and the woman was taken away by a guy?" Zhao's father froze for a moment, then shook his head. This kind of thing, not to mention happening, even hearing about it made people furious. If it did happen, it must have been hateful to strangle each other. However, in the current situation, they certainly couldn't say that. After all, it was their son who had done such a thing. Zhao's father could only plead, "This young master, I know that my son did something he shouldn't have done. How about this? I'll kowtow to you. Please let him go." Chapter 14, The heroine killed the hero's parents, and the hero killed the heroine again. Zhao's father was ready to kneel down just as his words finished, but Xiao Fan suddenly yelled, "Dad, don't give this knee. He just wants to see you kneel to him. He is torturing you." Zhao's father sniffed and looked at him angrily. "Shut up. If you had honestly attended the academy and stayed out of trouble, how could this have happened?" Xiao mother also spoke with great disappointment at this time. "Xiao Fan, how did you become like this? It's fine for you to meddle in someone else's relationship. Why did you go to someone else's engagement party and make a scene?" Xiao Rui, who hadn't said anything, also looked at Xiao Fan with an angry face at this moment. Since childhood, Xiao Fan had been her role model, and she didn't expect that underneath his bright and honorable surface, he was so nasty and unpleasant. For a moment, Xiao Fan's glorious image collapsed in her heart. Of course, the image and all that can come later, but the situation at hand, if they don't get it right, they'll die. Thinking of this, Xiao Rui stole a glance at the dead Lu family members and Yin family members and couldn't help but fight a cold war. Seeing that he was unable to defend himself, Xiao Fan could only say painfully, "You guys don't ask. Until now, Xiao Fan still wanted to be an honest and trustworthy good boy while his parents were here. Qin Yan looked at the family for a moment, and while their attention was on each other, he quietly turned around and looked at Lu Xianyao with a grim gaze. "I'll give you a chance to live. Go kill Xiao Fan's parents or you die." Lu Xianyao looked at Qin Yan's eyes that were like those of a hungry wolf. Her body trembled once again, but a glimmer of hope appeared in her heart. Originally, she thought that she was bound to die. Who knew that Qin Yan had given her a chance? It was like suddenly seeing a light in the darkness of the night, and she couldn't help but want to run toward that light. So she turned her head and looked at Zhao's father and mother with a fierce gaze, then slowly walked towards them. Qin Yan, on the other hand, was looking at Lu Xianyao with a smile on his face. He wanted to see what the male master would do if the heavenly fate female master killed the heavenly fate male master's parents. When Lu Xianyao was about to walk to the three Shao family members, Shao Fan saw her, and a layer of coldness flooded his body when he remembered the image of Qin Yan asking Lu Xianyao to kill himself. So he hissed loudly, "Lu Xianyao, don't come near my parents. You stay away from my parents or I'll kill you." The three members of the Shao family all turned to look at Lu Xianyao as well. Their faces were complicated. They didn't know how to face her. Lu Xianyao suddenly cried at this time. "Uncle and auntie, you guys have to judge me, the way I am now. It's all because of Shao Fan. It's all because of him. My boyfriend is gone. My family is gone. I have nothing left." Seeing the miserable Lu Xianyao who was crying, Shao father and Shao mother's hearts instantly softened. The two of them stepped forward and just wanted to comfort them. But who knew that Lu Xianyao suddenly stormed out? She violently snatched a knife from the Qin clan martial artist beside her, then ruthlessly stabbed into Shao father's heart. The long, sharp knife stabbed in through the chest and out through the back, its tip blood red. Shao father's eyes instantly widened and a pained expression appeared on his face as he looked at Lu Xianyao. You. Lu Xianyao was in a state of madness at this time. She was cloaked in hair and her face was hideous. "Shao Fan has harmed me like this, and even killed my entire family. Why are you still alive?" Zhao's mother was startled when she saw this, and she yelled out, Old Shao! No! Shao Fan also went crazy. He was like a mad bull. A forceful chi suddenly appeared in his body. He strongly supported himself and stood up from the ground, and he was about to charge towards Lu Xianyao. However, he hadn't rushed out 2 steps yet, when a powerful chi silently shot into his foot, and his entire body fell down once again. This fall gave Lu Xianyao time. She violently pulled the knife out of Shao father, then aimed a vicious slash at Shao mother. "Go to hell. All of you go to hell. Shao mother is just an ordinary person. How can she be a match for Lu Xianyao who has practiced martial arts for many years?" She is also stabbed in the chest by Lu Xianyao. She trembled as she looked at the knife in front of her chest, then looked at Lu Xianyao's devil-like face, and opened her mouth. "Let my daughter go, please." It was fine if she didn't open her mouth, but the moment she did, she made Lu Xianyao notice Xiao Rui. This scared Xiao Rui. She sat on her butt and panicked. "No, don't come over, don't come over." Lu Xianyao pulled the knife out and slowly walked toward Xiao Rui. "Little sister, do you know what your brother did?" Xiao Rui nodded, then shook her head again. "I also just found out. I didn't know before." Giggle. Lu Xianyao let out a strange laugh. "Your brother, is a hypocrite, is a scum, is a fool with no regard for anything? He deserves to die. Of course, you deserve to die as well." After saying that, she raised her knife and slashed down at Xiao Rui. However, just as she raised the knife up, she heard Shao Fan's angry roar coming from her. "Lu Xianyao, you deserve to die." Put. A knife stabbed into Lu Xianyao's back and drilled through her front. Seeing the scene in front of her, Xiao Rui once again screamed, her spirit completely unable to withstand it before she fainted. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan couldn't help but want to applaud. What a great show! The hero's sweetheart killed the hero's mom and dad, and the hero killed the heroine. That was brilliant. As the director of this play, Qin Yan also gave himself a nod. Shao Fan's state of mind was dealt a major blow after he killed Lu Xianyao, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body instantly shriveled up a lot. Still, he braced himself and turned to look at Qin Yan, hissing in a hoarse voice, "Qin Yan, I'm going to kill you, kill you." He held up his sword and staggered towards Qin Yan, but he was kicked in the leg by a martial artist, directly breaking his leg. Shao Fan fell to the ground once again, but his blood-red eyes were still staring at Qin Yan with a face full of hatred and murderous aura. Qin Yan just glanced at him before turning his gaze to Wei Gao. "Shao Fan, your good teacher Wei Gao is next. I'm going to make you watch the people who were good to you die before your eyes one by one." He then looked at Qin Zhan and said, "Second uncle, kill him." Qin War grinned. "Hey, I've been waiting a long time." He drew his battle sword and walked towards Gao Wei, but right at this moment, Gao Wei, who had been severely injured by Qin Zhan, stood up with a calm expression. "Wait a moment, I have a few words I want to say." Qin Yan hummed, "Are you trying to leave any last words behind?" "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in hearing them." "Second uncle, kill him." Qin Zhan raised his sword and slashed at Gao Wei. However, Gao Wei didn't dodge or avoid. Only a wry smile appeared on his face before his body began to expand rapidly. Qin Zhan was shocked at the sight and roared, "This guy is going to self-detonate. Quickly dodge." Chapter 15 Half-Step Martial Saint Master who killed Shao Fan. Qin Zhan grabbed Qin Yan and immediately stepped backward, away from Gao Wei. Yun Lang and the other martial artists were also experienced fighters, and they all hurriedly fled as well, staying far away from Gao Wei. But even so, Qin Zhan's eyes were still very tense. The power of a half-step martial saint's self-detonation was very great, capable of instantly destroying a city. If it's not handled well, it's sure to spread to the capital and cause a lot of casualties. So after Qin Zhan placed Qin Yan in a good position and arranged more than a dozen protective measures in front of him, Qin Zhan rushed towards Gao Wei once again. He wanted to minimize the harm caused by Gao Wei's self-detonation as much as possible. Seeing that the crowd had moved away from him, Gao Wei looked back at Xiao Fan before taking out a palm-sized crystal from his hand, which was similar to a diamond and looked crystal clear and dreamlike. He pinched the crystal with force, giving it a crack, and then slammed it towards Xiao Fan with force. The crystal was already strewn with cracks, and after it smashed into Xiao Fan's forehead, it shattered all of a sudden. Instantly a blackened space door appeared behind Xiao Fan and slowly swallowed up Xiao Fan's body. Seeing this scene, a dangerous light appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. Spatial Yuan Crystal. Spatial Yuan crystals were the crystal cores in the body of an alien race called Void Dragons, which contained the power of space and were rare. A martial artist could absorb the spatial power inside to give themselves an additional aptitude that had something to do with space. On top of that, the Space Yuan crystal was also a life preserver. After crushing it, a space channel would appear, directly teleporting 1,000s of miles away. So Gao Wei was trying to sacrifice himself to save Xiao Fan's life. Gao Wei looked at Xiao Fan's body that gradually disappeared into the spatial channel, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. Xiao Fan, work hard and don't let me down. Xiao Fan also came back to his senses and shouted loudly, "No, master, don't, we have to go together." Gao Wei's face was filled with relief. "Silly child, I am satisfied that you have this heart for your master." At this moment, a young figure could not help but appear in his mind, a figure that was just like Xiao Fan, young, full of fighting spirit, and spirited. That was also his disciple, a super genius. Only 10 years ago, that disciple died at the hands of a foreigner. When he died, Gao Wei was watching from a short distance away. He wanted to go and save his disciple, but the ferocious foreigners cowed him. He didn't dare to go and just watched his disciple die in front of him. For the past 10 years, he had been harboring guilt and had not taken on any more disciples. It wasn't until Xiao Fan appeared that he saw a lot of traits in Xiao Fan that were exactly like that disciple. So he took Xiao Fan in. A relieved smile appeared on Gao Wei's face. "Last time I chickened out and didn't dare to take that step. This time, I'm definitely no longer afraid. I'm going to protect my disciple with my life." After saying that, he turned around. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Then with a roar, his body, which was like a ball, violently rushed towards Qin Zhan. He wanted to pull away Qin War before he died, so that he could greatly weaken the Qin family. He muttered, "I'm also considered to be making a contribution to Xia. After all, the world has suffered the Qin family for a long time." Qin Zhan sensed his intentions and snorted coldly, "Want to die with me? Have to see if you have the strength." He took out a palm-sized object that took on the shape of a shuttle from his spatial ring, then yelled, "Thunder Light Shuttle, go!" Only to see the Thunder Light Shuttle instantly become as big as a sword, quickly rushing towards Gao Wei. Gao Wei wanted to resist, but the energy in his body now was so chaotic that he couldn't use much power at all. He could only watch as the Thunder Light Shuttle pierced through his clothes and carried him straight up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was out of sight. Not long afterward, a blinding light was seen erupting from the sky, and after a while, a thunder-like roar was heard from the sky. Then there was a violent shockwave that hit the ground like a Category 12 typhoon. Qin Zhan said with a heartbroken face at this time, "Scrapping a Thunder Light Shuttle is too much of a loss." Seeing his second uncle's appearance, the corner of Qin Yan's mouth twitched slightly. "Second uncle, there are still dozens of Thunder Light Shuttles at home." Qin Zhan lightly coughed twice. Cough, cough. "Am I not economizing?" Qin Yan laughed a bit and looked at the others. "The matter here is settled. We should leave." At this time, a martial artist suddenly came over and said, "Young lord, what should we do with that girl?" Qin Yan looked back and realized that it was Xiao Rui, Xiao Fan's younger sister. In fact, Xiao Rui was quite pretty, with white skin, delicate features, and a good figure. And most importantly, there was a freshness about her, like a mountain forest after a rain. After a little thought, Qin Yan said, "Take her with you." A living Xiao Rui could be more useful than a dead Xiao Rui, because this Xiao Fan guy especially cared about kinship. His parents were already dead, so he would definitely regard Xiao Rui, his only relative, as very important. With Xiao Rui in his hands, he had an extra trump card to deal with Xiao Fan. If Xiao Rui died, then Xiao Fan would really be 100%. A martial artist stepped forward, carried Xiao Rui on his shoulders, and followed Qin Yan back. In the Qin family, Yun Chang was walking around here anxiously. and she didn't know how things were going. Of course, compared to the matter, she was more concerned about Qin Yan's performance. She hoped that her son would be able to show the performance expected of a young master of the Qin family in such matters. Otherwise, the Qin family would definitely be shamed by the other families, and Qin Yan would be heavily criticized as well. Just as she was worried, Qin Yan's voice suddenly came from outside. "Mom, we're back." A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Qing's face as she walked out with quick steps and saw Qin Yan walking at the front, with Qin Zhan and Yun Lang walking behind like two guards. All three had easy smiles on their faces. Yun Qing then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Yan had handled this matter quite well. A smile broke out on her face. "You're back. Come on in." Coming into the hall, several people sat down, and Yun Qing couldn't wait to ask, "Yenner, how did you deal with the Lu family and that Gao Wei?" Qin Yan smiled coldly and said, "Naturally, he killed them." Afterwards, Qin Yan gave Yun Qing a detailed account of the matter. After Yun Qing heard this, an expression of satisfaction appeared on his face. "Good job, son. This is the kind of vigor you should have as the young master of the Qin family. This is how it should be done. Or else they will think that our Qin family is easy to bully. It's just that damn Xiao Fan even got away by him. What a pity." Qin Yan comforted. "It's alright, Mom. Xiao Fan is just a dog with a broken spine nowadays, so whatever can he toss and turn? It's fine if Xiao Fan hides in this life, but if he dares to show his head, I will definitely kill him." Yun Chang looked at him with great relief. "My son has really grown up and matured." Qin Zhan said on the side. "That's not true, sister-in-law. Xiao Yan is now able to support a family, so we don't have to worry about our family being bullied when we fight at the front." Yun Lang also nodded. "Little Yan is indeed good. I'll have to talk to Yun Lei about this matter when I turn around, so that he can learn from little Yan." Yun Lei was Qin Yan's cousin, the young master of the Yun family. The two of them touted Qin Yan as all kinds of things. All kinds of words came in a set. Qin Yan didn't say anything, but was thinking about something. Yun Chang noticed Qin Yan's strangeness and asked, "Little Yan, what are you thinking about?" Qin Yan looked at her. "I was thinking about how to clean up this old thing Jiang Mingqing. He dares to target our Qin family like this. I'm going to oust him from his position as the dean of the martial arts academy." Qin Zhan and Yun Lang closed their mouths at once as they turned their heads to look at Qin Yan. Seriously, Jiang Mingqing wasn't easy to deal with because he was a genuine martial saint, and he was also a member of the Great Xia Elder Council, so it wasn't easy to move him. Qin Zhan couldn't help but speak. "Little Yan, this matter isn't easy to handle." Qin Yan nodded. "It's indeed not easy to handle, but I've already thought of a way." "Second uncle, when are you going back?" Qin Zhan scratched his head. "The day after tomorrow. Your grandfather gave me a 3-day vacation." A small smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. With second uncle around, this matter can definitely be accomplished. Chapter 16 Blood Profit, Bountiful Reward, Supreme Demon Body. In the evening, Qin Yan, who had been busy for a day, returned to his room. He wanted to see how much qi he had gleaned from Xiao Fan in one day today. It was estimated that it wouldn't be less. After all, he had abused this guy quite a bit today. Although Qin Yan had given the system the stipulation of reporting at 10 p.m., that was if Qin Yan didn't check it out himself. If he took the initiative to check it out, then he could do so at any time. System, look at the panel. In the next second, a translucent blue panel appeared in front of him. Host, Qin Yan. Physique, innate demon body. Martial arts realm, early 4th grade. Technique, undifferentiated demonic technique. Battle skills, great heavenly demon palm. 9 demon swords. Luck value, 108,000. Reward, 9 lines yuan dan times 5. Supreme demon body origin. 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique, emperor grade technique. Blood vampire demon blade, saint grade weapon. Shattering starfinger, saint grade battle skill. The system mall has been opened. The host can purchase according to their needs. Seeing the contents on the panel, Qin Yan's glasses snapped open. What did he see? Supreme demon body origin? An emperor level technique and a saint level battle skill? Those are some good ones. The supreme demon body was one of the physiques, and the physiques were divided into spirit, king, saint, supreme and the legendary chaos physique according to rank. His innate demon body belonged to one of the saint level physiques, and saint level physiques were already among the top physiques in this world. The supreme body was one of those rare physiques that could be found once in 100 years, and the chances of a chaotic body appearing were about the same as buying a lottery ticket. And this world's heavenly destined son Xiao Fan also possesses a special physique, currently only the king body, but in the plot he will rely on all kinds of chances, step by step, to become the chaos body. If the supreme body origin had shocked him, then the emperor level technique had completely made his mind go blank. This was a complete emperor level technique. Knowing that the whole world couldn't find a complete emperor level technique, so the highest humans in this world could only cultivate to the martial god level. In fact, people knew that there were higher ranks above the martial god level, but due to the crippling of the Gongfu, they simply had no way to reach that realm. Now with the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique, the Qin family would be able to become a martial emperor family, and then the whole world would have to prostrate at their feet. As for the saint-level weapons and battle techniques such as the blood-vibrant demon blade and the shattered starfinger in the back, they were completely overshadowed by the light of the supreme body origin and the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique. It's a great deal of money. At the same time, Qin Yan's heart was slightly fortunate that this fellow Xiaofan didn't have a system. Otherwise, it was really hard to say whether they would win or lose between them. After all, the system was a thing. It was illogical and hung open enough that normal people couldn't compete. Taking a deep breath and calming the excitement in his heart, Qin Yan said, "Open the system mall." After opening the system mall, Qin Yan's breathing was once again ragged. This good stuff is too much, right? Chaos creation body, 100, 000 luck values. Chaos demon god body, 100 million fortune value. Broken god pill, increase the probability of breaking through to martial emperor by 50%. 9999999 luck value. Hosts receive a 10% discount on their first purchase. All of these top-ranked things were rare treasures, and a person who casually got one would take off in this life. Of course, the price was also very touching, but Qin Yan could not afford to buy anything that he could see, and those that Qin Yan could afford, his Qin family did not lack. Forget it, it's better to save up these Qi luck values. When I save up enough, I'll purchase a god-breaking pill for my grandfather Qin Shi, so that he can become a martial emperor as soon as possible. This way one's backer would be even more bullish and one would be more able to be reckless. Qin Yan put all of the system's rewards inside the system space, and after putting them away, the system popped up a line. Whether or not to fuse the supreme demon body origin? Qin Yan decisively chose yes. There's no use saving this stuff. It's better to just use it up and use it to improve yourself most effectively. In the next moment, Qin Yan felt a warm current enter his body and merge with the innate demon body origin in his body. No, not merge, but devour. It was as if the innate demonic body origin was food for the supreme demonic body origin, and it was directly swallowed. The supreme demon body origin then began to transform his body. As the transformation deepened, a terrifying aura emanated from him, slowly spreading outwards. Then a demonic shadow appeared from him. This demonic shadow at first was about the same as a normal person, slowly getting bigger and bigger, and finally reaching 100 meters tall, only to see the devil shadow hissed up to the sky, but did not make a sound, but instead sent out a wave of fluctuations. But all those who were swept by the fluctuations, a sense of awe was born in their hearts, and they could not wait to immediately fall to their knees and worship. Above the head of the demonic shadow, a round of blood moon appeared, and around the blood moon, all sorts of demonic races surrounded it, and all of these demonic races, all of them worshipped that demonic shadow. It's as if this demonic shadow is the demon king. Such a big commotion had naturally startled the rest of the Qin family. Yun Xing ran out and saw the scene and asked, This is Yenner's residence. What's going on here? As soon as her words fell, she saw Qin Zhan running out like a bolt of lightning, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at the sight. This, little Yen has awakened the supreme demon body. Supreme demon body? Yun Shang was first shocked when she heard it. She hadn't thought that her son's physique had evolving from a sacred body into a supreme body, but soon she became pleasantly surprised again. This was the supreme physique. To be able to have the supreme physique, as long as nothing happened midway, she would surely become a martial god. There was absolutely no obstacle to Qin Yan's future in the martial arts path. Just then, Qin Zhan's brows furrowed slightly as he seemed to have sensed something. After all, there were 2 other martial saints in this capital besides him, and with Qin Yan causing such a big stir, he would definitely attract those 2 guys over. If they sensed that Qin Yan had awakened the supreme body, they would not be able to say that they would lay their hands on Qin Yan. Thinking of this, his entire body's martial saint's aura instantly erupted, and a dazzling blood-colored light enveloped the entire night sky, shrouding Qin Yan's vision. This way, when others came to investigate, they would think that it was Qin Zhan who had gone crazy in the middle of the night and would not suspect Qin Yan. Sure enough, right after Qin Zhan's aura radiated out, the 2 people, Wang Chang and Jiang Mingcheng, who were trying to approach from afar, stopped their steps and slowly went back. After more than 10 minutes, the visions caused by Qin Yan slowly disappeared, and Qin Yan slowly opened his eyes. Feeling his body, Qin Yan realized that the strength of his body was much greater than before, and his power had also increased a lot. Not only that, even the energy that could be held within his body was much more, so it could be said that today's self was several times stronger than his previous self. If it came to a fight, his current self could easily beat 10 of his previous selves. It's not even on the same level. After feeling the terror of the supreme body, Qin Yan's ambition instantly swelled. One must obtain a chaotic body that was even more powerful than the supreme body. Chapter 17, Collecting Xiao Rui and Making Her Hate Xiao Fan. After fusing the supreme demonic body, Qin Yan stood up from the bed to take another shower. Because his body had discharged many more impurities during the transformation process, he was sticky and uncomfortable at this time. He left his bedroom and was about to take a shower when he realized that the two of them, Yunsheng and Qinzhan, were actually in front of his room. Qin Yan looked at the two and blinked. What do you want? Why are you at my door? Yunsheng didn't mind that Qin Yan's body was dirty and directly grabbed his hand, asking excitedly, Yener, you've awakened the supreme demon body? Qin Yan nodded. Right, great, great. Yunsheng excitedly spun around, wanting to grab someone to celebrate. This action could startle Qinzhan, hastily backed up several steps, then said, that, since Yan is fine, I'll leave first. Qin Yan looked at his excited mom and said, Mom, there's something we'll talk about tomorrow, can we? I want to take a shower. Yunsheng forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart and said, okay, no problem, go ahead. Mom will leave first. After both of them left, Qin Yan went to take a shower. He had just washed up and stepped out in his bathrobe, ready to go back to his room when a maid approached him. Young lord, the girl you brought back is awake, only crying and screaming, saying she wants to go to her parents. Qin Yan originally did not want to pay attention to this Xiao Rui, but on second thought, a perverted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hold on, I'll go check. He then opened the door to the room and said to the maid, lead the way. The maid led him towards Xiao Rui's quarters, and just as he reached the door, he heard Xiao Rui's hissing from the room. Go away, I'm not eating. This was followed by the sound of something falling. Qin Yan's originally calm face instantly sank. This girl is completely not clear about the current situation. In his Qin family even dared to behave like this? So he kicked the door open, and just as he entered, he saw a maid covered in soup and broth, and on the floor were broken bowls and plates, with rice and other things spilled all over the place. Seeing Qin Yan arrive, the maid hurriedly said, young lord. Qin Yan let out then came to Xiao Rui's face, coldly staring at her. Xiao Rui was a little frightened by Qin Yan's gaze, and then remembering the people who had died inside the Lu family manor during the day, she couldn't help but fight a cold war with a frightened look on her face. These maids can't do anything to her, but Qin Yan is different. Qin Yan, he really dares to kill people. So she kept trying to back away. Warily, you, what are you doing? Don't you come over here. Without saying a word, Qin Yan stepped forward and directly grabbed Xiao Rui's shoulders and dragged her out of the room. During this time Xiao Rui kept yelling, what are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm going to my mom and dad. Please let me go. Listening to her words, Qin Yan just said coldly, your parents are dead. Killed by your brother. Xiao Rui froze at the words, and 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Yeah, her mom and dad are dead, and it was her brother Xiao Fan who killed them. When she thought of this, a resentment rose in her heart, directed at Xiao Fan. Mom and dad worked so hard to put him through school, and he hooked up with someone else's girlfriend and ran off with her at someone else's engagement party. If it wasn't for that, how could her mom and dad have died? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yan directly pulled her to his room and closed the door. It was only after coming to the room that Xiao Rui reacted to the fact that she was actually alone in a room with Qin Yan. Her heart filled with horror. You, what are you doing? Qin Yan walked to her, reached out and cupped her chin, saying, you say, your brother killed my fiancé. How should this account be settled? Xiao Rui's soulful eyes were filled with panic, just like a frightened deer. No, I don't know. The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly before he pushed Xiao Rui down onto the bed. You don't know, so I'll tell you. Naturally, to compensate me for one, you'll stay and fill in. After saying that, he directly extended his hands to Xiao Rui. Soon, Xiao Rui's skirt was torn to shreds. The next morning, Qin Yan woke up from his sleep and felt something in his arms. He looked down and found Xiao Rui curled up in her arms like a kitten. Her face still had tear stains and her eyes were red, which was exceptionally endearing. However, Qin Yan did not have a single heartbeat. Yesterday he pushed down Xiao Rui purely because she was Xiao Fan's sister. In fact, he himself didn't have an ounce of affection for Xiao Rui, and strictly speaking, the two should still be enemies. But that's what makes it exciting, isn't it? I don't know what Xiao Fan's expression will be when he turns around and sees his sister lying in his Qin Yan's comforter. After thinking for a while, he pushed Xiao Rui away, then sat up. Xiao Rui had gone through so much yesterday and was tossed around by Qin Yan in the middle of the night. The whole person was tired and sleepy, but yesterday's events were just too much of a stimulus for her. so her sleep was again very light. Being pushed by Qin Yan, he immediately woke up. She opened her eyes and after seeing Qin Yan, she immediately sat up in panic, pulling the quilt over her delicate body, her eyes filled with fear inside. Qin Yan ignored her and dressed himself before turning back to her. Yesterday's events are behind us. Your brother didn't die. He left. From now on, you'll honestly stay here as my woman, and you won't be shortchanged on food and clothing. Xiao Rui didn't dare to disobey Qin Yan. She could only sniffle a little and said, Can I go see my parents? Qin Yan did not reject this, but said, yes, I will arrange for someone to send you there. With that he left the room. After walking out of the room, a maid said to him, good day, young lord. Qin Yan glanced at the maid. Well, go prepare a dress for the girl in my room, and don't be shortchanged on food and clothing. The maid hurriedly agreed. Yes, young lord. As the maid prepared to go get ready, Qin Yan suddenly called out to her. Wait a moment. The maid hurriedly stood still and turned to look at Qin Yan. Does young lord have any more orders? Qin Yan said, go invite Auntie Lan from my mom's side over and tell her I need her help. The maid promised and hurried out. Not long after, a woman who was about Yun Qing's age, with a beautiful and affable looking face walked over. Young lord, you're looking for me? This woman was Aunt Lan, named Qing Lan, who was Yun Chang's maid and also a playmate since childhood, and was loyal to Yun Chang and Qin Yan. She was not a pure human, but a descendant of a human and a demon fox clan, and her speech was very compelling. Qin Yan nodded. Aunt Lan, that girl in my room, is Xiao Fan's sister, named Xiao Rui. I'd like to ask you to talk to her more about making her hate her brother, preferably the kind that hates to kill her brother as soon as they meet. Chapter 18, Abolishing Jiang Mingqing's position as dean. After explaining to Qing Lan, Qin Yan went to his study and found the information about funding the capital city martial arts academy and read it. The information above showed that there were a total of 13 families funding the capital martial arts academy together, and the funding included techniques, weapons, pills, spirit fruits, armor, and so on. Among them, the Qin family contributed the largest share, amounting to 60%, and the rest was borne by the other 12 families together, among which was the Yun family. Seeing this, Qin Yan couldn't help but snort coldly. He just couldn't figure out how yesterday's Jiang Mingqing had the courage to dare harbor Gao Wei, how he had the courage to accuse their Qin family. Doesn't he know that the lifeblood of the capital martial arts academy is in the hands of these families of theirs? At the thought of this, Qin Yan's heart was upset. He directly threw the information on the table and called the butler over. The butler came in front of Qin Yan and said respectfully, young lord, may I ask for anything? Qin Yan knocked on the table and said, go and notify all the clans that are funding the capital city martial arts academy to have their personnel meet at the academy's conference room in an hour, and say that there's a meeting to be held. And by the way, don't forget to notify Jiang Mingqing. Today's meeting was mainly aimed at Jiang Mingqing. How could he be missing? The butler said, yes young master, I'll go now. After the butler left, Qin Yan also walked out of the study and found Xinjiang, and then the two of them set off together towards the Capital Martial Arts Academy. Capital Martial Arts Academy. Although he had already said so on the way, Xinjiang was still a bit uneasy and frowned as he asked, Yan, is this really okay? A confident smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. Don't worry second uncle, today he, Jiang Mingqing, will have to agree even if he agrees, and he will have to agree even if he doesn't. Xinjiang also stopped asking when he saw this. Anyway, with himself around, Jiang Mingqing wouldn't dare to do anything to Qin Yan. Soon, the two walked to the door of the conference room, where a great deal of chatter was coming from inside. Do you all know what happened yesterday? I know. Qin Xiao was publicly withdrawn from the engagement banquet, and the face of the Qin family fell all over the place. Who told you about this? Do you know how young Qin handled this? What else can be done about it? Just the way Qin Xiao licked Lu Xianyao. It's impossible to do anything to the Lu family. Hey, you're really misinformed. Let me tell you, Qin Xiao exterminated the Lu family yesterday, and there isn't a single living soul in the Lu family. Really? How could young Qin be so ruthless? Isn't he his favorite Lu Xianyao? So this is the heir of a big family. Doing whatever he wants on his own. But when it comes to the family, it's definitely iron-faced. Listening to the chatter inside, Qin Yan pushed open the door and entered. What are you guys discussing? It's really lively. Inside the conference room, when the people in charge of that big family saw Qin Yan arrive, they all immediately shut their mouths, their eyes filled with awe. This is the template of the heir of their great family. Private matters are private matters. Public matters are public matters. Divided very clearly, and never let private feelings affect the family's interests and face. In addition to that, the courtyard's Jiang Mingqing was also there. Only that he was sitting in a corner with an iron face and didn't say a word. After all, he was there for yesterday's events, but he wasn't in a position to do anything about it. This was undoubtedly a very heavy blow to him. A martial saint. Qin Yan walked over to the main seat of the round table and sat down on his butt, while Qin Zhan sat beside him, hugging his bladder without saying a word. At this time, Dongfang Bai, the young master of the Dongfang clan, coughed lightly before asking, "Young Qin, did you call us over for something?" The young master of the Yun family, Yun Lei, also said, "Yes cousin, whatever you have, just say it, I'll be the first to support you, even if it means tearing down this capital martial arts academy." Everyone else also took a stance. "Just do whatever you want, young Qin, we will definitely support you." Young Qin's words are my words, and whatever young Qin says today is what he says. So do I. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. Since this is the case, then I'll be polite. I think it's enough to have a martial sage sitting inside the capital. Jiang Mingqing being a martial sage, it's too condescending to only manage an academy. The most suitable place for him is the battlefield. Jiang Mingqing jerked his head up at the words and looked at Qin Yan incredulously. "Qin Yan, you said you want to abolish my position as dean? Do you have that power? I'm the dean jointly recommended by the Elders' Council. You don't have the power to move me." Qin Yan snorted coldly. "If you don't agree, then there is no need for the Capital Martial Arts Academy to exist." The Council of Elders in Jiang Mingqing's mouth was the highest center of power in Disya, and all the martial saints in Disya were members of the Council of Elders. Even Jiang Mingqing was one of them. Of course, although these martial saints were powerful and of high status, their voice in the Elders' Council was just that. The ones who truly held the words of the Council of Elders were the three great martial gods, all of whom had their own supporters, and those supporters were the other martial saints. On the surface, it appeared to be a separation of powers, but in reality, it was the Qin family that was dominant, as the Qin family controlled 2/3 of Disya's army. Because of this, the number of martial saints who had defected to the Qin family was also the largest. Of the 36 martial saints in the entire Grand Xia, 20 were from the Qin family's camp, 10 were from the Zhang family's camp, and 6 were from the Ji family. With Jiang Mingqing being from the Zhang family's camp, it was precisely because the Qin family was so powerful that other families and forces felt that the world had suffered the Qin family for a long time. In the plot, the Jiang family martial god also contributed to the death of Qin Yan's grandfather. Therefore, the Jiang family was also in Qin Yan's reckoning, only that there was no way to move them now. But it would be soon. When Qin Shi broke through to martial emperor, it would be the time when the Jiang family would be destroyed. Of course, the most important thing now was to deal with Jiang Mingqing. The Qin family hadn't made a move in the capital for many years, and this time, they were actually targeted by a martial saint and a half-step martial saint. Then Qin Yan was going to take this opportunity to show off the fangs of the Qin family, letting everyone see what would happen if they angered the Qin family. Jiang Mingqing didn't care at all about this threat from Qin Yan. He sneered and said, "Qin Yan, big words aren't for you to say. The Capital Martial Arts Academy has been established for hundreds of years. What qualifications do you have to make the Capital Martial Arts Academy disappear?" Not only him, even the people from the other clans looked at Qin Yan. They also felt that Qin Yan's words were a bit too much. The Capital Martial Arts Academy was one of the top martial arts academies in the country. It was directly managed by the Elder Council. Even if Qin Yan had more energy, he couldn't be bigger than the Elder Council. There were even a few clans from the Jiang clan's camp that expressed their disdain for Qin Yan's words, and they felt that yesterday's events might have caused Qin Yan to drifting without knowing the heights of heaven. Not only them, even Qin Zhan was looking at Qin Yan with a bit of concern. This move of Xiao Yan's might really be a mistake. Still too young and taking things a little too for granted. Looking at the disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Qin Yan let out a cold smile and took out a document, saying, "For all the pills, techniques, weapons, battle suits, and other things within the Capital Martial Arts Academy, our Qin family's share of contribution is 60%. Jiang Mingqing, if you say that I stop the supply of these things from this month onwards, how much of an impact will it have on the Capital Martial Arts Academy?" Chapter 19, I'm here for you today. Jiang Mingqing was shocked in his heart when he heard this. If Qin Yan really stopped these, the impact on the Capital Martial Arts Academy would be huge. All of them would be affected, and the resources of the students would have to be cut in half at least. The rate of progress of the students will then be much lower, and it may even invalidate all the students who are in school today. The college years are a prime time for students to grow up, so there can't be any problems. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were still 3 days left for the big clans to deliver these resources, and 5 days later it would be time to distribute the next month's resources to the students. This is the kind of thing that can't be delayed. Jiang Mingqing looked at Qin Yan and gritted his teeth. "Qin Yan, Your father was the one who signed at the Elders' Council to provide 30 years of resources to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. You don't have the qualifications to make the call. Whether I'm qualified or not doesn't prevent me from not giving you resources. Qin Yan directly raised his leg and placed his foot on the table, saying, my grandfather and father are at the border. In 2 more days, my uncle will also be going back. By then, the Qin family will be me in charge. If I say that I won't allow the resources to be given to the Capital Martial Arts Academy, who will dare to disobey me? After saying that, Qin Yan also looked at the others. My Qin family is prepared to cut off the resources of the Capital City Martial Arts Academy. What about you? Yun Lei was the first to respond. Our Yin family also breaks. Our Dongfang family has also terminated providing any resources to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. My Zhu family too. The Ming family is also broken. You guys? As Jiang Mingqing listened to the words in his ears, he only felt a tightness in his chest, as if there was something blocking it. Qin Yan's voice sounded again this time. Jiang Mingqing, make your own choice. Will you get lost yourself or watch the Capital Martial Arts Academy fall? Qin Yan. Jiang Mingqing was enraged as he let out a low roar through clenched teeth. Do you know what kind of consequences you will cause by doing this? You'll harm these tens of thousands of students at the Capital Martial Arts Academy. And even more so, you'll weaken the underpinnings of my Grand Xia. Your Qin family's ancestors have been fighting for the Grand Xia for generations. You'll only tarnish the Qin family's reputation like this. Are you worthy of the blood that your Qin family's ancestors have shed? Hearing Jiang Mingqing's words, a wave of anger rose from his heart. Because what Jiang Mingqing said was not wrong. The Qin family's ancestors had bled and sacrificed for Daxia for generations. And for the sake of the so-called righteousness, they had made a lot of concessions. But what about the end? It ends with the whole family killed and not a single bloodline left. Qin Yan took off the shoes on his feet as soon as he could, then smashed them hard at Jiang Mingqing's head, then said, Jiang Mingqing, you also know that my Qin family has given countless people's blood for the sake of the Grand Xia, and you also know that the home of every male in my Qin family is the battlefield. My Qin family has given so much to Xia, why does Gao Wei still go and humiliate my Qin family? And you, since you know what my Qin family pays, why are you still harboring Wei Gao? Is this the way you treat meritorious families? Jiang Mingqing, you say, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to chill the hearts of all the meritorious families in the whole world? What's the difference between what you're doing and being a traitor? Jiang Mingqing froze for a moment when Qin Yan slammed a shoe on his head, then a ball of anger was born in his heart. He just wanted to stand up and lash out, but he was shocked by Qin Yan's words. He just wanted to crack down on the Qin family, but he didn't think that he would get such a big black pot. He pointed at his nose incredulously, his voice trembling a bit. Qin Yan, how dare you call me a traitor? Right. Qin Yan stood up and looked at him viciously. My Qin family is a meritorious family. Yesterday it was wantonly insulted and trampled on. Not only do you not care, but you also harbor people. You are trying to split the Grand Xia. You are a traitor. This reason was what Qin Yan thought of in a flash of light between his anger just now. Originally he just wanted to utilize the Qin family's power to drive Jiang Mingqing out of the Capital Martial Arts Academy. But with the name of traitor, he must skin Jiang Mingqing. No, it can't be. You're slandering. Jiang Mingqing angrily stood up and yelled. I, Jiang Mingqing, have never done such a thing. At this moment, the young master of the Yun family, Yun Lei, said slowly, I also think that Jiang Mingqing is a spy. Everyone here, every one of you is after a meritorious service. But think about the treatment you encountered at school. Let's talk about me personally. When I was still at the academy 2 years ago, Jiang Mingqing targeted me at every turn. For example, when I clashed with civilian students, most of the time the fault wasn't clearly mine, but insisted that those faults were forced on me. Qin Yan nodded slightly at his words. He was also a student of the Capital Martial Arts Academy nowadays, and this kind of thing had happened to him as well. As long as he clashed with those civilian students, the one in the wrong would always be him, which led to the fact that nowadays, those civilian students inside the Capital Martial Arts Academy were even more arrogant than them, the sons of the family. As for those commoner scholars, Qin Yan did not have any opinions. He was just tired of these people who deliberately took sides and provoked confrontation. Yun Lei's words were supported by the others as they said, yes, I have also encountered this situation. Now I don't even dare to meet up with those commoner students. As soon as I do, they will definitely target me. And then they will make a big fuss about the bullying of the children of the worldly families. Humph. All of this is Jiang Mingqing's doing. He's doing this to provoke the civilian students against our meritorious family. Sue him. I'm going to take this to the presbytery. Jiang Mingqing's heart went cold when he heard this. He knew that these people really dared to do this, because they were all the sons of big families. Each one of them was like a mongrel, and they were not afraid of the sky or the earth. Qin Yan was comfortable at this time. He had wanted Jiang Mingqing to resign and get out on his own today, but he didn't expect to have such a big surprise. He slowly looked at Jiang Mingqing and said, "Jiang Mingqing, you are now no longer fit to continue as the dean. Starting tomorrow, the position of dean will be temporarily replaced by someone else. You go home and wait to be investigated." Jiang Mingqing's eyes were red. "Qin Yan, I said that you don't have the power to remove me from my position. If you don't leave, the Capital Martial Arts Academy will not receive a single hair of resources." A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Qin Yan's eyes. "This is what I, Qin Yan, say. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'll tell you plainly today. I'm here against you. Don't kidnap me with some bull morality like a student's future. I don't care. All I want is for you to be finished." Qin Yan sat down on his butt when he finished speaking, and the other clansmen looked at him adoringly. Young Qin is mighty. Young Qin is awesome. Idol. That's my idol. It's long overdue. It's been a stifling time before. Jiang Mingqing was so enraged at this moment that he was trembling all over. His fists were clenched tightly. He couldn't wait to slap the young masters of these big families in front of him, but after a long time, he gave up. He didn't dare, because Qin Zhan was watching him from the side. In the end, he could only hang his head in shame and say, "I will submit my resignation today, and from tomorrow onwards, I will never appear in the Capital Martial Arts Academy again." Chapter 20, Xiao Rui's Change. After saying this, Jiang Mingqing seemed to have instantly aged dozens of years and slowly left the conference room, depression written all over his back. Right after Jiang Mingqing left, Yun Lei asked Qin Yan, "Cousin, who do you think is better to be this dean?" Qin Yan thought for a moment, then looked at Dongfang Bai and asked, "I remember if you have a cousin who is in the Capital Martial Arts Academy?" Dongfang Bai nodded and said, "Yes, but it's a small director who manages the logistics, and when Jiang Mingqing suppressed us, the children of the family before, he had intervened to intercede, but he was scolded by Jiang Mingqing." Qin Yan immediately clapped his hands. "He's the one. In addition, you tell him that he's not allowed to distribute the resources to the students next month." Dongfang Bai froze for a moment, then asked, "No, Qin Xiao, are you for real?" Yun Lei also took a deep breath. "Cousin, if this matter is really done, it will have a big impact, knowing that the global university elite competition will be held in another month." "Humph." Qin Yan snorted coldly. "Seeing how timid you all are, what's the point of doing it? I now suspect that there are Jiang Mingqing's accomplices inside the Capital Martial Arts Academy. There are downline spies he developed. That's why I didn't send it out. Even if the Elders' Council asked, they wouldn't be able to say anything." Everyone else couldn't help but give Qin Yan a thumbs up. This reason was too strong. Of course, the reason being powerful was only a small part of it. The Qin family being powerful was the fundamental reason for this matter. Qin Yan thought again at this time and said, "All of the collateral descendants of your families who attend the Capital Martial Arts Academy, have them go home to train. The Global University Elite Competition cannot lose face. The Global University Classic is held annually to allow countries to interact with each other and to inspire students to get ahead. Each country would handpick 30 students to compete inside a secret realm, and those with good rankings would receive generous rewards." In the plot, Qin Yan was killed by Xiao Fan and Lu Xianyao's combined efforts in this exchange tournament. It was also after this elite match that the Qin family began their endless pursuit of Xiao Fan. However, right now Xiao Fan was not in the capital, and even if he was in the capital, he did not dare to blatantly show his face, and he did not know if this guy could still participate in the global elite tournament. Yun Lei said, "Don't worry about that, we're preparing to do just that. It's just a pity that I can't participate since I've already graduated from college." Dongfang Bai smiled and said, "I say Brother Lei, it's a good thing that you're not attending because there's young Qin this time." Upon hearing this, Yun Lei patted Dongfang Bai's shoulder and said with a compassionate expression, "Cheer up, I'm very optimistic about you guys." Qin Yan said, "Alright, everyone still has something to do and nothing else. Go back if you're fine, cultivate well. After all, there's still the school selection to be held 3 days later. Don't be embarrassed if you're defeated by then." Dongfang Bai said, "Don't worry, young Qin, although I'm not your opponent, I'm not convinced by the others at all." Ming Yu of the Ming family also laughed. "That's right, don't worry, young Qin, we're still very confident in the matter of obtaining the qualification to participate. You have to go home even if you have confidence." Qin Yan said, "You guys are going to live here, huh?" After saying that, Qin Yan took the lead and left the conference room, and the others hurriedly followed along. On the way home, Qin Zhan kept looking at Qin Yan. "Little Yan, I really didn't expect that you would really get that Jiang Mingqing guy down." Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, "There is no one in the world that cannot be defeated. As long as we find our weaknesses and strike ruthlessly, we will definitely be the ones to win in the end. Xinju's mind seemed to roar when he heard these words. These words would be of great help to his martial arts. So he began to think carefully. Returning to the Qin family, he had just arrived at the small detached villa belonging to himself when he saw Xiao Rui jogging all the way to him with a solemn expression. Qin Yan, I want to say to you that I'm sorry. Qin Yan was a little confused as to what Xiao Rui was up to and why she would suddenly apologize to herself. At that moment, his eyes noticed Qing Lan behind Xiao Rui, only to see Qing Lan give him a mysterious smile. Qin Yan couldn't help but admire Chang Lan, knowing that he had only told Qing Lan about this matter this morning. This was less than half a day ago, and Xiao Rui already had such a performance. Looking at Xiao Rui, who bowed and apologized to himself in front of him, he reached out his hand and helped the person up. Why are you apologizing to me? Did you do something wrong? Xiao Rui straightened her body and looked at the expressionless Qin Yan. Her heart was both nervous and scared, but she still opened her mouth. I'm apologizing for my brother. Aunt Lan has told me that you were very close to that Lu Xianyao before, and that you liked her very much. If it weren't for my brother, you guys could surely be very happy. Happiness my ass. Qin Yan's heart constantly spit on Lu Xianyao and the Lu family. That virtue. Really, if with her together. I guess Qin Yan's position as a young master also sat to the end. Of course, Qin Yan would definitely not say any of this. He just lightly glanced at Xiao Rui. This is a grudge between me and your brother. Xiao Rui glanced at Qin Yan again and found that he was still slack-jawed, saying, but I still have to say I'm sorry. Aunt Lan even told me that you were a good-tempered, gentle person before, but from yesterday until now, you haven't smiled. I'm sure this whole thing has hit you hard. A hint of playfulness appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. You really think so? Xiao Rui nodded. Yes. Alright then, Qin Yan said. Then you can stay by my side from now on and do your best to help heal my heart. After Xiao Rui heard this, she raised her head violently and looked at Qin Yan incredulously. This, young Qin, my status, how do I deserve to stay by your side? Qin Yan's face was full of teasing. It doesn't matter. It's not like you can be my wife. You're a plaything at best. Then Qin Yan violently reached out and cupped Xiao Rui's chin. Remember your mission. And also, don't forget your identity. After saying that, he let go of Xiao Rui and took large strides toward the practice room. Passing by, he smiled weakly at Qing Lan. Although he knew Qing Lan's compulsion was strong, today's event still opened his eyes. This was too bullish. The most important thing was that it wasn't even deception or mind control. It was subconsciously changing a person's mind. It was horrible. Qing Lan nodded slightly. Today was just the first results. In the future, she would definitely properly temper Xiao Rui, so that she would willingly become the canary by the young master's side. Xiao Rui looked at Qin Yan's upright back and stood still, frozen out of her mind. Seeing this, Qing Lan walked up and supported her. Miss Xiao, don't take the young master's attitude to heart. After all, that kind of thing just happened yesterday, and the young master's emotions aren't very stable yet. Xiao Rui lowered her head with a bleak face. I know, Auntie Lan. Don't worry. I will definitely help young Qin get better. Chapter 21, Xiao Fan's Green Plum. After having lunch, Qin Yan directly came to the practice room, and after having the resources for cultivation sent to him, he immediately began to cultivate. Qin Yan was going to replace his current major cultivation technique, the phaseless demon technique, with the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique today. In fact, it was a very irrational kind of behavior for him to do so. After all, there were 3 more days until the school selection for the Global University Elite Competition, and switching feats at this time would most likely lead to unstable play and something happening by then. If it was yesterday's Qin Yan, he wouldn't have dared to do so. However, today's Qin Yan was different because he possessed the supreme demon body. Thinking of this, Qin Yan immediately began to cultivate. The 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique was just like its name. There were 9 revolutions. The first revolutions could be cultivated to the perfect realm to become a 3rd-grade martial artist, and then it was 1 layer and 1 revolutions, and when cultivated to the extreme, one could achieve martial emperor. In addition to his powerful physique, Qin Yan's enlightenment was also very good, and he could be said to be in the top handful on the entire planet. So he read through it once and directly grasped the core of the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique. It took less than 3 minutes to get straight into it, and then he began to officially cultivate the first layer. It was because Qin Yan was already a 4th-grade martial artist, plus he had the foundation of practicing the phaseless demon technique. That was why he had managed to cultivate the first turn to the Great Circle realm in just 5 hours. After the first turn was completed, he didn't stop and continued to cultivate the second turn. After spending another hour or so, Qin Yan had cultivated the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique to a stage that matched his own realm. After the cultivation ended, Qin Yan stood up and felt the changes within his body. he realized that the meridians in his body were wider and tougher, and there was also much more demonic energy in his body than before. This made Qin Yan feel a little strange, because the phaseless demonic technique was also an emperor-level technique, only it was crippled. However, after practicing the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique, which was also an emperor-level technique, the effect was surprisingly several times better than the phaseless demon technique. This proved that the level of the 9 turns heavenly demon technique was higher than the phaseless demon technique. Qin Yan took a deep breath, and in his heart, he had an urgent feeling of wanting his entire family to cultivate the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique, but not yet, not until then. After one's selection for the National Elite Championships, one can take this out in a bright and honorable way. Next, Qin Yan began to cultivate the Shattered Star Finger again. The Star-Shattering Finger was a saint-level battle technique. It only had one move, and its power could be increased as the user's cultivation increased. It was said that the Star-Shattering Finger in its strongest state could shatter a planet with a single finger, and it was not known if that was true or not. Anyway, Qin Yan had asked his grandfather if he could burst a planet with a full force strike, and Qin Shi said that was his dream. The cultivation of the Shattered Star Finger wasn't difficult, and he soon realized the trick and managed to get started. After another 2 hours or so, he had cultivated the Shattered Star Finger to the realm of minor accomplishment. After the minor accomplishment, he felt a steep increase in difficulty. Obviously, this battle skill was of the type that was easy to learn but hard to master. Qin Yan opened his eyes and let out a long breath before standing up. He looked over to a machine in the corner, the one he had customized to accurately test his combat prowess. Qin Yan stretched out his right hand, then directly used the Shattering Star Finger. Only a blood-colored finger that was 3 meters long and half a meter thick appeared and ruthlessly slammed into the machine. Rumble! With a loud bang, the bloody fingers dissipated, but the machine was also directly beaten into a pile of scrap metal. Seeing this result, Qin Yan's pupils slightly shrunk. This power was too strong. He should know that he couldn't even destroy the machine before when he carried out an attack with his full strength, but now he had actually broken the machine in one go. But soon, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This effect, he was satisfied. After testing his combat power, Qin Yan walked out of the practice room. At this time, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and after Qin Yan had a meal, he returned to his room. However, just as he pushed the door in, he saw that Xiao Rui was actually in his room and sitting on his bed. Seeing Qin Yan return, Xiao Rui stood up violently. Qin Yan, you're back." Although Qin Yan was a bit surprised in his heart, his face remained calm and expressionless. "Why are you here?" Xiao Rui pinched the corner of her skirt and whispered, I came to thank you." "Say thank you?" Qin Yan looked at her. "I don't remember helping you with anything." Xiao Rui lowered her head and said timidly, "I went to see my mom and dad's tomb this afternoon. Thank you for being able to allow me to go." Qin Yan suddenly realized that it was because of this matter. He almost forgot. "You don't need to thank me. This matter can be done for me with a casual remark." Xiao Rui raised her head and looked at Qin Yan, who exuded an aura of refusal, and inexplicably felt a little heartbroken. Yeah, it must have been hard to feel like the girlfriend he'd loved for so many years had betrayed him and lied to him. So, his indifference is just a sign that he's protecting his heart, I guess. Fortunately, Qin Yan did not hear her heart. If he heard, he must want his mom to give Qinglan a raise. This brainwashing level is simply the first. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Rui, who had a hint of inexplicable feelings in her eyes, and her rosy and delicate face, and said, "Now that you're here, don't go." Xiao Rui froze for a moment, then said in a bit of panic, "No, we were already like that yesterday, so today is still either?" Qin Yan walked forward and reached out to pinch his cheek. "I'm not discussing with you. I'm informing you. Do you understand?" Xiao Rui's eyes were moist, with an inexplicable light surging inside, her voice like a little milk cat's. Okay. Seeing Xiao Rui in such a well-behaved manner, the corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. According to this progress, soon Xiao Rui would turn against Xiao Fan. I wonder what Xiao Fan's reaction will be then. In the neighborhood near the Martial Arts Academy of Southeast Province, in a hotel, Xiao Fan sat there with a gloomy face. Just then, the bathroom door was opened, and a woman clad in a bath towel, with long hair draped over her shoulders, a luscious figure, and white and slender legs walked out from inside. She was Xiao Fan's high school classmate, Lai Qingqing. The two grew up together and can be said to be childhood sweethearts, but after going to college the two were separated. Yesterday, she found Xiao Fan appearing at the entrance of their academy, and it looked as if he was injured, so she brought Xiao Fan to the hotel to settle down first, and got him some healing medicine to eat. She looked at Xiao Fan, who was sitting on the sofa and gawking, and said, "Xiao Fan, why don't you go take a rest and sit here and gawk?" Xiao Fan shook his head. I'm thinking about my mom and dad. Lai Qingqing sighed and walked over to Xiao Fan, reaching out to hug him. Uncle and auntie have passed away. You should pull yourself together and cultivate hard to avenge them. Xiao Fan let out a long breath. Qingqing, you are right. I shouldn't sink down. A hint of a smile appeared on Lai Qingqing's face. That's right. Today I spoke to the academy. They are willing to let you join. You cultivate well here. Even if the Qin family's hand stretches out any longer, it won't be able to control this place. And then there's the global elite selection tournament in 3 days. So prepare yourself well. I'm sure you'll be able to make the cut. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and nodded, a trace of hatred appearing in his eyes. He must go to the global elite tournament. At that time, kill Qin Yan inside the secret realm to avenge his parents. Qin Yan, outside you Qin family is powerful. I'll see who else can save you in the secret realm. Chapter 22. All half-step martial saints and martial saints, no longer involved in any conflicts. On the second day, Qin Yan got up early to cultivate. He wanted to thoroughly stabilize the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique today so that it would become a technique that he was skilled in using, so that he could obtain better results in the competition. Time passed by. Qin Yan was becoming more and more skillful at the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique, and his strength was also growing. He was originally at the early 4th grade, and now he was not far from the middle 4th grade. Cultivating until noon, Qin Yan stopped. It was time to go out to eat and rest. After leaving the practice room, a maid walked over, holding Qin Yan's cell phone in her hand and said, "Young master, the old family master called you 2 hours ago when you were practicing, and the old family master said that you should call him back when you finished practicing." "Got it. Go get my dinner ready." Qin Yan took the phone and then made a video call to Qin Shi. The phone was quickly picked up, and Qin Shi's face appeared in the cell phone. "Good grandson, have you finished your cultivation?" "Yes grandpa, it just ended." A smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. "Grandpa, are you calling me for something?" Qin Shi smiled at his words and laughed. "Of course there are things, but before I talk about things, I have to praise you first. Jiang Mingqing has done a beautiful job on this matter. I've long been looking at that thing with disdain. I haven't had the time to deal with it before, and even if I had said so, I would have been blocked by this old thing, Jiangzhe, but I didn't expect that it would have been done by you." When he thought of Jiangzhe's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot during today's video conference of the Great Summer Elders, Qin Shi felt a surge of pleasure. Jiangzhe is the martial arts god of the Jiang family, and Qin Shi is very much at odds with him, and the guy had a hand in Qin Shi's death in the episode, so the Jiang family had to be destroyed. Qin Yan bristled and said, "In the usual times, I couldn't find a reason to take action against Jiang Mingqing, but this time, this doggy even dared to target the Qin family, so I have to tell him to get lost." Qin Shi looked at Qin Yan with relief. "Not bad, my eldest grandson has grown up, but the fallout caused by this incident has only begun now." Qin Yan frowned slightly. "Oh, was it the group of guys from the Elder Council that said something?" Qin Shi nodded. "Yes, today we held a video conference within the Elders Council and finalized 2 things. The first is that within the Great Xia, other than the Xintian martial saints, no martial saints as well as half-step martial saints are allowed to exist, and all of them are to go to the battlefield." Hearing this result, Qin Yan was a little surprised, but he was very supportive of this matter. Martial saints and half-step martial saints as the top fighting force, they should go to the battlefield to make contributions. What's the use of staying in a peaceful place at home all day? Then he asked, "What about the second thing?" The smile on Qin Shi's face tightened as he said, "The second thing is that the Council of Elders has decided to initiate an investigation into Jiang Mingqing, mainly to investigate the situation within the academy." "So what's going on with the Capital Martial Arts Academy right now?" Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yan truthfully told the situation, emphasizing the conflict between the commoner students and the children of the world's families. Qin Shi snorted coldly after hearing this. "I've long known that that old thing from the Jiang clan looks at my Qin clan in a bad light. I didn't expect that he would do this. He's trying to split our Qin clan from the civilian students, and then make these students join their camp after graduation." This matter Qin Yan also knew from the plot. The Jiang family had been preparing for the overthrow of the Qin family, so they had planted or bribed many academies inside the country. Their goal is to grow their ranks by having these students join them after graduation. In the plot, they did succeed in doing so, and they relied on this tactic to have an army that could rival the Qin family within a decade or so. In fact, strictly speaking, the Qin family's situation within the Daxia country today was as bad as it could be, with the exception of the capital city, which was their home base. The rest of the country was almost entirely infiltrated by the Jiang family and the Ji family. Under the propaganda of the Ji and Jiang families, the Qin family became the antagonist of arrogance, headstrong, and uncaring of the people. It could be said that as long as one stepped out of the capital, any martial arts academy in any city, Their attitudes were very much disgusted with the Qin family. Regarding these crises, Qin Yan was not very concerned because he also had a way to break the situation, and that was his grandfather breaking through to martial emperor. Under the crush of absolute strength, all conspiracies are unbearable, but it was getting close. As long as he waited for another 10 days or so, after the national elite selection competition was over, he would be able to rightfully hand over the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique to Qin Shi, because the national elite selection competition was also held in the secret realm. When the time came, he would say that the 9 turns heavenly demon technique was found inside the secret realm, so there wouldn't be any cracks. After saying a few more words to Qin Shi, Qin Yan hung up the phone. After another while, the housekeeper came to Qin Yan. "Young master, the second master is returning to the border." Qin Yan then remembered that Qin Zhan should get up and head to the battlefield today, even though when he came, he had left everything in his hands to be managed by his adjutant, a half-step martial saint level expert, but it was still unstable without him, a true martial saint, sitting at the helm, and if the foreigners found out that he, a martial saint, was not there, they would most likely go on a rampage. Qin Yan looked at him and said, "Let's go. I'll go see off second uncle." When Qin Yan found him, Qin War was preparing to lead his team away. Seeing Qin Yan arrive, she was a little surprised. "Why are you here, little Yan? Did you come to see me off?" Qin Yan said, "Yes, but there's also something I'd like to ask second uncle for help." Qin Zhan laughed. "Just say whatever you have to say." Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, "Second uncle will leave me another 8th grade martial artist to stay by my side to protect me." Actually, Qin Yan was protected when he went out, but it was only a 7th grade martial artist. It wasn't that the Qin family didn't pay attention to Qin Yan's safety, it was mainly because the capital was too safe. There were more than 10 martial saint families stationed in the capital, plus there was also Wang Chang, a martial saint. The safety was absolutely unimpeachable. It was important to know that the strongest person left behind by most martial saint families was only a 7th grade, and the Qin family had a special status before they had Qin Wu, an 8th grade martial artist, left behind. Regarding Qin Yan's request, Qin Zhan agreed without the slightest hesitation. "This is a good deal." He then looked at a martial artist in battle armor and said, "Xinan, you don't need to go. Stay and protect the young lord." Without any expression on his face, Xinan stepped forward and said, "Yes." A smile blossomed on Qin Zhan's face before he said to Qin Yan, "I'll tell you what, Xiaoyan, the one I've left you with is definitely the top expert amongst the 8th grade martial artists. As far as Qin Yan's strength is concerned, he wouldn't necessarily lose even if he bumped into Gao Wei." Hearing Qin Zhan's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Qin Yan's face. "Thank you, second uncle." Then, Qin War patted his shoulder. "Brat, what's the point of being polite with me? Alright, I'm leaving." Qin Yan sent Qin Zhan all the way out of the Qin family's gate and watched them leave before returning. Chapter 23. Allowing Qin Yan to advance is irresponsible. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Qin Yan's strength had increased to the mid-4th grade, and at the same time, it was also time for the Capital Martial Arts Academy selection tournament. Qin Yan, who had been practicing at home for 3 days, walked towards the academy. As he arrived at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, he found Mingyu, Dongfang Bai and the others waiting here. Beside them stood several uniformed staff members. These were all investigative agencies that belonged directly to the Elder Council, and it seemed that they were here to investigate Jiang Mingqing's affairs. Qin Yan walked straight up and asked, "What are you guys standing here for?" Mingyu hemmed and hawed and said, "Waiting for you here. Come Qin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my uncle." Mingyu pulled a middle-aged man in uniform and said, "He's mainly here today to investigate the matter between Jiang Mingqing splitting our lineage and the civilian students." Qin Yan looked at the man and smiled slightly. "Hello, hard work," the man hurriedly said. "Young Qin is polite. These are all things we should do. I wonder if it would be convenient for young Qin to answer a few questions for us after today is over?" Qin Yan waved his hand and said, "This is a matter that we, the children of our lineage, will not be able to answer. You can go and ask the other students inside the academy, as well as look at their performance. You all have your recorders with you. You should be able to record everything clearly." The man said, "Alright young Qin, since you ordered us to do so, we will do so." After that, he entered the academy with a few staff members. Qin Yan glanced at Mingyu and Dongfang Bai. "Let's go." The two of them nodded and followed Qin Yan towards the academy. The group walked into the academy and headed straight for the ring. On the way, they met many students from the academy. Those students saw Qin Yan and didn't say anything, except that the eyes and the expressions that looked at them were disdainful. Seeing this, Mingyu was annoyed. "Damn. I wonder what they're so proud of. They don't think they'll be a match for us, do they?" Qin Yan's heart, on the other hand, didn't fluctuate one iota. "Alright, cut the crap. A trace of sarcasm then appeared on his face once again. Let them see the strength of us, the sons of the lineage who have been hardened by all kinds of resources. Today. Speaking of this, Qin Yan also shook his head. The number of slots for the Capital Martial Arts Academy to participate in the National Elite Selection Tournament is 30, and with a few of us plus the collateral descendants of each family, how many slots can there be in the end for the geniuses of the commoner students to compete for? It wasn't that Qin Yan was discriminating or anything, but the fact that it was supposed to be so. The reason why the lineages were established was because they had a superbly talented and powerful old ancestor. This kind of person's partner's talent was also absolutely very good, and the offspring's talent was generally not bad. Plus there were sufficient resources. It would be hard for them to not be strong. Commoner students, unless they were really heavenly talents, would really find it difficult to compete with them. The worldly families. It was important to know that in previous years' elite selection contests, basically the children of the world's families had to occupy 26 or 77 slots, and only 3 or 4 would be for civilian students. A burst of laughter erupted behind Qin Yan before following him to the side of the ring. Around the ring, it was already full of students. Most of them were here to watch the action. Not many of them actually participated in the match. This was because the Capital Martial Arts Academy had a rule that only those who had reached the 4th grade of martial arts were allowed to participate in the auditions, and there were only 400 or so people in the entire school who possessed the strength of a 4th grade martial artist, with a handful of students whose strength had even reached the 5th grade. A small portion of these students were commoners' children, and most of them were the children of large families or the descendants of family martial artists. In comparison, Qin Yan's strength didn't seem to have any advantages on the surface, and could only be ranked in the middle to lower reaches if one purely looked at the realm. As for Mingyu, Dongfang Bai and the others, most of their realms were higher than Qin Yan's, especially this Mingyu fellow, who had already come to the 5th grade realm. The reason for this was not that they were much more talented than Qin Yan, it was purely because of Qin Yan's young age, as Qin Yan was only a sophomore this year and the others were all seniors. The new dean on the podium, Dongfang Bai's uncle, Dongfang Qingsong. After seeing everyone arrive, the entire person stood up and loudly announced, "Everyone be quiet for a moment. I'm now announcing that this year's selection for the Global University Elite Competition has officially begun." With Dongfang Qingsong's command, the entire academy was once again abuzz with everyone cheering for their favorite players, and the list of matchups was put up on the big screen behind the podium. Qin Yan looked at it, not realizing that he would have to go up and compete in the first game of the first round, against a side kid of the Yun family named Yunwei. Qin Yan smiled and shook his head, then with a point of his toes, his entire body came to the stage as lightly as a rain swallow, and at that moment, Yunwei walked onto the stage. Before the referee's side could announce the start of the match, Yunwei raised his hand and smiled heatedly. "Referee, I concede." Then he arched his hand at Qin Yan. "Young Qin, I know that you are powerful. I don't think I'm an opponent, so I'll go down first." After that, he ran under the ring without looking back. The referee was already not surprised by this and immediately declared Qin Yan the winner. This upset the students watching the battle around them. What that Yunwei even admitted defeat on his own initiative? This guy is really a disgrace. Seeing that Qin Yan was so frightened that he didn't even dare to fight, he just admitted defeat. What do you know? That Yunwei is a member of the Yun family. Only a sideline. Of course he has to make way for Qin Yan. If we were to compare according to family status, then the others simply don't need to participate. And just let Qin Yan go to the global elite competition. I'm afraid that young masters like Qin Yan who haven't suffered before will piss their pants in fear when they arrive at the global elite competition. Listening to the murmurs in his ears, Qin Yan was too lazy to bother with them, nor would he try to justify anything to himself. It was as if a giant dragon never cared what a mole cricket thought. After getting out of the ring, he sent a message to Dongfang Qingsong, waiting for a few more rounds, so that he could arrange a powerful student for himself. Preferably the kind who was not convinced of himself. Oriental Qingsong said he was clear. In the next second and third rounds of the competition, Qin Yan encountered the children of the world's families, and when they saw Qin Yan, they directly admitted defeat without saying a word. This also made those disciples even more dissatisfied. What are they doing? Surprisingly, they've directly conceded defeat. I just don't believe that Qin Yan's strength is really that strong. It's irresponsible of them to just let Qin Yan advance for their own benefit. It's too dark. It's just too dark. They're messing around with Dasha's honor. Soon, the competition came to the 4th round. This time Qin Yan was facing a talented student from an ordinary family. He was already at the 4th grade consummation realm, 2 small grades higher than Qin Yan in terms of realm. As soon as this boy stepped onto the stage, he looked at Qin Yan angrily. "Qin Yan, you're simply too much." Qin Yan looked at him lightly. "Oh, where did I go overboard?" the male student said. You forced the first few students to voluntarily admit defeat for the sake of your own face. You're being irresponsible to the academy and even more so to Daxia. Watching the other party snap a big hat down, Qin Yan coldly asked, "Then how do you know that I'm not their opponent?" The boy said, "You're only at the early stage of the 4th rank, while 2 of the first 3 rounds were at the perfect 4th rank realm. How could you possibly be their opponent?" Hearing this, Qin Yan became a bit curious. Did these guys not see the match between himself and Jiang Siki 2 days ago? Was he weak at the time? Or were these students too proud, with the idea in their heads that Jiang Siki's strength was not good while they were? Qin Yan was too lazy to guess these things. So he said, "Since you're holding out for them so much, then show your strength and knock me out of the ring." Chapter 24, The diligence and hard work you pride yourselves on is child's play. Perhaps Qin Yan's expression was too calm and his attitude was too cold, which made that boy dissatisfied. Just a cold snort from him. "Humph, I'm sure I'll knock you down. I want you to know that although those of us are from ordinary families, we work very hard, and we walk very solidly every step of the way. Unlike those of you who have piled them up with all kinds of resources, golden jades outside and losers inside." Hearing the boy's words, Qin Yan was simply infuriated and laughed. The real children of the world's families were not like what he had imagined, who did not do anything serious all day long, but only spent their days drinking and bullying others. In fact, the competition in the big families was rather more intense, because everyone wanted to hold a certain voice in the family, so they are not at all as glamorous as they say they are on the outside. Behind the scenes they don't know how much effort and sweat they put in. But now you're being called a loser? That's hilarious. However, Qin Yan was too lazy to explain to this guy because human prejudice was a very stubborn thing, and it was useless even if he wore out his words. And by far the most effective way to do that is to dog this guy. So he raised his chin slightly and looked at the boys with an extremely condescending stance. "Do it. If you can make me move 1 step today, it will be considered a win for you." The boy sniffed as if he had been greatly insulted, and he roared, "Are you looking down on me?" Qin Yan said in a very certain tone, "Yes, I am looking down on you." A fury erupted from the boy's eyes as he growled, "Damn you!" He roared and charged at Qin Yan, then raised his fist to his face. Poof! Qin Yan let out a syllable through his nostrils, then lightly raised a hand. Bang! The powerful energies collided together, emitting a dull sound, and the boy's powerful strike was directly blocked. One of Qin Yan's large hands was like a steel city wall, steadily blocking the boy's fist. This one stunned the boys. You actually blocked it?" Qin Yan teasingly looked at him. "Have you not eaten? Surprisingly, you don't even have the strength to hit someone." As if the boy had been insulted by something, he roared, "No way. How could I be inferior to you, the 2nd generation?" After saying that, he took a step backward and roared, "Qin Yan, I will definitely defeat you. Elephant avalanche fist." The boy's face hissed as he rushed towards Qin Yan. A hint of an elephant's chirping sound faintly carried on his pair of fists. Seeing this, Qin Yan remained where he was, the mockery on his face intensifying. Weak, really too weak. This punch didn't know how many times weaker than Jiang Siki. He didn't even need the great heavenly demon palm to block it. Seeing that the boy's fist came in front of him, Qin Yan had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he swung out a fist carelessly. The two fists collided together with a violent roar. Qin Yan felt a force conduct from his arm fist to his arm. This force was very weak for Qin Yan. He felt that it was not as strong as the force used to push a door. The boy's feeling was completely different. He felt that Qin Yan's fist was very heavy. It was almost as if a real savage elephant had crashed into his fist. The force caused a sharp pain like a break to come from his arm, and his body flew straight up before slamming hard into the ring. Qin Yan slowly withdrew his fist and said disdainfully, "Hey, I said, why are you pulling it so much? Didn't you say that I'm a waste of gold and jade? Why are you, a genius who takes one step at a time and walks solidly, being beaten so badly by a loser like me?" The boy looked at Qin Yan, his eyes red, and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I will never lose to you." With that, he directly took out his weapon, a machete, and then frantically attacked Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked at the boy, who was a bit of a sore loser. A cold light appeared in his eyes. A murderous aura has even appeared on this guy. It seems that this guy is a bit fragile in his heart, to the extent that he is trying to kill himself, only to see him sinking his face. His blood-red vigor gathered, and then he fiercely slapped a palm forward. Great heavenly demon palm. A red palm with a diameter of 5 meters appeared and directly slapped at the boys. The boy gritted his teeth and grimaced. The big knife in his hand used all its strength, trying to slash the big palm in front of him. But as soon as the large knife touched the palm, it felt as if he had cut on a mountain. The palm of his hand directly sent the large knife flying, and then slapped the boy's body hard again. This one slapped the boys right out of the ring. The boy's body fell hard to the ground. His whole body felt as if it had been shattered. The pain was so intense that he kept rolling around in pain. The other students were stunned as they looked at Qin Yan on the stage with disbelief. This is Qin Yan's true strength? Didn't you say he was just a young master of a worldly family who only knew how to eat, drink and enjoy himself and bully others? Didn't he say that his strength was all built up with resources? But why is he so powerful? One must know that he was only a mid-4th rank but he had defeated an opponent of a perfect 4th rank, and it was very easy. How terrifying his strength would be if he exploded at full strength. The boy who had just been defeated also came back to his senses at this moment. He looked at Qin Yan in disbelief, muttering under his breath, "I've lost. I've actually lost. I've lost to a son of a worldly family? I've worked so hard for so many years, but I've lost to the children of the world's families who only eat, drink, and have fun? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced." Qin Yan looked at him coldly. "Up until now, you still think we're a bunch of losers who only eat, drink and have fun? Take back your prejudice. The cruelty of the competition within our great families is something you would never dream of. The diligence and hard work of which you are most proud are but child's play to us." With that said, he turned around and jumped out of the ring. His words shook everyone to their core, and the students who had been sarcastic before stood there frozen, not knowing what to say, while Mingyu, Dongfang Bai and the others walked up with smiles. "Young Qin is mighty, true to form. Young Qin is the one who knows how to kill and kill. Young Qin, you are my idol." The other students looked at the group of cheering lineage children, and their hearts were strangely confused as to how to describe them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Humph, don't listen to Qin Yan making things up here. He's just suppressing us. You have to know that these lineages of theirs possess very high-grade techniques." The words brought the other students back to their senses, and then they all said, "Yes, and even if they tried, the support of the family takes up a big part of the reason. I just don't believe that they can still be so powerful after leaving their clans. If I'd been born into a family like that, I'd be a lot better than him." Chapter 25, Disqualifying Qin Yan's competition? Although Qin Yan had only played one match today, the tournament had already gone through 4 rounds, and Qin Yan was properly in the top 30. All that's left to do is to wait quietly for the list to be announced and then have another round of challenges. A challenge is when students who are not in the top 30 challenge the top 30 students. This is to ensure that those who are stronger are left behind. Soon, a female teacher beside Dongfang Qingsong, who looked to be in her 40s with a serious face, stood up. She was the new Vice Dean Chang Qiu, who was like an exterminator, said loudly, "Quiet students. The following is the announcement of the top 30 students. Mingyu, Zheng Cheng, Wenda, Wang Han." As the names were read one by one, Qin Yan did not hear his own name. Not only him, but even Dongfang Bai's name. This made them frown. What was going on? Just as they were puzzled, Cheng Qiu stopped reading the list and said, "Congratulations to the 27 students above for making it through the preliminary round and entering the challenge round." When this was said, everyone's face became strange. What was going on? Wasn't it agreed that there would be 30 students? How come there were only 27? Dongfang Qingsong's face also became bad-looking as he said in a deep voice, "Vice President Chang, what are you doing?" However, Cheng Qiu didn't pay any attention to him at all and just looked at the list in his hand. Qin Yan's eyes at this time, however, narrowed slightly. He had a premonition that Cheng Qiu, this old hag, was going to mess things up. Sure enough, the next second Cheng Qiu spoke again. "I'm going to announce one more thing. Qin Yan, Dongfang Bai, and Xu Hang are cancelled from the tournament and banned from participating in the subsequent challenge matches because of the improper means they used in the tournament. And the missing 3 spots will be filled by Zhang Lu, Lin Yu, and Wang Wei." Hearing Cheng Qiu's words, the scene was in an uproar, and all the students had a heated discussion. Asterisk. What's going on here? How did you disqualify Qin Yan's trio from the competition? This is deserved. These 3 guys forced the other party to surrender directly on the basis of being the children of a worldly family. They barely got their hands on each other, and they went straight into the top 30. This is abominable. These sons of the world, they are really excessive. Vice President Cheng Qiu did a good job. I've long looked at these children of the world's families with displeasure. The 2 of them, Dongfang Bai and Xu Hang, were also anxious, and they almost jumped up in anger. What does this old hag want? Those people surrendered straight away because they knew how strong we were. What forced them? Even Dongfang Qingsong, who was on the podium, had a stern face and looked angrily at Cheng Qiu. "Vice President Chang, what the hell are you doing?" Cheng Qiu looked at him with a stern face, not the least bit intimidated. "I'm upholding the fairness of the match. Qin Yan and the 3 of them simply don't have the strength to match it." Dongfang Qingsong held back his anger. "Even if they had misconduct in the preliminary rounds, you can cancel their names, but why did you ban them from participating in the challenge rounds?" Cheng Qiu snorted coldly. "To prevent them from using shoddy tactics to force the students to admit defeat again. A hint of murderous intent had flashed across Dong Fangqingsong's eyes. Vice Dean Chang, I order you to immediately reinstate Qin Yan and their challenge match qualifications. Chang Qiu, however, was very tough. I won't agree to this. Dong Fangqingsong, you're also a member of a worldly family, so I won't listen to you. Also, don't try to threaten me with your strength. You're an 8th grade martial artist and so am I. Chang Qiu's bottom line was now very strong because yesterday they were informed that martial saints and half-step martial saints wouldn't be holding any positions within the Grand Xia, and all martial saints and half-step martial saints would be going to the military to hold positions. In addition, martial saints and half-step martial saints were not allowed to participate in conflicts and contradictions within the Great Xia. This piece of news instantly gave Chang Qiu the confidence to rebel against the Shijiazhuang family, and she contacted the teachers who had been promoted by Jiang Mingqing last night and planned today's events together. Their aim was simple, to continue the policy of Jiang Mingqing, which suppressed the children of the worldly families and encouraged commoner students. At this moment, the teachers who were in Chang Qiu's group also stood out to confront Dong Fangqingsong. Dong Fangqingsong's face turned iron blue as he gritted his teeth and said, Chang Qiu, do you know what kind of situation you will create by what you did today? Humph. Chang Qiu had a look of pride on his face. We're not afraid of whatever situation is created. A weird smile suddenly appeared on Dong Fangqingsong's face. Fine. You're good. I just hope that you don't regret it when the time comes, that is. Chang Qiu snorted coldly. I definitely won't regret it. I'll only regret it if I let a guy like Qin Yan participate in the competition. Dong Fangqingsong didn't speak at this time, but instead turned his head to look at Qin Yan. Young Qin. Qin Yan nodded, then said to Dong Fangbai and Zhu Hang, I'll go up first to settle this matter. Neither of them said anything, just nodded with serious faces. Qin Yan slowly walked onto the stage, and Dong Fangqingsong immediately stepped to the side, giving up his position. Seeing Dong Fangqingsong acting in such a manner, Chang Qiu and those teachers looked at him with disdain. Looking at his dogged appearance, how could he be qualified to be the dean? The students were even more contemptuous. This new dean of ours seems to be a lapdog. There's no need to seem like, he's just the dog's leg. He's from the Oriental family, and is said to be Oriental White's cousin. No wonder he's so groveling to Qin Yan. So he's a dog of the Qin family. It's disgusting to have someone like that as a dean. Qin Yan stood at Dong Fangqingsong's position and ignored the students' words, but coldly said, 60% of the resources consumed by all the teachers and students of the Capital Martial Arts Academy are paid for by my Qin family, and the remaining 40% are paid for by other families. The battle armor, weapons, techniques, pills, and other resources that you were allotted inside the academy were all obtained from us. Now, because of Vice President Chang, you will lose all your resources. In fact, this matter Qin Yan has long instructed Dong Fangqingsong to do, so these students are not getting any resources this month. He has long wanted to straighten out these students. It was only that Dong Fangqingsong hadn't gotten around to announcing this, so these teachers and students didn't know about it yet. It was a good time to take advantage of today to announce this matter, and in the meantime, Chang Qiu could also be used as a shield. After the teachers and students who were in the middle of their complacency heard Qin Yan's words, their faces changed as they looked at him in disbelief. What? The resources we're using are actually coming from these lineages? No way. Is this real or fake? If that's true, then won't we not be able to receive a single elixir in the future? How can this work? How else can we cultivate without resources? Chang Qiu, on the other hand, looked at Qin Yan with a bit of exasperation. Qin Yan, don't talk nonsense here. How could these resources be supplied by you? This matter Jiang Mingqing had never told them before, so they didn't know. Of course, Jiang Mingqing had a reason for doing this, which was that he didn't want them to be grateful to the Qin family and other families. Qin Yan coldly looked at Chang Qiu and said, Vice President Chang, I have the documents in my hand, and they are all signed. I'll tell you what, from today onwards, little master I won't be serving. The resources of the tens of thousands of teachers and students of this Capital Martial Arts Academy will be handed over to all of you. Chang Qiu and the others' faces instantly turned pale. What a joke! The resources used by so many students was an astronomical figure. Even if they were all exhausted to death, they couldn't possibly afford to supply so many students. Chapter 26, The Former Entrenchment and the Latter Respect. Looking at Chang Qiu as well as the students' ugly expressions, Zhu Hang as well as Dong Fangbai were like eating a popsicle on a 3-volt day. They were flying high, and Qin Yan's blows to Chang Qiu and those students hadn't stopped yet as he said with a sneer on his face. One more thing you guys don't think that if you boycott us, we won't be able to compete in the national elite trials, do you? Chang Qiu said in annoyance from the side. As far as I know, students participating in the elite selection competition in the country must be selected from within the academy. What is your way to be able to break this rule? Tell you what, I can be lenient with you and allow you to continue competing. But you have to promise that you can't cancel your funding for the Capital Martial Arts Academy. She had worked at the college for many years and had taken students to many elite national tryouts, and had never heard of any other avenues through which they could participate. This was the only place she could pinpoint Qin Yan and the others at the moment. She was going to use this condition in exchange for Qin Yan to continue funding the Capital Martial Arts Academy. They were truly incapable of getting that much resources, but the proud one wouldn't admit that she had given in. Instead, she used the word nettlesome to exchange terms with Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan struck her mercilessly. Alas! From your words full of confidence I hear the word ignorance. Cheng Qiu was once again enraged and said, "What do you mean, Qin Yan? Are you really not afraid that I won't let you participate in the competition and disgrace your Qin family?" Qin Yan snorted coldly and looked at Dongfang Bai by his side. "Dongfang Bai, tell her if we can participate in the National Elite Selection Competition." Dongfang Bai hemmed and hawed and said in a sneering tone, "Vice President Chang." Dongfang Bai bit the word vice particularly hard, deliberately trying to piss her off. Then he continued, "In case you didn't know, inside the national competition, every martial saint in Daxia can recommend a student to participate directly. Unfortunately, my grandfather is a martial saint, Grandpa Zhu Hang is also a martial saint, and Young Qin's father and second uncle are both martial saints, so we're all qualified to participate directly. It's just that we were reluctant to use these privileges before and make us seem too special, so we've always gone through the selection process within the academy before attending." After Cheng Qiu heard this, his heart violently panicked, and then his mind became blank. "No, that's impossible. Dongfang Bai, you're lying. You're lying." Not only did she find this matter unbelievable, even those students had their eyes widen in shock as they looked at the three Qin Yan on the stage. They were able to be directly recommended for the national elite selection? It's not fair. It's so unfair. Why should they get all these privileges just because they're from a family? Why should they get a recommendation from the martial saint? Alas! Dongfang Bai shook his head and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Vice President Chang, it's fine if you don't know. You're not to blame for this. After all, you're not a martial saint, and you don't have any martial saints in your family, so it's normal for no one to tell you about this." Looking at the confident expressions on the faces of Qin Yan's trio, Cheng Qiu realized that this matter might be true. If Qin Yan and the others were really able to directly participate in the National Elite Selection Competition through the martial saint's recommendation, what about her? What about the resources of the tens of thousands of students in the academy? Just then, a male teacher behind her said, "Dean Chang, hurry up and contact Dean Jiang and ask about the authenticity of this matter." Cheng Qiu's eyes snapped open at his words. Then he said, Right. I'll ask Dean Jiang. He's also a martial saint. He should also know the authenticity of this kind of thing." So she hurriedly took out her cell phone and hopefully called Jiang Mingqing. Soon, the phone dialed, and Jiang Mingqing's tired voice came from inside. "Cheng Qiu, is there something wrong?" Cheng Qiu hurriedly asked. "Dean Jiang, let me ask you a question. For the National Elite Selection Competition, is it possible for a martial saint to directly recommend someone to go there?" After asking this sentence, Cheng Qiu's entire heart was beating violently, and she kept praying in her heart that this matter was false. It must be false. However, Jiang Mingqing's words directly shattered her fantasies. "It's true. Each martial saint can recommend one, but I'm currently under investigation and don't have the power to do so for now." Obviously, he thought that Cheng Qiu called him because he wanted him to recommend students, so he just blocked the words. Upon hearing Jiang Mingqing's words, Cheng Qiu froze as if he had been glared at by a snake-haired banshee, not moving a muscle, and his cell phone fell from his hand to the ground. But because of the quality of the phone, there was no damage. It just bounced twice on the ground and lay there. After a long while, Cheng Qiu came back to her senses. She looked at Qin Yan with a pale face and said, "Young Qin, I'm sorry, I'm wrong about this matter. I apologize to you. I hope that you won't stop funding the Capital Martial Arts Academy, please." Seeing the change in Cheng Qiu's attitude before and after, Qin Yan continuously sneered in his heart. "This is impossible. What I, Qin Yan, have said, I must go and fulfill it. I am now announcing that I am officially withdrawing from the Capital Martial Arts Academy's internal elite selection competition. Vice President Chang, goodbye." After saying that, he took Zhu Hang and also Dongfang Bai and prepared to leave. However, Cheng Qiu's figure flashed and stopped them, pleading, "Young Qin, you can't leave. I beg you not to cut off the resources of the Capital Martial Arts Academy. I beg you." The other teachers present as well as the students saw this, and all of them felt quite bad in their hearts. They didn't think that one day they would be able to speak to a student in a low voice. Oriental Qingson, on the other hand, is a smooth face, deserved just now persuaded you, let you do not engage in this way, must be so engaged. Now that the game is over and you can't finish it, you're back to begging for forgiveness. Is that? Qin Yan remained unmoved in the face of Chang Qiu's pleas, not even changing his expression. Get lost. I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and said, Oops, I forgot. Not only can I cut off your resources, but I can also take most of the academy's outstanding students. Chang Qiu didn't know what Qin Yan's words meant, but she knew it was definitely not good. He was just about to open his mouth to stop it when he heard Qin Yan say to Mingyu, Mingyu, what are you guys standing up there for? Watching me laugh, are you? Why don't you go now? Mingyu smiled heatedly at his words and said, Here it comes, Qin Shao. He then loudly announced, I, Mingyu, announce my withdrawal from the selection of the capital city martial arts academy. After Mingyu finished speaking, another 23 or 24 students who had been shortlisted in the top 30 announced that they were withdrawing, and these were all the children of worldly families. Chang Qiu's brain went blank when he saw this, and his entire body almost fainted. These people can't leave. If they do, the capital martial arts academy will be in for a big joke this time. So she gritted her teeth and stopped Qin Yan once again. Young Qin, you can't leave. Qin Yan already didn't want to wrangle with him anymore. Get lost. A hint of viciousness flashed in Chang Qiu's eyes as he said, Qin Shao, if you don't announce the resumption of resource supply to the capital martial arts academy today, you won't be able to leave here. As she said that, her body unexpectedly released an aura belonging to an 8th grade martial artist, which was very strong. Chapter 27, Beheading the Vice-Dean. Hearing Chang Qiu's words, a hint of murderous aura appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. Vice President Chang is not going to let us leave? Chang Qiu looked at Qin Yan's eyes. His heart was still slightly flustered. After all, Gao Wei, a half-step martial saint, was killed by this kid, and Dean Jiang Mingcheng, as a martial saint, was also directly made to step down. But on second thought, she realized that the reason why the two of them, Gao Wei and Jiang Mingcheng, were so miserable was because the Qin clan's martial saint, Qin Zhen, had returned. And now the Council of Elders had a clear rule that half-step martial saints and martial saints were not allowed to intervene in conflicts and events within the Great Xia, so her confidence came back all of a sudden. Knowing that she was an 8th grade martial artist, an absolute ceiling existence within the Daxia country, so what did she have to be afraid of? So her confidence returned. Right, Qin Yan, if you don't cancel your previous order today, don't blame me for being rude to you. Qin Yan gazed at her coldly. Vice President Chang, do you know the consequences of threatening me? Chang Qiu's self-confidence was so inflated right now that he didn't put Qin Yan's words in his eyes at all. So what if I threaten you? Half-step martial saints and martial saints aren't allowed to meddle in the conflicts within Grand Xia, and as an 8th grade martial artist, I am naturally the strongest. Dongfang Qingsong took a step forward at this time and blocked in front of Qin Yan, saying, Chang Qiu, I advise you to hurry up and get out of the way. Don't make any mistakes, or else, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Chang Qiu looked at Dongfang Qingsong with contempt. You're nothing but a lapdog. What qualifications do you have to yell in front of me? You, Dongfang Qingsong was infuriated. He raised his hand and was ready to give Chang Qiu a little lesson to see. However, Chang Qiu sure wasn't afraid of him at all, but threatened. Dongfang Qingsong, are you sure you want to fight me? Just after her words fell, those teachers who supported her surrounded her, coldly gazing at Dongfang Qingsong, with a tendency to make a move at the drop of a hat. Dongfang Qingsong wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Qin Yan. Alright, leave this matter to me. Dongfang Qingsong blared fiercely at Chang Qiu and unwillingly retreated to Qin Yan's side. Chang Qiu looked at Dongfang Qingsong with disdain. What a good dog. Qin Yan once again stood in front of Chang Qiu and said, Chang Qiu, are you sure you won't let me go, right? Chang Qiu proudly said, right. Qin Yan nodded. If I were to leave, you would make a move on me and put me in danger, right? Hearing Qin Yan's words, Chang Qiu felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. But once he thought of his strength as an 8th grade martial artist, he nodded once again. So what if it is? Her words were actually just meant to threaten Qin Yan. If she really wanted her to harm him, she didn't have the guts to do so. A weird smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Qin Yan's mouth, and the same smile appeared on the faces of Dongfang Bai and the others. Seeing their expressions, the uneasiness in Chang Qiu's heart grew worse. So she asked, what are you guys laughing at? Qin Yan, I'm warning you not to play tricks or else I'll get you killed. Qin Yan nodded slightly, but ignored Chang Qiu and instead turned his head to the teachers who were with Chang Qiu and asked, you're in cahoots with her, and you're trying to turn me against me too, right? When those teachers heard Qin Yan's questioning, you looked at me and I looked at you. None of them said anything. The last male teacher was the first to speak. Yes, you must restore your supply of resources to the Capital Martial Arts Academy today, or else you don't want to walk out of the academy properly. This teacher's words were supported by the other teachers. If you don't agree to our terms, then we'll have no choice but to take action against you. Qin Yan, if you don't want to suffer, then obediently agree with us. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just grab him and beat him up and he'll agree to anything. Hearing their words, Qin Yan suddenly laughed loudly. Seeing this, Cheng Xiu said angrily, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Qin Yan stopped smiling and looked at Cheng Xiu with an emotionless, death-like gaze while his mouth said, "Qinan, do it." As soon as Qin Yan's words fell, he saw a silhouette appear beside him like a ghost, and a shining blade light wiped towards Cheng Xiu's neck. Cheng Xiu was startled by the sudden attack. She hurriedly tried to step back, but it was already too late. Only to see the light of the knife slice through Cheng Xiu's neck, Cheng Xiu's face instantly revealed an expression of horror. She opened her mouth to say something, but blood directly sprayed out from the inside of her neck. Cheng Xiu hurriedly tried to cover his neck with his hands, but it was no use at all. Soon, Cheng Xiu lost his consciousness and then collapsed with a bang. Seeing Cheng Xiu killed, all the teachers and students were all stunned, especially those teachers. Seeing this, their faces turned white with fear. They didn't expect Qin Yan to let someone kill Cheng Xiu in front of so many people. They even less expected that Cheng Xiu, who was an 8th grade martial artist, would be killed by the other party in one move. So what exactly was the strength of this stout man with a stern face and a long knife in his hand? Qin Yan just glanced at Cheng Xiu's corpse before turning around and looking at the teachers who had just said that they were going to clean up after themselves, saying, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." Qinan cupped his fists and said, "Yes, young lord." He then picked up his long sword and made his way over to the men. These teachers were startled and stepped backward, and one of the female teachers shouted in a shrill voice, "Qin Yan, how dare you? How dare you let someone kill us? You are violating the law." Qin Yan bristled and looked at Dongfang Bai. "Explain it to them." Dongfang Bai grinned as he stepped forward and said, "The Elder Council has a rule that the direct descendants of the martial saint clan are allowed to counterattack unlimitedly if they are in danger. And those who counterattack include all of the family's forces that can be mobilized in addition to the direct descendants themselves. Just now, when you guys said that you were going to make a move against young Qin and put him in danger, you have already fulfilled the conditions for an infinite counterattack." This provision once again shocked everyone. They hadn't thought that the heirs of the martial saint clan would have such treatment. Those students were instantly unbalanced in their hearts, and they murmured one by one, "Why? What gives them the right to have such privileges?" That's right. It's the equivalent of getting them a get-out-of-jail-free card. We haven't had this kind of treatment even after so many years of hard cultivation, and they even have it. It's not fair. It's definitely not fair. Qin Yan looked at the shouting students and just snorted coldly, not bothering to explain anything. This is because this provision seems to be protecting people like them, but in fact, its main purpose is to protect more ordinary people. There was a precedent for this. When a martial saint's grandson was killed before, that martial saint went crazy at that time and directly killed back from the border, launching a crazy massacre of all suspicious subjects. That one caused over 100,000 casualties. In order to prevent this from happening again, the Council of Elders issued this rule to protect the heirs of the martial saint family. Qin Yan looked at the panicked teachers and urged, "Qinan, don't do it yet." At this time, a teacher suddenly shouted, "Qin Yan, I'm going to report your Qin family. Daxia has already stipulated that half-step martial saints and martial saints are not allowed to participate in conflicts. You even let a half-step martial saint make a move here." Chapter 28, A Killing Spree in the Academy. Hearing this teacher's words, Qin Yan was a bit unable to understand. Half-step martial saint? Where did a half-step martial saint come from on the scene? However, he understood that the half-step martial saint this teacher was referring to was Qinan, so he looked at him like he was a little cutie. As if looking at those people, he said, "What kind of eyes are you guys looking at? Qinan is obviously an 8th grade martial artist. Why would you guys think he's a half-step martial saint?" That teacher once again said, "Deputy Director Chang is an 8th grade martial artist. For this guy to be able to kill Deputy Director Chang so easily, he must be a half-step martial saint." Meh. Qin Yan was all amused by this guy's words, and he had to say that this guy's imagination was really rich enough to think that Qinan was a half-step martial saint. However, this also directly highlighted how cowardly and incompetent these teachers were. Facing an opponent of the same level, they were even given a second by a single move, and were too scared to fight back. Can such softies produce bloodthirsty martial artists? I'm afraid that most of the ones who have been trained are bullies. Qin Yan didn't say anything this time, while Qinan spoke up on his own. This guy's energy in his body is weak, his combat skills are rusty, and his vigilance is lacking, so how can he be my opponent? Saying this, he blossomed with a violent murderous aura. I've been fighting at the border for many years. How can she, a thing that enjoys peace, compare to me? He only heard him roar before charging at the teachers in front of him. Only a slice of blade light flashed by, and a streak of blood burst out accompanied by screams of misery. Some of them had thought about resisting, but they were simply no match for Qin and were directly sent away to meet the king of hell. Those students were completely intimidated by Qin Yan's ferocity. They kept trying to back away, and even some timid ones had already run away. Dongfang Bai said at this time, "Young Qin, even if you killed Cheng Qiu just now, why did you kill so many teachers? This will lead to a lot of trouble, right? I'll see who dares to come and find me in trouble." Qin Yan said in a domineering manner, "I came to this world to be a strong person, not to go around looking at people's faces and being aggravated. Dare to come after me, I'll make him eat his words." Ever since he knew about the plot, Qin Yan had completely abandoned his previous modest character and became radicalized. Anyway, the Qin family had been secretly targeted by everyone now, so why should he endure? He just wanted to raise the butcher's knife high and kill and kill and kill, killing all those who dared to target him and target their Qin family. Kill them with chills, kill them and make them bow down. The three powers of the Grand Xia had been divided for too long. It was time for an absolute hegemon to take control of the discourse. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Dongfang Bai immediately gave him a thumbs up before saying, "Young Qin is right." He then stopped saying anything and just stood there watching Qin and massacre the guys who were with Cheng Qiu's gang. It took less than 5 minutes for Qin to have decimated everyone and then returned to Qin Yan in a murderous rage. "Young lord." Fortunately, Qin Yan nodded. "Well done. Let's go." The group then hooted and hollered as they left, and this time no one dared to stop them. Back at the Qin family, Qin Yan returned to his own detached villa and had just taken a sip of water when the butler came over. He looked at Qin Yan and said, "Young lord, we've found Xiao Fan. That fellow is now at the Southeast Martial Arts Academy and has won the first place in the Academy's elite selection competition. Nowadays, Xiao Fan's strength is at the mid-4th grade, but his fighting strength is comparable to a 5th grade martial artist." Qin Yan nodded expressionlessly before saying, "I know. You go down first." "Yes, young lord." After the housekeeper left, Qin Yan's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Wasn't that the academy where one of the heroines in the plot, Lai Qingqing, was located? It seemed like it must have been Qingqing Lai who had helped Xiao Fan, allowing him to become a member of the Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, this Xiao Fan must have gotten something good, or else his strength could not have risen so quickly. One must know that this kid was only in the late 3rd rank when he snatched the bride. His realm was not as good as his, but this was only a few days ago, and his strength had risen to the mid-4th rank, the same realm as him. It seemed that Xiao Fan's hatred for him, Qin Yan, was great enough to be so adventurous that he wasn't afraid that his strength was flimsy and his battle power was unstable. However, once he thought about the fact that this guy was a son of heaven's mandate, Qin Yan was relieved. How could a son of heaven's mandate possibly have a problem with his strength floundering? It seemed like he would definitely be able to run into Xiao Fan at this national elite selection tournament. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. This time when he met him inside the secret realm, he would definitely kill him. Even if he could not kill Xiao Fan, he would still have to kill Lai Qingqing. He wanted to see how many women this dog Xiao Fan could provoke. Speaking of women, Qin Yan suddenly thought of Xiao Rui, so a slightly evil plan formed in his mind. He had someone call Greenland over. After Qing Lan saw him, he said, "Young lord, you're looking for me?" Qin Yan looked at her and asked, "Auntie Lan, how is Xiao Rui's conditioning going?" Qing Lan smiled faintly. Xiao Rui already hates Xiao Fan in her heart and is full of love for young lord's heart. As long as young lord releases a little bit of goodwill, she will be able to die for you. Unleash goodwill? Qin Yan thought for a moment and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Auntie Lan, I'm going to announce to the whole country that Xiao Rui is my girlfriend." Qing Lan was stunned for a moment and said, "Young lord, is this appropriate? Isn't it playing too big?" Qin Yan waved his hand. "It's not that big. Auntie Lan, go and get ready. I'll go find Xiao Rui soon." "Is it big?" This is the effect Qin Yan wants. He doesn't care about girlfriends or anything else. What he cared about was using Xiao Rui to irritate Xiao Fan, then attracting Xiao Fan to the capital, and finally watching the two siblings turn against each other. That scene, it's exciting to think about. It would be even more fun if Xiao Rui personally laid hands on Xiao Fan and prepared to kill him. Qing Lan didn't think too much about it and could only agree. "Alright, I'll go get ready." After Chang Lan left, Qin Yan called the diligent butler again. "Butler, go find me a few photographers, makeup artists and whatnot. I want to take a set of couple portraits." The butler had question marks written all over his brain. "Young master, with whom are you shooting?" Qin Yan said, "The girl in my room these past 2 days. Her name is Xiao Rui. She is Xiao Fan's sister." The butler's entire body was confused. Was his young master out of his mind? How dare he want to take a couple photo shoot with his enemy's sister? Qin Yan saw this and explained slightly. "Didn't Xiao Fan run away? If he knows that Xiao Rui is with me, his great enemy, do you think he will come to the capital to die?" The housekeeper suddenly came to a realization and looked at Qin Yan with relief and surprise inside his eyes. Although he had known for a long time that his own young master was intelligent, he had always felt before that he was young and still tender in his work, which could be seen in his attitude towards Lu Xianyao. But I didn't expect to become so good in just a few days. The butler felt instantly filled with strength as he said, "Please don't worry, young master. I will definitely get things done. By the way, young master, should we invite a few more media over?" Qin Yan said. "Of course I need to. Go ahead. The more noise this matter makes, the better." Chapter 29. Xiao Fan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. After the housekeeper left, Qin Yan didn't waste any time and went directly to find Xiao Rui. He came to Xiao Rui's room, and without knocking on the door, he directly pushed it in. In the room, Xiao Rui was in the process of changing her clothes, and when she saw Qin Yan come in, she let out a shriek and hurriedly blocked her body with her clothes. Her face was still flushed even though the two of them had rested together many times during the night. She asked in a small voice, Qin Xiao, why are you here?" Qin Yan coughed lightly, then turned around and said, "I'm here to ask you to go with me to shoot a portrait." "Portrait?" Xiao Rui was a bit confused. "What portrait?" Qin Yan took a deep breath and said, "It's just couple portraits. I'm ready to announce to the others that you're my girlfriend." "What?" Xiao Rui's entire body was stunned when she heard this. The clothes in her hand almost couldn't hold on to them and fell down. She looked at Qin Yan with a bit of disbelief. "Qin Xiao, you're telling the truth? You didn't say, I'm your play. The word plaything, Xiao Rui didn't dare to say it all the way because she couldn't accept this identity a little bit in her own heart. Qin Yan's eyes looked at the door as he said, "At the beginning, because of Xiao Fan's matter, I was very angry, so I spread my anger on you, and in the past 2 days, I have calmed down, and I know that this matter has nothing to do with you, but time won't go back. Since this relationship has happened between us, then I won't be irresponsible. Today, I, Qin Yan, am going to declare to the whole world that you, Xiao Rui, are my girlfriend." When he said this, Qin Yan didn't blush or jump, and he didn't mean what he said anyway. However, Xiao Rui took it seriously, and at this moment, tears were flowing from her excited eyes. In the past few days, under the circumstance that Qinglan kept on brainwashing her, she firmly believed that Qin Yan was a simple, loving and a little overbearing man. This kind of person was the most attractive to a little girl like Xiao Rui. Plus, they had already had that kind of relationship, so Xiao Rui quickly sank, and she fell in love with Qin Yan. But she also knew that her position in Qin Yan's heart was that of a plaything. She's still very sad and upset over this. But who would have thought that the surprise would come so quickly? That Qin Yan would want her to be his girlfriend, and that he would have to announce it to everyone. The immense happiness was smashing her. Qinglan came forward at this time and said, "Miss Xiao, what a congratulations! I told you that my young master is the most affectionate. He will definitely not fail you." Xiao Rui nodded with tears of happiness on her face. "Thank you, Sister Qinglan." Qinglan smiled faintly. "Don't cry, Miss Xiao. We're taking portraits today. We must bring out the most beautiful version of ourselves." A smile appeared on Xiao Rui's face. "Okay, Auntie Lan." After Xiao Rui had gotten dressed, Qin Yan walked over to her and extended his arm. Xiao Rui kind of didn't quite understand what this meant, so she ignorantly went to pull Qin Yan's hand. Qinglan on one side stepped forward. "Miss Xiao, it's not like that." Then she pulled Xiao Rui so that she could hold Qin Yan's arm. After Xiao Rui hugged, she timidly glanced at Qin Yan and found that Qin Yan had a faint smile on his face and a hint of doting in his eyes. Xiao Rui's apprehension and uneasiness instantly dissipated, and her heart was as sweet as if it had been filled with honey. Qin Yan said, "Let's go." Xiao Rui nodded and said in a little kitten-like voice, Okay. The two left the room together. The butler was already waiting, and when he saw the two come down, he hurriedly said, "Young master, Miss Xiao, the photographer, makeup artist, costume artist and people from the media are here and ready." Hearing the housekeeper say this, Xiao Rui was a bit shocked. Why have so many people come? Qin Yan patted her small head with his other hand. "You're my girlfriend. I naturally want to give you the best." Xiao Rui was once again pierced by Qin Yan's sweet words. She nodded her head with a flushed face and whispered, "You're so nice." Qin Yan laughed a little, then led her out. It took over 3 hours to put on makeup, change clothes, take pictures and then be interviewed. During this time, Qin Yan's mother Yunqing also came over. In fact, she had also contacted Xiao Rui in the past few days. After all, this was his son's first woman, so naturally she had to get to know her. After contact, Yunqiang was still satisfied with Xiao Rui overall, but after all, did not receive the education of the big families? Some things are still short-sighted. When the Qin family young lady is still lacking a lot, but it was still enough to be a young wife or something for Qin Yan. There was just one thing that Yun Cheng minded, and that was that Xiao Rui was actually Xiao Fan's sister. However, after this matter was explained to her by the housekeeper, she didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, it's a little girl, can she still turn over the sky in their Qin family? After everything was done, the morning was almost over. Qin Yan had a meal with Xiao Rui and then went to cultivate. Xiao Rui was very understanding and didn't bother him, but instead wandered around the Qin family with Qinglan. Qin Yan's new girlfriend Xiao Rui. This matter was quickly spread out by the media. In a very short period of time on the hot searches, the hot search list of the top 10 ate with Qin Yan's girlfriend the words. In the afternoon of that day, at the Southeast Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Fan was practicing his battle skills when Lai Qingqing walked over, her face very serious. Seeing her, Xiao Fan stopped and asked with a smile, Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Lai Qingqing took a deep breath and said, I'm fine, but there's one thing that has to do with you. You must control your emotions. Xiao Fan laughed a little and said, what is it? That I must control my emotions? Lai Qingqing took out her cell phone, unlocked it, and handed it to him. Xiao Fan curiously took over the phone and took a look. His eyes instantly widened with disbelief. Then he kept scrolling down, tapping on one hot search after another. In the end, Xiao Fan was so exasperated that he gritted his teeth and shivered, so much so that he could not wait to crush his cell phone. He hadn't thought that his sister Xiao Rui had become Qin Yan's girlfriend, knowing that their parents were both killed by Qin Yan, and that this incident had just passed only a few days ago. Xiao Rui is now with Qin Yan? At this moment, he wanted to immediately come to Xiao Rui's side and question why she was doing this. Seeing Xiao Fan trembling all over, Lai Qingqing felt a heartache in her heart and walked forward to hug him, saying, Xiao Fan, you must be calm now. There are 3 more days until the national elite selection. You mustn't have any problems. Xiao Fan's eyes are red, but my sister is with Qin Yan, that is together. Qin Yan is the murderer who killed my parents. Lai Qingqing calmly said, I know, so I'm guessing that this is most likely Qin Yan forcing Rui to do this. Xiao Fan suppressed his voice and growled lowly, all the more reason for me to go and rescue my sister then. Lai Qingqing took a deep breath and said, what can you do if you go now? What can you do? Xiao Fan was instantly stopped by Lai Qingqing's question. He hesitated for a while. Yes, facing the powerful Qin family, what could he do? Qingqing Lai took the opportunity to say, what you need to do now is to get a good result in the elite competition so that you can be noticed by a lot of people, and then the Qin family won't dare to harm you so easily, and then you can think of a way to save Rui. Xiao Fan also calmed down after hearing this, but he was still uneasy. I'm worried that my sister will suffer. Lai Qingqing didn't understand Qin Yan, and she didn't dare to guarantee that Qin Yan would not do anything to Xiao Rui, so she could only say, at the very least, Rui is safe. Xiao Fan nodded. I know, I will definitely try my best to cultivate and save Rui as soon as possible. Qingqing, thank you for telling me so much. I will never fail you in my life. Lai Qingqing blushed all of a sudden. I believe you. Chapter 30, Your sister is now my girlfriend. 3 days later in the morning, Qin Yan opened his eyes and pushed Xiao Rui, whose body was delicate and soft, out of the way before sitting up. Ever since Qin Yan had taken couple portraits with her, Xiao Rui treated Qin Yan with extra initiative, pestering him every night. This caused Qin Yan to get up much later than usual in the first 2 days, but today he couldn't be lazy anymore because today was the day of the national elite selection competition. He put on his clothes and glanced back at Xiao Rui before suddenly frowning. The Xiao Rui in front of him had actually woken up even though her eyes were closed, and he could feel the disordered breathing of Xiao Rui. Qin Yan thought for a moment, then came to the bed and kissed Xiao Rui's white forehead, and gently stroked her cheeks before getting up to leave. It's an act anyway, it's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. After he left, Xiao Rui opened her eyes, her watery eyes filled with sweetness. He really does love me. Immediately after Qin Yan came out, he took Qinan and left the Qin clan, setting off towards the secret realm of the national selection competition. The secret realm for this selection contest was called the Black Dragon Secret Realm, and it was said to have been created by a powerful black dragon, which later died inside this secret realm as well. This secret realm was filled with dangers everywhere. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts in it in great numbers, and there were also very strong dragon species in it, all of which contained the bloodline of the black dragon in their bodies, and their fighting strength was extremely astonishing. Of course, the secret realm wasn't just all danger. What went hand in hand with danger was chance. The greatest opportunity inside this head secret realm was the treasure left behind after the black dragon's death. In the plot, Xiao Fan, the son of heavenly fate, was inside the black dragon mystic realm and got the biggest treasure inside, the black dragon's dragon bead in true blood. This dragon pearl allowed Xiao Fan's physique to evolve and become the black dragon's sacred body, and his strength was drastically increased. It was also because of the physique enhancement that Xiao Fan was able to kill Qin Yan in the global elite competition. Of course, Now that Qin Yan was already a supreme body, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the regional black dragon's sacred body, but he wouldn't let Xiao Fan get this dragon pearl in true blood either. Wouldn't it be good for him to snatch it himself and create a holy body for the Qin family? It took less than half an hour for Qin Yan to arrive at the entrance of the secret realm. There were already many people outside the entrance at this time. After all, there were hundreds of martial arts academies across the country, and although the number of people who could participate in the elite selection tournament varied from academy to academy, it added up to thousands of people. Qin Yan had just arrived when he saw Ming Yu waving at him. "Young Qin, this way." Ming Yu's voice wasn't small, and many of the students around him heard it. So many of them turned their heads to look at Qin Yan. However, there wasn't any goodwill in their gazes, but rather, they were filled with scorn, anger, indifference, and even killing intent. It had to be said that those tactics of the Jiang and Ji families were still very effective. Over the years, these two families have publicized the Qin family through various channels. The merits achieved by the Qin family they passed over with a single stroke, while the things done by the Qin family were pinched by them and portrayed as bad deeds done with spring and autumn strokes. After years of unremitting efforts, the Qin family's reputation in Daxia was in tatters, and many people hated to get rid of the Qin family. In fact, it wasn't as if no one had reflected this matter to the Qin family over the years, but the Qin family had never taken it seriously. The attitude of the Qin family is that as long as I'm strong enough, who can do anything to me? In fact, there is nothing wrong with this idea. As long as it is strong enough, it will have enough power to speak. However, it was not helped by the fact that the plot featured the variable of Xiao Fan, who first killed Qin Yan and later survived the Qin family's pursuit time and time again, making everyone perceive that the Qin family was not invincible. So there was the destruction of the Qin family. Today's Qin Yan had no intention of trying to overthrow the Qin family's idea. The reason why the Qin family lost in the plot was because it wasn't ruthless enough, and because it wasn't strong enough. As long as he was strong enough, no one would dare to touch their Qin family. Plus, if he was ruthless, then everyone would have to prostrate themselves at the Qin family's feet. Just then, a familiar voice filled with anger came out. "Qin Yan, what did you do to my sister?" Qin Yan turned his head and saw Xiao Fan walking towards him in a huff. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You mean Xiao Rui? She's my girlfriend now. We sleep in the same bed every night. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Fan almost spat out blood from Qin Yan's anger as he looked at him and said angrily, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." After saying that, he hissed angrily, drew out the long sword at his waist, and rushed towards Qin Yan. When the people around them saw this, their faces showed excitement, and some of them were even whispering, "Look, Xiao Fan is going to make a move on Qin Yan. It's best to kill Qin Yan." I've long looked at him with displeasure. All of the Qin family members should die. The Qin family shouldn't have existed a long time ago. Xiao Fan is in the late 4th grade and Qin Yan is in the middle 4th grade. He is definitely not Xiao Fan's opponent. Xiao Fan raised the long blade in his hand above his head and roared, "Split C1 blade." A blade chi that was more than 10 meters long slashed down towards Qin Yan's head. The powerful oppressive force made the people around him unable to resist retreating backward. "Qin Yan, you go to hell." Qin Yan looked at Xiao Fan's attack with cold eyes and let out a cold snort as he took out his rewarding blood vibrancy blade from the system space. The blood vibrancy blade was blood red and crystal clear. As if it was made of red crystal, the rich killing aura seemed to condense into substance, and those who saw the blood vibrancy blade in the surroundings couldn't help but be chilled all over their bodies, and their bodies went cold. Qin Yan slowly raised the blood vibrancy blade, a hint of killing intent blossoming in his eyes. 9 demonic blades, 2nd level. The 9 heavy demon blades were the Qin clan's saint-level battle techniques, with a total of 9 blades, each one several times more powerful than the previous one. Nowadays, Qin Yan had only mastered the 4th level as well, but to him, crushing Xiao Fan was not a problem at all. The long knife in his hand swung out violently, and a blood-red blade chi appeared like a blood dragon, seemingly tearing through space as it lunged at Xiao Fan with teeth and claws. Rumble with a muffled sound. The scarlet blade chi easily tore apart Xiao Fan's attack before ferociously charging towards Xiao Fan himself. Xiao Fan was taken aback and roared again, slashing out with force and shattering Qin Yan's attack. Then he gazed at Qin Yan and said, "Qin Yan, is that all you've got?" Qin Yan sneered, "To be in such a sorry state after receiving one of my slashes. Who gave you the courage to continue provoking me?" After saying that, he once again raised his blood vampiric blade, 9 demonic blades. The blood spirit blade in his hand let out a sharp chirping sound, and a blade chi that was even more ferocious than the one he had just had impacted toward Xiao Fan. Above this blade chi, it seemed as if there were countless demons entwined, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Seeing this blade, a dangerous feeling appeared in Xiao Fan's heart as he hurriedly roared, "Split C slash!" An even more massive blade chi than earlier appeared, trying to fend off Qin Yan's attack, yet it was all in vain. only to see that the blood-colored blade Qi easily tore apart Xiao Fan's attack and ruthlessly fell on him. No! Xiao Fan let out a desperate hiss. Chapter 31, Shameless Double Standard. Kill her. Just as the blade Qi was about to land on Xiao Fan, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him, and then a light blossomed from his hand, directly crushing Qin Yan's attack. Qin Yan fixed his eyes and realized that it was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, mature and delicate, with a front convex and plump figure. This was the leading teacher of the Southeast Martial Arts Academy, 7th grade martial artist Su Xia. Su Xia lowered her hand and coldly gazed at Qin Yan as she angrily said, "Qin Yan, you've gone too far. Xiao Fan was only trying to spar with you, but you're actually going to lay a deadly hand on him?" Qin Yan's entire body was infuriated and laughed at his words. "Cutting? Didn't you see the way Xiao Fan shouted at me before? Didn't you see that he was aiming to kill me?" Su Xia coldly grunted. "Xiao Fan went all out because he knew that you were strong and there was no hope of winning against you without going all out." Qin Yan once again saw what it was like when people were shameless. Before he had a chance to open his mouth this time, Dongfang Bai on the side jumped out in anger. "Are you a double standard? It's fine for Xiao Fan to go all out. So what's wrong with Qin Xiao going all out? Not to mention that young Qin hasn't even gone all out. The fact that he can't block it is because he's too weak. What does it have to do with young Qin?" This statement was supported by Mingyu as well as Zhu Hang and the others. Only Mingyu said, "Right. Don't come here to lose face if you can't afford to lose." Xiao Fan's teeth almost crunched as he sniffed, his eyes looking resentfully at Mingyu as well as Dongfang Bai, as if he wanted to eat the two of them. Su Xia said with a bashful face, "Xiao Fan and Qin Yan are different. Xiao Fan's purpose is to cut and spar, while Qin Yan is running to kill." "Yo yo yo, that's what I said," Zhu Hang said conspiratorially from the side. "You have mind reading ah. How do you know that Qin Xiao is running to kill someone? Qin Xiao, if he wants to kill him, then surely he has to put out his full strength not just use 3 points of force." "Shut up." Su Xia glanced at the several people with a bit of annoyance. Then she looked at Qin Yan again and said, "Qin Yan, you have an evil mind. I must teach you a good lesson today." After saying that, she violently rushed towards Qin Yan, her hands blossoming with light and killing intent. If this palm landed on Qin Yan wouldn't die, but he would definitely be seriously injured, and there would definitely be no way for him to participate in this elite selection tournament. When Dongfang Bai and the others saw this, their faces instantly changed as they turned their heads and prepared to have their guard strike, but before they could open their mouths, they saw a silhouette appear in front of Qin Yan, slapping a palm on top of Su Xia's palm. Su Xia only felt a huge force penetrate her, and her body fell backward like a kite with broken strings, then fell hard on the ground. "Ms. Su, are you okay?" Xiao Fan and a few other students from the Southeast Martial Arts Academy hurried over and helped Su Xia up. Su Xia stabilized her body and shook her head. "I'm fine." Then she looked at Qinan warily. "8th grade martial artist?" Qinan slowly raised his head, his voice low and hoarse. "Those who dare to harm the young lord, die." Su Xia gritted her teeth, knowing that with Qinan here, there was definitely no way for her to take a shot at Qin Yan. So she said to the students around her, "Go." Just as they were about to leave, Qin Yan's voice came again. "You come when you say you're coming and leave when you say you're leaving. Who do you take me?" "Qin Yan." 4. Su Xia stood still. "Qin Yan, you've already won. What else do you want?" Qin Yan looked at her indifferently. "I could care less about Xiao Fan taking a shot at me, and I could also not take it seriously if you, as a teacher, interfered in the duel between us. But," an endless killing aura instantly blossomed on Qin Yan's body, "but you even dared to strike at me. This is unforgivable." Su Xia looked at him. "I only wanted to teach you a lesson. Moreover, aren't you fine now?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yan said, "I'm fine because Qinan is here. If he wasn't here today, I'd probably lose half my life." Su Xia's anger rose again and said, "So what do you want?" "What for?" A cruel smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. "My request is very simple. It's for Qinan to spar with you." Qinan cooperatively stepped forward, his eyes gazing at Su Xia without the slightest bit of emotion as he slowly drew out the battle knife in his hand. "What?" Su Xia took a step backward, a trace of panic appearing on her face. "No, he's an 8th ranked martial artist while I'm only 7th ranked. That's not fair." Qin Yan snorted coldly. "You also know it's unfair? Why didn't you say it was unfair when you struck out at me just now?" Then he looked at Qinan again and said, "Qinan, Teacher Su is very strong. I demand that you go all out and not allow any watering down." These words were a coded message that demanded Qinan to go all out and behead Su Xia. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Qinan's mouth. "Don't worry, young lord. I will definitely give this teacher the utmost respect." Su Xia was instantly frightened. She panicked. "No, no, Qin Yan, you can't do this." At this time, the leading teacher of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy walked out and said, Qin Yan, let the people be spared. Teacher Su was only acting on impulse just now. Besides, you didn't suffer any injuries, so why are you grasping at straws? This teacher was also an 8th grade martial artist, so he wasn't afraid of Qin. So he stood up for Su Xia. When the teachers from the other academies saw that someone had stood up for them, they all began to support Su Xia as well. That's right, Qin Yan, you're not injured or anything, so why hold on to it? The children of these great families are really narrow-minded people. A small matter is so unforgiving. Isn't it just because you were born in the Qin family? How dare you be so aggressive? Seeing that there were so many people speaking for herself, the tension on Su Xia's face disappeared and she instead looked at Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, although I'm not your teacher, it's only right to teach you a lesson. Don't go too far. Qin Yan did not have a single fluctuation in his heart in the face of so many people's accusations, and even his face did not change, because Su Xia had to die today. He spoke again, his voice cold and indifferent. Qinan, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you make your move yet? Qinan hurriedly said, yes, young lord. He then picked up his battle sword and violently charged towards Su Xia. Su Xia hurriedly took out her weapon to fend it off, while shouting out of her mouth, teachers, come and help. Seeing this, the teachers from the other academies immediately rushed forward. Dongfang Bai, Ming Yu, and the others snorted coldly and tried to get their guards on the field. But Qin Yan's cold voice came out. Qinan is an 8th grade perfection level martial artist who once killed 12 foreigner 8th grade powerhouses in a battle, as well as a half-step martial saint level foreigner powerhouse. Hearing Qin Yan's words, those who wanted to go forward to support him all stopped in their tracks and looked at Qinan in shock, their hearts shaken beyond measure. And Su Xia's heart was even more desperate as she broke down and shouted, no, don't, Xiao Qin, please let me go. I don't want to die. However, just as the words fell, she saw that Qinan had already rushed in front of her and swung the long knife in her hand. A cold sensation appeared from her neck and she covered her neck in horror as blood flowed out of her fingers before it began to dim before her eyes. Chapter 32 Jiang Ripple of the Jiang family. The shock on Su Xia's face was fixed, and her body stiffened as she fell to the ground. The surrounding people were shocked to see this and looked at the dead Su Xia in shock. After a long time, they came back to their senses and turned their gazes to Qin Yan, their eyes filled with anger and hatred within. Qin Yan, I'll kill you. Xiao Fan's angry voice came out, his face grimacing as he rushed towards Qin Yan, energy surging around his body, the long knife in his hand blossoming with a piercing light as he fiercely slashed out at Qin Yan. A stern and overbearing blade she slashed towards Qin Yan, and it seemed as if the space around him was a bit distorted. How dare he kill Su Xia? This was his mentor who had entered the Southeast Martial Arts Academy. She was beautiful and generous, gentle and sensible. She was one of Xiao Fan's intended harem candidates but now she had been killed by Qin Yan's men. How can he stand this? Seeing this, Lai Qingqing, who was beside Xiao Fan, also clenched her silver teeth and rushed towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan lazily ignored them and said indifferently, Qinan. Qinan hemmed and hawed, a hideous expression on his face as he violently stretched out his hand. A large palm with a square of 100 meters appeared above the two men's heads and then violently slapped downward. The palm of his hand was like swatting a fly, directly slapping the two on the ground. Qin Yan looked at Qinan with a bit of dissatisfaction. Why didn't you just shoot them to death? Qinan said, young lord, there are too many students here. If we shoot them dead it will definitely spread to more students. Qin Yan snorted coldly. Screw them. He didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards all the students in front of him, a bunch of dumbass who were being led around by the nose, without the slightest bit of self-discernment. Keeping them would just be a waste of air. However, right at this moment, a clear girl's voice rang out. Qin Yan, you've had enough. Qin Yan looked back, only to see a young girl in a special battle suit walking over. She had a slender figure, a small goose-egg face, delicate features, and tied a sharp ponytail. It was as if she carried a halo around her, attracting countless gazes as she walked the short distance over. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. I thought who it was. So it's Ms. Zhang Lianyi Zhang. Zhang Lianyi was the eldest young lady of the Zhang family of the martial god clan, the same age as Qin Yan, and her talent was also very outstanding. Possessing the heavenly flame sacred body, and practicing hard, she was now an early 4th grade martial artist, though her combat power was comparable to that of an average 5th grade martial artist. Zhang Lianyi's eyes were cold as she gazed at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, you've already killed one person. What else do you want? Do you still want to kill all of us here? Qin Yan snorted. Are you brain dead? Zhang Lianyi's face instantly changed at his words. What do you mean? Qin Yan? Qin Yan's face turned icy cold. I came here and just chatted with my friends for a few moments, and that idiot Xiao Fan couldn't wait to come over and pick a fight. Are you not seeing all this? Xiao Fan, who was lying on the ground, raised his head at this moment and said angrily, You're the one who snatched my sister. You imprisoned my sister in your Qin family and prevented her from leaving before this happened." When they heard Xiao Fan's words, the faces of the people around them burst into contempt. Some students began to verbally attack Qin Yan on the strength of having Zhang Liani in front of them. "Qin Yan, you're simply excessive. You robbed Xiao Fan's sister and even tried to kill Xiao Fan. What you're doing is not human. Qin Yan, you are truly a human face and beast. How dare you do such beastly things on the basis of your family lineage? Why are scum like you still alive in the world?" Those students became more and more agitated as they talked, and finally they wanted to go up and kill Qin Yan, but they were afraid of Qin Yan, who was standing to the side, so none of them acted. Zhang Liani also frowned as she looked at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, you're really an unmitigated fool." Qin Yan's face instantly chilled at his words, his gloomy eyes staring at Zhang Liani dead in the face. "I say, Zhang Liani, do you really not know about the hatred between Xiao Fan and I? Or are you aware of it and deliberately misleading people here so that they will discriminate and hate me? The Qin family?" A slight hint of panic appeared in Zhang Liani's eyes when she heard this, but she quickly calmed down. "I'm just being honest. There's no such thing as misinformation or anything like that." Qin Yan coldly snorted. "There is no you know in your own heart. What you Jiang family and Ji family did all these years, don't think that we don't know. I hope that you have a little bit of pussy in your own heart. Don't ing piss us off, or else no one will want to be good. Zhang Liani, let me tell you, our Qin family has the ability to lift the table." Zhang Liani's face turned a little white at those words and she took a step backward before stubbornly saying, "Don't you say anything else here? I'm only here today to stop you from killing innocents indiscriminately." Qin Yan glanced at the guard behind Zhang Liani. That was also a battle-hardened 8th grade great perfection martial artist. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose when Qin Yan faced him, so he snorted coldly, "Just don't mess with me." After saying that, he smiled again and looked at Lai Qingqing beside Xiao Fan and said, "You are Xiao Fan's new favorite? Let me tell you something. Xiao Fan's ex-girlfriend was killed by him personally, and it's only been 3 or 4 days since this incident passed. I really didn't expect him to have a new love so soon." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he smiled and walked towards Dongfang Bai and the others. After Lai Qingqing heard this, her entire body was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Xiao Fan with an incredulous gaze. She was a bit unconvinced that Xiao Fan would do this. The other students looked at him with questioning eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Fan hurriedly explained, "Qin Cheng, this matter was not of my own volition. At that time, Qin Yan used the lives of the entire Lu family as a threat and forced Lu Xianyao to kill my parents. I had no choice but to strike out at her. I swear that I didn't think of killing her." Hearing his words, Lai Qingqing's eyes were filled with guilt inside. "I'm sorry, Xiao Fan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you." The other students also cursed when they heard this. "I'll go this Qin Yan really deserves to die. To have done such a thing. The Qin family is really getting more and more excessive. It's still bursting at the seams. We know that. And who knows how much they do privately that we don't know about. The Qin family is simply the scourge of Daxia." Hearing the students' words, Xiao Fan was a bit surprised in his heart and became more confident about this elite selection tournament. As long as he went in and provoked these students, they would definitely go after Qin Yan. Let's see how Qin Yan dies when the time comes. Thinking of this, he looked at Qin Yan with a gaze filled with hatred. "Qin Yan, your time to die will come soon. When we get inside the secret realm, without the guards around you, let's see if you can still hold off so many of us." On the side, Zhang Liani looked at Xiao Fan's gaze that wanted to eat people, and then looked at Qin Yan, and suddenly an idea appeared in her heart. In the middle of the two, it seemed like they could maneuver a bit to allow Xiao Fan to kill Qin Yan. When the time came to let the Qin family pour all their anger onto Xiao Fan, they, the Jiang family, could go and do something else. Zhang Liani's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Chapter 33, Entering the Secret Realm, Dragon Blood Fruit. After another 10 minutes or so, a loud whistling sound was heard, and the crowd looked up to find a tall man wearing a metal battlesuit with a long spear on his back standing proudly in the air. Most of the students and teachers couldn't help but look at the man with reverence after seeing it. Those who were able to fly in the air were all martial saints. This was their goal and motivation to move forward. Only Qin Yan and a few other people from the big families had little expression on their faces. The district was just a martial saint, whose family didn't seem to have one. The visitor was none other than the capital's resident martial saint, Wang Chang, who had opened the secret realm of the elite selection competition this year. He looked at the students below and said with a majestic face, "Everyone, please get ready. I will open the secret realm for you below. I need to repeat the rules of this competition for everyone. This time when you enter the secret realm, everyone will be issued a number plate, which will record the number of ferocious beasts you have killed inside, thus giving you a corresponding score. The top 30 with the most points get to compete in the Global Collegiate Classic. Let me say one last thing. The acquisition of points is not only limited to killing ferocious beasts, the number plates in other people's hands are also targets that you can compete for. The last sentence is a naked encouragement for the students to fight and fight. The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. This way he liked it. After all, if you want to grab someone else's score there has to be a fight. And if there's a fight, then it makes sense that there would be casualties, right? Qin Yan turned his gaze back to the group of excited students. It was as if these people were not competitors in his eyes at the moment, but a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. After Wang Chang finished speaking, he took out a black, palm-sized token that looked a bit like a dragon scale. Then he threw the token into the air and injected another powerful burst of energy. Soon, a round dot appeared on the space. Then the dot grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a space door with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Wang Chang said, "Students, you can go in now." The students were like a flock of sheep that were going to return to the pen, swarming over to the inside. And Qin Yan also followed the crowd and walked in. As they entered inside, a guard issued each student a number plate. Qin Yan also got one, said it was a scoreboard, but it was actually something like a wristwatch. It could scan the killed beasts and mark them, lest someone take advantage of the loophole and specialize in picking up the beasts scanned by others for a second scan. After putting on the scoreboard, Qin Yan took a step inside the secret realm. Only a white light flashed before his eyes, and then a sense of weightlessness came over him. In the next second, his body appeared inside the secret realm. Qin Yan stood up, looked around, discerned the direction, and then quickly walked towards the place where the black dragon had fallen. He would never allow Xiaofan to get his hands on the black dragon pearl and black dragon essence blood. After walking for roughly less than a kilometer, he met his opponent, a wolf that was 2 meters tall with black scales on its body and 2 sharp horns on its head. This wolf should have the bloodline of that black dragon, and its current strength is 2nd grade. Looking at the black wolf blocking the road in front of him, Qin Yan frowned impatiently. "Get lost." The black wolf immediately bared its teeth at Qin Yan, and then opened its big mouth to impact towards him. Qin Yan snorted coldly, extended his hand, and said, "Great heavenly demon palm." A blood-red palm with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the air, and then slapped down fiercely at the black wolf. Only heard a loud rumble. The black wolf was directly slapped into the earth. The whole wolf has become a wolf cake. Qin Yan scanned with the wristwatch on his wrist and saw that the score on the top of the scoreboard had changed to 2 before he continued to walk forward. After seeing the scores being noted, Qin Yan continued on. This walk was for most of the day, and on the way, he encountered a dozen or so ferocious beasts, but none of them were his match, and basically all of them were killed by him with one move. After walking for another 20 minutes or so, he suddenly heard a hissing sound of a ferocious beast from the front, and a human shout, "Both sides should be fighting." Qin Yan walked forward quickly, and soon, he saw an ape that was 5 or 6 meters tall, with a strong physique, covered in black scales, and 2 horns on its head was fighting with 4 or 5 students. This ape's strength was a mid-4th grade, but ferocious beasts were already much stronger in combat than humans of the same grade, not to mention that there was also a black dragon bloodline in this guy's body, so his combat power was even more frighteningly strong. The students around the black apes were all at the 4th rank in strength. There were 2 early 4th ranks, 1 mid-4th rank, and 1 late 4th rank. The 4 people surrounded the black ape, constantly attacking. Their attacks landed on the black ape's body but were blocked by the hard black scales. Only that late 4th grade student was able to pose a little threat to the black ape. Instead, the black ape's ferocious attacks were causing them to have their hands full. Originally, Qin Yan wasn't going to bother with them and just leave. But suddenly he saw a small tree 3 or 4 meters high not far behind the black ape. The small tree leaves are crystal clear, like a fine imperial green. Moreover, there were 3 red fruits growing on the small tree, which were the specialty of the black dragon mystic realm, the dragon blood fruit. This kind of fruit is of great help to the improvement of strength. Of course, the most important thing is that it can be used for the improvement of the body. The dragon blood fruit had the effect of quenching the body, and if it was paired with a dragon pearl, it could even allow the body to transform into a black dragon. This fruit is really good. A glint flashed in Qin Yan's eyes before he raised his hand and said, "Great heavenly demon palm." With a brush, a huge blood-colored palm with a diameter of 10 meters appeared above the heads of the black ape and the 4 or 5 students. The students and black apes who were fighting noticed that the sky was darkening and hurriedly looked up. When they saw the bloody palm, those students' faces changed. One of them shouted, "Damn it, retreat quickly. This is the Qin clan's great heavenly demon palm." Those students hurriedly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, they exited the range of the great heavenly demon palm's attack. Only the black ape stood there, motionless, hissing and roaring at the bloody palm. It wasn't that the black ape didn't want to run because he was locked by the great heavenly demon palm, and secondly, if it ran, the dragon blood fruit behind it wouldn't belong to him. Qin Yan snorted coldly, his palm pressed downward fiercely, and the great heavenly demon palm slammed down on the black ape's body, only to hear rumble a muffled sound. The ground appeared in nearly 2-meter deep pit, just now also flaunted the black ape lying on the ground, all the bones broken, the whole body constantly outward flow of blood. Qin Yan walked over and took a look at the black ape that was out of breath and in breath, scanned it with his wristwatch, and then walked towards the dragon blood fruit. Seeing Qin Yan's goal, one of the students couldn't help but say, "Hey, we found those dragon blood fruits, you have to give us 2. Qin Yan twisted his head, a cold smile on his face. "Give you 2? I'll see about giving you 2 slaps." After saying that, he raised his palm once again, and the blood-colored great heavenly demon palm appeared above the heads of several students before slapping down fiercely. Chapter 34, Killing the 4, Black Dragon. Seeing that Qin Yan had struck out at them at the drop of a hat, those few students were startled and hastily dodged. But Qin Yan's attack was so fast that of the 4 students, only 2 of them who were slightly stronger barely dodged it, while the remaining 2 students in the early 4th grade were directly slapped into the ground. The battle suits on these 2 students were beaten into a piece of scrap metal, while these 2 had cooled down with bones shattered all over their bodies and their internal organs broken. When that late 4th grade student saw what was happening in front of him, a wave of anger surged through him. He looked at Qin Yan angrily and roared, "Qin Yan, what are you doing? You don't have to give the dragon blood fruit if you don't want to. Why are you killing people?" Qin Yan looked at these 2 coldly and said, "I forgot there were you guys." He took out the blood vampire blade from his spatial ring and slashed at the student who had questioned him. The bright red, blood-like blade chi emitted a rich aura of death, tearing through the air and chopping towards the student with a whistling sound. The student saw this and hissed loudly, "Bastard! I'll kill you." With all his strength, he raised the weapon in his hand to meet the blade chi, but the difference in strength between him and Qin Yan was just too great, and his counterattack was easily torn apart by the blade chi, which then viciously slashed at his body. Only a clanging sound rang out, and the student's entire body, along with his battlesuit, was directly cut in half, dead beyond repair. And when the only remaining student saw this, he panicked and said, "No, no, don't kill me, I don't want to die." After saying that, he turned his head and ran, his speed far exceeding that of a normal mid-4th grade martial artist. It seems that under the threat of his life, this guy's potential exploded as well. However, since Qin Yan had chosen to make a move, where would he let this guy leave? Only to see his legs slightly bent, and then violently forcefully stomped on the ground, directly stomping out a big pit on the ground. His whole person was like a cannonball violently rushed out. His arms unfolded like an eagle and he quickly rushed to the top of that student's head. He lowered his head and smiled coldly as the blood vampire blade in his hand was aimed at him. A blade chi with a destructive aura chopped towards the student, who was startled and yelled, raising the weapon in his hand and desperately trying to fend it off. However, compared to Qin Yan, he was like a mole cricket facing a giant dragon. His counterattack was like glass that had been hit by a stone, thumping and exploding, then shattering as the incomparably sharp blade chi slashed directly at him. Only a miserable scream came from the student, who was similarly chopped in 2. Qin Yan's body steadily landed on the ground without the slightest bit of emotion as he glanced at the corpse on the ground. He didn't have the slightest mental burden about killing these people because these guys would all be enemies of the Qin family in the future, with the exception of the Qin family diehards such as Mingyu and Dongfang Bai, whose spearheads were all directed at the Qin family. He wanted to kill all of those people if he could. Qin Yan came to the side of the dragon blood fruit and took out 3 jade boxes from his spatial ring before putting all 3 dragon blood fruits inside. Then he continued to run towards the spot where the black dragon had fallen, because the secret realm was huge, and he was relatively far away from where the black dragon had fallen. Even if he hurried with all his might, it would probably take him around 2 days if he wanted to run to it, so he couldn't afford to delay any fraction of a second. After running for less than half an hour, he heard a roar that sounded a bit like a dragon's roar from not far away. Qin Yan stopped his steps and raised his eyes to look over, only to see a huge, flapping winged, black dragon with a shape somewhat resembling that of a western dragon rise up into the air. Under the sunlight, the black dragon's scales shone with a metallic-like luster. A trace of delight appeared on Qin Yan's face after he saw this black dragon. This black dragon was really good. The bloodline in his body was rich, his fighting strength was strong, and most importantly, he was able to fly. It's much easier to move around on your own with this guy. Soon, he saw a blazing spear on rising up into the sky, and the spear on pierced through the black dragon's body. Only the black dragon hissed, and then its entire body fell to the ground like a meteor with a loud bang. Thinking of this, Qin Yan quickly ran towards the black dragon. When he arrived, he found that there were already a dozen students here, several of them familiar faces. One of them was Dongfang Bai, but this guy was being targeted by the others. 2 of the leaders Qin Yan still recognized, One was Ji family's eldest Miss Ji Yunyao. This Ji Yunyao was the same age as Qin Yan. Her appearance was unrivaled in beauty, with big eyes and willow leaf eyebrows, a small nose, and rose petal-like red lips. She also has a very smooth, yes, smooth, front and back body, but not so big and exaggerated that she looks like she has a youthful athletic style. On top of that, Ji Yunyao was also a very intelligent woman. In the plot, Xiao Fan was attracted by Ji Yunyao's looks and temperament after meeting her and wanted to take her into his harem, but Ji Yunyao hardened herself and carried the aura of the Son of Heaven's destiny without falling. Moreover, when Xiao Fan and the Jiang family were working together to deal with the Qin family, Ji Yunyao had not allowed the Ji family to get involved, instead taking advantage of their duel to grow herself. In the end, if it wasn't for Xiao Fan's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm, the Jiang family and Xiao Fan really wouldn't have been able to suppress the Ji family. Following Ji Yunyao was a tall, burly man holding a golden spear. This man was Wu Chang, the young master of the Wu family of the martial Saint clan, which was affiliated with the Jiang family's camp. Now that the Ji family's eldest miss was with someone from the Jiang family's camp, it seemed that the two families had joined forces as well. Wu Chang looked at Dongfang Bai with a dozen or so students and coldly said, "Dongfang Bai, don't force me to make a move on you. Hurry up and get lost." Dongfang Bai snorted coldly and said, "Humph, when I hunted this black dragon, I also contributed my efforts, so on what grounds are you driving me away?" Wu Chang crossed over Ji Yunyao and took a step forward, saying, "On what basis?" "Just on the basis that you are that guy Qin Yan's lapdog. You are not qualified to stand with us." The students behind Wu Chang were also filled with righteous indignation. "Qin Yan's dog, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Get the hell out of here, or we'll all be on you together. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just directly strike and waste him." Dongfang Bai's face sank as he said, "Wu Chang, keep your mouth clean. You have the ability to say these words to Qin Xiao." Wu Chang sneered, "So what if Qin Yan is here? Even if he is standing here today, I dare to point at his nose and scold him." Dongfang Bai's face was cloudy when he heard this. His hand holding his weapon kept exerting so much force that his veins crumbled out as he gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Chang, you seek death." Wu Chang snorted, "It seems that you're not going to do anything until you've toasted. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." He waved his golden lance in his hand, bellowed angrily, and charged towards Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai clenched his teeth in death as he picked up the knife in his hand and viciously attacked Wu Chang. However, his strength was only at the late 4th grade, while Wu Chang was at the early 5th grade. As soon as the two collided, Dongfang Bai's figure flew out, and he fell hard to the ground, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Wu Chang viciously. "Wu Chang, you wait for me. When I find Qin Xiao, I will definitely make you look good." Wu Chang sniffed and laughed. "Qin Yan? Don't you say he's not here. Even if he is, I can still beat him up like a dead dog." The dozen or so students behind him all laughed along with him. Just as they were laughing, Qin Yan's tall figure walked out, his voice cold and full of killing aura. "Oh, yeah? Chapter 35, Martial Saint's grandson? Kill." Dongfang Bai was pleasantly surprised when he heard Qin Yan's voice, and he jerked his head back to see Qin Yan walking towards himself step by step with a sturdy stride and the blood vampire blade in his hand. He shouted with an aggrieved face, "Qin Xiao, you're here. These guys bullied me based on the number of people and insulted you. You have to avenge me." Qin Yan walked to his side and took out a healing elixir from his spatial ring, saying, "All right, don't cry here. Eat this healing elixir. Stand behind me, and then watch me avenge you." Dongfang Bai took the elixir and stuffed it into his mouth in one go, then stood up and ran backwards, saying, "Okay, young Qin." Qin Xiao laughed for a moment, and then boarded up his face again and looked at Wu Chang coldly, saying, "Were you the one who said just now that even if I were here you would dare to scold me?" A trace of contempt appeared on Wu Chang's face as he said, "I'm the one who said it. How about it? You don't think you're really my opponent, do you? With your cultivation of a mid-4th grade martial artist, if it weren't for the Qin family standing behind you, I don't know how many times you would have been beaten to death." As the words fell, the dozen or so students behind him all shouted loudly as well. That's right, if he wasn't a member of the Qin family, where would he get the chance to be arrogant? This guy was arrogant and murderous just now outside the secret realm. Kill him. This is a secret realm anyway. As long as we go out and don't say anything, no one else will know. Yes, just kill him so he doesn't go out and wreak havoc on others again. Hearing the support of the students, a hint of triumph appeared on Wu Chang's face as he said, "See Qin Yan, you know how much you and the Qin family behind you invite hatred, don't you? Do you know how many people in the country are looking forward to the demise of your Qin family?" Hearing all this, Qin Yan's face did not change one iota. He just said coldly, "Since that's the case, why don't you guys do it instead? Let me see if your anger can destroy me." Wu Chang froze for a moment when he heard this, then laughed out loud and said, "Fine, fine, Qin Yen, since you are bent on seeking death, then don't blame me." After saying that, he let out a furious cry. The long spear in his hand swung, then stabbed at Qin Yen. Those students were excitedly looking at what was happening in front of them, itching for Wu Chang to stab Qin Yen to death with a single shot. Only Ji Yunyao, who stood there without saying a word, looked at Qin Yen with a grave expression on her face, because Qin Yen's behavior was really too abnormal. He was clearly only a mid-4th grade martial artist. Even if he was gifted and strong in combat, Wu Chang was not a mediocre person. He also had a very powerful physique and combat strength. So was this a case of Qin Yen being too arrogant, or was he confident? Qin Yen looked at Wu Chang's lance, and with an upward flick of the blood vibrancy blade in his hand, he directly swung his lance away, and then with a backhanded slash, he slashed down towards Wu Chang's head. Seeing this, Wu Chang shouted angrily, retrieved his spear and raised it to block Qin Yen's attack. He only felt a huge force coming from him, which caused his arms to go numb and his entire body to take several steps backward. Seeing that Qin Yen had the upper hand in the first round, Dongfang Bai excitedly shouted, "Good! Young Qin is mighty." Ji Yunyao's eyes sank. It seemed that the last thing she wished to see happened. Qin Yen was having a strong self-confidence in his own strength. Wu Chang was forced back by Qin Yen's move. Feeling that he had lost face in front of Ji Yunyao, he roared angrily and said, "Asshole, looking for death." A blazing golden light appeared all over his body. Then he roared angrily and charged towards Qin Yen. Qin Yen snorted coldly and raised his long knife. A blood-red blade chi burst out and directly clashed with Wu Chang's attack, making a rumbling sound. With this attack, Qin Yen took a step backward while Wu Chang took 5 or 6 steps backward. This time, even the little cutie all knew that Qin Yen was much stronger than Wu Chang. Those students behind him were also like ducks with their necks stuck, unable to make a sound. "Impossible. You're only a mid-4th grade. How could you possibly be my opponent? Asshole Qin Yen, I will definitely kill you," he roared madly, the golden light on his body about to coalesce into substance. Qin Yen did not show the slightest weakness as a blood-colored light emerged from his body, with the blood light and golden light each occupying half of the sky. Wu Chang waved the long spear in his hand and fiercely stabbed a thick light toward Qin Yen, heaven-breaking shot. Qin Yen sniffed coldly. The names of these guys' moves were quite loud. Just don't know how powerful they are exactly. He then raised his blood vampiric blade and coldly said, 9 demonic blades. The 4th. Facing Wu Chang, he did not have any underestimation because this guy's strength was a solid 5th grade martial artist. His bloodshed blade was raised high above his head as he slashed towards the skybreaker. The blood-red blade on directly separated the blood-colored light, carrying a whistling sound like the wailing of a severe ghost, and collided fiercely with the heaven-breaking lance. Rumble! A loud sound rang out as the blade on directly tore apart Wu Chang's attack before slashing violently towards him. Wu Chang was shocked in his heart and hurriedly raised his spear, trying to block this attack. The blade slashed on top of the lance and smashed heavily on Wu Chang's body. The battle suit on Wu Chang's body suddenly erupted in a burst of intense light at this moment, blocking this attack. But even so, Wu Chang's body was still sent flying out and then fell hard on the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were in severe pain. He raised his head with a shocked expression and looked at Qin Yen, shouting in panic, "Impossible! This is impossible! How could you be so strong?" Qin Yen looked at him coldly and said, "Being strong doesn't make one ignorant. Only ignorance makes one feel strong." After saying that, he once again raised his long sword and aimed another vicious slash down at Wu Chang. "I'll see how many times the battle suit on you can help you block the attacks." With this slash, he used all his strength, and it looked like he was going to directly decapitate Wu Chang. Wu Chang's face turned white with fear, although his battle suit could help him block most of the damage. With Qin Yan's style of fighting, he could shatter his internal organs raw, thus killing him. Seeing this, Wu Chang yelled, "Qin Yen, you can't kill me. My grandfather is Martial Saint Wu Di. Invincible?" Qin Yen laughed coldly. "Then let your grandfather try it on my grandfather and see who is actually invincible." He let out a furious cry, and the blood-red blade chi seemed to split the earth in half as if it was going to fall straight down on Wu Chang. Wu Chang's eyes were round at this moment, his face filled with horror. "Yun Yao, save me!" Just when the blade chi was about to fall on Wu Chang, Ji Yun Yao on the side shouted, "Stop!" only to see her hastily take out a long sword. A sword chi that wasn't thick but very sharp appeared and stabbed directly on top of the blade chi. Only a violent popping sound rang out, and the sword chi and blade chi shattered and then dissipated at the same time. Seeing his attack being blocked, Qin Yen turned his head to look at Ji Yunyao, his eyes filled with a tyrannical killing aura. "Ji Yunyao, you dare to stop me?" Chapter 36, Spineless Thing. When Ji Yunyao saw Qin Yan's violent eyes, a sudden chill appeared in her heart, and a trace of panic appeared on her face, which had been relatively calm before. She hastily took a step backward and said in a bit of panic, "Qin Yan, don't do anything rash. Wu Cheng's grandfather is a martial saint. If you kill him, you will be in big trouble too." Qin Yan coldly said, "I said, if you have the ability, let his grandfather come to my grandfather, but I'm going to kill him now, and if you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude to you." After saying that, he once again raised his long sword and slashed at Wu Cheng, who had difficulty moving. Seeing this, Ji Yunyao gritted her teeth, but still picked up her long sword and fiercely stabbed out. A sword chi that was more than 10 meters long once again attacked on the blood-red blade chi. There was another rumbling sound, and the sword chi and blade chi once again shattered and disappeared together. Qin Yan jerked his head around and looked at Ji Yunyao's, saying, "Ji Yunyao, you asked for this." He raised his blade and aimed a vicious slash at Ji Yunyao. The slash was so powerful that the blood-red blade chi seemed to be tearing the sky apart. Seeing Qin Yan's attack, Ji Yunyao was horrified in her heart. "Qin Yan, you're crazy." She then hurriedly swung her long sword and shouted, "Great River Sword Chi!" A transparent, clear river-like sword chi suddenly appeared and collided with the blade chi, emitting a muffled thunder-like roar. However, this time, the blade chi didn't shatter like the previous 2 times, but rather, it was like a blood-colored dragon that tore apart Ji Yunyao's great river sword chi. The reason why Qin Yan's blade chi had been crushed by Ji Yunyao's sword chi on the previous 2 occasions was because Ji Yunyao had attacked from the side. But even then, Ji Yunyao, who was a 4th-grade perfection martial artist, was only able to manage to make her sword chi and blade chi shatter together. Now that Qin Yan was directly attacking her, the sharp blade chi slashing at her head-on, her sword chi would be no match for the other party. Seeing the blood-colored blade aura crushing towards her body, a trace of panic appeared on the face of the always calm Ji Yunyao. This Qin Yan was actually trying to kill her as well. How did he dare? You know that Ji Yunyao's grandfather was also a martial god. Wasn't he afraid of causing big trouble for the Qin family? But now was not the time to think about this in detail. Ji Yunyao swung her long sword once again, and a curved moon sword chi swept out, directly touching the blade chi. A dull sound like a landslide came out, and this time the sword chi finally broke through. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Qin Yan's voice ring out again, "Great heavenly demon palm." A hint of a bad premonition appeared in Ji Yunyao's heart as she hurriedly looked up, only to see a huge blood-colored palm appear and then lightning-like fall down on her. At this time, Ji Yunyao was already too late to resist, and could only watch as the large palm slapped directly onto her. A loud muffled sound appeared, and a large palm print 2 meters deep appeared on the ground, while Ji Yunyao was lying in the palm, her breath dying, her body in severe pain, and her body unable to move at all. Seeing Ji Yunyao's misery, everyone at the scene was shocked once again. Those students looked at Qin Yan with their mouths wide open. What they thought was that after Qin Yan came to the secret realm, he was even more ferocious than before, practically killing anyone he saw. Dong Fanbai was also shocked. He was really frightened. His legs were going soft. "For God's sake, what are you doing? Qin Xiao, do you know who that is?" "That's Ji Yunyao. His grandfather is one of the 3 great summer gods of war. You kill her, you'll lose half your life too." Qin Yan, however, did not care about any of this at all, but instead looked at Wu Cheng and coldly said, "You can go to hell." Wu Cheng came back to his senses from the shock at this time, and a huge emotion of panic appeared in his heart. Qin Yan, this madman, even dared to kill Ji Yunyao. What else did he not dare to do? He panicked. "No, don't kill me, don't you kill me." A smile appeared on Qin Yan's face, which was a bit hideous, and he said, "Wu Cheng, where is your bravado just now? Didn't you say you wanted to get me killed?" Wu Cheng shook his head frantically. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you. If you're still not satisfied, I'll kowtow to you. Please don't kill me." With that, he actually did kneel down and continuously kowtowed to Qin Yan, saying as he did so, "I'm sorry Qin Yan, please don't kill me, don't kill me." Inside the huge palm print, Ji Yunyao, who was lying motionless, listened to Wu Cheng's spineless plea for mercy, and a trace of disappointment actually appeared in her heart. This boy had been behaving in front of himself before, and was still chasing after himself. Just now, when facing the strong enemy Qin Yan, she, being a woman, knew that she was most likely not Qin Yan's opponent, but still chose to make a move to save him. But who would have thought that this guy would be so spineless as to kneel down and beg for forgiveness when he saw that he had been knocked down? Qin Yan looked at Wu Cheng and snorted out a laugh. "I have never promised to say that I won't kill you." After saying that, he fiercely raised his sword and chopped down fiercely at Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng's sight froze for a moment when he heard Qin Yan's words and violently raised his head, but what entered his eyes was a blood-red blade chi. He then felt a pain in his neck, and then the world in front of him became heavenly, and then dark again. Wu Chang is dead, his body separated. Dongfang Bai was numb, completely numb. Qin Xiao, who had just laid a deadly hand on Ji Yunyao, had actually killed Wu Chang again. This can no longer be said to be breaking and entering, this is simply poking a hole in the sky. When the other students saw this scene, a heart was like falling into an ice cave. Their whole body was freezing cold. Qin Yen, this madman killed Ji Yunyao and Wu Chang. Would he still let them go? Thinking of this, the dozen or so students yelled, "Run!" They turned their heads to run, but would Qin Yen let them leave? The answer is obvious. No, only to see him violently raise his long sword, aiming it at those students and sweeping across 9 demon blades. Fourth, a blood-colored blade chi that was more than 10 meters long quickly caught up with the students, only to hear a scream come from them. 7 or 8 students were directly cut at the waist. The remaining 5 or 6 students were lucky enough not to be cut, and they were frantically running away. Qin Yan let out a cold snort. His legs stomped hard on the ground and directly chased after him. Great heavenly demon palm. A huge palm with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared above the group of students and then slapped down fiercely. With a loud bang, 5 more students were slapped into mush. Only the last one left was also frightened, and he stumbled on his feet and fell straight to the ground. Qin Yan slowly walked over to him. That student trembled and said, Qin Xiao, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Qin Yan's voice was ice cold. I never thought of killing on a grand scale before, but if I don't kill you guys, you'll kill me and my Qin family. The destruction of the Qin family could be said to be a credit to the entire Grand Xia, the result of everyone's concerted efforts. Now he didn't want the Qin family to repeat their mistakes, so there was no need for him to be soft on these people. He let out a cold snort as he gently waved the long blade in his hand. A blade energy appeared and instantly shattered that student. Chapter 37, I want you to be my woman. After killing everyone, Dongfang Bai warily walked up to him and carefully asked, Qin, young Qin, what do we do next? Qin Yan glanced at him and said with a smile, do what you need to do. You don't need to be afraid. This matter has me on top. It has nothing to do with you. No, Dongfang Bai shook his head. I'm not afraid of this. Alas forget it. When the time comes, just say that we did it together. Qin Yan smiled and patted Dongfang Bai's shoulder. This guy was a loyal one. Even later when the Qin family's building was about to fall, he didn't think of betraying the Qin family, but chose to fight to the death with that cargo Xiaofan, and ended up dying in Xiaofan's hands. So he'll definitely cover Dongfang Bai. Qin Yan walked to the side of the black dragon that had been injured. This guy was huge. His body length was almost nearly 30 meters. His wings were shrunken and he didn't know how big he was. On its stomach, there was a punctured wound, and blood was slowly flowing. This black dragon was a 5th-grade ferocious beast, and its strength was not weak, but it was still not a match for Wu Chang, and was seriously injured by Wu Chang with a single move. Qin Yan looked at it. Do you want to live? The black dragon opened its eyes and met Qin Yan's emotionless eyes. Qin Yan's eyes were filled with indifference, filled with a lack of care for life. Qin Yan didn't care, but the dragon cared. After all, it was about to die, so it frantically nodded its huge head, its eyes showing its desire for life. Qin Yan took out a bottle of elixir from his spatial ring and threw it to him, saying, this is a good healing elixir. You eat it and hurry up to recover from your injuries, and then you'll be a mount for me, and if you're not willing to do so, I'll kill you, as you saw just now. Wu Chang, who can kill you, can't make any waves at all in my hands. The black dragon nodded once more before attracting the bottle into its mouth with a single mouthful, and with a sound of glass shattering, the broken pieces of the bottle entered the black dragon's body along with the elixir. Subsequently, sufficient medicinal power entered the black dragon's body and began to repair its injuries. Qin Yan looked at the black dragon and said, I'll give you 2 hours to repair your injuries, and we'll set off after 2 hours. Then he turned to Dongfang Bai and said, watch it here, don't let it pull any tricks. Dongfang Bai immediately said excitedly, okay young Qin, don't worry, I will definitely not let it escape. Although I'm not your opponent, it's still very simple to exterminate this little dragon. The black dragon shuddered at his words, then looked at Dongfang Bai, his eyes actually showing a hint of currying favor. Qin Yan ignored these two guys and instead walked over to Ji Yunyao's side. Looking at Ji Yunyao, who was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up, Qin Yan didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, but said, I know you're not dead, open your eyes and say something. Ji Yunyao slowly opened her eyes at the words and looked at Qin Yan, saying breathlessly, what do you want to say? Qin Yan didn't play false with her and directly said, be my woman. Ji Yunyao's eyes snapped wide as she looked at Qin Yan incredulously. Are you serious? Qin Yan nodded. I'm serious. When he saw Ji Yunyao just now, and then thought about the wisdom Ji Yunyao showed in the plot, he got the idea of taking this woman as his wife. A woman like that can be a great help to him when he's around. What's more, after he married Ji Yunyao, he would also be able to create suspicion between the Ji and Jiang families. So why not? Ji Yunyao thought for a moment, then slowly asked, "Can I refuse?" Qin Yan's ice-cold eyes looked at her. "Of course you can. Only you have to be prepared to die after you refuse. I won't let you go out alive after seeing me kill so many people." A trace of coldness appeared in Ji Yunyao's heart once again. This guy is so ruthless, and so decisive. A trace of bitterness appeared on her face as she said, "Do I have room to refuse?" The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. "Very well, you made a very smart choice. Don't worry, with your intelligence and talent, you'll definitely be the Qin family's young lady." With that, he took out a snow-white elixir from his spatial ring before stuffing it into Ji Yunyao's mouth. This was the extreme healing elixir he had brought with him. As long as there was still a breath left, it could completely save his life, which was much better than the elixir he had just given to the Black Dragon. Ji Yunyao was rudely stuffed with an elixir by Qin Yan and was just about to say something when the elixir transformed into a warm stream that entered her stomach and then entered all the limbs and bones of her body, starting to repair her injuries. Within a few short minutes, Ji Yunyao's injuries were almost half healed. Just then, Qin Yan's voice drilled into her ears once again. "I'll give you half an hour to recover your injuries, and after an hour, I want your body." Ji Yunyao's eyes instantly widened as she sat up violently from the ground, looking at Qin Yan in shock. Are you crazy? You're also too eager, aren't you? The two of us have only agreed verbally. Your Qin family hasn't even gone to my Ji family to propose marriage or anything, and you want me to give you my body?" Qin Yan twisted his head and looked at her expressionlessly. "Yes, I just want your body. Inside this secret realm, I can use my strength to pose a threat to you, so that you'll have to agree to my conditions. But what about after you go out? Your Ji family also has a martial god. What if you back out? What's more, you saw me kill Wu Chang and so many others with your own eyes, so the situation between the two of us could be completely reversed by then. I'm not going to allow someone else to take my lifeblood." Ji Yunyao sucked in a mouthful of cool air upon hearing this, then looked at Qin Yan with a grave expression. This guy's mind was really delicate. He was able to guess her thoughts in a flash. It seemed that this guy wasn't at all like the rumors, a guy who was only a bully and arrogant. On the contrary, this guy is heavy-hearted and thoughtful. If anyone belittles him because of rumors, he's going to get screwed. This guy is really hiding something. Although Qin Yan was much more outstanding than he had imagined, the thought of her ice-clear body being handed over to Qin Yan here made Ji Yunyao's heart resist a little. A hint of difficulty appeared in her eyes, and she also blushed a bit before looking at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, do we have to have that?" Qin Yan decisively said. "Yes, this is non-negotiable. Unless you are confident that you can escape my pursuit inside this secret realm." Ji Yunyao fell silent at those words. She looked at Qin Yan and was tempted to pull her legs out and run, but she had not yet recovered from the injuries on her body. So where was she to outrun Qin Yan? Even if one's injuries were healed, one would definitely not be able to escape from this guy. "Is there nothing else I can do today but give my body to this guy?" Qin Yan looked at Ji Yunyao's gurgling eyes and knew that she was thinking of a solution again. He didn't bother to wait any longer and directly pulled Ji Yunyao's hand and walked over to a small forest not far away. Ji Yunyao was startled and said, "Qin Yan, what are you doing? It's not even half an hour yet." Qin Yan looked at her and laughed softly. "I think your injuries are almost recovered." He then forcefully brought Ji Yunyao to the grove. Chapter 38, Forcibly Subduing Ji Yunyao. Seeing that Qin Yan was going to come for real, a trace of panic appeared in Ji Yunyao's heart as she struggled to pull her hand out of Qin Yan's hand. "Qin Yan, don't. I really wasn't prepared for this." Qin Yan stopped violently and twisted his head to look at Ji Yunyao, a hint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. Ji Yunyao's heart trembled in fear when she saw his gaze. She took a step backward and asked warily, "Qin Yan, what are you going to do?" Qin Yan made a stern face and didn't say anything, then took out his blood spirit blade before slashing down on Ji Yunyao's head. Ji Yunyao was startled by Qin Yan's movements and hurriedly took out her longsword to defend herself. Only a crisp sound of gold and iron colliding rang out. Ji Yunyao only felt a huge force coming from her, and her slender body immediately flew out, and then ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. However, Qin Yan still didn't stop. He leapt up high, and the blood-vibrant blade in his hand slashed down violently at Ji Yunyao. 9 demonic blades. The fourth, a nearly 20-meter-long, powerful and incomparable blood-colored blade Qi ruthlessly chopped towards Ji Yunyao. When Ji Yunyao saw this, her heart was chilled beyond measure. Qin Yan, this guy was also too ruthless. This was really going to kill her. At this moment, she was scared. She screamed in terror, took the long sword in her hand and waved it around haphazardly, a sword Qi cutting out horizontally towards the blade Qi. However, the invulnerable blood-red blade Qi easily shattered all of Ji Yunyao's sword Qi and continued to fall towards her. However, with Ji Yunyao sword chi blocking it, the speed of the blade chi slowed down a bit, and Ji Yunyao took advantage of this opportunity to hurriedly roll over to the side. Ji Yunyao had just rolled out 2 meters when the blade chi landed on the place where she had just been lying, only to hear a rumble. A dull sound rang out. The earth was split open a long crack. The powerful impact directly caused Ji Yunyao to roll out, but before she could catch her breath, Qin Yan's demonic-like voice sounded once again. Great heavenly demon palm. Ji Yunyao hurriedly looked up and saw a large blood-red hand in the sky quickly slapping towards her. A hint of despair appeared on her face. If this palm hit her, there was basically no chance of survival. She wanted to dodge again, but it was already too late. The injuries on her body hadn't healed, and just now, after fighting hard with Qin Yan, she was injured again. Looking at the great heavenly demon palm that was about to land on her body, Ji Yunyao hurriedly closed her eyes and said loudly, "I agree." The distant Qin Yan let out a cold snort before controlling the great heavenly devil palm to directly deflect a little, ruthlessly slapping it onto the open space less than half a meter away from Ji Yunyao. A violent tremor came from the ground, and the strong impact once again caused Ji Yunyao to roll several times. As the smoke and dust fell away, Qin Yan stepped forward towards Ji Yunyao, coming to her side and condescendingly saying, "Stand up and follow me." Ji Yunyao looked at Qin Yan's expression once again, and a deep fear appeared in her heart. Now his opinion of Qin Yan had changed once again. This was not a normal person at all. He was a madman. A complete madman. She didn't dare to disobey Qin Yan's words anymore now, and even though she still had injuries on her body, she still braced herself and stood up, then followed behind Qin Yan. She knew that this time when she went to the woods with Qin Yan, she would have to hand herself over, but she no longer dared to try. This time Qin Yan was willing to give herself a chance. But what about next time? She could not guarantee that next time Qin Yan would still let himself go and not kill himself. Coming into the woods, Qin Yan stood there and looked at Ji Yunyao. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and take it off?" Ji Yunyao bit her lip as she heard this, a trace of humiliation appearing on her face, but she didn't dare to disobey Qin Yan's words anymore. She stretched out her slender white hand and slowly unwrapped the battle dress on her body, revealing a relatively close-fitting outfit that revealed that slender figure. Although Ji Yunyao's body was also very sizable, it wasn't predominantly big, it was mainly good lines and the curves of her body looked very athletic. Qin Yan let out a cold snort before putting away his blood vibrancy blade and stepping forward to tear Ji Yunyao's personal clothes. Ji Yunyao let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly clasped her arms to protect herself. Qin Yan, however, pulled her arm away. After more than an hour had passed, the fully dressed Qin Yan and also Ji Yunyao walked out from the woods. Qin Yan looked refreshed, but Ji Yunyao could suffer from old age. She walked a bit awkwardly and trembled. Her face was a little pale, her lips tightly pursed, and her eyes looked at Qin Yan with grudging eyes. This guy, he doesn't know anything about compassion. Qin Yan took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped his feet, then turned his head to look at Ji Yunyao. "You should have also carried pills to heal your injuries when you came in. Take one for yourself. This small injury will soon be healed." Ji Yunyao was almost infuriated by Qin Yan's words. His words sounded like a scumbag saying to a woman who had just warmed up, "I didn't put it on just now. Get yourself some pills." The most detestable thing was that before entering the grove, it was still Qin Yan who provided her with pills, but now she even wanted her to eat her own pills. Dog man's face. Although she was thinking this way, she still took out a light green-colored healing pill from her spatial ring and then threw it directly into her mouth. The healing medicine was top-notch, and soon, Ji Yunyao's unwell body began to improve. Right at this moment, Qin Yan's footsteps suddenly stopped again and said, "Right, there's something else I have to tell you. Just now I recorded a video." Ji Yunyao's eyeballs trembled as she asked, "When did this happen? Why don't I know?" A bad smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. "Just when you turned your back to me just now." Ji Yunyao was ashamed and angry in her heart. Her face burned so much that the roots of her neck were red. You, why are you doing this?" Qin Yan gave a good cold snort and said, "I'm just keeping a backhand for myself." "Ji Yunyao, I know how smart you are, and I also know that you're a very driven girl. Even though the two of us had a little something going on, I can't guarantee that this will completely make you favor me. After all, boyfriends and girlfriends break up too, and even couples get divorced. So, I have to hold a little bit of you." Ji Yunyao's face turned even redder, her entire body shamed to the extreme. However, the fear of Qin Yan in her heart deepened, because she had just thought of not admitting her relationship with Qin Yan after going out, and as long as she didn't admit it, who would believe his words at that time? But not anymore. With Qin Yan holding the video in his hand, she would have to stand in the same boat as Qin Yan. Thinking of this, she let out a long sigh and said, "Qin Yan, I thought that my brain was still good, but compared to you, I realize that I'm simply an idiot. I'm kind of completely taken with you." Qin Yan laughed. Actually, I still admire your intelligence. Don't worry, you will definitely be the Qin family's young lady. I don't know if I will fall in love with you, but I will definitely do the same with you. Provided, of course, that you don't betray me. Chapter 39, Destroying the Body and Destroying the Trace. Qin Yan's last sentence contained a thick threat. Although Ji Yunyao had already heard Qin Yan's threat several times, her heart still beat violently as she hurriedly said, I know, and I'll be a good wife to you if I marry you. Only then did a smile appear on Qin Yan's face as he reached out and pinched his white and tender face. Not bad, but you don't have to be too nervous. I still treat my own people very well. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Ji Yunyao's white and tender little hand and walked over to the Black Dragon and also Dongfang Bai in the distance. Dongfang Bai saw these two people walking over hand in hand. A face of confusion. What is going on? Just now also fight to the death of the two people. Why will be like a couple hand in hand? And why was the expression on young Qin's face so, well, obscene? Carrying 100 doubts in his heart, he walked over. Young Qin, Miss Ji, what are you guys? When Ji Yunyao heard Dongfang Bai's words, her heart twisted a bit and a layer of redness surged on her face once again. She gently jerked her hand, wanting to pull her hand out of Qin Yan's hand, but Qin Yan's hand gripped it so tightly that she could only give up. Qin Yan said with a very calm face, don't call Miss Ji in the future. Just call her sister-in-law directly. Although he had a guess in his heart, Dongfang Bai was still shocked to hear Qin Yan say this. His eyes were wide open and his heart was shaken beyond belief. For goodness sake, young Qin had actually abducted the little princess of the Ji family? To know that before this, the three great martial god families were never joined in marriage. Qin Shao actually broke this rule. Too awesome. So he decisively revealed a slightly flattering smile and looked at Ji Yunyao. Hello sister-in-law. Ji Yunyao pursed her lips, then softly said, there's no need to be so polite. Qin Yan turned his head to Ji Yunyao and said, Dongfang Bai is one of my best brothers. He would never betray me. Ji Yunyao sniffed and looked at Dongfang Bai, nodding slightly. Qin Yan's words had two meanings. One was that this little brother of his was different, and that he would treat him very well and take care of him in the future. The second is that this little brother can be used with confidence and boldness, and he will never reveal his secrets. Dongfang Bai was very proud of Qin Yan's praise as he patted his chest and said, that's true. I'm loyal to young Qin. I wouldn't even blink an eye if young Qin asked me to get a martial saint killed. Qin Yan smiled and patted his shoulder. Alright, let's not talk about that. How is Black Dragon's injury recovery going? Dongfang Bai twisted his head and said, I just checked. I've recovered 80%. Free movement as well as fighting is absolutely no problem. Good. Then let's leave. Qin Yan brought Ji Yunyao with him as he prepared to head towards the Black Dragon. Dongfang Bai hurriedly stopped him. Young Qin, we need to dispose of those corpses. Otherwise it will be unfavorable for us if we are investigated. The style of this battle was simply too obvious, and any random person would be able to find out based on the traces that it was left behind by Qin Yan fighting someone. Ji Yunyao also spoke up at this time. Yeah, Qin Yan, if we don't deal with it, the others are fine, but Wu Cheng's death will be troublesome. Humph, what a pain in the ass. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared in Qin Yan's eyes, then he looked towards the Black Dragon, who had already opened a pair of large pitch-black eyes. You, eat all the corpses of all these people, as well as destroying the scene. After hearing this, the Black Dragon immediately stood up, then spread its huge wings, revealing its original body. This Black Dragon was still very majestic in length, with a crocodile-like thick torso, and its limbs were not short like a crocodile's, but a bit like a tiger's limbs, slender and thick, and it looked like it had a remarkable fighting strength. This Black Dragon, although it could not speak at the moment, already possessed a high level of intelligence. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and directly rushed over. His big mouth opened and directly sucked all of the corpses into his mouth. His teeth bit down, and the battle clothes on the corpses made crunching noises, just like eating sugar beans. Dongfang Bai looked at the Black Dragon and said, not bad, it's a good companion for destroying corpses, only that he ate so many battle suits in, can he digest them? Qin Yan smiled and twisted his head, looking at him and said, this is not something you should worry about. Dongfang Bai shrank his neck and stopped saying anything. After eating the corpse, the Black Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, then opened its mouth and a ball of purplish-red flames burst out of its mouth, spraying directly onto the ground, burning the earth to a crisp. It then proceeded to stomp all over the ground with its massive body. After doing so, the Black Dragon came to Qin Yan's side again, pressed down its body and kept rubbing its head against Qin Yan, a performance that looked like that of a puppy. Qin Yan patted his big nose and said, good job. Then he leaped onto the back of the Black Dragon, and Ji Yunyao and Dongfang Bai came up as well. The Black Dragon opened a pair of large wings that were more than 50 meters long, then violently flapped, and a layer of smoke and dust swirled on the ground, sending sand flying. They then slowly rose into the air, and without recognizing the direction, Qin Yan directly said to the Black Dragon, "Go to the Black Dragon Divine Hall." The Black Dragon Divine Hall was the palace where the former owner of this secret realm, the Black Dragon, resided, and where the Black Dragon had fallen. The Black Dragon under his seat let out a cry of ang, and then quickly flew in one direction. The Black Dragon's speed was very fast, more than 10 times faster than Qin Yan's all-out rush. In this way, a journey that originally took 2 days might now arrive in 3 or 4 hours. It really is a sharpening of the knife. After the Black Dragon took off, Qin Yan twisted his head to look at Ji Yunyao again. "After you go out, if anyone asks how Wu Chang died, I'll say that they were killed and eaten by the Black Dragon, and at that time, you were also with them and were almost eaten. I was the one who showed up, saved you, and you fell in love with me because of my heroic act of rescue." Ji Yunyao's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Qin Yan somewhat speechlessly. Is this guy really shameless? What's this about saving a girl? I was forced by you, okay? Ji Yunyao was still hesitating when Dongfang Bai on the side immediately said, "Don't worry, young Qin. I'll prove it to you even then." Ji Yunyao twisted her head in shock to look at Dongfang Bai, only to see that he had a righteous face and looked very righteous. Ji Yunyao sort of understood. She understood why Qin Yan liked Dongfang Bai so much. In his eyes, Qin Yan was right. Even if he said black is white, Qin Yan was absolutely right. Qin Yan looked at the hesitation on Ji Yunyao's face and asked, "What? You're not willing?" Ji Yunyao hurriedly shook her head. "No, I'm willing. I'm willing." Qin Yan nodded. "That's more like it." He then stopped talking and looked ahead. After a small amount of time, a lofty mountain appeared before Qin Yan's eyes, and on the mountain, there was a very large, city-like palace, the Black Dragon Palace. Here it is. Chapter 40, Uncovering Xiao Fan's Old Bottom. At this moment, outside the Black Dragon Palace, there were already a lot of people. Many people knew that this was the place where the Black Dragon had fallen, so they all wanted to come here to try their luck, wanting to come here to see if they could find anything good. Strange to say, countless students had come here to look for it before, and even Qin Shi had brought his martial saints here to search for it, but they just hadn't found the body of the fallen Black Dragon. But it was just this guy Xiao Fan who found it and even got the most precious Black Dragon Essence Blood and Dragon Pearl. It's ing heavenly bias. Thinking of this, Qin Yan couldn't help but poo a mouthful. Damn heaven's way. The system that had not made a sound for a long time suddenly issued a ding sound. "Host, you keep an eye out lest you be targeted by the heavenly Tao." "Humph." Qin Yan snorted coldly. "What? You mean the heavenly Tao hasn't targeted me yet? If it hadn't targeted me it wouldn't have let the me in the plot get killed in the Global College Elite Tournament." The system didn't seem to know what to say anymore and could only shut up and not say anything. The Black Dragon carrying Qin Yan, Ji Yunyao and Dongfang Bai were getting closer and closer, and many of the students were startled at the sight of the mighty and extraordinary Black Dragon and made preparations to fight. How did this suddenly appear as such a large Black Dragon? This Black Dragon definitely possesses the bloodline of a Black Dragon, and the bloodline is still very strong. Its combat power is definitely very strong. All be careful. A Black Dragon of this size must be very strong in combat. If it launches an attack at us, we'll all go together. As the Black Dragon approached, many people saw the 3 Qin Yan standing on the Black Dragon's back. Again, they find it hard to believe. What am I seeing? Qin Yan is actually standing on the back of this Black Dragon? This Black Dragon should have the strength of a 5th grade. Right, to be willingly ridden by Qin Yan? It must be that the Qin family gave Qin Yan something good. Otherwise how could he, a mid-4th grade, have subdued a 5th grade Black Dragon? The two of them, Xiao Fan and Lai Qingqing, were also in the vicinity of the Black Dragon's palace, and the two of them had discovered the true location of the Black Dragon when it fell. It turned out that when this Black Dragon fell, it didn't look for a place to hide, but directly let its huge body coiled and shrunk here, forming a small mountain, and its flesh directly transformed into stone. So others simply couldn't find the Black Dragon's corpse because its corpse had long since melted into one with the big mountain. However, the Black Dragon's Dragon Pearl and the Essence Blood still existed. It existed in the Black Dragon's body. As long as they found a way to enter the Black Dragon's body, they would have a good chance to get the Dragon Pearl and the Essence Blood. Now that Xiao Fan had found a way to enter, he was in the process of opening it, but it would take a bit of time to do so. Hearing the students' cries of alarm, Xiao Fan violently raised his head to look over, and he instantly saw Qin Yan, who stood on the back of the Black Dragon and stood upright like a javelin. His eyes instantly turned red and he gritted his teeth. Qin Yan. He was trembling, itching to kill Qin Yan immediately. This guy forced Lu Xianyao to kill his mom and dad, forced his sister to be his girlfriend, and before entering the secret realm, he killed his teacher Su Xia. How could such a blood feud not make Xiao Fan excited? Right at this moment, A soft little hand grabbed his hand and said softly, "Xiao Fan, don't get excited. We are not his opponent right now. We need to find a way to get the essence, blood and dragon pearl left behind by the black dragon so that we can have a chance to take revenge." Xiao Fan took a deep breath when he heard Lai Qingqing's words and gave Qin Yan an indignant look as he said, "I know." He then proceeded to open the passage into the black dragon's body. He was prepared to endure his previous hatred and improve his strength first, but Qin Yan would not let him go, only to see the huge-sized black dragon directly skimming over the heads of the many students, stopping only about 50 meters away from Xiao Fan before slowly descending. Xiao Fan had a sudden bad feeling in his heart when he saw Qin Yan land, and he had a feeling that Qin Yan was rushing towards him. It had to be said that the sixth sense of the Son of Heaven's destiny was still very accurate. Qin Yan held the blood vibrancy blade and walked over to Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, your life is really big. The first 2 times you tried to kill you, there were people who saved you. Now I'll see who else can save you." Xiao Fan was furious when he heard Qin Yan's words, but at the same time, he was also a bit flustered in his heart because he knew that he was not Qin Yan's opponent right now. He could only think of a way to stall with Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, the rules of this competition do not allow students to kill each other. This does have rules, and students are encouraged to compete in various tournaments, but are not allowed to kill their opponents." Ji Yunyao, who was following behind Qin Yan, shook her head slightly at the words. This Xiao Fan was really too naive. Qin Yan, this ferocious fellow had already killed more than a dozen students, and there was also one who was the grandson of a martial saint. So what can he do even if he kills again? Sure enough, only Qin Yan snorted. Regulations? Regulations are made by people. You need to abide by them. It's you who are too weak to go against them because you don't have the strength to resist the consequences of going against them. And I'm different. Xiao Fan, even if I kill you in front of so many people today, no one will be able to do anything to me. After Xiao Fan heard this, the anger in his heart increased, and at the same time, there was a feeling of powerlessness, because what Qin Yan said was true. No matter if it was destroying the entire family of the Lu family, killing his master, the half-step martial saint, or killing his teacher, these things were enough for him to die dozens of times if they were done by a person without a background. However, Qin Yan did not receive the slightest bit of punishment, and remained openly wild. Xiao Fan's hand clenched the weapon tightly. The veins on the back of his hand were about to explode. He secretly vowed in his heart that when he grew up, he would definitely get rid of all the lineages and completely eradicate these privileged guys. After Qin Yan finished sneering at Xiao Fan, he looked at Qingqing Lai beside him and sneered. Xiao Fan, when I was engaged to Lu Xian Yao before, and you went to my engagement party to make a scene and elope with Lu Xian Yao, I thought you were such a deeply affectionate person, but it turns out that only a few days have passed, and you found another one? Hearing Qin Yan's words, Lai Qingqing froze for a moment. Her eyes snapped wide open. She didn't know any of these things. Xiao Fan had never told him about them. So she looked at Xiao Fan incredulously and asked, Is he telling the truth? No, he's talking nonsense. Xiao Fan subconsciously retorted. Qingqing, don't be fooled by him. I'm bull asterisk 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 ting? Qin Yan laughed out loud and said, Xiao Fan, do you think that me making up such nonsense is doing me any good? I will only disgrace my Qin Yan and make the Qin family lose face by talking nonsense like this. Do you think you deserve to have me fabricate a blind story to slander you? Xiao Fan, have you forgotten how your parents died? Let me tell you, it was your ex-girlfriend, Lu Xian Yao, who killed them with her own hands, and Lu Xian Yao died at your hands. At this moment, the students surrounding the two heard Qin Yan's words, and all sorts of expressions appeared on their faces. Some of them were shocked by Qin Yan's exposure of the melon, while others expressed their contempt for Xiao Fan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is what Qin Yan said true or false? This is too powerful. None of you are from the capital. You don't know much about all this, and I'm telling you, it's all true. I'll go. I didn't realize that this kind of thing had even happened between Qin Yan and Xiao Fan. No wonder they had to shout and fight whenever they met. This Xiao Fan is also scummy enough. Without the strength to protect a girl, he even went to provoke a behemoth like the Qin family. Enough. Xiao Fan was stimulated by the surrounding murmurs and completely lost his mind as he roared, his eyes red. Qin Yan, I will kill you. After saying that, he hissed and charged towards Qin Yan. Chapter 41, Killing Lai Qingqing. Xiao Fan broke down. Xiao Fan had completely disregarded whether he was Qin Yan's opponent or not at this point. He only wanted to shut Qin Yan up and make him stop talking about those former pasts. He held a long knife in his hand and roared, Qin Yan, I'll kill you. He was like a bull that had gone berserk as he hissed and charged towards Qin Yan. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yan's face as he violently raised the blood vibrancy blade, aiming it at Xiao Fan with a vicious slash. The moment the two weapons collided, only an ear-piercing sound of gold and iron could be heard. and the powerful force from Qin Yan's body was instantly poured onto Xiao Fan's body. And Xiao Fan only felt a force so powerful that it was unrivaled and unstoppable hit him, and a sharp pain shot through his arm before his entire body flew backwards. He flew out hundreds of meters at this instant before he ruthlessly smashed on the ground, and this instant seemed to shatter his internal organs, making him feel a sharp pain all over his body. Put! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at Qin Yan in shock. Is this his true strength? His own talent was already very good, but Qin Yan had even defeated himself with only one move. Why was he so strong? Suddenly, Xiao Fan thought that Lu Xian Yao had once told him earlier that Qin Yan was a sacred body. Yes, it must be this reason. That's why Qin Yan's fighting strength was so powerful. He was a saint body while he was only a king body. How could he beat him? So he must get the Black Dragon Essence Blood. Must get the Black Dragon Pearl. So that he could make his physiques to evolve and become a saint body. So that he could beat Qin Yan. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan fiercely looked towards the entrance that still hadn't been opened. His heart a little anxious. He knew that the opening of the entrance would take time. He just didn't expect it to take this long. Qin Yan didn't pay attention to what Xiao Fan was thinking, but instead, his legs stomped hard on the ground and directly rushed towards Xiao Fan, the long sword in his hand raised high above his head. Then he shouted angrily, 9 demon blades! Chop! A blood-red blade gas that was 20 meters long was aimed at Xiao Fan on the ground and ruthlessly chopped over. This knife, Qin Yan didn't have the slightest bit of water. It was running to take Xiao Fan's life. A great panic appeared in Xiao Fan's heart when he saw this attack, and he forced himself to endure the pain on his body before roaring. Split C slash. An equally powerful blade chi appeared and collided with Qin Yan's attack. However, his attack in front of Qin Yan's blood-red blade chi was like glass touching steel, easily shattered. The blood-red blade chi was like the claws of a savage beast as it viciously clawed at Qin Yan after crushing Xiao Fan's attack. Xiao Fan stood there as if he was scared silly, looking at the attack that was about to fall on his body in horror. At this moment, his heart and guts were cracking and he felt that he was going to die soon. Just when he thought his life was about to end, a sudden ray of light landed on him and directly sent him flying out a long way. Afterwards, the blood-red blade chi landed on the place where Xiao Fan had just stood, and a huge crack appeared on the earth instantly, and the whole mountain trembled, and a piece of stone rolled down from the mountain. Qin Yan twisted his head to look and realized that Lai Qingqing was looking at Xiao Fan with her hand outstretched and her face pale. Obviously, she was the one who stepped in to save Xiao Fan just now. It seemed that Xiao Fan's status in her heart was indeed not low. Just now Qin Yan had shaken out Xiao Fan's old background, but she still chose to save Xiao Fan. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yan's mouth. Unconscionable thing, if you can save her once, can you still save him twice? With that, he once again raised his long sword and prepared to strike at Xiao Fan again. Seeing this, Lai Qingqing on one side shouted, her voice sharp and high-pitched, "You're not allowed to hurt him." She picked up the long sword in her hand and angrily launched an attack at Qin Yan, a powerful sword chi frantically charging at him. Qin Yan stopped and turned around to prepare for these attacks, but a furious shout suddenly appeared in his ears. "Asshole, how dare you have the audacity to sneak up on young Qin?" A powerful blade on then appeared, directly crushing Lai Qingqing's attack. Immediately after that, Dongfang Bai's figure appeared in front of Qin Yan, glaring angrily at Lai Qingqing. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill you." Just as he was about to make a move on Lai Qingqing, Qin Yan grabbed his shoulder. "Let me do it." Dongfang Bai twisted his head and said, "Young Qin, don't worry, he's no match for me." Qin Yan slowly shook his head. "He is Xiao Fan's new girlfriend. I should be the one to take action." In fact, the real reason was not this, but Qin Yan was worried that when Dongfang Bai made a move on Lai Qingqing, this guy Xiao Fan would explode. The special skill of the Son of Heaven's destiny. When he was on the verge of death or when something was about to happen to his beloved, he would explode beyond his own formidable fighting strength and shield himself from all the wounds and pains. If that happened, Dongfang Bai would be in trouble. Hearing this, Dongfang Bai thought it made sense, so he smiled and stepped aside. At the same time he didn't forget to look back at Xiao Fan. "Hey, I said, are you a man? If you are, then hurry up and stand up. Don't let your woman suffer for you." This guy Dongfang Bai's behavior is very much in line with the standard villainous lapdog. Xiao Fan was basically incapacitated at this moment as his chi and blood were churning and his energy was running amok. His body was a mess, but he still shouted, "Come at me if you can. Don't deal with Cheng Cheng." Qin Yan snorted coldly. "Xiao Fan, don't you like to steal my girlfriend? Then I'll kill all the women around you, and I'll make you regret it until you die." After saying that, his grim gaze looked at Lai Qingqing. "Are you ready to suffer death?" Lai Qingqing's face was incredibly pale, her lips were tightly pursed, and the long sword in her hand was trembling slightly. She knew that she had been too reckless in striking out at Qin Yan just now, and she had gotten scared, but she had no regrets. After all, If she didn't make a move at that time, Xiao Fan would be dead. Qin Yan looked at her expression and let out a cold snort. It seems like you're ready to go. In that case, you can go to hell. He swung his long sword violently, aiming it at Lai Qingqing's with a force split Huashan move. A 20-meter-long, curved moon-like blade chi chopped towards Lai Qingqing. Lai Qingqing clenched her silver teeth tightly, then shouted, "I'll fight you." She waved the long sword in her hand and a silver-white sharp sword chi burst out, colliding towards Qin Yan's blade chi. The attacks of the two were like two ferocious beasts, one red and one white, colliding together. But Qin Yan's attack carried a boundless murderous aura, while Lai Qingqing's attack carried a hint of despair. Rumble! The crimson blade chi directly shattered Lai Qingqing's sword chi, then slashed directly at her like a blood-colored waning moon. Lai Qingqing's entire body was penetrated by the sharp blade aura. A hint of disbelief appeared on her stunningly beautiful face as she looked at her body, strands of blood flowing out from the cracks in her battlesuit. She looked up at Xiao Fan again, tears welling up, her face filled with fear and reluctance. "Xiao Fan, I'm going to die." When she finished, her body slowly fell downward. Xiao Fan's entire body collapsed at the sight. Tears appeared all of a sudden. His mouth opened wide, and he let out a heartbreaking roar. "No, Qing Qing, don't." Chapter 42, The Treasure's Here. "I'll take care of them." Seeing Xiao Fan's heartrending, agonizing appearance, Qin Yan only felt physically and mentally relieved. With a sardonic smile on his face, he looked at Xiao Fan. "Hey, Xiao Fan, your second girlfriend died. Did you see that?" Xiao Fan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, hissing like a wounded beast. "Qin Yan, I'll fight you." After saying that, he stood up, his entire body's aura climbing. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. Good lord, is this going to explode? But so what? It was still nothing more than an ant in front of himself. Just as Xiao Fan was about to fight Qin Yan to the death, suddenly the entire mountain trembled and rolling debris fell, revealing a huge dragon-shaped stone sculpture. No, this is not a stone sculpture. This is the stone that the black dragon turned into after it fell. The dead black dragon was an oriental dragon with a long, athletic body, a lofty head, and a wide-open mouth that seemed to retain its majesty in life. When Qin Yan's mount, the black dragon, saw this black dragon sculpture, it immediately fell to the ground and made a whimpering sound. And the black dragon's mouth, which was tens of meters wide, was wide open and dark inside. So obviously this was the entrance. The surrounding students were wide-eyed and shocked at the sight of the black dragon sculpture. Heavens, this is the fallen black dragon king? Countless people have tried to find him but have failed to do so, not realizing it was turned to stone. In other words, all the treasures left behind by this black dragon king are inside this black dragon's body, right? Yes, those treasures must still be inside the black dragon. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in. If we can find an item left behind by the Black Dragon King, we'll be rich. Countless students got up and rushed towards the Black Dragon King's wide-open mouth. Xiao Fan, who was preparing to fight with Qin Yan on one side, also immediately regained his senses. He glanced at Lai Qingqing, who was dead on the ground, and said in his heart, "Qingqing, you wait. When I get the Black Dragon Pearl and Essence Blood, I'll immediately take revenge for you." He then quickly rushed towards the Black Dragon's large mouth. Because this guy had exploded and his strength had increased a lot, his speed was very fast, and soon he surpassed everyone and rushed to the front of everyone. Seeing this, Qin Yan called on Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. "We'll go too." The three of them quickly rushed forward as well. Soon Qin Yan also surpassed the other students and came to the second place. The first was still Xiao Fan. This guy was really fast under the enhancement of hatred. Qin Yan couldn't catch up for a while. Seeing that Xiao Fan was the first to enter the Black Dragon's mouth, Qin Yan didn't panic. It wasn't that easy to get the Black Dragon's Dragon Pearl as well as its Essence Blood. Soon, Qin Yan also arrived in front of the Black Dragon's mouth, and then he stopped, holding the Blood Vibrancy blade in his hand as he coldly gazed at the other students. All stand still. However, the students didn't listen to him at all and continued to charge forward. The Black Dragon King's treasure. The temptation was simply too great. Seeing that these people did not take their words into consideration, Qin Yan coldly snorted and directly raised his long knife and slashed at the students who rushed at the front. The powerful blade chi was like a galaxy descending from the sky, chopping towards the crowd with a majestic momentum. Those students were startled and hurriedly stopped their steps, then stepped back. Not only the students, even Ji Yunyao, who was running relatively fast, hurriedly braked and then quickly backed up. At this moment, she looked at Qin Yan with a grudging face. What is it with this guy and how does he even deal with himself? Only Dongfang Bai was more familiar with Qin Yan and ran slower, so he didn't panic. Rumble! A loud muffled sound appeared, and the blade chi directly landed on the ground, cutting out a large crack in the stone ground, and broken stones flew everywhere, a bit of which smashed on the people. Qin Yan looked at them coldly and said, "The treasures inside the black dragon's body. I'll bag them." The students were enraged and looked at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you let us in?" "That's right. The things inside this secret realm aren't yours. So who are you to say such things? Qin Yan, don't go too far, or else all of us will deal with you together." Qin Yan sneered and said, "Want to deal with me? That's fine. You guys go together, but I might not be able to control the force, so don't blame me if you guys die." Hearing his words, all the students thought of the image of Li Qingqing being killed just now. They couldn't help but shiver. The Qin Yan in front of them was completely an extra-legal fanatic, relying on his family's wealth to act recklessly and kill people. Although they all loathed Qin Yan, none of them dared to call out to him, mainly because they were afraid of death. Seeing that the crowd didn't say a word, Qin Yan sneered in his heart before looking at Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. "You too, come over here," Dongfang Bai hurriedly said. "All right, young Qin, I'm coming. That look, proper doggy." Ji Yunyao also hurriedly followed after a slight hesitation. Arriving at the entrance, Qin Yan took the two of them and drilled into the inside of the black dragon's big mouth, leaving behind only a group of students outside who stood there as if they were stone statues. They look at me and I look at you, not knowing what to do. Finally, I don't know who spoke up. "They've all gone in, why don't we go in too?" Another voice rang out. "Are we going to get anything good if we go in there now? I can't say there's a lot of stuff in there, so Qin Yan will miss some of it? If you say so, then let's go." The group of people hooted and ran towards the black dragon's mouth once again, then quickly burrowed inside its petrified maw. Unbeknownst to them, the thing about chance was that it was spelled fast, and it was basically impossible for them to get anything if they took one slow step and one slow step. After Qin Yan, he rushed into the Black Dragon King's body. He came to the Black Dragon King's throat and found that there were two passages, one up and one down. Dongfang Bai looked at the two identical passages in front of him and asked, "Young Qin, which passage shall we take?" Qin Yan was aware of the plot, so he pointed to the upper passageway and said, "Go up there." After saying that, he took the lead and jumped to the passage above. Behind him Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao hurriedly followed. Coming to the mouth of the passage and taking a look, Qin Yan was slightly surprised. He originally thought that this should be just about the same as a smooth cave. Who knew that there was a ladder made of stone inside? And at the top of the passage there was also a bead the size of a goose egg, emitting light. This makes people very surprised. Who did this? To build a passage inside the petrified corpse of a black dragon? However, Qin Yan didn't think about it in detail, but said to the two, "Snap off the beads on top." He did this to make it dark inside before the group of students behind him followed. Although Qin Yan had just shocked them, Qin Yan guaranteed that they would not give up easily. Just gouging down the beads that illuminate this place would block a lot of people from entering this cave. Chapter 43, Xiao Fan's mind breaks down. Qin Yan and the three of them were picking at the beads above them as they walked. They were still very fast, and by the time the other students rushed in, they couldn't see any light inside. They only saw blackness, so a lot of people just gave up, and only a fraction of the headstrong ones rushed in. Qin Yan and the three of them went through many more forks in the road on their way, but he quickly recognized which place they were going to. In response, Ji Yunyao's heart was filled with doubts. She was a bit skeptical if Qin Yan was leading the right path or not, but she didn't say anything. She just ran after. Dongfang Bai, on the other hand, had great faith in Qin Yan and did not question him in the slightest. A few people walked for about 20 minutes or so, and came to the last cave entrance. This cave entrance only had one exit. There were no more other forks, which made Qin Yan a little doubtful if he had come to the Black Dragon King's dung door. But there was no time for him to study it at this point, and he dove in headfirst. Walking out of the cave entrance, the environment in front of them suddenly changed. The original slightly narrow cave passageway turned into a very large space. Inside the space, there was a palace that didn't look very luxurious, but it was very grand. This palace was the real Black Dragon King's palace, and it was also a very powerful treasure that had been refined within the Black Dragon King's body. This space, however, was the space within the Black Dragon King's body. Seriously, Qin Yan was a bit envious of the Black Dragon King's talent. Having his own space in his body was really too good. However, he didn't think much about it and directly walked towards the interior of the palace. When he came inside the palace, he found that the interior of the palace was even something else. The interior of this palace was large enough to fit a mountain peak outside. Besides these, there were many corpses of ferocious beasts in here, and although these ferocious beasts were already dead, they looked as if they were asleep. As soon as he came in, Qin Yan sensed the ferocious aura emanating from these ferocious beasts, and if it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that the moment he came in, he might have gone crazy. Even Dongfang Bai behind him and also Ji Yunyao were affected, and they all had a small bit of fear in their hearts, but it was suppressed. Only Qin Yan, who carried the supreme demon body, did not feel a single bit of pressure. He took a step inside. The further inside he went, the more dense the ferocious aura became. Because these ferocious beasts' corpses were arranged according to their strength in their lifetime, the strength of the ones closest to the entrance of the palace was the weakest, and the further inside, the stronger the strength became. The strongest of these ferocious beasts were 2 9th-grade ferocious beasts, with a strength equivalent to that of a martial saint. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's heart was on fire. He must get this palace. This palace was also a treasure. After getting his hands on it, he would be able to catalyze the corpses of these ferocious beasts inside for his own use. In the plot, after killing Qin Yan, Xiao Fan was able to evade the Qin family's pursuit time and time again, all thanks to this Black Dragon Palace. As he went deeper inside, even Qin Yan felt a pressure, only to see him snort coldly and activate his supreme demon body, only to see a faint blood-red demonic aura begin to tumble around him, and those ferocious auras hastily tumbled backwards as if they had encountered their nemesis. After not feeling the slightest bit of pressure, Qin Yan said to Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao behind him, "I'll head inside first. You guys follow slowly." Dongfang Bai said, "Don't worry young Qin, you just go." Ji Yunyao glanced at Qin Yan, who looked like a demonic god. Her eyes brightened slightly and she nodded as well and did not say anything. Qin Yan turned his head back and took large strides toward the inside, and the baleful qi that filled the entire palace gave way like currents of water that had encountered a boulder. This way, after walking for more than 10 minutes, the corpses of the ferocious beasts on both sides had seen hundreds of heads, from the 5 or 6 meter long ferocious beasts at the beginning, to the final hundreds of meter long ferocious beasts with incomparable ferocity and astonishing aura. Walking to the end of the road, in front of him was a high platform, on which 3 things were placed. One was a black dragon pearl as big as a house, and the other was a blood-colored crystal of about the same size, which was the black dragon's essence blood condensed. The last one was a scale that was almost 10 meters in circumference. This was the reverse scale of the black dragon. It was the hardest and most defensive scale on the black dragon, the strength of which even martial saints were not necessarily able to break. In addition to these 3 things, there was another person on the high platform, and it was none other than Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan's condition was not very good. He had already been injured outside, and after he came in, it was only with perseverance that he forced himself to withstand the attack of those demonic qi, and it was with great difficulty that he came here. That's why he looked so wretched. His face was pale and white, and his whole body looked a bit breathless. However, his entire being was still very excited, and looking at the dragon pearl, black dragon essence blood, and black dragon reverse scale that were close at hand, he couldn't wait to walk over. Just as he was about to touch the black dragon pearl, Qin Yan made his move, only to see a flick of the long blade in his hand. A narrow and sharp blade qi passed through the air and sliced towards Xiao Fan's arm. A sharp whistling sound rang out and Xiao Fan turned around and was shocked. Hastily retracting his hand, the blade energy slashed against his fingertips and landed on the wall not far away with a metallic sound. Qin Yan took a look at it. His own attack had not been able to make the wall show a single bit of damage. It seemed that the materials of this palace were also very remarkable. The anger in Xiao Fan's heart rose again when he saw Qin Yan, but he knew that he was currently not Qin Yan's opponent, so he had to take away the dragon pearl and essence blood as soon as possible. Just as he was about to make another move, 3 consecutive air-breaking sounds pierced through, and Xiao Fan took a look to find 3 knife qi cutting towards his arm, neck, and body. Xiao Fan had no choice but to retreat backward first, dodging Qin Yan's attack. However, it was in this blink of an eye that Qin Yan also arrived on the high platform, standing right across from Xiao Fan and looking at him with a teasing expression. "Xiao Fan, you're lucky." Xiao Fan only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. With Qin Yan around, he definitely couldn't get the treasure here, and the only way for himself to surpass Qin Yan was gone. This time, his mind collapsed completely and utterly. He hissed hysterically at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, just how long are you going to target me? Didn't I just steal your girlfriend? But you weren't married at that time, and I was in a position to pursue her. Besides, what's wrong with her liking me if she doesn't like you?" Xiao Fan's words made Qin Yan's brain turn a little slow. It was really worthy of being the protagonist, to be able to talk about interfering in other people's relationships in such a justified manner. It was really an eye-opening experience. Of course, Qin Yan didn't bother to say anything more to him. "Xiao Fan, let me tell you, what I want has always been your life." After he finished speaking, he raised the blood vibrancy blade and viciously chopped down towards Xiao Fan's neck. Chapter 44, Black Dragon's Conspiracy, Taking Over and Reborn. Although Xiao Fan was broken inside, he still didn't want to die. Seeing Qin Yan attacking towards him, he hurriedly raised his own blade to parry. A sound like hitting iron appeared, and Xiao Fan felt as if he had been hit by a locomotive, and his entire body flew directly backward. His body smashed directly onto the nearest ferocious beast corpse, and the strong impact caused the ferocious beast corpse to sway a bit and almost fall. Xiao Fan suffered another heavy blow as he staggered up from the ground and looked at Qin Yan in shock. Couldn't beat this guy. Definitely couldn't beat this guy himself. Qin Yan also did not want to let this guy go. This thing was after all the son of heaven's destiny. Who knew if the heavenly way would give him other heaven-defying chances in the future? So it was better to just get him killed. He violently rushed towards Xiao Fan with his sword in hand. The long sword in his hand was raised high. A splash of blood color blossomed from the top of the blood vampire blade, which looked demonic and incomparable. Xiao Fan, today is the day you die. The knife in Qin Yan's hand was once again aimed at Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan once again barely lifted his sword to resist. This time the result was the same as last time. Xiao Fan was directly sent flying like a sandbag and once again crashed into a ferocious beast's body. Perhaps the impact was just too great this time. The ferocious beast, which was 70 to 80 meters long, was actually directly knocked over, and that stiff body directly fell to the ground. Xiao Fan didn't have the strength to stand up again this time, but instead, he directly lay on the ground, his eyes looking fiercely at Qin Yan, and the knife in his hand flew to nowhere. Seeing this, Qin Yan was ready to step forward and finish Xiao Fan with a slash, but at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted, which carried a ferocious and tyrannical killing aura. This aura gave Qin Yan a great deal of pressure, and he hurriedly looked at the corpse of the ferocious beast that had just fallen. One could only see a trace of a dense fury starting to emanate from the massive corpse, while a dry, hoarse voice emanated from within the ferocious beast. Soon, the corpse of the ferocious beast began to tremble, as if it could come to life at any moment. This was a sign that the corpses of the ferocious beasts were going to be revived. This thing didn't have any sanity. As long as it was revived, it would frantically attack any living creatures in front of it, unless it took control of the Black Dragon King's palace, which would be able to control their actions. So what Qin Yan had to do now was to immediately go and find a way to control the entire palace, or else he would be killed as well. But in that case, there was no way for him to continue laying his hands on Xiao Fan. Damn! Qin Yan cursed angrily. This Xiao Fan was truly worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. He had been pushed to the brink of extinction by himself and was about to be killed, but he was still able to survive. After cursing, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the high platform. Coming to the high platform, he first received all of the Black Dragon beads, essence blood, and reverse scales into his spatial ring. Above the high platform, there are steps that go up. Qin Yan didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the steps, and just as he rushed in, he felt a pressure fall on him. The pressure was so light that it couldn't affect him at all, so his footsteps were quick and he rushed upwards more than 20 steps almost in the blink of an eye. The pressure on this step was getting heavier the higher he went, and by the time he came to the 20th floor or so, he felt that the pressure on his body had increased several times. It still didn't work for him, though, and he was still moving upward quickly. Soon he came to the 60th floor. Coming here, his speed slowed down. In fact, the pressure on him was heavier. He felt as if there was a small mountain pressing on his shoulders. Qin Yan couldn't run upwards as briskly as before. He could only climb upwards one step at a time. When he came to the 90th floor, the pressure on him was 3 times heavier, and at this time, Qin Yan also felt a great pressure. At this moment, he felt like when he had just started practicing martial arts, practicing every day with such exhaustion and fatigue that he couldn't even lift his legs. However, the current Qin Yan was not comparable to his childhood, when he was tired, so he couldn't move and said he would give up. But right now, all he had in mind was to raise his strength and conquer the entire world, only to see him lift his leg firmly and go up another level. The force on his body once again 3 times heavier. A fine layer of sweat seeped out of Qin Yan's forehead, but he still had a disdainful expression on his face. He lifted his leg again and came to 92, and this time he didn't stop, continuing 93 and 94, until he came to the 98th floor. He felt like he was going to be unable to hold on. The pressure on his body was just too heavy. He felt that the pressure on his body was now 3 times heavier than when he was at the 90th floor, and his supreme demon body was already in full bloom, a piece of blood-colored mist wrapping around him like a blood-colored light veil. He was sweating profusely, his face was red and he was trembling. Qin Yan looked upwards and saw a very large and exquisite dragon chair at the end of the steps. On top of the dragon chair, there was a 4-square, ink jade carved jade seal, and on top of the jade seal, there was a black dragon hovering. This jade seal was the key to controlling the entire palace. As long as one controlled the jade seal, one could control those ferocious beasts. A trace of determination flashed across Qin Yan's face. This palace must be his own. So he lifted his leg again and placed it heavily on top of the 99 steps. At that moment, the pressure on his body once again almost doubled, crunching the seams of the bones throughout his body. What pressed down on Qin Yan, besides the pressure? seemed to be a force that wanted to bend his knees and spine and make him kneel and kowtow. But Qin Yan was a very proud man. His knees and spine were made of the best metal in the world, and he couldn't bend down a bit. Qin Yan looked at the jade seal, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. It's just a dead black dragon king. What qualifications do you have to make this young man kneel to you? With that, he lifted his leg once again and came directly to the 100th floor. In a flash, all the pressure on his body dissipated, causing his body to feel a wave of relief. He craned his stiff neck for a moment, then strutted towards the dragon chair, reached out and picked up the jade seal, then sat on his butt on the dragon chair. He immediately cut his finger with the blood-prancing knife, then squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on top of the jade seal. Feeling the pain on his fingers, Qin Yan was a bit very speechless. This thing was really low grade, and even had to drop blood to recognize its owner. The blood dripped on top of the jade seal and was instantly absorbed by it, and a little red light emerged from the two dragon eyes of the black dragon sculpture. A black dragon that was almost a meter long, cast as black gold, and exuding a majestic aura then drilled out from inside the jade seal. Seeing this black dragon, Qin Yan wasn't surprised because this was the dragon soul of the black dragon king, and ever since its body died, the dragon soul was hiding here, and its purpose was simple: it wanted another body. It could be said that the corpses of the ferocious beasts inside this palace, the dragon beads, the essence blood and the reverse scales were all prepared by the black dragon king for his own resurrection. Once it snatched a body, it immediately transformed its body with dragon beads and essence blood, transforming it into a black dragon saint body in the form of a half-dragon man, so that it could adapt to its dragon soul to the maximum extent possible. It had to be said that the black dragon king bastard was really patient and calculating, but unfortunately, he ran into Qin Yan. The black dragon soul looked at Qin Yan in front of him and opened its mouth. "Kid, your body is good. I'll take it." The corners of Qin Yan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. "If you have the ability, come and try to snatch it." Chapter 45, Avatar, Destructive Light. Although the black dragon's soul was very powerful, Qin Yan did not place it in his eyes at all. After all, if it wanted to occupy its own body, it would have to swallow its own soul. But he was the supreme saint body. His soul was solid and unrivaled. So where would he be afraid of a black dragon that had been dead for an unknown number of years? Seeing such an expression on Qin Yan's face, the black dragon became furious. "Kid, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on me?" Qin Yan sneered. "Yeah, I just despise you." The black dragon roared in anger and let out a majestic and imposing dragon roar, which was very imposing and spread out a long way. Inside the great hall, hearing this dragon's roar, those ferocious beasts that were trembling and had already begun to revive accelerated their revival speed even more. "I'm afraid it won't be long before these guys come back in full force." The black dragon looked at Qin Yan and said smugly, "Kid, I must get your body today and then get back to the top." After saying that, it transformed into a black light and rushed directly towards Qin Yan's brain, drilling into it in the blink of an eye. Qin Yan sneered, then closed his eyes, and in his sea of consciousness, a black dragon that was 10,000 meters long and hovered like a mountain was watching him. If someone with a phobia of giants saw a black dragon, I'm afraid they would be so frightened that they would have to faint on the spot. Compared to the huge body of the black dragon, Qin Yan was still more than 1 meter 8 in stature. Standing in front of the black dragon that was just like a mountain was like a piece of gravel. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the black dragon as it looked at Qin Yan. "Kid, looking at your weak appearance, I can blow you to death with a single breath." Qin Yan frowned slightly and said, "Just feel free to use whatever skills you have, but I'll only give you one chance. If you can't kill me, then it's you who will die." The black dragon's eyes widened at the words, and the voice that sounded like heavenly thunder rang out, "Kid, I will kill you." After saying that, his huge body surged, and then a wisp of black light emerged, and then he opened his big mouth, and a black destructive light pillar that was hundreds of meters thick impacted towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked at the light pillar and stood there motionless. Although this attack looked strong, in the end it was not a physical attack, it was only a soul attack. And Qin Yan's soul was so solid that he wasn't afraid at all. Rumble! A loud sound pierced through, and Qin Yan's entire sea of consciousness trembled for a moment, but his body still stood steadily. The destructive pillar of light seemed to really be just a beam of light, like sunlight, and had no effect at all after passing over him. How is this possible? The black dragon's eyes were wide with disbelief as it roared in shock. "Kid, what exactly are you? Why is the soul so solid?" Qin Yan sneered as his body slowly floated up until it was flush with the black dragon's eyes, then slowly extended his hand. "I said you only get one chance. Now it's my turn to strike." When he finished, his fingers began to flex, then slowly clenched up. As he moved, the space around the black dragon seemed to be frozen for a moment before it began to collapse and distort. The huge body of the black dragon also began to abstract with the deformation of space. It wanted to break free, but found that it could not break free at all. It could not even move. At this moment, it panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, wait!" Qin Yan ignored him and continued to clench his fist as the space in front of him became smaller and smaller, and the black dragon's body began to compress. "No, don't kill me. Please let me go. I'm willing to work for you as a cow." The black dragon shouted out anxiously, "I can give you everything I have. This palace, those fierce beast corpse puppets used for fighting, and I can even give you the entire mysterious realm." However, Qin Yan acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to manipulate space to squeeze the black dragon's soul. The black dragon became even more eager and said, "Stop, stop it. I'm willing to sign a contract with you and become your slave. Please don't kill me." Qin Yan snorted coldly and said, "I don't need a waste like you." After saying that, his right hand violently clenched into a fist, and the space in front of him instantly shrunk. The black dragon's screams instantly disappeared, and his entire soul was nearly crushed into pieces. After killing the black dragon, Qin Yan revolved the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique and devoured the black dragon's tattered soul. As the black dragon's soul was devoured, Qin Yan completely took control of the black dragon jade seal, as well as the entire palace. As he looked inside the hall, the smaller-sized ferocious beasts had revived and were frantically attacking Dongfang Bai as well as Ji Yunyao. In the black dragon palace, the weakest ones were all 5th-grade ferocious beasts, which were already powerful. Plus they were already dead and weren't afraid of getting hurt or dying, so their attacks were very harsh. Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao did not have the power to fight back in the slightest. They could only barely fight back to back. This was also 2 people who were talented enough, otherwise they might have been killed. But even then the situation was not optimistic, because those fierce beasts with huge size and greater strength were also slowly awakening. Their bodies had already begun to make simple movements, and when they were able to move freely, that would be the death of Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. Qin Yan held the black dragon jade seal in his hand, injected energy into it, and shouted, "Stop it all." The voice accompanied by the dragon's roar spread throughout the entire hall, and those ferocious beasts inside the hall stopped instantly before looking at Qin Yan on the high platform. All of these ferocious beasts then fell to the ground and lowered their heads, as if they had seen their emperor. Even the supersized ferocious beasts whose bodies were still stiff slowly bent their legs and got down. Qin Yan expressed great satisfaction with this. Taking control of this palace, with these ferocious beasts, he would be able to do a lot of things that were inconvenient before. He then gave orders to these ferocious beasts. "Return to your respective positions." Those ferocious beasts stood up again and returned to their original places, continuing to be a corpse. After doing so, Qin Yan was ready to leave the high platform. But just then, a stream of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Qin Yan immediately stopped and checked the information. Then a small smile appeared on his face. Earned it, earned it. After he had devoured the black dragon's soul, he had unexpectedly obtained a divine ability called Destruction Robbing Light, which was the huge black pillar of light that had been spewed out when the black dragon's soul had targeted him just now. Destructive robbing light comes with a destructive attribute. The destructive power is extremely amazing, and the power will also grow with the strength. The current Qin Yan possessed the enchantment of the supreme demon body, and although he was a mid-4th grade martial artist, his strength was comparable to that of a 5th grade great circle. Even an early 6th grade martial artist would have the power to fight. However, if he used the destructive robbing light, he could easily kill a 6th grade perfection martial artist. There was only one prerequisite for learning destruction robbing light, and that was to have a black dragon physique or simply be a black dragon. After seeing this, he immediately decided to use the dragon pearl and the black dragon essence blood himself to give himself the ability to transform into a half-dragon man. The main reason was that this destruction robbing light was too awesome, and after learning it, it would definitely be one of one's bottom cards. Chapter 46. Only one of the Qin and Jiang families can survive. Qin Yan received the black dragon jade seal into his sea of consciousness and then looked towards the main hall, wanting to go find Xiao Fan. Today was a good chance to kill this guy, so we can't just let him go. So he hurriedly jumped down from the high platform, then asked Dongfang Bai, "Have you seen Xiao Fan?" Dongfang Bai nodded. "See, just now when Ji Yunyao and I were resisting those ferocious beasts, he sneaked away." "Run away?" Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, a little annoyed in his heart. Truly worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. So many awakened ferocious beasts had all gone to surround Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao, while turning a blind eye to Xiao Fan. Dongfang Bai had been hanging out with Qin Yan since he was a kid and knew that he was in a bad mood right now. So he hurriedly said, "Young Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't stop him." Qin Yan patted his shoulder. "This has nothing to do with you. I just think that this Xiao Fan's luck is excessive." Dongfang Bai let out a sigh of relief and said, "Just an ordinary person with a bit of luck. There's no way to compare with us. It's easy for us to find a chance to get him killed. Qin Yan took a deep breath and said, let's go. Chase out and take a look. I've beaten this guy to death today. Today is a good chance to get him killed. Ji Yunyao on one side suddenly asked, Qin Yan, have you found the treasure inside the palace? The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up. Found it. Let's hurry up. Good. The three of them ran towards the outside of the hall, and when they had left the hall, Qin Yan stopped. Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao also stopped, and Dongfang Bai asked, Young Qin, what's wrong? Qin Yan did not speak, but took the black dragon jade seal out of his sea of consciousness and then injected it with energy. A black light emanated from above the black dragon jade seal, and then the entire palace began to shrink, finally turning into a stream of light into the black dragon jade seal. Qin Yan received the black dragon jade seal into his sea of consciousness again before looking at Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. Go! The three of them once again went after Xiao Fan, and halfway there, Dongfang Bai asked, Young Qin, what's going on? How did you get rid of the Black Dragon Palace? Even Ji Yunyao looked at Qin Yan with a curious expression. He also wanted to know the reason. Qin Yan casually explained, I found the key to control the Black Dragon Palace, so now the Black Dragon Palace is mine. Dongfang Bai nodded, so he didn't ask any more questions, but ran after him in a bored manner. Soon, they encountered a student who came down to look for the treasure. His eyes instantly widened when he saw Qin Yan. His heart was very scared and he hurriedly hid to the side for fear that Qin Yan would deal with him. But the passage is so narrow, how can we possibly dodge it? Qin Yan rushed to the student, reached out and grabbed him by the neck and asked, Have you seen Xiao Fan? The student nodded in panic. He just ran out. Qin Yan did not immediately release the student, but asked, Which academy are you from? The student warily said, Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. The Devil's Capital Martial Arts Academy. The talent pool of the Jiang clan's camp. All of the students inside joined the army controlled by the Jiang clan after graduation and became the backbone of the army inside. These students, all of them, would be the ones who would target the Qin family in the future. Then you can go to hell. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yan directly crushed the student's neck. There was a click sound, and the student's head lolled, and with shock and panic still on his face, he died completely. Seeing this, Ji Yunyao frowned and said, Qin Yan, he didn't do anything wrong, did he? Why did you kill him? Qin Yan turned his head, looked at her, and coldly said, All the students of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy will be in the Jiang family camp after graduation, and all of the people in the Jiang family camp will be my Qin family's enemies. Let me tell you, the Qin and Jiang families are opposites. Sooner or later there will be a battle between the two families, and only one of the two families can exist, so I'm going to use all of my willingness to weaken the Jiang family's strength. Looking at the madness in Qin Yan's eyes, both Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao were all taken aback, their hearts bursting with panic. Ji Yunyao's good-looking eyes were wide open and her voice trembled as she said, Qin Yan, are you crazy? If your Qin clan goes to war with the Jiang clan, no matter who wins, it will drastically weaken the strength of the Grand Xia. By then, many martial saints may die, even martial gods, and then what will we have to defend against the foreigners? What will we have to fight against the other countries? Ji Yunyao's words were heartfelt, and it was obvious that she loved Daxia very much. A slight scowl appeared on Qin Yan's face before he grabbed her shoulders. Ji Yunyao, this will definitely happen. I don't care how many people will die by then and what will become of Daxia. I just want the Jiang family to die. Ji Yunyao slapped Qin Yan's hand away with force and said loudly, No, we won't agree if you do this. If you really do this, our Ji family will definitely join forces with the Jiang family against your Qin family. On one side, Dongfang Bai's face at this moment was as white as his name, white as death, and his heart was about to jump out from inside his chest. Heavens, what has he heard? The Qin family is going to fight the Jiang family, and the Ji family is going to join forces with the Jiang family to fight the Qin family. If this is a real fight, it's really comparable to the end of the world. So he also spoke tremblingly, Young Qin, this is something you can't joke about. Qin Yan glanced at him, then looked at Ji Yunyao again. I'm not joking. Ji Yunyao, don't threaten me with your two families joining together. Do you think I don't know that your two families have long been united, and still smearing our Qin family throughout the great summer? That the world has suffered the Qin family for a long time. This sentence, do you think I don't know? Qin Yan's eyes gradually turned red, his body emitting strands of red demonic aura. Ji Yunyao, all the male members of my Qin family will all have to go to the battlefield when they reach their age, and their final destiny will be to die on the battlefield. Even the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, when they are about to die, they all choose to die on the battlefield. In what way has our Qin family wronged Daxia? But you even think that our Qin family is too powerful and holds too many armies, so you want to deal with us? Ji Yunyao, let me tell you, I didn't start this battle. It was your two families that started it. Our Qin family was forced to fight back. When Ji Yunyao saw the somewhat maniacal Qin Yan, her eyes were filled with panic inside, her body stiffened, and her heart felt like it had fallen into an ice hole. On the other hand, Dongfang Bai on the side was completely devoid of the trepidation he felt earlier, but instead had a gloomy face and said in a firm tone, "Young Qin, if they really do this, then let's fight them." Qin Yan patted Dongfang Bai's shoulder once again and continued to look at Ji Yunyao. "Ji Yunyao, when you go back and talk to your family, get engaged to me after the global elite competition, or else, your Ji family will be a target for our Qin family to target as well. Our Qin family will go to war against both of your families at the same time. And let me tell you, I don't mind completely laying Great Xia in ruins. On top of that," a cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yan's mouth. "Those videos of you and me will also spread throughout the entire Grand Xia." The reason why Qin Yan had pushed Ji Yunyao so hard was also to pull in the Ji family. This was because he did not dare to confirm how long it would take for Qin Shi to break through to Martial Emperor after he gave him the 9 turns heavenly demon technique. So in the meantime, he needed to pull the Ji family over. Even if the pulling together was unsuccessful, the two families, the Jiang family and the Ji family, would still have to be afraid of each other. Ji Yunyao shivered and nodded. I know." Only after seeing her agreement did Qin Yan quickly rush outside to go after Xiao Fan. What he didn't expect was that although Xiao Fan was seriously injured, he ran quite fast and even drilled out of the Black Dragon. The three of them, Qin Yan, came outside and saw Xiao Fan sitting paralyzed beside a girl in a state of disorientation. And that girl was none other than Zhang Lianyi of the Jiang family. Chapter 47, Qin Yan and Zhang Lianyi face off. Upon seeing Zhang Lianyi, Qin Yan's brows furrowed. Why is this woman here? If she was here, it would take a bit of effort to kill Xiao Fan by herself. In the plot, Zhang Lianyi is also one of the female leads. In the early stages, Lu Xian Yao gave Xiao Fan a lot of help, allowing him to grow smoothly. Later on, when Xiao Fan's strength rose up, the female lead with the most drama became Zhang Lianyi. It was because the Jiang family had powerful forces that could help Xiao Fan. Unceremoniously, Xiao Fan, this goods is completely raised by women. Complete soft rice man. Zhang Lianyi took a step forward at this time and looked at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, you even dared to kill Southeast Academy's Li Qingqing inside the secret realm. You violated the rules, you know?" Qin Yan looked at her coldly. So what? There was no way for him to argue this matter. After all, when he killed Li Qingqing, many people saw it. Only the others he couldn't admit, especially Wu Chang. When Xiao Fan heard Qin Yan's tone of not caring, he once again hissed madly at him. "Qin Yan, you killed Cheng Cheng. You deserve to die." Then he hugged Zhang Lianyi's leg again and said, "Miss Jiang, kill him, please kill him." Zhang Lianyi frowned when she heard Xiao Fan's words, a little annoyed. Although she also wanted Qin Yan to die, she didn't dare to do so. If she really killed Qin Yan, she would have to die as well. So she lowered her head and wanted to rebuke Xiao Fan. But after she saw Xiao Fan's grief-stricken expression, her heart was suddenly touched. The boy cried so much, then he must be a man of deep affection. The harsh words that came to her lips didn't come out, but instead she softly said, "I'm sorry, there's no way for me to help you in this matter because the Qin family is too powerful, and if I kill him, then I'll die as well." After the people surrounding Zhang Lianyi heard her words, they all looked at her in surprise, as if it was the first day they knew her. Goodness gracious, this little princess can say the word sorry? You know that this little princess was arrogant and domineering before, and did a lot of bad things, only that no one dared to do anything to her due to the Jiang family, and now she was apologizing to a common boy? God must be drunk. Xiao Fan was shaken when he heard Zhang Lianyi's words and slowly let go of her with a look of despair and helplessness. "I'm sorry, I was reckless in this matter." Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Zhang Lianyi's heart unexpectedly suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything more. Instead, she looked at Qin Yan angrily and said, "Qin Yan, how dare you kill someone? Let's see if I don't break your hands and feet today." Zhang Lianyi had gotten selfish at this point. Originally she was prepared to use the conflict between Xiao Fan and Qin Yan to seriously injure Qin Yan and then lure Xiao Fan into killing Qin Yan. At that time, even if the Qin family pursued the matter, Xiao Fan could be pushed out as a scapegoat. But now she didn't want Xiao Fan to do this. She wanted to take down Qin Yan herself. Although he couldn't kill him, it was still possible to waste his arms and legs. Qin Yan looked at her disdainfully. "Zhang Lianyi, do you have the qualifications to arrest me?" Zhang Lianyi said angrily. "Qin Yan, don't be too arrogant. Others may not be able to take you, but I do." Qin Yan impatiently took out his blood-prancing sword. "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't push your luck here. Qin Yan, you're too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson today." Beside him, a tall boy walked out with a broadsword in his hand, looking at Qin Yan menacingly. Dongfang Bai immediately walked up and said, "Kid, just you don't deserve to fight with Qin Xiao. Let me try your depth." That boy glanced at Dongfang Bai and said angrily, "Then I'll waste you first." After saying that, he violently charged towards Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai did not show any weakness and fought with him. At that moment, another student stepped forward and said, "Qin Yan, let me teach you a lesson." Qin Yan was just about to open his mouth when he heard Mingyu's voice ringing out, "Kid, don't speak so wildly. If you have the ability to come with me for a match." As he spoke, Mingyu brought a dozen people to Qin Yan's side. Mingyu said to Qin Yan, "Young Qin, sorry for being late." Qin Yan smiled and shook his head. "Just right. This guy Mingyu is also Qin Yan's hardcore, and was killed by Xiao Fan in the plot to avenge Qin Yan's death." However, Mingyu's fighting strength was really strong. He was slightly older. His current strength was late 5th grade, and before Qin Yan obtained the Supreme Demon Body, he was firmly in the first place within the gang of second-generation ancestors in the capital. However, the one with the strongest strength right now was definitely Qin Yan. Mingyu looked at the guy who had just mouthed off and said, "Kid, are you the one snarling and barking here? Let's see how I'm going to waste you." After saying that, he stormed towards the student. Qin Yan didn't rest either, picking up the blood spirit blade and killing directly towards Zhang Liani. "Zhang Liani, let me see if you're qualified to take me down." Zhang Liani did not show any weakness and took out a long sword, saying, "Qin Yan, others are afraid of you, but Auntie, I am not afraid of you." She waved her long sword and killed Qin Yan. Qin Yan snorted coldly. The long knife in his hand was raised and aimed at Zhang Liani's head, who raised his long sword to resist. The sound of metal clashing rang out, piercing one's ears. Qin Yan's strong body stood steadily and motionless, while Zhang Liani withdrew 2 or 3 meters backward, her footsteps a bit unsteady. On the scene, Zhang Liani was at a disadvantage, but Qin Yan knew that it was nothing. The real showdown comes later. Qin Yan laughed coldly. "It seems that you are no better." After saying that, he raised his long knife again and swung it down violently towards Zhang Liani. The furious blood-red knife chi was mixed with a tyrannical aura that seemed to tear Zhang Liani apart. Zhang Liani shouted, and the long sword in her hand swung violently, and a fire-red, curved moon sword chi collided with the blood-red blade chi, emitting a loud rumbling sound. Rolling waves of air swiftly swept over to the surroundings, and those who were close quickly moved away from the place and hid far away. Zhang Liani looked viciously at Qin Yan and shouted, "Qin Yan, is that all you're capable of? If that's the case, you should honestly tie your hands and surrender." After saying that, she swung her long sword once again, and a sword chi burst out. The sword chi was crimson and scorching hot. Even the air was distorted. This was the power of the heavenly flame's sacred body. Qin Yan snorted coldly and raised his long sword, his body's blood-red demonic aura surging. 9 demon blades. Fourth, a blade chi that was even more violent and powerful than before collided on top of the sword chi, emitting an even more violent rumbling sound. Seeing that the blade chi and sword chi dissipated at the same time, Qin Yan knew that it would be very difficult to separate the winner from the loser if they fought like this. He then put away the bloodshed sword and slowly raised his right hand. When Zhang Liani saw this, a smug smile appeared on her face. "Qin Yan, it seems like you know that you're not my opponent and are ready to tie your hands." A hint of contempt appeared on Qin Yan's face. "Ignorant fool." Shattering Starfinger. Chapter 48, Going on a Killing Spree. A blood-red finger that was more than 10 meters long and resembled a pillar of the roof seemed to have traveled from the ancient times, and it carried a strong destructive aura that seemed to shatter the entire heaven and earth. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts with a feeling of despair and powerlessness when they saw this finger. The pressure in Zhang Liani's heart, who was the target of the shattered star finger's attack, was even heavier, and she felt like she was a mole in front of this blood-colored finger. But soon, she dispelled this feeling. As the little princess of the martial god family, when had she ever been afraid of others? She then reached out and wiped her hand on her longsword, a wisp of crimson flame emerging from her body. "Qin Yan, I will not be afraid of you." Then she raised the longsword in her hand and shouted angrily, "Phoenix Wing Slash." A sword chi burning with flames suddenly burst out, as if it was going to turn the sky red. Qin Yan snorted coldly. "Unconscionable." He then pressed his hand forward with a vicious force, and his blood-red fingers were like pillars of heaven as the sword chi crashed through. Rumble. The sword chi chopped on the fingers, making a rumbling sound that was loud and powerful, but it was no use at all. The shattered star finger only swayed slightly before it easily crushed the sword chi and slammed hard towards Zhang Liani. Zhang Liani used her whole body to resist, but it looked so unbearable in front of the shattered star finger, only to see her slender figure directly being knocked out hundreds of meters, and then ruthlessly smashed into a rock, smashing it to pieces. Zhang Liani opened her mouth violently and spat out a mouthful of blood before her eyes rolled over and she fainted. And Qin Yan's state was also a bit affected at the moment. Although the shattered star finger was powerful, it also consumed a lot. This attack drained a third of his body's energy. He took 2 deep breaths before turning his head to look at Xiao Fan. However, the place where Xiao Fan was just now was empty, so it was obvious that this grandson Xiao Fan had run away again. It had to be said that Xiao Fan, this grandson's perception of danger was still very sensitive. He even keenly sensed that Jiang Lianyi was not his opponent and then quickly escaped. This made Qin Yan furious. Damn Jiang Lianyi! How dare she delay him so much to kill Xiao Fan? He looked viciously towards Jiang Lianyi, who was lying there and had fallen into a heavy coma, itching to go up and kill her immediately. But he still suppressed the anger in his heart. He couldn't make a move against Jiang Lianyi right now, or else it would cause an early confrontation between the two martial god families. But it was impossible for him to forcefully swallow this breath. He took out his blood spirit blade and angrily shouted, "Assholes, all go to hell." He charged towards the people following Jiang Lianyi, the long knife in his hand slashing down towards the head of one of the boys. Seeing this, the boy roared angrily and raised the weapon in his hand, trying to block Qin Yan's attack. But how could he be Qin Yan's opponent? Only a loud sound of gold and iron came out as Qin Yan cut off the opponent's weapon with a single slash, and at the same time, the opponent's neck was also cut off. The boy was dead in an instant, his body separated. When the others who were fighting Mingyu, Dongfang Bai and the others saw the situation over here, they dropped their opponents and rushed towards Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, how dare you kill again? Take your life." Seeing this, Mingyu bellowed, "Don't run." They were about to chase after them, but were stopped by Qin Yan with a wave of his hand. "Stop, this young man is going to kill someone today." He then looked at the guys in front of him with a sardonic smile on his face. "Suffer death." Only meters of blood-colored wolf smoke rose from his body, and the shadow of a looming demon god appeared behind him. Then he violently rushed towards the person in front of him. The blood vampire blade in his hand seemed to have its own soul at this moment, emitting a glistening red light that was ferocious and incomparable. A boy wearing a black battlesuit with a robust physique attacked Qin Yan, who swung his blood spirit blade and slammed it on the opponent's weapon. Only a muffled grunt could be heard from the other party before he flew straight backwards. Qin Yan struck another girl with a knife, and soon he had injured 5 or 6 students. These 5 or 6 students were all direct descendants of large families or martial saint families, and Qin Yan could not kill them yet, so he could only spare their lives for the time being. The next thing Qin Yan would have to face would be those families' collateral descendants or ordinary students, and Qin Yan wouldn't be able to stop. He then let out a furious cry and swung his long blade out violently, the 20-meter long blade chi once again whistling out and charging towards the person in front of him. All of these people were startled. They hurriedly came to resist Qin Yan's crazy attack, but it was of no use at all. Their resistance was like a balloon that was instantly crushed. The blade chi was like the sharp claws of a giant beast of the canopy, directly tearing these people apart. Seeing Qin Yan kill again, all the people on Jiang Lianyi's side were stunned. This guy was too crazy, right? Surprisingly, he dared to kill again here, in front of so many people, and killed quite a lot of people. Just now, that slash, at least 3 cleaved to death, seriously injured 2. Dongfang Bai, on the other hand, licked his tongue nervously and looked at Mingyu on the side, saying, "Brother Yu, do you think that if Qin Shao kills so many people, how can he explain it out there?" Mingyu glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Can't you see? Young Qin didn't kill the direct descendants of those martial saints. He's now facing the collateral descendants and some ordinary students." Dongfang Bai then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Behind the two, Ji Yunyao, who had not made a move, glanced at the two, and then looked at Qin Yan, her eyes glowing with a complex light. And on the battlefield, Qin Yan has completely killed crazy. At this time he is like a ferocious tiger. The person in front of him is like a sheep that has just had a full moon. It is simply unbeatable. Every time he strikes, he takes a life or two. After only 5 minutes, the number of people who died at Qin Yan's hands exceeded 20. The others no longer had the slightest bit of courage to resist, then turned their heads and ran. Those children and grandchildren of the martial saint clan from the Jiang clan's camp also retreated. But of course, they didn't forget about trying to take away Jiang Lianyi, who had already been seriously injured. But when they went to look for Jiang Lianyi, they realized that Jiang Lianyi had already disappeared. They looked around but couldn't find Jiang Lianyi's figure. Now they were completely panicked. Just now so many people died, they were still a little scared, but they didn't panic because those people's deaths couldn't affect them. But if Jiang Lianyi lost it, it would be a deadly thing, so they rushed off to find it. Qin Yan also noticed that Jiang Lianyi had disappeared into thin air. His face was slightly gloomy. Damn it, this must be Xiao Fan's doing. He must have brought Jiang Lianyi to a place where it was just the two of them, and then began to heal Jiang Lianyi's wounds, during which a little flirtation occurred, followed by the two of them falling for each other. Dogged and corny routine. Qin Yan snorted coldly and didn't go after Xiao Fan. His strength did crush Xiao Fan, but there was no way he could do it in one hit. That's why Xiao Fan was able to escape several times. Therefore, he was going to fuse the Black Dragon Dragon Bead in Essence Blood to allow himself to comprehend the divine ability Destructive Roving Light. This was the only way to have the means to kill Xiao Fan with a single strike. Chapter 49 Dragon Man Form. Supreme Demonic Dragon Body. Mingyu came to Qin Yan's side with a hint of worry in his eyes. Young Qin, these people you killed, even though they were all students, most of them are side children of the families, and I'm afraid they won't let up. Qin Yan snorted coldly. So what? Am I still afraid of them? Mingyu said. Naturally, Qin Shao won't be afraid of him. Besides, they don't have that ability. But what I'm worried about is Wang Chang. You know that he's the only martial saint within the Great Xiao right now, and Wang Chang's ass is supposed to be crooked, so that has to be guarded against. Qin Yan nodded slightly. I know, you don't have to worry about that. Alright, I'm going to absorb the Black Dragon Dragon Pearl now. You guys guard here and wait for me to come out. Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and the others hurriedly clasped their fists. Don't worry, Shao Qin. With us here, not a single person will be able to pass. Qin Yan nodded slightly before looking at Ji Yunyao. I'm quite dissatisfied that you didn't make a move just now. Next you'll guard here with them. If you still don't make a move when things go wrong, you'll never want to do so in the future. Ji Yunyao pursed her lips tightly and whispered. I know. Mingyu glanced at Ji Yunyao with a bit of surprise at this time. He was no stranger to this little princess of the Ji family, only that the two sides were not deeply acquainted. Why does it look like Qin Shao's little daughter-in-law now, suffering from a nuisance and not losing her temper? Looks like something happened between the two. Qin Yan came to a mountain pass and took out the Black Dragon Jade Seal from his Sea of Consciousness before releasing the Black Dragon Palace. The Black Dragon Palace itself was very large, but it possessed the function of shrinking itself, and it was also a self-contained space inside, so even if you put people or other creatures in it, the palace itself casually zoomed in and out, and it couldn't affect the creatures inside. Qin Yan controlled the palace to change into about the same size as his villa. Then he walked in. Then he directly closed the door of the palace, so that no one would be able to come in from the outside. When he came inside the palace and walked to the main hall, he directly took out the Black Dragon Dragon Bead, as well as the Black Dragon Essence Blood, and of course, a Dragon Blood Fruit. The Black Dragon Essence Blood was violent in power and not easy to control. The Dragon Blood Fruit could make it docile. Aside from the Dragon Blood Fruit, the rest of them, whether they were dragon beads or essence blood, were all very large in size. However, this wasn't a big problem for Qin Yan. Slowly refining it was. He ate a dragon blood fruit, then took out a knife and directly cut his right palm, then slapped his blood-soaked palm on top of the essence blood crystals in one go. Then he placed his left hand on top of the dragon ball again and began to absorb the energy inside. Inside the dark dragon pearl, it seemed as if something started to flow, like water. The Black Dragon Essence Blood crystals also began to emit a burst of blood-colored light, and those crystals turned into essence blood and entered Qin Yan's body, transforming his body. As the essence blood and energy entered his body, Qin Yan felt a little warm and bloated at first, but soon, pain appeared in his body, and he felt as if his body was being propped up, and there was a tearing sensation in his entire body, and this pain was getting stronger and stronger, and in the end, he really had the feeling of being slashed by countless knives on his body. This would be called death by 1,000 cuts. Qin Yan clenched his teeth tightly and did not say a word. His body trembled incomparably, and he hardened himself against this intense pain without saying a word. But the pain was like a tidal wave that kept hitting his nerves in waves. Qin Yan had no choice but to endure it. The sweat was like a stream. Soon his clothes were soaked through, but his body slowly stopped trembling. It wasn't that it didn't hurt anymore, it was that it was numb. I don't know how long it had been, but Qin Yan's entire brain was a bit confused and groggy. The pain in his body began to gradually dissipate as a warm energy traveled throughout his body, recovering his injuries while replenishing his body's consumption. The recovery lasted a short time, and within a few moments he felt his body fill with explosive power. He withdrew his hands and stood up fiercely, then urged the dragon blood power within his body. In an instant, he changed into his dragon man form, only to see that his entire body, including his face, was covered with a layer of black scales that gleamed under the light, just like black gold. His hands also turned into the appearance of dragon claws, which looked very destructive. On his forehead, 2 dragon horns drilled out of his skin, and his eyes were scarlet, filled with killing and destruction. Qin Yan carefully felt it. His body strength was much stronger than before, and his supreme demonic body had actually changed a little after absorbing the black dragon's essence blood. Right now, his physique should be the supreme demonic dragon body, a physique that was still a supreme body, but much stronger than a mere supreme demonic body. On top of that, his strength had also been drastically increased. directly coming from the mid-4th grade to the 4th grade grand completion, one step short of coming to the 4th grade consummation. In fact, Qin Yan's increase in strength was really minimal compared to the enormous energy contained within the Dragon Pearl, only that Qin Yan did not bend the Dragon Bead as well as the Essence Blood, because his body had already been completely remodeled and reached a saturated state, and there was no use in continuing to absorb it. The second thing was that most of that energy he had absorbed had been used to remodel his body, and not much of it had been used for strength enhancement. Qin Yan looked at what was left, roughly half of the remaining dragon beads and black dragon essence blood, waved his hand and put them away. These could still be used to transform a person, transforming that person into a black dragon holy body. Well, the son of his second uncle's family was a good target. The kid was born with only the lowest level of spirit body. His martial arts talent was a bit poor, so he would use these to give him a makeover and thank his second uncle for his unconditional support over the years. After getting this done, he started to feel the divine ability of destruction robbing light again. The reason why he was willing to absorb the dragon bead and essence blood was for the fundamental purpose of obtaining this divine ability. After checking it out, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had already mastered this divine ability, and had reached a very proficient level. However, if he wanted to use this divine ability, he would have to transform into his fiery dragonman form, and the way he released it was a bit different, as the black dragon spewed it out directly from his mouth, and he was able to release it with his hands, so that's much more elegant. All of these games made Qin Yan feel very refreshed, and this national elite selection tournament had really earned a lot. He put away his dragonman form, then left the Black Dragon Palace with quick steps. Outside the Black Dragon Palace, Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai and the others were extremely anxious and had a fidgety feeling. Dongfang Bai looked at the tightly closed door of the palace and said, "Why hasn't young Qin come out yet? It's already the 9th day, and he'll be leaving the secret realm tomorrow." Ming Yu took a deep breath. "If young Qin doesn't come out tomorrow, I'll go tell my father to invite young Qin's grandfather over." Just as they were anxious, the palace door was suddenly opened, and Qin Yan walked out from inside with a sturdy stride. Everyone was relieved to see Qin Yan's figure. Ming Yu hurriedly walked forward and asked, "Young Qin, are you alright?" Qin Yan shook his head. "I'm fine. By the way, how long have I been in there?" Dongfang Bai hurriedly interjected. "Young Qin, you've been in there for 8 days. Today is the 9th day, and you're leaving tomorrow. It's the 9th day. Qin Yan looked at the pitifully small amount of points on his wristwatch and nodded slightly. "It's not too late. Let's go. Let's go to the exit to block people and grab the points." Chapter 50, If I can kill Qin Yan, it's worth it even if I have to pay a big price. Since he was going to the exit of the secret realm, he definitely couldn't walk. After all, the distance was still very far. This was something Qin Yan kind of wanted to spit out. When he came in, he was randomly appearing somewhere in the secret realm, and when he went out, he still had to rush to the exit. It was really troublesome. Qin Yan asked as he looked around and didn't see the figure of the black dragon he had subdued earlier. "Where did the black dragon that we took in earlier go?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a roar coming from the back of the mountain, and he turned around to look, only to see the black dragon that was more than 40 meters long spreading its huge wings and flying towards them. When it was still more than 10 meters away from Qin Yan, it stopped flying and slowly landed, then lay down on the ground, looking at Qin Yan with respect inside its eyes. This was because Qin Yan's body had been transformed by dragon beads and dragon blood, and the Black Dragon King's aura was very strong in his body. The Black Dragon King was also the ancestor of this black dragon in front of him for an unknown number of generations. Thus Qin Yan had suppressed the black dragon in terms of his bloodline. Looking at the expression on the black dragon's face, Qin Yan nodded his head slightly. This guy would definitely be loyal to himself from now on. This was the superior/subordinate relationship that existed in the bloodline. Something like a ferocious beast could not break through. He turned back to the men behind him. "Come up here, all of you." He then took the lead and went up, standing directly on the head of the black dragon, with Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai, Ji Yunyao, and some of the lineage kids from the Qin family camp and others all getting on the back of the black dragon. Qin Yan twisted his head to look at Ji Yunyao and said domineeringly, "Come here." Ji Yunyao froze for a moment, then nodded her head and walked along the black dragon's neck to its head, standing beside Qin Yan in a well-behaved manner. Qin Yan patted the black dragon's head. "Take off." When the black dragon received the order, its huge wings flapped and its body rose smoothly, then quickly flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Ji Yunyao looked at Qin Yan at this time, pursed her lips, and said, "Qin Yan, you..." Before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Yan waving his hand. "Don't ask anything right now. I won't tell you anything. You just need to cooperate with what I say and do it. You want to know what I'm going to do? Then wait until after the engagement and you move in with the Qin family." Ji Yunyao nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. only thinking about how to convince the elders of her family when she went out, so that they would agree to her marrying Qin Yan. It must have been a very difficult task. Along the way, no one spoke again, and the black dragon led them for most of the day, but they could be considered to have arrived at the entrance. When they arrived, there were already a lot of people here, all waiting for the exit to open and leave. Within the group, Qin Yan quickly found Zhang Liani. 8 or 9 days had passed, and her injuries had completely healed, and she looked like she had regained her old vigor. Beside Zhang Liani, stood Xiao Fan and the other lineage children from the Jiang clan's camp, as well as the students from the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy and the Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan gently tapped the head of the black dragon under his seat with his foot and said, "Make some noise." The black dragon understood and immediately opened its mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside and letting out a loud roar. All of them heard the sound and then turned around to look, and when they saw the black dragon with a huge body, as well as Qin Yan on the black dragon's head, most of their faces changed. It was really because Qin Yan gave them such a bad impression, as this guy really dared to kill with his hands. Qin Yan controlled the black dragon and swept over the heads of a group of students. The wind flapping from one of the black dragon's wings scraped their eyes. Coming in front of all the students, the black dragon slowly descended and finally landed firmly on the ground. Qin Yan jumped down from the black dragon's head, and behind him, Ji Yunyao also jumped down, followed by Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and the others. Looking at everyone in front of him focusing on himself, Qin Yan was satisfied with this, so he spoke. "Everyone listen to me carefully. Hand over half of all the points you have in your hands, or else don't blame me for not being polite." This statement immediately caused everyone's discontent, and they turned emotions all of a sudden. "Why? It's our hard-earned score. Why should we give it to him? That's just it. I even got robbed once. I didn't have many points to begin with, and if I give him half again, I won't have any. If we can't beat him and fight him, I don't believe they can outfight so many of us." Right. Qin Yan is also too overbearing. Fight him. Not only the other students, but even Zhang Liani and the others had a sullen face, looking at Qin Yan with an ironclad expression, with eyes that could not wait to eat Qin Yan alive. It was only that they still had a shred of sanity left and did not act impulsively. After all, the results of their fight with Qin Yan a few days ago were still imprinted in their minds. Right at this moment, Xiao Fan glanced at the group of excited students and quietly said to Zhang Liani, "Ms. Zhang, Qin Yan has already committed public anger now, so I think we can add more fire to the fire and get these students to join us in dealing with him." Zhang Liani frowned at his words. "Is this feasible? You have to know that Qin Yan is really going to kill. There are many students who have seen it with their own eyes. Will they act with us?" Xiao Fan glanced at Qin Yan, his eyes filled with monstrous hatred. "Ms. Zhang, not everyone knows that Qin Yan killed someone, and we don't need all the students to have to go together. Just a part of them will be enough, and when the time comes, we can make a sneak attack on them and kill them." Hearing Xiao Fan's words, a trace of difficulty appeared on Zhang Liani's face. "You're saying that you want to kill Qin Yan? Aren't you afraid that the Qin family will make a scene?" Xiao Fan slowly shook his head. "Ms. Zhang, once we make a move with Qin Yan, it will definitely be a melee, and even if Qin Yan dies, we will be able to put the blame on someone else." Zhang Liani was still a bit hesitant and didn't immediately agree. Seeing this, Xiao Fan once again added fuel to the fire. "Ms. Zhang, I think that as long as we can kill Qin Yan, it's worth it to pay even a greater price. Think about it, Qin Yan's talent and also his fighting strength. When he grows up, who will be his opponent?" Hearing Xiao Fan's words, a trace of viciousness flashed in Zhang Liani's eyes, and it was obvious that these words had spoken to his heart. She gazed at Qin Yan coldly. "Just do it." So she walked out with Xiao Fan and a few good strength sons of the lineage and said loudly, "Qin Yan, you're going too far. Those points were obtained by everyone's hard work. What gives you the right to snatch them away?" Hearing her words, a part of the students bristled, making it sound like you didn't grab it. Qin Yan looked at Zhang Liani with great disdain. "Because I'm happy to. Do you have a problem with that, underdog?" With these words, Zhang Liani was thoroughly irritated, and she shrilled, "Bastard! I'll waste you." After saying that he was about to rush up, but Xiao Fan pulled her back while shouting to the people behind him, "Everyone, let's go together. No matter how powerful Qin Yan is, he's only one person. I don't believe that so many of us can't do anything to him." These words spoke to the hearts of many people, so they all looked at Qin Yan, ready to strike. Seeing this, Ming Yu and the others also tensed up, taking out their weapons and getting ready to fight. Qin Yan, however, laughed coldly. "A rabble." He took 2 steps backward, then jumped on the black dragon's head again. "Take off." The black dragon instantly took off, while Qin Yan transformed into his dragonman form, covered in scaly armor, 2 horns on his head, and his eyes filled with a murderous aura. He slowly raised his hands to his chest in a trumpet shape, a black ball coalescing within. Destruction of the hijacking light. Chapter 51, The Powerful and Despairing Qin Yan. The crowd couldn't help but stare at Qin Yan with wide-eyed horror when they saw him riding a black dragon while transforming into his human dragon form. Even Jiang Lianyi and the others were shocked. Xiao Fan was biting his lip in death. These should have been his It's Qin Yan who has robbed all this hard. He really deserves to die. Only a few guys who are a little farther away and not very brainy are still screaming. Is Qin Yan trying to escape? Seeing so many of us about to make a move on him scared him. Oh, I really thought he was so good. But this? Trashed Qin Yan. It's only because he has the Qin family at his back that he's so arrogant. He's a waste in person. Qin Yan didn't care at all about the reactions of the students below. The black ball of light in his hand was already black as if it wasn't in the same dimension as this world. He raised his head slightly, his eyes looking towards a small mountain not far away that was about 100 meters tall, then slowly said in a voice laced with a bit of a dragon's roar, "Destruction robbing light." Buzz. A black light burst out from the black ball, spanning over everyone's heads and seemingly splitting the sky in half. The strong destructive aura carried above the light made everyone's hearts jump, and those with slightly weaker strengths were already bloodless, their bodies trembling. The destructive robber light was only as thick as a basketball when it was in Qin Yan's hands, but when it reached the small mountain, it turned into a thick pillar of light with a diameter of 100 meters. The robbing light ruthlessly crashed into the small mountain, sending out an earth-shattering roar. The loud noise, as if the earth had cracked, seemed to deafen one's eardrums. The ground shook violently, and a crack appeared. By the time the robbing light disappeared, the 100-meter-high hill had already disappeared, and there wasn't even any debris left in its place. It was directly broken into pieces. This is not the most horrible. The most horrible thing is that the robbing light did not stop after shattering the small mountain, and then rushed out a long way forward and landed on the ground, piercing the ground out a big hole with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of nearly 30 meters. Seeing this sight, all the students other than Qin Yan, including Jiang Lianyi, Xiao Fan, Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai, and Ji Yunyao, all of them stared in disbelief, their mouths wide open, and the expressions on their faces were written with shock. At this moment, their breathing stopped, even their hearts seemed to stop beating. The images in front of them hit them so strongly that it seemed to break them down. After an unknown amount of time, they twisted their heads in unison and looked at the figure standing proudly on the black dragon's head, as erect as a cedar, and instantly lost all thoughts of resisting, and the slightest desire to go up against him. Their self-confidence had been completely shattered, and Qin Yan had become a shadow that they could not dispel. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jiang Lianyi's body swayed and almost fell, his eyes lost in thought as he muttered, "How is this going to fight against him? How is this going to be a match for him?" A strong sense of despair appeared from her heart. She had a feeling that she would not be able to catch up with Qin Yan in this lifetime, and that she would not be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Xiao Fan's entire body was even trembling uncontrollably, and his upper and lower rows of teeth were constantly knocking together. It was horrible, simply horrible. Just now he really had a death-like suffocating feeling. He then stared dead on at Qin Yan, who was covered in dragon scales. All of these should be his. All of them should be his. Qin Yan is a robber, robbing what belongs to him. Dongfang Bai, Ming Yu and the others were a bit better than all of them, although they were also shocked and shaken. But these emotions were mixed with excitement. This was their young Qin, their leader, the one they would follow for the rest of their lives. Being able to follow such a person, as subordinates they were all proud. Ji Yunyao looked at Qin Yan with even more inexplicable tenderness inside her eyes. Such a person might really be a good match for her. Qin Yan, who was being watched by the crowd, was slightly relieved, the emptiness in his body slightly relieved. Just now, in order to shock everyone, so he unleashed his strongest strike. Who knew that this destructive robbing light would directly draw out all the energy in his body, with nothing left, causing him to almost fall off the black dragon's head without standing still when he was just there. Luckily, everyone was watching the commotion made by the destructive robbing light at that time, so he grabbed the time to get a few energy-restoring pills and stuffed them into his mouth to replenish his consumption. It would be a real shame if he fell off the black dragon's head because he couldn't stand still. Qin Yan put away his dragon man form, looked at the students below, and said coldly, "Everyone, turn in half of your points." This time, no one refused anymore, and they all honestly allocated half of the points to Mingyu and Dongfang Bai and the others. And after all the points were in hand, then Qin Yan would make a unified distribution. Watching the students turn in their points one by one, Qin Yan said to the black dragon, "Lower it." The black dragon slowly contracted its wings and carefully landed on the ground. At this time, he happened to see Xiao Fan go to deliver points to Mingyu, and although his actions were cooperative, the expression on the guy's face was clearly unconvinced. The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Xiao Fan, if you don't pick up your sister, she's going to give birth to my child. Xiao Fan's face instantly changed when he heard this, and he twisted his head to look at Qin Yan. His face filled with indignation, and his eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms as he gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yan, if you dare to touch my sister, I will definitely kill you. Qin Yan sneered, I'll give you 3 days. Previously, Qin Yan's mind to kill Xiao Fan was very heavy. Now he still wanted to kill Xiao Fan, but he was not as eager. He wanted to see how Xiao Rui, who had been brainwashed by Qinglan, would react after seeing Xiao Fan, and he wondered if Xiao Rui would be so angry that she would want to kill Xiao Fan. If Xiao Rui really laid hands on Xiao Fan, it would definitely be a particularly good-looking scene. After collecting everyone's points, Qin Yan took away 1/5 of all the points, which were already enough for him to become the top prize winner of this selection contest. The rest of the points he also gave to Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, Ji Yunyao and the others. Not long after the points were divided, the exit of the secret realm was opened, and many of the lead teachers of the academy, as well as the escorts of those young masters and young ladies, were waiting impatiently. Soon, a tall and upright figure walked out, and it was none other than Qin Yan. Behind Qin Yan, a black dragon's head stuck out. When Qin Yan saw this, he thought that the black dragon was going to attack Qin Yan and drew his sword on the spot, ready to kill the black dragon, but was stopped by Qin Yan. Don't be impulsive. This is the mount I took in. Only then did Qin Yan stop his hand, but his eyes were still very vigilant as he looked at the black dragon. Wang Chang smiled on the side and said, Qin Yan, come over here and register your points. Aha! After registering his points at the exit, Qin Yan called on Qin Yan, mounted the black dragon, and quickly left the place, flying directly towards the Qin family. Jiang Liani looked at the departing Qin Yan, her fists clenched tightly. She couldn't let Qin Yan continue to grow. She must find a way to kill him. Even if she couldn't kill him, she had to waste him. Otherwise, when Qin Yan took control of the Qin family's power in the future, they would really be suppressed for the rest of their lives. After flying out a distance on Qin Yan's side, he looked back and then took out his cell phone and made a video call to Qin Chi. On the other side of the phone, it was quickly connected, and Qin Chi's face appeared on the screen. Ha ha, little Yan. I heard that the Daxia Elite Selection Competition ended today. What were the results? Qin Yan smiled and said, achievements are naturally no problem. But Grandpa, I want to talk to you about a very important matter today. Qin Chi raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Qin Yan took a deep breath and once again looked back and forth from left to right before whispering. I obtained the inheritance of the Black Dragon in the Secret Realm, which contains a complete martial emperor technique. Chapter 52, counting on Qin Yan again. Outside the exit of the Secret Realm, all the students had a numb look on their faces. This was because they still hadn't gotten over the power of the destructive robbing light. Their teacher thought they were frustrated because of their poor performance and rushed up to comfort them. Suddenly, an anxious voice mixed with panic rang out. Where is my young lord? Why hasn't my young master come out? Everyone was attracted by the voice as they looked up and realized that it was Wu Kuan, Wu Cheng's guard, who was making the noise. Wu Kuan searched for a long time in the crowd, but could not find Wu Cheng's shadow. Could it be that his own young master had some kind of accident inside the secret realm? Wu Kuan didn't dare to think about the consequences. He anxiously shouted loudly, trying to find Wu Cheng, but no one responded to him. Not far away, Jiang Liani, who was watching Qin Yan go away, heard the sound and hurriedly turned back to her senses. She looked towards Wu Kuan, who was going crazy in a hurry. Her brows furrowed as she walked over and asked, what's going on? Wu Cheng didn't come out? When Wu Kuan saw Jiang Liani, it was as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly said, Miss Jiang, did you see my young master in the secret realm? Before Jiang Liani had a chance to reply, a boy behind him spoke up. I saw it on the first day I went in. I was with Wu Cheng at that time. Only that I ran into Ji Yunyao at that time. So Wu Cheng teamed up with Ji Yunyao, and I went to look for Ms. Zheng. But then we saw Qin Yan and Ji Yunyao together and didn't see Wu Cheng. Hearing the boy's words, Jiang Liani's pupils shrunk slightly before looking at Wu Kuan and saying, I think Wu Cheng might have been killed by Qin Yan. What? Wu Kuan raised his volume all of a sudden, his eyes widening. Ms. Zheng, you can't dare to say this nonsense. Jiang Liani snorted coldly. I'm not talking nonsense. Do you know how many people Qin Yan killed in the secret realm this time? Just the ones I saw with my own eyes were no less than 20. It wouldn't be uncommon for him to quietly kill Wu Cheng somewhere. As soon as his words fell, Xiao Fan, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped out. I think this matter might be true. The first day I entered the secret realm, I arrived near the Black Dragon Palace, but it was only a small amount of time before Qin Yan came over with Ji Yunyao. There's only one named Dongfang Bai beside them, and I'm guessing that he might have taken action against your family's young master. Hearing their words, Wu Kuan had already believed 8 points. After all, the Wu family could be in the Jiang family's camp. There was no reason for them to lie or get Wu Cheng killed. And since the two families, the Ji family and the Jiang family, were in a cooperative relationship, it was impossible for Ji Yunyao to make a move against Wu Cheng. Apart from these, then there was only one truth of the matter left. Wu Cheng had been killed by Qin Yan. Wu Kuan's eyes instantly turned red. His fists clenched in death. His forehead veins collapsing, itching to tear Qin Yan alive. But when he thought of the Qin family's strength, he felt a pang of despair. So he looked at Jiang Liani with a prayer in his tone and said, Miss Jiang, our Wu family has always been very loyal to the Wu family. The Qin family has been rejected many times for soliciting us. For the sake of our Wu family's loyalty, you must help my family's young master find justice. When Jiang Liani heard this, her brows frowned slightly. She originally wanted to tell Wu Kuan about this matter and let the Wu family take the lead in finding trouble with the Qin family. But she didn't expect to put herself on the shelf instead. Xiaofan stayed close to Jiang Liani at this time and whispered, Ms. Jiang, I think we can take this opportunity to lay hands on Qin Yan. Ginger Ripple turned her head slightly sideways and asked, how so? Xiaofan's eyes flashed with a hint of sinister intent as he said, we can ask Wang Chang Martial Saint to take action. After all, he is responsible for opening and closing the secret realm, so let him take Qin Yan away to do the investigation. After all, Qin Yan killed so many people. We do have evidence. And since the young master of the Wu family of the Martial Saint clan is also dead, it makes sense to take Qin Yan away. Jiang Liani's brows furrowed slightly. But there's no way to get Qin Yan killed this way. If we were to get Qin Yan killed because of this, I'm afraid that the Qin family would immediately go crazy. Xiaofan smiled coldly and said, Miss Jiang, we don't need to kill him. We just need to waste him. We can extract a large portion of the origin of his physique so that Qin Yan will be completely wasted. Jiang Liani pondered for a moment, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. That's a good idea of yours. After saying that, she walked directly towards Wang Chang, who had just come out from inside the secret realm and walked over, saying, Martial Saint Wang Chang, there is something I would like to ask you to do. Wang Chang looked at Jiang Liani, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Miss Jiang, if there's anything you need me to do, just say it. Jiang Liani looked at Wu Kuan, who didn't have a bit of life in his face, and said, Wu Chang was killed by Qin Yan, right in the secret realm. What? Wang Chang looked at Wu Kuan with a face full of shock. Just now, he had gone inside the secret realm to check to see if there were any students stranded inside who hadn't come out, so he didn't know what was going on outside. As a result, I just came out and heard that Wu Chang had died. A trace of anger appeared on Jiang Liani's face. Not just Wu Chang, he also killed many of the side descendants of several of our families, adding up to more than 20. Qin Yan has seriously violated the rule of not killing each other. This matter should be under your control, Wang Chang Martial Saint, so I would like to ask you to take action. Wang Chang instantly thought of the last time he was at the Lu family, when he had struck out at Qin Yan, when that old man Qin Shi had almost rushed over from the border. So he looked puzzled. Ms. Jiang, this matter may not be easy to handle, Jiang Liani said. Wang Chang Martial Sage, I won't let this matter be difficult for you. You just need to bring Qin Yan out of the Qin family. When the time comes, I'll immediately contact my grandfather, and then this matter will have nothing to do with you. After hearing this, Wang Chang's heart immediately relaxed and said, that's no problem. After all, so many people died. It's not reasonable not to investigate. A smile appeared on Jiang Liani's face. Let's set off then. Wang Chang said, there's no rush. I'll take care of things here first, then I'll follow you to the Qin family. Seeing that Wang Chang had agreed, Jiang Liani was joyful in her heart. As long as there was Wang Chang, a martial saint, to take action, catching Qin Yan would not be a handful. Gladly, she didn't push any further, just agreed. Good. Then she turned around and happened to meet Xiaofan's eyes. A vicious look appeared in their eyes at the same time before they both laughed. At the same time, they were thinking in their hearts that this person was doing things ruthlessly and decisively, and it was very suitable for them. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Qin Yan on their side, Qin Yan had already arrived home on his black dragon. After landing in the Qin family's open space, the butler as well as the guards walked over. The butler said, young lord, you're back. Qin Yan jumped down from the black dragon's head and ordered, take the black dragon down and feed it well, and the housekeeper go prepare a set of clothes for me. Yes, young lord. After Qin Yan simply took a shower and changed into a set of clothes, the butler came over again. Young master, the old family master has returned. Qin Yan immediately said, go, take me to see grandpa. Chapter 53, How dare you touch my grandson? Qin Yan came to a stop at the entrance of Qin Shi's study and said aloud, Grandpa, I'm coming. Qin Shi's voice came from inside the door. Come in. Qin Yan pushed the door in and met Qin Shi, whom he had not seen for a long time. Qin Shi looked to be in his 60s, with white hair and slightly dark skin, but he was very tall and robust, and in very good spirits. Seeing Qin Yan, a smile appeared on Qin Shi's face. It's really been a long time since I've seen you up close and personal. Not bad, great essence, great progress. Qin Yan pulled a chair and sat down, saying, that's right, as a descendant of the Qin family, one should never lose face. The two of them chatted a few more times before shifting the topic to the martial emperor technique. Qin Shi's face turned serious as he said, Little Yan, have you really obtained the complete martial emperor technique? Qin Yan nodded. Yes, because I found the palace of the Black Dragon. That Black Dragon King is dead but his soul is still alive. I got it from his soul. He then briefly talked about what happened inside the secret realm. Even the killing was not hidden. Qin Shi's face did not change a bit when he heard Qin Yan say that he had killed someone. In his heart, no matter who it was not as important as his grandson, and those people, if they died, they died. After speaking, in order to prove his words, Qin Yan took out the remaining dragon beads as well as his essence blood from his spatial ring. Grandpa, look, this is the dragon pearl and essence blood. I'm going to turn around and give it to Xiao Lei so that he can improve his physique. Xiao Lei is Qin War's son Qin Lei, who is only 3 or 4 years old this year. Qin Shi looked at the dragon pearl and essence blood and nodded in relief. Not bad. I'm happy that you can think of Xiao Lei. Our Qin family is all about being united as one. But if this is useful to you, you can take it away and use it. Among the Qin family's juniors, you are the young family master, and you are the one who comes first. Qin Yan smiled and said, I've already used half of it because I obtained a divine ability from the Black Dragon soul that requires the dragon human form to perform. That's good. Qin Shi didn't say anything else. Then you turn around and give this to Xiao Lei. Qin Yan understood the old man's painstaking efforts, and by doing so, he could make Qin Zhan's family grateful to him and support him even more firmly in the future. He put away the dragon beads and essence blood on the ground and waited to send them back to Qin Lei. Qin Shi asked again, can you reproduce the martial emperor level technique now? Qin Yan said, yes, I can write it out. Grandpa, you take it away and let my dad and second uncle take a look at it as well. Qin Shi took out a piece of skin of some kind of creature that was as white as snow and as thin as paper, but incredibly tough, and handed it to Qin Yan. Write on this. Qin Yan didn't refuse and reached out to take it, picking up a pen and starting to write on it, while Qin Shi stretched his head to the side and watched. After writing about 1/3 of the time, Qin Shi's face suddenly sank and he raised his head to look in a certain direction, and although the door of the study was closed, his gaze that was as sharp as a falcon's seemed to be able to penetrate the wall. In the next moment, a loud voice resounded over the Qin family estate. Qin Yan, come out to me. Qin Yan, who had just finished writing a word, stopped his pen and frowned. Who is shouting over my Qin family? Qin Shi snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, It's Wang Chang. You go out and talk to him first. I'd like to see what he wants to do. How dare he fly above my Qin family? Martial gods were the ceiling of this world's battle power and the people with the highest status. Other than themselves, other people were absolutely not allowed to fly over them. Even martial saints were not allowed to fly directly over a martial god's home. When Qin Yan saw the old man's face, he knew that he was already angry, and that this Wang Chang would definitely not be able to get any better later on. A small smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. Okay, Grandpa, then I'll go out and take a look now. He put down the pen in his hand, stood up and headed outside. Leaving the study, Qin Yan saw several people coming from outside. Qin Yan looked up and found Wang Chang flying in midair with Jiang Liani, Xiao Fan and Wu Koan, a total of 4 people. On the ground, the Qin family guards led by Qin An and Qin Wu were ready to fight. Watching them intently, Qin Yan looked at Wang Chang, his face cold, and asked, Who gave you the guts to fly over my Qin clan? Wang Chang did not answer this question, but instead looked at Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, you have seriously violated the rules by killing multiple students in the secret realm, and I am now taking you away for investigation. Hearing his words, Qin Yan's face turned even colder. This damned thing. It was clearly said before that martial saints were not allowed to participate in any conflicts or clashes within the Great Xia. As a result, he turned his head and brought Jiang Liani and the others to find himself in trouble. It seems that they didn't put this rule, much less the Qin family, in their eyes. Qin Yan's face was expressionless. I killed them because they made a move on me first. I felt that my personal safety had suffered a serious threat. Is that also wrong? When Wang Chang heard Qin Yan's sophistry, a trace of disgust flashed across his face. Qin Yan, what are you babbling about? I've told you that students are not allowed to kill each other, so at most they'll be sparring with you. They won't kill you. You dare to guarantee that they won't kill me? Qin Yan looked at Wang Chang with a sneer. Don't you see that I killed someone in the secret realm? I'm a human being and so are they. So what makes you guarantee that they won't kill me? Wang Chang were dare to guarantee After all, the human heart, this thing is the most difficult to measure. Human nature is also changeable. But he was unwilling to say this in front of Qin Yan, so he could only say with a stern face, Qin Yan, you killed so many people and you still don't have the slightest sense of guilt. I must take you away for investigation today. After saying that, he slowly landed on the ground and took large steps towards Qin Yan. Seeing this, the Qin family's guards drew their weapons and surrounded them. Qin Wu opened his mouth. Wang Chang, stop right there. This is the Qin family. Not a place for you to mess around. Wang Chang glanced at him and said angrily, you want to stop me? Qin Wu didn't have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Stop advancing or we'll do it. After Wang Chang heard these words, it was as if he had heard something funny. Ha ha ha, you're a mere 8th-ranked martial artist who wants to make a move against a martial saint like me. You really don't know what you're doing. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped it at Qin Wu. Qin Wu roared and pulled out his sword to parry Qin Wu's attack, but the difference in strength between the two was just too great, and Qin Wu was directly sent flying out. Seeing this, Qinan brought his Qin clan guards to charge towards Wang Chang, but again, they were very easily sent flying by Wang Chang. After seeing that there were no more obstacles in front of him, Wang Chang walked towards Qin Yan with a sardonic smile on his face. Qin Yan, I'll see who can come here to save you today. Behind him, Jiang Lianyi, Xiao Fan and Wu Kuan all had excited expressions on their faces. Finally they were going to catch this guy. The expressions were the same, but their inner thoughts were different. Jiang Lianyi was bent on abolishing Qin Yan and breaking his path to the martial arts. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was thinking sinisterly about how to kill Qin Yan unknowingly. After all, Qin Yan had caused him too much harm. Wang Chang walked over to Qin Yan and reached out to grab his shoulders. Qin Yan, come with me. Qin Yan, however, did not have a trace of panic on his face, and did not even change his expression. Just as Wang Chang's hand was about to land on his shoulder, the study door was opened once again and Qin Shi walked out from inside. Wang Chang, how dare you touch my grandson? Chapter 54, Breaking the Martial Saint's Limbs. The moment he saw Qin Shi, Wang Chang only felt his eyes darken. His legs softened and he almost fell to his knees, and the hand that went to grab Qin Yan's shoulder was hastily withdrawn. Goodness gracious, when did this man come back? If he had known Qin Shi was at home, he wouldn't have said anything to come over. Qin Shi is famous for his ruthlessness. He doesn't care who you are. As long as you mess with him, you won't have a good time. When Qin Yan saw this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face as he said in a conspiratorial manner, Wang Chang, martial saint, aren't you going to arrest me? Why have you stopped? His words also gave Wang Chang a wake-up call, and he looked at Qin Shi as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Qin, Elder Qin. Qin Yan killed many students in the secret realm, including the Wu family's young master Wu Chang. I had no choice but to come and ask him to return to investigate. Qin Shi stood right behind Qin Yan, indifferently looking at Wang Chang without saying a word. He was now backing up Qin Yan, first letting Qin Yan get rid of these charges, and only in the end was it time to clean up Wang Chang. Wang common situation brain buzz a moment. Finished. Qin Shi, this appearance represents that he is angry, but has not exploded out. Qin Yan took over Wang Chang's words and said, Martial Saint Wang Chang, as I said, I did kill someone inside the secret realm, but I only did it for self-preservation, and also regarding Wu Chang, I didn't kill him, he was killed by a black dragon. Yes, it was the one I rode. Wang Chang simply did not have the heart to distinguish the truth or falsehood in Qin Yan's words at this moment. His mind was filled with how he should excuse himself later on, so that Qin Shi would punish himself a little lighter. And not far away, Jiang Lianyi took a deep breath and walked out. Although she was also nervous when facing Qin Shi, she was not afraid. After all, her grandfather was also a martial god. She first bowed to Qin Shi and said respectfully, Ripple has met Grandpa Qin. Qin Shi nodded slightly. Aha. Jiang Lianyi turned her gaze to Qin Yan again and said, Grandpa Qin, Qin Yan killed many of us for no reason. 20 to 30 of us combined. You can't harbor this. Qin Shi ignored her and looked at Qin Yan instead. The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Jiang Lianyi, do you want a face or not? You said that I killed people for no reason. Then let me ask you, when I killed people, how many of you were there and how many were on my side? Jiang Lianyi's face stiffened when she heard this. She was knocked out when Qin Yan killed, so she didn't know, but then the others gave her the word that it was Qin Yan alone who killed him. It was because at that time, Qin Yan had driven away all of Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and the others. She tried to tell a hard lie too, but that wouldn't work at all. Qin Shi could see right through it. Qin Yan laughed coldly. It seems that you already know. At that time, there should be around 30 of you, while I was only one person. Do you think I wasn't defending myself when you said that so many of you were beating me up? As for them being killed, It can only be said that they were weak. If I was slightly weaker, then it might not have been me who died. Zhang Lianyi was furious, but there was no way to refute it, so she could only huff and puff and stopped talking. Wu Kuan also walked up with trepidation, although he was also afraid of Qin Shi, but because Wu Chang was dead, he would not be able to live even if he returned to the Wu family, so he might as well just figure out the problem. He looked at Qin Yan and asked, "Young Qin, is it true that my young master was not killed by you?" Qin Yan didn't answer him, but took out his cell phone and directly dialed Ji Yunyao's number. The phone was picked up after 2 rings, and Ji Yunyao's crisp voice came from over there. "Hey, Qin Yan," Qin Yan asked in a flat voice, "how did Wu Chang die?" Ji Yunyao was silent for a moment, then said, "Killed and then eaten by a black dragon." Qin Yan didn't ask anything else and directly hung up the phone. Looking at Wu Kuan, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Wu Kuan gritted his teeth and said, "Young Qin, can you place that black dragon at the disposal of my Wu family?" He thought of bringing back the culprit that killed Wu Chang, and perhaps finding some of Wu Chang's remains, relics, or whatever from its stomach. That way he can ease the chastisement a bit too. However, Qin Yan just glanced at him coldly. Scram! Wu Kuan trembled and didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only retreat backward in disorientation. Xiao Fan on one side opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only felt as if his throat was being pinched, unable to say a single word. Qin Yan glanced at him, then said to one of the guards, "Go invite Xiao Rui here." That guard promised and jogged all the way out. Seeing this, Qin Chi spoke, "Have you guys finished? It's my turn." He took 2 steps forward and looked at Wang Chang, a powerful aura emanating from his body, directly enveloping Wang Chang. "On your knees." Wang Chang's body felt like it had been hit by a mountain as his legs softened and he directly fell to his knees. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at Qin Chi, saying, "Elder Qin, this matter is my fault. I didn't figure it out before I came over to ask for forgiveness. I admit my mistake." Qin Chi looked at him coldly. "Is this the only thing you did wrong today?" Wang Chang's heart trembled as he panicked. "Elder Qin, I shouldn't have directly made a move against young Qin." Fine. You still don't know what's wrong with you even now." Qin Chi was all pissed off and laughed as he suppressed his anger. "It seems that you don't put me, Qin Chi, in your eyes at all." A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes as he violently raised his hand and slapped Wang Chang's face. He didn't gather his strength for this blow, directly smashing Wang Chang's face and shattering his jawbone. Wang Chang's body also flew straight out like a cannonball for hundreds of meters, hitting a large rock and shattering it before coming to a stop. Qin Chi, however, would not let him go as he arrived at Wang Chang's side with a flash of his figure, stepping on his right arm with 1 foot as he said angrily, "I'll teach you what's wrong with you today." Firstly, it was clearly stated in the Elders' Council that no flying is allowed over the martial god family, and you went so far as to fly directly over my Qin clan and yell. After saying that, he exerted force on his foot and directly crushed Wang Chang's right arm. Wang Chang let out a hiss in pain, a strange sound because his jawbone was shattered. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he could no longer speak, so he could only look at Qin Chi with supplicating eyes, hoping that he would raise his hand. But Qin Chi treated it as if he didn't see it, and his face became more and more hostile as he lifted his leg once again and placed it on Wang Chang's left arm, saying, "Secondly, it's not allowed to make a move within the martial god family. If you want to bring Xiao Yan to investigate, you can state your intentions and we'll cooperate, but you're blatantly making a move in my Qin family in order to capture Xiao Yan." Catching Wang Chang's left arm was also crushed by stepping on it. Wang Chang once again let out a strange roar from his throat. The whole person was in pain, constantly rolling on the ground. Wang Chang's situation looked miserable, but Qin Chi, who had fought in wars all his life, had seen a lot of tragedies, and this point couldn't affect him at all, so he raised his leg again and stepped on Wang Chang's right leg. "Thirdly, you tried to take Little Yan away without finding out the truth. Can I assume that you are deliberately targeting my Qin family? Trying to harm the next head of my Qin family?" Wang Chang made a whimpering sound in his throat and shook his head like a rattle, frantically denying it. "This is something that cannot be admitted under any circumstances, otherwise he will be dead." A trace of cold killing intent surfaced in Qin Chi's eyes and said, "I don't care what you think in your heart, but if you did this, that's the truth." He exerted force on his foot once again, and Wang Chang's thick leg directly flattened, the bones inside shattering into crumbs. Wang Chang rolled his eyes in pain and seemed to be about to pass out in the next second. Just when he thought the punishment was over, Qin Chi said, "Just now it was a punishment for you doing something wrong. Now I'm going to make you learn a long lesson." He once again put out his foot and stomped down on Wang Chang's last leg. Chapter 55, Xiao Rui stabs Xiao Fan. Wang Chang really couldn't hold out completely this time and directly fainted. Qin Chi, however, did not feel the slightest demoralization. Often guarding the border, fighting with foreigners, he was not a good temper. Moreover, what Wang Chang did just now directly touched his bottom line. He would not let Wang Chang off so easily. He stomped on Wang Chang's chest again, directly shattering a large portion of his ribs. He no longer paid attention to the dying Wang Chang, turned his head toward the butler, and said, "Get a rope and hang Wang Chang in front of the Qin family for a month. Meanwhile get another sign to put his charges on and hang it in his neck. I'll let people know that even a martial saint will have to pay a heavy price for daring to humiliate my Qin family." The butler hurriedly agreed, then brought along 2 guards, lifted Wang Chang and left. When Jiang Liani, Xiao Fan, and the others on the side heard these words, infinite fear appeared in their hearts, especially Xiao Fan. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his whole body was shaking as if he would faint in the next second. It was too terrifying. The oppressive power of a martial god was really too terrifying. Although Qin Shi did not target him, he felt that he would die in the next second. At this moment, Qin Shi suddenly looked at Jiang Liani and said, "Little girl of the Jiang family, go back and tell Jiangzhe that if you want to deal with my Qin family, if you have the ability to do so, come to a real fight. Don't give me this kind of underhanded tactics. The next time, I'll directly lead people to hit the Jiang family." Jiang Liani's face turned white as she heard this, and she said with a trembling voice, I know, Grandpa Qin. If you don't have anything else to explain, Grandpa Qin, then I'll leave first. Qin Shi indifferently For these juniors, he really can't pull his face out. Jiang Liani reached out and pulled Xiao Fan, turning around to leave. They had just walked out not more than a few steps when Xiao Rui's soft glutinous but hateful voice came over. "Xiao Fan, stop right there." Hearing this voice, Xiao Fan froze and stopped. He hurriedly turned around and saw Xiao Rui, who was wearing a light green dress, walking quickly this way. Xiao Fan's face revealed an expression of delight as he trotted towards Xiao Rui to meet him, his mouth excitedly shouting, "Rui, it's really great that you're alright." Just as he walked to Xiao Rui and was about to hug her, Xiao Rui suddenly raised her hand and slapped Xiao Fan's face hard. Pop! The crisp slap was so loud and clear that everyone around him could hear it clearly. Seeing this scene, the corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes filled with teasing. The scene, finally, is here. Qin Shi's anger had almost subsided by now, and he also watched with interest. He'd spent too much time on the border, where it was tense all day and rarely entertaining, and now he was happy to have fun to watch. Xiao Fan seemed to be dumbfounded by Xiao Rui's slap as he looked at his sister in disbelief. "Rui, you hit me?" Xiao Rui's face was filled with anger as he shouted at Xiao Fan. "What's wrong with me hitting you? Shouldn't you? You interfered in someone else's relationship, became the third party, and went to make a scene at young Qin's engagement party, which ended up killing mom and dad. So what do you think you have to complain about?" Hearing Xiao Rui's words, Qin Shi's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Xiao Yan, is this brat that young lover of Lu Xianyao?" Qin Yan nodded slightly. Qin Shi was a bit puzzled. "Why don't you kill him? He deserves to die if he dares to lose face to my Qin family like that." Qin Yan was tempted to tell Qin Shi that he had wanted to kill him for a long time, only that this guy was surprisingly lucky and he had gotten away with it several times. But the words were swallowed back at the edge of his mouth and replaced with, "It's easy to kill him, but killing him directly, that's too cheap. I want to torture him severely." Qin Shi didn't really comment on this, but just said, "Just have it in your heart." He then began to watch the play again, feeling that at this point he was just a small bench and a handful of melons away. A hint of pain appeared on Xiao Fan's face, a hint of tears coalescing in his eyes as he tried to explain. "Rui, this matter is not what you think. I am truly in love with Koryao. It's Qin Yan. He forced Koryao to get engaged to him. I can't stand by and watch Koryao jump into the fire, so I can only take her away." After Xiao Rui heard it, she became even more furious. She hissed loudly, her voice had all a bit broken. "You fart. If you really wanted to take Lu Xianyao away, why didn't you take her away for so long before? In favor of choosing the day of young Qin's engagement?" Xiao Fan stammered at his words. That's because Koryao was afraid that Qin Yan would harm the Lu family. She didn't dare to leave." Xiao Ruyan was disappointed that Xiao Fan was still shirking his responsibilities, and she shouted with hatred, "You've had enough, Xiao Fan. What you're saying is nothing more than making excuses for the mistakes you've made yourself, Xiao Fan. You're a beast. You did something wrong yourself and you don't dare to admit it yourself. Instead you put the fault on others. Are you a man?" These words instantly pierced Xiao Fan's pain point. As they say, lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Xiao Rui's words had almost ripped Xiao Fan's covering off, leaving him exposed to everyone's gaze without an inch of clothing. A hint of anger coalesced in his eyes, and his teeth clenched and his fists tightened. Xiao Rui sneered when she saw his appearance. "What? Annoyed by what I said and want to hit me?" Xiao Fan sniffed and took 2 deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his anger, saying, "Rui, there are many things in between that you are not clear about. Come with me and I will explain it clearly to you later. After saying that, he was ready to pull Xiao Rui's hand, but Xiao Rui dodged it, saying, "Don't touch me. You white trash who killed mom and dad. Mom and dad were damned lucky to have you as a son." When Xiao Fan heard this, his anger could no longer be suppressed as he angrily said, "Xiao Rui, I repeat, I did not kill mom and dad. Mom and dad were killed by Qin Yan. On the contrary, it's you. Qin Yan killed our mom and dad. Not only do you not hate him, but instead you call him young Qin in every breath. Do you think you're a? Do you want to be his woman?" Xiao Ru opinion. Xiao Fan aimed the spearhead at herself. Her heart was ice cold. She had never thought before that Xiao Fan would be so despicable. During this period of time, although she had managed to hate Xiao Fan under Cheng Lan's compulsion, she still retained a little hope in her heart, hoping that Xiao Fan would face up to his mistakes like a real man. In hindsight, she was wrong, and very wrong. Xiao Fan is a dumbass who likes to shirk his responsibilities and think he's right. In a flash, she was a bit disheartened and looked at Xiao Fan, coldly saying, "You're wrong. It's not that I want to be young Qin's woman, but I'm already young Qin's woman now. Let me tell you, Qin Xiao can be much more responsible than you. Compared to Qin Xiao, you are a clown, and you don't even deserve to mention your shoes to Qin Xiao." Before she finished her words, she saw Xiao Fan's red eyes and hissed enough angrily. Then he raised his arm and aimed a hard slap at Xiao Rui's white jade-like face. Pop! A bright red slap mark appeared on Xiao Rui's face right then and there. Xiao Rui covered her face and looked at Xiao Fan with teardrops in her eyes. "You hit me?" This slap also made Xiao Fan wake up a little bit. He froze and looked at his hand, then stepped forward and hugged Xiao Rui, softly comforting, "Rui, I'm sorry Rui, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. You're coming with me, and I'm sure I'll give you an explanation for this." However, in the next second, he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Xiao Rui then broke away from his embrace and looked at him with a face full of hatred as she slowly stepped backward. Xiao Fan's eyes went wide and he lowered his head with an incredulous expression. He saw that a dagger was stuck in his chest. Chapter 56, Breaking Jiang Lianyi's Arm. Xiao Rui didn't stab Xiao Fan's heart, so he didn't die. But even so, it was hard for Xiao Fan to accept. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Rui incredulously as he painfully opened his mouth to ask, "Rui, you're going to kill me?" Xiao Rui's eyes were filled with hatred. Her expression was a bit distorted. "I just want to kill you. I hate for you to die 1,000 times. A strand of blood dripped from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth as he painfully asked, "Why? Is it because I beat you that you want to kill me?" Xiao Rui's hatred intensified as she angrily said, "Xiao Fan, you haven't recognized your mistake until now. Is it so hard to get you to admit that you were wrong for hooking up with Luo Xianyao? Is it so hard to get you to admit that it was you that killed mom and dad?" Hearing Xiao Rui's words, Xiao Fan's face flushed red. "No, I'm not wrong. Kor Yao and I truly love each other. What's wrong with us? After I took Kor Yao in the first place, if Qin Yan hadn't pursued this matter, neither Kor Yao nor mom and dad would have died. So this matter is Qin Yan's fault." These words once again refreshed everyone's perception. Even Qin Yan felt that this theory was truly invincible, and he couldn't help but shake his head. What an awesome brain circuit. Qin Qi, however, let out a disdainful laugh. Something that can't afford the responsibility. There was only one person who was very much in agreement with Xiao Fan, and that was Jiang Lianyi. In the secret realm, she was saved by Xiao Fan after she was injured, and it was only under Xiao Fan's careful care that she was able to recover so quickly. During this time, Xiao Fan also confessed many things to her, among which were the deaths of Luo Xianyao and Zhao's father and mother. However, Xiao Fan's narration of these things obviously brought his own subjective emotions, making Jiang Lianyi mistakenly think that this matter was all Qin Yan's fault, while Xiao Fan was the hero who saved Luo Xianyao from the fire. Only the shapeless hero was not able to fight the villain in the end, and was nearly driven to extinction by the Qin family. With all of this, coupled with the fact that the Jiang family and the Qin family were antagonistic, she definitely chose to believe Xiao Fan. Xiao Ruyan saw that Xiao Fan was still shrugging off his responsibility, and her expression suddenly calmed down. At this moment, her heart was completely dead. She looked at Xiao Fan coldly. "Xiao Fan, since you're still insisting on your point of view even now, then go down and ask Luo Xianyao and mom and dad to find out who's right or wrong in this matter." With that, she flipped her hand and another dagger appeared in her hand before viciously stabbing at Xiao Fan's neck. If this stab hit, Xiao Fan would really die. Xiao Fan naturally didn't want to die. He roared and easily dodged Xiao Rui's attack before punching Xiao Rui in the chest. At the same time, Jiang Lianyi's figure appeared beside Xiao Fan and slapped a palm down on Xiao Rui's head. A fist and a palm landed on Xiao Rui's body at the same time. Xiao Rui's body flew up directly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood right in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Alive or dead? This? Xiao Fan froze in place, looking at Xiao Rui, whose life and death were unknown. A trace of panic suddenly appeared in his heart. What had he done? He had struck out at his own sister, and he had struck out with all his might. Knowing that Xiao Rui was only a first-grade martial artist, how could he possibly block his full-strength strike? At this time, a guard walked over to Xiao Rui and inspected her, then immediately stood up and said to Qin Yan, "Young Qin, Miss Xiao, she's dead. There are 2 fatal injuries on her body. One was shattered by a fist that shattered her heart and the other was shattered by a brain." Before he heard the guard's words, Qin Yan could open his mouth. He heard Xiao Fan let out a heart-rending hiss. No! No! He frantically rushed towards Xiao Rui, then hugged her body, shaking it continuously and shouting loudly, Rui, wake up. Don't scare me. Brother, please, wake up. Brother was wrong. Brother shouldn't have hit you. Brother, please wake up, okay? Jiang Liani, on the other hand, stood still, staring blankly at Xiao Fan, who was crying in pain, and then looked down at her hands. A trace of panic suddenly appeared in her heart. She had actually become one of the murderers who killed Xiao Fan's sister. How should she face Xiao Fan in the future? Qin Yan took a deep breath, then sank his face and walked towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, how dare you kill my girlfriend? Xiao Fan, who was crying bitterly, lifted his head violently at the words and looked at Qin Yan, saying angrily, Qin Yan, it's you. If it weren't for you, Rui wouldn't have died. Qin Yan was about to be laughed at. This guy even put the blame on himself again. He looked at Xiao Fan with a look of contempt. Xiao Fan, do you want to hear what you are saying? Xiao Rui was killed by you and Jiang Liani. Can this be blamed on me? Xiao Fan's eyes were red as he gritted his teeth. Yes, it's you. It's you who stirred up our relationship in the middle and made Rui hate me. If it wasn't for you stirring things up in the middle, Rui wouldn't have killed me and she wouldn't have died. Qin Yan could sort of see that no matter what point it came to, Xiao Fan would never admit that he was wrong. He is always right in what he does, and even when he does something wrong, it is someone else's influence. He also didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Yan anymore, only to see a hint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. Xiao Fan, no matter what you say, you previously disgraced my Qin family during my engagement, and today you beat my girlfriend to death, so you have to die today. He took out the blood spirit blade from his spatial ring and violently slashed at Xiao Fan's neck. Just as the long knife was about to land on Xiao Fan's neck, Jiang Liani on one side suddenly let out a scream. Stop! No killing him! Immediately afterward, a sword chi violently stabbed towards Qin Yan. The sword chi was incomparably sharp and carried a sharp whistling sound. Qin Yan snorted coldly. Although he wanted to kill Xiao Fan, he had not let go of his caution against Jiang Liani in his heart. Now that he saw Jiang Liani launch an attack on himself, he moved his feet gently and dodged her attack. He then looked at Jiang Liani with a gloomy face. Jiang Liani, you put a hit on my girlfriend in my Qin family, and you even dare to take a shot at me. You really don't know how to die. He then handed over the blood vampiric blade to his left hand and extended his right hand, shattering Starfinger. Only a muffled sound was heard in the sky, and a blood-colored finger as thick as a roof beam appeared, crushing towards Jiang Liani. Jiang Liani was terrified at the sight of this blood-colored finger in her heart. In the secret realm, she was defeated by this move, but she couldn't not resist, so she screamed, Qin Yan, I'll fight you. A thin layer of flame appeared on her body, and the long sword in her hand swung out violently, a 20-meter-long crimson sword chi exploding towards the bloody finger. However, the result was just like last time. The shattered star finger easily crushed the sword chi and crashed heavily into Jiang Liani. Jiang Liani spewed out a mouthful of blood as her body flew backwards before she hit the ground heavily. She felt as if the bones in her entire body had shattered. Her body was in excruciating pain, and she couldn't move in the slightest. With a cold face, Qin Yan lifted his knife and rushed towards Jiang Liani. Jiang Liani, you killed my girlfriend and made a move on me. I'm going to break one of your arms today as punishment. He came to Jiang Liani's side, raised his knife and slashed down hard. Jiang Liani looked at the long knife, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. No, don't. Qin Yan took it as if he didn't hear it. The long knife fell quickly, and just as it was about to land on Jiang Liani's arm, a feeling of death appeared in his heart, while a powerful aura appeared, crushing hard towards him. At the same time an angry voice rang out, Kid, you dare. The sound was like thunder exploding in his ears, causing his brain to buzz and his eyes to black out. A trace of surprise appeared on Jiang Liani's face. She knew that it was her grandfather coming to her rescue. Grandpa, save me, but this feeling disappeared in just an instant, while Qin Chi's voice rang out, Jiang Zhe, you seek death. Qin Yan, who had regained his clarity, was furious in his heart as he stomped on Jiang Liani's chest and said angrily, no one can save your arm today. He then slashed at Jiang Liani's arm. Chapter 57, Killing Xiao Fan. A blood-red blade light flashed by, and Jiang Liani's left arm was severed at the root. and blood instantly gushed out. Zhang Liani let out a miserable and desperate scream. She was in pain and kept beating on the ground, rolling almost fainting. When Jiang Zhe, who was confronting Qin Shi, saw this scene, his eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire as he shouted angrily, "Qin Yan, waste you!" After saying that, he was ready to make a move on Qin Yan, but Qin Shi blocked in front of him and coldly said, "Jiang Zhe, if you dare to touch a single finger of my grandson, our two families will immediately go to war." Jiang Zhe stopped in his tracks and angrily pointed at Zhang Liani. "Qin Shi, can't you see that Qin Yan chopped off my granddaughter's hand?" Qin Shi asked rhetorically. "Your granddaughter killed Xiao Yan's girlfriend in my Qin family." Kang Chul was instantly blocked, and he stared angrily at Qin Shi as if he wanted to fight him. Qin Shi didn't put him in his eyes at all, and just sneered, "Jiang Zhe, if you take your granddaughter back now, her arm will still be intact and attached. If you delay any longer, even the attachment will be affected." Jiang Zhe sniffed coldly, then flew towards Zhang Liani with an iron face. Seeing this, Qin Yan immediately stepped back and pulled away from Zhang Liani. Who knew if this old thing Jiang Zhe would suddenly go crazy and attack him? And Qin Shi was also worried about this, so he followed Jiang Zhe closely, ready to strike with all his might. Seeing the reaction of the grandparents and grandchildren, Kang Chul became even more irritated. "I say you guys are enough. Am I a thief? Are you guys defending yourselves against me like this?" Qin Shi, however, said disdainfully, "That can't be said. You." Jiang Zhe was so angry at Qin Shi that he couldn't speak, and in the end, he could only hatefully pick up Zhang Liani and leave Qin's house with her broken arm. After Jiang Zhe left, Qin Yan looked back at Xiao Fan. Just now, Xiao Fan had wanted to sneak away with Xiao Rui in his arms while Qin Yan was fighting with Zhang Liani, but he was stopped by the Qin family guards. The worst strength of these guards was a 6th grade martial artist. How could they possibly let him leave? So it drove him back. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, this is where you will be buried." He raised the knife in his hand and walked towards Xiao Fan. It was as if Xiao Fan had smelled a breath of death. Although he had faced dangers and been pushed to the brink of extinction before, he had never had this kind of feeling, but it had appeared on him today. A sense of panic appeared from his heart and then began to spread throughout his body. He felt like he would really die today. So he hurriedly said, "Qin Yan, I'm sorry, it was my fault before. I apologize to you. Please let me go. As long as you spare my life, I will never go against you again. And if you don't mind, I can be your dog." With that, he started kowtowing on the ground again. Please spare my life." Qin Yan looked at Xiao Fan, who was so humble in order to survive, and snorted coldly in his heart as he said, "Xiao Fan, there are many people who want to be a dog for me, and you are the most unworthy one because you can never be a dog. You are at best a white-eyed wolf." After saying that, he violently launched an attack at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was shocked and angry when he saw this, and he roared, "Qin Yan, I'll fight you." He took out his own weapon and clashed fiercely with Qin Yan's long sword. An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron rang out, and Xiao Fan's body immediately flew out backwards, falling hard onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood once again before getting up from the ground and hysterically yelling at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, I've put down my dignity to beg you. I've even kowtowed to you. I've repented. Why do you still want to kill me? I know I've done wrong in the past, but aren't I ready to change? Why don't you have any tolerance?" Qin Yan's eyes sank slightly as he said, "There are mistakes that can be forgiven, and there are mistakes that cannot be forgiven. Xiao Fan, we're all adults now, and we have to pay the appropriate price for doing something wrong." He charged at Xiao Fan once again, the long knife in his hand flashing with a scarlet light. Xiao Fan roared once again and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. This aura even directly surpassed Qin Yan. This is the necessary skills of the Son of Destiny, facing the threat of life and death when the sudden burst of seed, bursting out beyond their own fighting strength. In the face of this unexpected situation, Qin Yan did not have a single fluctuation in his heart as he activated the origin power of his supreme demonic dragon body. In an instant he was covered in black scales that glistened in the sunlight like glass, and his eyes were like red crystals. At the same time a black and red demonic aura escaped from him, and an illusory demonic shadow appeared behind him. His speed fiercely doubled, and his entire body appeared in front of Xiao Fan in the blink of an eye like a phantom. The long knife slashed violently at Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan similarly roared and raised his sword to spar with Qin Yan. The sound of a collision that was comparable to hitting iron rang out as Xiao Fan's body flew out once again, ruthlessly crashing into a wigwam, shattering it to smithereens. Qin Yan did not rush forward again, but stopped, putting away his blood-vibrant sword, placing his hands on his chest as a ball of black light coalesced in his hands. Compared to last time, this time Qin Yan slightly controlled the force, not as powerful as last time. Phew! Xiao Fan stood up from the broken pieces of the wigwam with a gasp. He was bruised and in pain, and he did not have the slightest amount of strength in his body. If it was in the past, he would have given up on this fight, but not today. If he didn't fight today, he would die. So he raised his head to look at Qin Yan, and this look instantly made his scalp numb, his body cold, and his limbs numb. Qin Yan was actually going to use the destructive robbing light to deal with him. He had seen the power of that move before, and he simply couldn't block it. He stepped backward in horror. No, no, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. He turned eagerly and twisted his head to run. Yet it was too late. A black, destructive-tinged pillar of light shot out violently and landed on Xiao Fan in an instant. The destructive robbing light shattered Xiao Fan in an instant, and his entire being vaporized as if he had never been in this world. In fact, Qin Yan could kill Xiao Fan even if he didn't use the destructive cauldron light. But Xiao Fan, as the son of heaven's destiny, who knew if there was any way to resurrect him? So he simply crushed Xiao Fan's entire being to see how he could still be resurrected. After killing Xiao Fan, the destructive robbing light did not stop and continued to rush towards a single villa. At this time, Qin Shi stepped in, and with a wave of his right hand, a bolt of energy appeared, easily crushing the destructive robbing light. Qin Yan put away his dragon man form and turned around to look at Xiao Rui's corpse. If Xiao Rui was still alive, Qin Yan really didn't mind raising him as a canary by his side. But sadly she's dead and it's all for naught. So he instructed the steward on one side, "Butler, go and bury Ms. Xiao, right alongside his parents." The butler promised and led the men to carry Xiao Rui away. Qin Yan then instructed the others to take care of the battlefield. Qin Shi looked at Qin Yan, who had taken care of things in an organized manner, and his face was filled with a pleased expression. After explaining things, Qin Yan walked over to Qin Shi. "Grandpa." Qin Shi's face wore an unstoppable look of joy. "Little Yan, you've really given me too many surprises." Qin Yan laughed. "This is all what I should do as the young master of the Qin family." Qin Shi nodded, then urged again. "Go, you continue writing the martial emperor's feats. Grandma, after I break through to become a martial emperor, I'll be the first one to take out the Jiang family." Chapter 58, To Hold the World in His Hands. In the study, Qin Yan wrote the complete 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique on the animal skin. He had just put down his pen when Qin Shi couldn't wait to take the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique over, then looked at it carefully. His expression was serious, his brows slightly furrowed and his eyes unblinking while his brain raced, seemingly discerning the authenticity of the gongfu. Qin Yan, on the other hand, was very relaxed and leaned towards the top of the chair back. This was a system-rewarded technique. There should be no mistakes. Speaking of the system, Qin Yan then remembered that he had also killed Xiao Fan, so the chi luck value he had gotten should be a lot. When he turned back to see how much chi luck value he himself actually had, would it be enough to buy a god-breaking dan for his grandfather? Just as he was wandering around, Qin Shi's voice rang in his ears. "Little Yan." Qin Yan returned to his senses and looked at Qin Shi. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Qin Shi had a smile on his face. This 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique is indeed a complete martial emperor level technique, and it's even better than our Qin clan's phaseless demon technique. Qin Yan cooperated and revealed a smile. "That's good. As long as it's true, that means my hard work wasn't in vain." Qin Shi took 2 deep breaths in excitement. He had already stayed in the martial god realm for many years, but suffered from the lack of a complete martial emperor level technique, so he had never made a breakthrough. He had even begun to deduce martial emperor level techniques on his own in the past 2 years, wanting to force his way into that realm. However, if you do that, there will be a great risk, and if you don't get it right, you might lose your cultivation. Now it was good. With the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique, he would definitely be able to steadily become a martial emperor. He looked at Qin Yan with a pleased expression before opening his mouth and asking, "Little Yan, what do you want to do if Grandpa becomes a martial emperor?" The old man was asking about Qin Yan's ambitions. Qin Yan already had an idea about this as he said, "Destroy the Jiang family and then take control of the Grand Xia." Qin Shi looked at Qin Yan and asked with a bit of curiosity, "What about the Ji family? Not cleaning them up?" Qin Yan let out a light laugh. "Grandpa, Ji Yunyao has already made a private bet with me. In the future, the Ji family will be my Yu family. We can't do such a thing, or else we'll be laughed at." Qin Shi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Qin Yan with a face of curiosity and anticipation. "Little Yan, are you telling the truth? You really took down that little phoenix from the Ji family?" Qin Yan said with a proud face. "Then there's still a lie? We've agreed that we'll get engaged after the Global University Classic." Good. Qin Shi laughed happily. "It seems like I'll soon be able to hold a great-grandson. Ha ha ha." Qin Yan also did not at this time to sweep Qin Shi's interest. Just a son, born on the birth, their Qin family is not unable to afford to raise. As for the child's discipline and upbringing and whatnot, the Qin family even has specialists in this area, and that's how Qin Yan was brought up. He had rarely seen his own father's face since he could remember. And hadn't he become the young master of the Qin family just the same? Qin Shi stroked his chin at this time, then added, "Little Yan, there's something I'm not very unhappy with you." Qin Yan was a bit surprised in his heart and asked, "Oh, I don't know what I did wrong. Please correct me, Grandpa." Qin Shi stood up, spirited, with a feeling of an old man talking about his youth. He raised his head and looked at the roof of the study. "If I become a martial emperor, I'll be the strongest person in Earthstar. Controlling only one great Xia won't satisfy my appetite. I want to control the whole world in my hands." Upon hearing Qin Shi's words, Qin Yan almost couldn't help but give the old man a shout-out. Truly worthy of being the villainous big boss. This ambition and vigor is not comparable to the current him, but this was a good thing for Qin Yan. The harder the elders worked, the more comfortable his days would be. When Qin Shi became a martial emperor, he would be able to do things with complete impunity, instead of having to worry about that old thing, Jiang Zhe, as he did now. After the two of them spoke a few more words, Qin Shi drove Qin Yan away. He couldn't wait to cultivate the 9 revolutions heavenly demon technique. Qin Yan, on the other hand, returned to his room and opened the system to look at the rewards he had recently received. Host, Qin Yan, Physique, Supreme Magic Dragon Body, Martial Arts Realm, 4th Grade Great Achievement, Technique, 9 Turns of Heavenly Devil Technique, Battle Techniques, Great Heavenly Demon Palm, 9 Demon Swords, Star Shattering Finger, Avatar, Destructive Light, Luck Value, 10, 800, 000. Reward, 1 minute experience card of Martial Saint X8, 1 minute experience card of Martial God X2, Saint level battle skill Underworld Reincarnation Fist, Martial God level Black Dragon Battlesuit, 10% discount card of any goods. Seeing these rewards, Qin Yan wasn't that excited in his heart. These rewards are indeed nice, but a bit too far from what one would expect. You know that you had killed the Son of Heaven's destiny, but you had only gained such a small amount of rewards in chi value? He now wondered if the system had secretly deducted his rewards. The system sensed his thoughts and hurriedly came out to explain. Host, I didn't withhold your rewards. These are all very fair rewards. This chi value is indeed a little less. That's because there are other great chi masters in this world. Hearing the system's words, Qin Yan's brows immediately furrowed as he said, "System, are you tricking me? There is only one son of heavenly destiny in the plot that I know of. Xiao Fan. How could there be more?" The system is also very aggrieved. Host, what I said is true. It is impossible for there to be only one great chi master in a world, except that Xiao Fan is the leader among them. And in the normal plot, Xiao Fan has to kill these great chi masters and plunder their chi before he can have a huge amount of chi and sit on the name of the son of heavenly destiny. Qin Yan nodded at his words. It was indeed the case. Although Xiao Fan was the son of heaven's destiny, which of his stepping stones were not heaven's pride demons? All of these people were also famous before they met Xiao Fan, and were even geniuses who had never lost a battle. Although this kind of person was not the son of heavenly destiny, the chi in their body was absolutely strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been their turn to serve as a stepping stone for Xiao Fan. Now that Xiao Fan was dead and the brightest star was gone, then the other stars that had been overshadowed by his light would radiate a dazzling light. The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. So then the next development of events is that so many great chi warriors are vying for the seat of the son of heaven's destiny? The system gave an affirmative reply. Yes, this is like a dynasty. When the crown prince dies, the other princes will naturally set their eyes on the position and engage in a brutal competition to snatch it. A bright light flashed in Qin Yan's eyes as he said, "So that's what it means. So system, you need me to continue plundering chi from other great chi fortunes, right?" "Yes, the host." For this, Qin Yan didn't have much of an idea. Anyway, his and his grandfather's goal was to control the whole world. Then sooner or later, they would meet up with these so-called great chi luckers. Even if the system doesn't say anything, they'll be enemies. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. It seems like this world has become more interesting without Xiao Fan. The system didn't speak again this time, and Qin Yan didn't care. He opened the mall and found the God-breaking Dan. The price of the God-breaking pill was 999, 999, 999, and his current chi luck value was 1,080, 000, which was a bit too much of a difference. But Qin Yan had a 10% discount card. Then it would be enough to buy the God-breaking pill. Qin Yan did not hesitate and immediately clicked buy on the back of the God-breaking pill. A line appeared on the panel. Do you want to use the 10% discount card? Qin Yan clicked yes. Just after clicking down, a large portion of his chi value was directly deducted, leaving him with only 80,001 points of chi value. Immediately afterward, a pigeon egg-sized, pale white in color, with special cloud patterns on it, smelling with a special fragrance appeared in his hand. Qin Yan put the elixir away, then stood up and went to find Qin Shi again. This elixir could only be maximized in Qin Shi's hands. Chapter 59 Half-Step Martial God Qin Yu. Once again coming to Qin Shi's study, Qin Yan knocked on the door and then asked, "Grandpa, is it convenient for me to come in?" Qin Shi's voice came from inside. "Come in." Qin Yan pushed open the door and entered, and saw that Qin Shi was watching the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Demon Technique seriously, and was reading it word by word, very carefully. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head. "Little Yan, why are you back again? Is there something else going on?" Qin Yan nodded slightly before taking out the God-breaking pill and handing it to Qin Shi. "Grandpa, this is an elixir I found from inside the Black Dragon's palace based on its memories after I refined the Black Dragon's soul, named God-breaking pill. When taken during a breakthrough to Martial Emperor, it can increase the success rate by 50%. This was originally prepared by the Black Dragon for itself, but it was cut off by me. I forgot about it just now and only remembered when I got back to my room. This set of rhetoric was prepared by Qin Yan a long time ago. Always just push anything to the Black Dragon head. Anyway, the dragon's soul had already been refined and absorbed by himself, so there was no way for anyone to discern the truth of this matter." Qin Shi was a bit shocked at his words. Boosting the success rate by 50%? That's how strong this elixir is? Saying that, he took the elixir and observed it carefully, even smelling it from time to time. Qin Yan explained on the side, "This was refined by that Black Dragon with all his strength when he was about to die. It was a treasure he prepared for himself to enhance his strength after his resurrection." Qin Shi nodded slightly. The efficacy of the God-breaking pill was indeed described as a treasure. Without thinking any further, he directly put away the God-breaking pill and said, "I'll take it then, and I kind of can't wait to see what it's really like to be a martial emperor." Qin Yan laughed. "Then I won't bother Grandpa. I'll leave first." After leaving Qin Shi's study, Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly. It was almost time. As long as his grandfather became a martial emperor, then the entire world would have to prostrate at the feet of their Qin family. Qin Yan was not idle either, and after leaving Qin Shi's study, he went to the cultivation room. There were only 10 days left before the Global University Elite Competition, and he was going to use this time to take his strength to the next level. When he came to the cultivation room, the first thing he cultivated was the system-rewarded Spectral Reincarnation Fist, which was a battle skill at the same level as the Shattered Starfinger. With a little bit of sensation, he captured the essence of the Spectral Wheel of Fortune Fist, and then with his legs slightly bent and in a good horse stance, he slowly raised his arms to be flush with his shoulders, and then slowly rotated his waist and pulled his arms backward. Finally, his eyes snapped open and he punched out. A black and red light suddenly blossomed, and a fist shadow with a destructive aura landed on top of the puppet figure in front of him, which was made of various hard alloys and alien bones, only to hear a rumbling sound. The mannequin that was able to withstand the full force of a 5th-grade perfect martial artist exploded, with fragments flying in all directions. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan predicted that the combat power he had erupted with the Underworld Reincarnation Fist was equivalent to the early 6th grade, and this was still the reason why he wasn't very skillful with the Underworld Reincarnation Fist. If he was skillful with this fist, the power should be raised even further upwards. Then the next step was to practice and cultivate. He remembered that above this global university elite competition, there were several very strong guys from other countries. In the plot, these guys had abused the students of Dasha until Xiao Fan, the son of Heaven's destiny, appeared, which defeated them. Now that Xiao Fan was dead, Qin Yan was the leader of the Dasha students. He would never allow himself to lose to those barbarians. Never. Time quickly came to the day before the global elite competition. Qin Yan walked out from the cultivation room. Today he was going to set off to the site of the global elite competition. After half a month of cultivation, his strength was further advanced, and he was not far away from the 4th grade perfection. He had completely mastered the Underworld Reincarnation Fist, and in addition, he had cultivated his 9 heavy demon blade to the 5th level. Right now, even if he didn't use the Shattered Starfinger and the Underworld Reincarnation Fist, he could easily defeat an ordinary 5th grade perfection martial artist. The butler who had been waiting in the cultivation room immediately walked up. "Young master, the family head is back. He said that if you finish your cultivation, you should make a trip to him." Qin Yan raised his eyebrows in a bit of surprise. "Oh, my dad is back?" The butler said. "Yes, young lord. Wang Chang was revoked as this year's Xiaojin guarding martial saint, and the position was taken over by the family head. Not only was it revoked, it's still hanging in front of the Qin family." Qin Yan nodded, then said, "All right then, lead the way." The butler brought Qin Yan to the small detached villa where his parents lived, and after entering the living room, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, looking at a few pieces of paper. This man looked 6 or 7% similar to Qin Zhan. but his figure was not as majestic as Qin Zhan's, and his body exuded an air of elegance. This is Qin Yan's father, Qin Yu, a top old 6. The world thought that the Qin family was one god and 2 saints, but in fact, this statement was incorrect, because Qin Yu had been hiding his strength, and his strength had reached a half-step martial god, and was only a foot away from officially breaking through to become a martial god. Of course, this wasn't to say that Qin Yu's martial talent was better than Qin Zhan's, but rather that Qin Yu had had a stroke of luck, which had allowed him to become a half-step martial god. On top of that, he was a father who loved Qin Yan very much. In the plot, after Qin Yan's death, Xiao Fan was sheltered by the Jiang family. Qin Yu rushed directly to the Jiang family several times, wanting to kill Xiao Fan to avenge his death, and if it wasn't for Jiang Zhe, Xiao Fan wouldn't have known how many times he would have been killed. At that time, Qin Yu had displayed the strength of a half-step martial god. It was also because they saw Qin Yu's strength as a half-step martial god that Xiao Fan and the Jiang family accelerated their actions against the Qin family. They didn't dare to wait much longer. If Qin Yu became a martial god, then all of their plans would all fail. In the plot, Qin Yu, as one of the big villains, naturally ends up dead, but before he dies, he kills 3 martial saints and fights to the death to injure Jiang Zhe. With a ferocious might, Qin Yan walked up to Qin Yu and said, "Dad." Qin Yu raised his head with a gentle smile on his face. "Little Yan is here. How is your cultivation?" A flash of confidence surfaced on Qin Yan's face. "There's no problem taking the top spot in this global elite tournament. Ha ha ha, good, worthy of being my son." Qin Yu stood up and handed him an invitation, saying, "This is the invitation for the Global College Student Elite Competition. It was sent over a few days ago and has been sitting here with me." Qin Yan took the invitation and received it in his spatial ring with his hand, then asked curiously, "Dad, when are we leaving?" Qin Yu said, "Let's leave now. The others should already be waiting. Have you packed all your things? We'll leave when we do." Qin Yan nodded. "Packed up. Right, where's my mom? Don't you want to bring her another one?" Qin Yu coughed lightly and said, "Your mom is resting. Let's go." Qin Yan instantly understood what was going on. He glanced at his old man. Was he preparing to give himself a brother or sister? However, he didn't comment on the matter. His attitude was still the same. Just give birth. The Qin family could afford it. Walking out of the villa, Qin Yu grabbed Qin Yan, then rose up in the air and flew over to the outside of the capital. Arriving outside the capital, Qin Yan saw a silver-white airship 100 meters long and more than 20 meters wide parked there. Above the airship, those students participating in the global elite competition had already arrived, and Dongfang Bai, Ming Yu, and Ji Yunyao were all here. But there was no one from the Jiang family camp in sight, so it seems they were protesting in this way. Qin Yan didn't care. Let them be. Ming Yu and the others were thrilled to see Qin Yan, but they were in the way of Qin Yu, the martial saint, being here, so they all quieted down again. Qin Yu brought Qin Yan to the airship, looked to the person in charge on one side, and asked, "Have all the people arrived?" The person in charge hurriedly said, "Greetings, Lord Martial Saint, all have arrived." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Depart." The airship took off quickly and smoothly, then traveled through the clouds. After more than half an hour's flight, the airship arrived at the location of this global university classic, Vegas. All the students walked off the airship under the protection of Qin Yu and the other guards. Just as I came down, I heard a passage of very raw daxia. "Oh, the students who came to participate in the competition from Xia this time are so weak." Chapter 60, Tit for Tat. Qin Yan followed the sound and found that it was a white man who was over 2 meters tall, looked to be in his 40s, and had an incomparable figure that looked as strong as a bear. Behind him, there was a man and a woman, both in their early 20s, with arrogant students written all over their faces. Qin Yu looked at the burly man. His eyes narrowed slightly before he laughed. "I thought who it was. So it's Mr. Rhodes. Your mouth is as annoying as ever." Luo De shrugged his shoulders and said, "Qin, I'm just being honest. I've already felt it just now. The strongest of the students you're leading is only late 5th grade. But these 2 kids behind me are one of the 5th grade grand rounds and one of the 5th grade grand rounds. And in addition, we still have 3 late 5th grade students who haven't come over. In comparison, Qin, the students you've taken are much weaker. In terms of book strength, the strength of Daxia's students was indeed much worse. The strongest Ming Yu on the surface was only in the late 5th grade. It couldn't be helped. After all, this was something that the Heavenly Tao had specifically arranged for Xiao Fan to highlight him by suppressing and degrading the rest of Daxia. Even though Xiao Fan was dead, the situation wouldn't be reversed immediately. So they, Daxia, were still the weakest in terms of explicit strength. Qin Yu sniffed with a cold laugh and sneered. "I say Rod, you guys really don't have a long memory. You forgot about what happened before, didn't you?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Luoda's face as he sniffed. He glanced at Qin Yu in shame. That incident was due to my carelessness. Plus you guys sneak attacked before you won against me. If you guys hadn't sneak attacked, I would have won. Hearing these words, Qin Yan curiously looked at Qin Yu and Luo De. These two seemed to be old acquaintances and something unpleasant should have happened between them. In the face of Rod's annoyance, Qin Yu only let out a burst of contemptuous laughter. Ha! The laughter made Rod even angrier. A face that was suffocating red. But he was a martial saint after all, and he quickly calmed down and thought of a way to deal with it. He replaced his face with a smile. Qin, we're all considered old friends, and I'm sure our students will become very good friends as well. So why don't you let me introduce them ahead of time for them to get to know each other? Then he didn't care if Qin Yu agreed or not. Pulling the boy behind him, he said, "This is Alec. His strength is 5th grade De Chang." Alec was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with an equally sturdy figure. Looking at Qin Yan and the others condescendingly, Rod pulled the girl over again this time and introduced her with a proud face. "This is Desiree. Her strength is a 5th grade Great Circle." Desiree had long flaxen hair, fair skin, beautiful appearance, especially her body, front and back, plump, and because she was a martial artist, her body looked elastic. The two of them tacitly took 2 steps forward, very close to the students of Daxia, before releasing the aura on their bodies. The 2 powerful auras instantly brought a great deal of pressure to all the students of Daxia, and their faces all changed slightly as they looked at the two with eyes full of gravity. Alec showed disdain and said in a Daxia language that was even more broken than Rod's, "What a bunch of weaklings. Is Daxia running out of people to let such a bunch of rookies compete?" Desiree had the same pride written all over her face, but she was quite fluent in Daxia. "Poor guys, I hope you don't run into me or I'll make you regret coming to compete." Listening to the two, anger was written all over the faces of all the students in Daxia as they looked at the two as if they were about to spit fire. It was as if they wanted to tear the two apart. As a member of the Grand Xia, they could lose, they could die, but they would never accept an insult. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Desiree smiled contemptuously. The anger of the weak only adds to the laughter of the strong. Facing such provocation from the two, Qin Yan frowned before coldly saying, "Get out of the way." When the Daxia students heard his words, their hearts instantly perked up and they immediately made way. Qin Yan then walked through this path and came to stand in front of Desiree's two. Desiree was originally surprised. She thought that Qin Yan was a hidden powerhouse, but she couldn't help but laugh when she realized that Qin Yan only had the strength of a 4th grade great achiever. "Giggle, you just came out with such vigor. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you're only a 4th rank? What a laugh." Alec also grinned a big grin and said, "Geez, he couldn't be the son of some Daxia official. I've heard that Daxia likes to run these operations." After Qin Yu, who was on one side, heard this, his eyes gave the two of them an obscure look. A smile also surfaced on Qin Yan's face, but it was a cold one. "Really?" After saying that, he violently released his aura. A black and red aura hovered around him, and an illusory demon god shadow presented itself behind him. The majestic aura fell on the two of them like a mountain, and Alec and Desiree immediately felt a heavy pressure fall on their shoulders. This caused their playful faces to tighten up and turn grave, their eyes showing a look of astonishment. Not only them, even the players from other countries who had come to compete were attracted by the contest between them and looked over. "This is unbelievable," Alec said in a shocked tone. "He's only a 4th grade martial artist. How could he have such a gut-wrenching aura?" For her part, Desiree didn't say a word. Her lips pursed tightly and her translucent brown eyes filled with shock and confusion. In addition to the powerful aura she felt on Qin Yan's body, she also saw a sense of confidence, a powerful and incomparable confidence. She felt that Qin Yan didn't seem to take the two of them seriously, as if he could defeat her and Alec with his hands if he wanted to. Seeing that Alec and Desiree, who were arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago, were scared like this, the students behind Qin Yan were invigorated abnormally. Ming Yu grinned. "Hey, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you so abashed now?" Dongfang Bai was also not willing to lag behind. "Let them not know what's good for them and come here to act like a bully. Now they know what's good for them." Ji Yunyao did not speak, but instead looked at Qin Yan with her eyes. That tall and straight stature was like a peak, blocking all the encroaching lingering cold winds. "This man, he seems to be unusually attractive." Qin Yan also spoke up. "Both of you, would you like to have a duel here? I promise, I will break every inch of bone in your body bit by bit." Qin Yan's words were arrogant, but no one doubted that he could do this. Alec's face turned iron blue as he said angrily, "Brat, let's compare. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Desiree was also infuriated and said, "I want to see how you can defeat me." Qin Yan raised his chin slightly, his stance even more arrogant than they had been just now. "Let's try it then. This match will both divide the highs and lows as well as determine life and death." Qin Yan's words caused the two to take a step back. Their hearts were in complete disarray this time, and there was a bit of cowardice. Those who can say such things as duel to the death are either cuties. It's just absolute confidence. Obviously, Xin Yan was not a cutie. Then he must be confident that he could defeat or even kill the two of them. The people from the other surrounding countries saw Xin Yan's performance, and they all talked about it as well. Geez, this Daxia student is too confident. I like the confidence. He must be a very strong person inside, but he looks as if he's merely a fourth-ranked martial artist. Can he defeat the two people on the opposite side? Have you forgotten the traditions of Daxia, my man? Daxia people love to hide their clumsiness. He must be hiding his strength. Seeing more and more people around him, Rod couldn't stand any longer. If he waited any longer, the confidence of the two students he had brought with him might be completely shattered. He hurriedly walked forward and pulled the two of them. Don't talk nonsense with them. Let's go first. Alec and Desiree both looked back and didn't refuse, following Rod out. Xin Yu, on the other hand, smiled on the side and asked, Rod, why did you leave? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Why don't we chat for a while? Rod just grunted and left without looking back. Chapter 61 Duel. Life or Death. Rod led the two students out for some distance before stopping, then turned to look at them and asked with a very serious face, What did you guys think of that kid just now? A trace of scorn flashed in Alec's eyes as he said, He's strong, and he's giving me more oppression than Desiree. Rod looked at Desiree again and asked, Desiree, what do you think? Desiree's face was full of gravity as she said gruffly, He's a very powerful opponent. Rod shook his head slightly as he heard the two men's words and said, Wrong, you're all wrong. Both Desiree and Alec looked at Rod with puzzled faces, not understanding what he meant by this. A hint of a smile appeared on Rod's face. You guys, you're still too young to see the essence through appearances. Although that Daxia student has a strong aura and talent, it's all superficial and can't hide the fact that he's only a 4th grade martial artist. And you're all high-ranked 5th grade martial artists. The hard power is here. You're definitely better than them, so don't let him affect you. He's just deliberately trying to dampen your confidence. Rod's words made the two of them come to a realization, a feeling of clearing the clouds and seeing the moon. This Daxia student is really abominable, Alec said hatefully, to scare us in such a way. Desiree didn't say anything, but a smile did appear on her face, which also hid a hint of viciousness. That damned Daxia brat dared to scare her in such a way. When she entered the secret realm, she would definitely beat the other party to the point of kneeling on the ground and admitting her mistake. Rod turned around and started leading the two of them back again, saying, We can get someone to test this guy out later. Well, hasn't the White Elephant Kingdom always defied Great Xia? Then let them try. Both Alec and Desiree were fine with this proposal, and they also wanted to use this incident to find out Xin Yan's true strength. On the other hand, under the guidance of the staff, Xin Yu and the others arrived at their place of residence, a row of improvised simple rooms. After arriving at the place, Xin Yu looked at the students and said, Each of you go and pick your own room. Remember, pick the center room and leave the two ends for me and the other teachers. He had arranged it this way to prevent anyone else from coming here to cause trouble or an even worse sneak attack. Not that such things hadn't happened before. A few years ago, there was a small country that attacked another small country they had a grudge against during the Global University Classic, resulting in heavy deaths and injuries on the other side. Although the security of the tournament had been strengthened after this incident, it was still necessary to be more careful. After all, this was not their own turf, and there were many ways for them to do bad things if they wanted to. The students agreed and then started to go pick out their rooms. After selecting it, he began to scrutinize the room, so that the shameless thing from the White Eagle Kingdom wouldn't put something out of order in it. At noon, Xin Yu and the other escort teachers took Xin Yan and the others out to eat, but left two people here to keep an eye on the place, preventing anyone from drilling inside the room to do something. They arrived at the entrance to the cafeteria and saw that Rod was here as well, though he had no students behind him this time. Seeing Xin Yu, Luo De said, Xin, I'd say you guys are too careful. Going out for a meal requires you to act in unison. Xin Yu still had a gentle smile on his face, but his words were nonchalant. Then we definitely have to be careful. After all, the last sneak attack happened in your White Eagle country. The smile on Luo De's face immediately disappeared as he looked at Xin Yu with a bit of annoyance. Then you guys eat. I'm leaving. Xin Yu looked at Luo De, shook his head a bit breathlessly, and said, This person, it's really meaningless. He can't beat me, and he can't even talk about me. Luo De had not yet walked far away, and Xin Yu's voice was not small, so naturally he heard him, only to see his footsteps lurching and his body trembling slightly, as if he was forcibly holding back his anger. He hurriedly took 2 deep breaths, then hurried away. When Xin Yan saw this scene, he looked at Xin Yu with a bit of novelty. He had never seen this side of Xin Yu before, and it was really exasperating. The meals inside the restaurant were all made in advance, one for each person. Of course, The portions were huge. After all of them were martial artists. Their meals were not small, so each of their portions was a big pot full of half rice and half meat. When it was time to eat, they sat centrally at a few tables, with Qin Yu and the others sitting next to them. Qin Yan and Ji Yunyao along with Ming Yu and Dongfang Bai. They were sitting at a table on the edge of all the students. Just as they were eating, a few people walked up to them, then spoke a mouthful of daxia with a strong flavor of curry. "Pretty girl, you're so pretty. My name is Nasinti. I'd like to make a friend with you, can I?" Ji Yunyao frowned at his words before raising his head. He saw 3 students from the White Elephant Kingdom standing in front of him and couldn't help but frown as he coldly said, "Get lost." Qin Yan also raised his head at this moment and looked at these 3 people. All 3 of them were very good. The leader, Narsingti, was a 5th grade great achievement, and the 2 behind him were both in the late 5th grade as well. Seeing that he was rejected by Ji Yunyao, Narsingti seemed a bit embarrassed on his face and said with a bit of annoyance, "Woman, don't give your face away. I'm the prince of the White Elephant Kingdom. It's your good fortune to look at you." After saying that, he reached out to grab Ji Yunyao's hand. Ji Yunyao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she was instantly ready to strike to teach this fellow a lesson. However, Qin Yan's speed was even faster than hers, only to see him lightening out his left hand, grabbing Narsinti's wrist, then stood up and coldly said, "You're a disgusting bunch of goods that don't even spare the lizards." Nazreen sniffed and became furious. "Bastard, let go of me. I'll put your mom." Qin Yan cursed, raised his right hand, and slammed his fist into Narsinti's face, directly sending him flying more than 10 meters away before smashing into a table and smashing it to smithereens. On the other side, Qin Yu and the others saw the situation and were not moving at all. There because they could see that this was something that Nascenti and the others were doing on purpose, and that there was definitely someone behind them who was instructing them. He would like to see who was behind it. After Nascenti was sent flying, the other 2 were furious. They cursed assholes under their breath and were about to strike out at Qin Yan. A cold light erupted from Qin Yan's eyes as he stretched out his right hand and lightly shouted, "Great heavenly demon palm." A palm with a diameter of 2 meters and a black and red body appeared and ruthlessly slapped on the 2 men, directly sending them flying out. These 2 also flew out, rolling on the ground a few times in a sorry state, because they hadn't let go of their full strength. Narsingi and the others were not injured. They stood up from the ground and looked at Qin Yan viciously. Narsinti roared, "Bastard! How dare you hit me? I'm going to duel you." Duel. Qin Yan sort of understood at this time that this guy wasn't even coming for Ji Yunyao, but for himself. His purpose was to have a duel with himself as a way to test his strength. I'm sure this is supposed to be the White Hawk Nation behind this. Since they wanted to know their own strength, let them see it. He was not a shrinking turtle, much less playing the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So he agreed with a cold smile. "If you want to duel with me, then fine, but I have one condition, and that is life and death." Chapter 62, The Elephant King's Body. Narsinti. Qin Yan's voice was cold and icy, like the wind blowing out from inside a 10,000-year-old ice cave, making people permeable to cold from the inside out. Narsinti, however, did not take this to heart. One of the traditional virtues of their White Elephant Nation was confidence, and blind confidence at that, so he agreed without hesitation. "I promise, kid, this is what you said. Don't cry if you lose the fight later." Qin Yan didn't even bother to talk to him anymore, but turned around and walked outside the restaurant. All of Daxia's students also hurriedly stood up and followed, and Qin Yu led the other teachers outward as well, always keeping an eye out for any unforeseen circumstances that might occur around them. On the open space outside the restaurant, Qin Yan stood there, his stance erect like a pine, his face expressionless and his eyes indifferent. Across from him, Narsinti was writhing himself constantly, as if warming up, and as if in a monkey show, and within a 50-meter radius of the 2 was not a single person. Qin Yu brought the students of Daxia to keep in a space that was safe, yet could give the 2 full play. Aside from the people from Daxia, students and teachers from other countries were also attracted by the duel and gathered over here. Soon, these people surrounded the surrounding area, all the while pointing and talking at the 2 people in the field. Rod was here with Alec and also Desiree, and they stared daggers at Qin Yan, who didn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. A trace of excitement flickered on Alec's face. "That Daxia man is called Qin Yan, isn't he? I'd like to see if he's as powerful as he's shown himself to be." Desiree looked at Nascenti and said, "Nascenti possesses the Elephant King body with infinite strength. His true fighting strength can match that of a mid-6th grade. Qin Yan will definitely not be his opponent." Luo De also spoke up. "Don't worry guys, this Qin Yan is just here to gild the lily. I've already checked it out. He's Qin Yu's own son, martial god Qin Chi's own grandson. There must be some kind of treasure in his body in order for him to have such a strong aura, but his real strength is weak." "Is that so?" Desiree sniffed with a bit of disappointment. I thought he was really a genius, but it turns out he's really related. Alec, on the other hand, sneered. Isn't this kind of situation a usual thing within Daxia? If I guessed correctly, all the points those Daxia students worked so hard to get would end up being distributed to Qin Yan to help him get a good ranking. Desiree frowned slightly. Then let this Narsinti tear off his disguise and see if he has the face to get into those operations then. On the field, Narsinti finally finished a set of strange and bizarre movements, then stood up and looked viciously at Qin Yan. Daxia's brat. I must punish you severely today. Qin Yan was already a bit impatient at this point as he said coldly. You've already wasted too much time. Narsinti said, since you're so impatient to die, I'm not going to be polite. Only to see him roar. His already tall body felt like it was inflated, and his body instantly swelled up. In the end, this guy directly swelled to 3 meters tall. With a thick body, his skin was like white jade, his ears became like bushels, and his trunk elongated, just like a white elephant had become a spirit. Seeing the change in Narsinti, Qin Yan's eyelids lifted slightly, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In fact, Rod had been right about him. While he was immensely talented and able to fight across several classes, he was slightly less hardened. Narsinti's book strength was already a whole grade higher than him, and with the increase of the Elephant King body, he was still able to pose that much of a threat to Qin Yan. Seeing Qin Yan standing there motionless, Narsinti thought that he was intimidated, so he snorted coldly and took out his own exclusive weapon, a pestle and mortar that was 5 meters long. From his spatial pendant, he slammed his pestle into the ground so hard that the ground made a muffled sound. Narsinti spoke with a smug look on his face. Boy of Daxia, have you been scared silly? Tell you what, I'll give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me, and then let me have your girlfriend, I'll let you go. Qin Yan sniffed and laughed coldly. You people from the White Elephant Kingdom are only worthy of being with lizards. After saying that, he took out his blood vibrancy blade. As crystal clear as red crystal, the blood vibrancy blade exuded a rich murderous aura on it, making people shudder at the sight of it. Narsinti's eyes lit up when he saw the blade. That's a nice blade. I'll take it, kid. With an angry roar, he lifted his pestle and swung it forward with all his might. A giant mortar and pestle silhouette that was more than 20 meters long and golden yellow in color smashed down towards Qin Yan. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students let out a gasp. Wow, this Narsinti is so strong. Is that Qin Yan from Daxia his opponent? Are you kidding me? Our country's Narsinti is the strongest. How can a mere Qin Yan be his opponent? As much as I hate the White Elephant Kingdom, I have to admit that the gap between the two sides is a bit large. Qin Yan is only a 4th grade martial artist while Narsinti is a 5th grade. Not only the students from other countries, even Alec was a bit shocked. This Narsinti is so strong? I feel like it's almost catching up to me. Desiree said nonchalantly from the side. It's already caught up with you. You two are about the same. But if it comes down to it, you have a good chance of winning. Alec shrugged. That's natural. But that Qin Yan will be guilty. It's best to break all his bones. When he thought that not long ago he had been scared like that by Qin Yan, a 4th grade martial artist, a nameless fire raced out of his heart. It was too much. In the middle of the field, Qin Yan watched the golden pestle, which was like a top pillar, slamming down towards him, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth before he violently swung his blood vampiric blade, 9 demonic blades. 5th level. The blood vibrancy blade attacked from the bottom up, and a blood-colored blade shadow nearly 30 meters long carrying a furious aura collided with the golden mortar and pestle. Rumble. A loud bang, like a thunderbolt rising from dry land, exploded with a strong impact scattering in all directions. The students watching around them all hurriedly squinted their eyes and inclined their heads, then blocked their faces with their hands, the clothes on their bodies all bulging from the strong shockwaves. As the impact dissipated, Narsinti stood still for a moment, grinning widely. Looks like you're nothing more than that. If this is your full strength, then you're going to lose today. He then raised the giant pestle in his hand once again and roared. Go to hell, kid. Divine elephant destruction. The figure of a golden giant elephant appeared on the giant mortar and pestle in his hand, which hissed up to the sky as if it was going to stomp the earth apart, rumbling as it impacted towards Qin Yan. Seeing this, Qin Yan handed over the blood spirit sword to his left hand and then extended his right index finger. The people around them saw this and were unsure. What's he going to do? Is he crazy to not resist Narsinti's attack? Is he really a Daxia person? The Daxia people I know are very bloodthirsty and will fight until the last moment even if they are not the opponent. Why is this one named Qin Yan so timid? He doesn't look like a Daxia person at all. Alec laughed very happily on the side. Ha ha, this kid knows he's going to lose, so he's not resisting at all. Desiree also laughed and shook her head. Thanks to me being so nervous before, it turns out that I was overthinking it. Qin Yan really isn't worth mentioning. Unlike them, The students of Daxia didn't have the slightest bit of frustration on their faces, but instead carried a hint of vague excitement, as if they were expecting something. In the next instant, Qin Yan's icy voice rang out, shattering Starfinger. Chapter 63, If you touch my son, you won't live. A muffled thunderous sound rang out, and a finger like a heavenly pillar appeared, with a black and red demonic aura wrapped around it, like one of the fingers of the heavenly demon of extinction. The shattered Starfinger was like a meteor that landed from the sky, carrying an endless aura of destruction and killing as it impacted towards the golden giant elephant. The two behemoths collided together, emitting a violent roar, and an impact even stronger than earlier spread out in all directions. The golden giant elephant let out a hissing sound, wanting to destroy the shattered Starfinger, while the shattered Starfinger erupted with even more power, impacting the golden giant elephant little by little. After a few seconds of stalemate, the golden giant elephant let out a miserable cry, and then its body began to shatter in pieces, finally dissipating in place, and the shattering Starfinger was filled with cracks, carrying the rest of its residual power as it impacted towards Nascenti. Seeing this, Nascenti roared, "Impossible! How could my divine elephant extermination be broken by you?" He angrily raised his giant pestle and mortar and slammed it hard towards the shattered Starfinger. The huge golden pestle shadow landed on the shattered Starfinger, causing it to tremble for a moment and the cracks on it to get even bigger, but instead of shattering it crashed into Nascenti in one fell swoop. Nascenti let out a miserable scream, and his entire body was like a fly that had been swatted, flying out for hundreds of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Nascenti opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he only felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and there was a searing pain in his internal organs. All of the surrounding people who had previously looked down on Qin Yan closed their mouths, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They couldn't believe that Qin Yan, who only had the strength of a fourth-grade martial artist, had crossed a large realm to defeat Nascenti, who possessed the Elephant King body. This battle power was truly too heaven-defying, and it also showed just how terrifying Qin Yan's talent was. The two of them, Alec and Desiree, didn't have the same ease on their faces that they had before, but instead, they were a bit gloomy. Desiree said, "It seems that all of our previous assessments of Qin Yan were very inaccurate. His true combat power is a little stronger than Nascenti, and about the same as Alec, but it's definitely no match for me." Although Alec was also shocked in his heart, his mouth was still strong. Although he defeated Nascenti, it was obvious that he had put his best foot forward, and there was absolutely no way he could be my opponent if he met me. Rod didn't say anything this time, but looked down without knowing what he was thinking about, only to see his face constantly changing, seemingly torn, but soon blossomed into a hint of ruthlessness, as if he had made some sort of determination. Unlike them, the students on Daxia's side cheered excitedly. It's so cool to be able to beat their opponents toughly when they are provoked. It's a good thing for them to be uplifted. It can give them a substantial boost in self-confidence. A smile also appeared on Qin Yu's face. He had barely managed his son over the years, but he hadn't expected that he had grown to such an extent. This made his heart very proud and at the same time a little guilty. In order to deal with the foreigners, he had given too little to his son. Just as the crowd was lost in their own emotions, an angry growl came from the crowd. Who was it? Who injured Nascenti? I'm going to kill him. Then he saw a man in the traditional dress of the White Elephant country with a scarf around his head, about 60 years old, rushing forward. The man looked at Qin Yan with red eyes. Kid, you're the one who injured Nascenti. I'm going to waste you. When Qin Yan saw this, he was just about to open his mouth when he saw a figure appear in front of him, and then Qin Yu's ice-cold voice came out. This duel was agreed upon by Nascenti himself. Qin Yan didn't break any rules. If you dare to lay a finger on my son, you don't want to leave here alive today. Hearing Qin Yu's words, most of the people then realized that Qin Yan was Qin Yu's son. No wonder Qin Yan could possess such a powerful talent. It was all genetic. Imra looked at Qin Yu's icy gaze. His face was suffocatingly red, and didn't dare to say anything else because he wasn't Qin Yu's opponent. The two of them had exchanged blows before, and he had been beaten up badly. In the end, he could only put down a harsh sentence. I will definitely make you all regret it. Watching Imra leave, Qin Yu looked back at Qin Yan and smiled. Good job, Qin Yan said with a confident face. That's natural. Qin Yu nodded, then led them back to their lodgings. The next half day did not happen again, the crowd just quietly waiting for tomorrow. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, in an open wilderness outside of Vegas, a clearing about 10 miles in circumference was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. Inside the open space were the students who had come to participate as well as the leaders, teachers and so on from various countries. There were 6,000 to 7,000 people, among which there were nearly 5,000 students participating, with nearly 300 countries taking part. Most of those countries were here to get a better understanding or to join in the fun. And the ones who really had the ability to compete for the top places were the students from those few big countries. In addition to these people, there were also thousands of media reporters from all over the world. After all, the Global University Classic was a major event that the whole world was paying attention to, and it was the most heated event in the world, so it was impossible for them not to pay attention to it. In the middle of the open space, a high platform was erected, and on the high platform, the Rod Marshall Saint, who was the host, stood there and spoke passionately. Ladies and gentlemen of talent from around the world, welcome to the annual Global Collegiate Classic. I need to give you the rules of the competition. This competition lasts for a total of 15 days, and adopts a point elimination system. The more points you have, the higher your ranking will be, and the top 10 will receive the rewards that we have prepared. The rewards this time are very generous. The first place rewards all the resources that can be used to cultivate to an 8th grade martial artist, plus an 8th grade weapon and an 8th grade battle technique. Second place rewards all the resources of a martial artist who has cultivated to the 8th grade, an 8th grade weapon, and a 7th grade battle technique. Third place rewards all the resources of a martial artist who has cultivated to the 8th grade, a 7th grade weapon, and a 7th grade battle technique. Fourth place. Hearing the rewards, all the students couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The rewards for this competition were too generous, many times more generous than the previous year's events they knew. Only Qin Yan stood there calmly with little expression on his face. The reason why the organizers this time came up with such a generous reward was because they felt that their students were strong, especially Alec and Desiree, who were sure to take the top 2 spots, so it's okay for the rewards to be generous. They're going to be handed over to their students anyway. The other thing is that they want to attract gimmicks with great rewards to bring more attention to the event. When the tournament was over, they could brag about their own students and belittle those from other countries, thus expanding their influence and highlighting their power. Needless to say, this trick, though simple, is actually very useful, because the top fighting forces of each country, such as martial gods and martial saints, these experts would rarely make a move against each other, and even if they did, the outside world would not know what the outcome would be. This would make the global college elite one of the few opportunities to show off their might, and they would surely seize it. Rod was satisfied to see the reaction of the students below. He wanted this result, so he continued to speak. For this competition, the first 10 days are for students to explore on their own and gain points. Students are allowed to spar with each other, but they can't plunder the points. We've already set this up within the system, and it's only after the 10 days that they can plunder the points from each other. In addition, the plundering of points can only plunder a maximum of 1/2 of the opponent's points each time, and each student can only be plundered a maximum of 3 times per day, and when it reaches 3 times, the system locks the points and doesn't unlock them until the next day. Do you all hear me? The students shouted out. Listen up. Rod was satisfied with this, and he nodded before looking at Chinyu and the other burly man, saying, next, please invite Martial Saints Chinyu and Jelfsky to open the secret realm for this tournament with me. The secret key to the global college elite is held by 3 of the most powerful countries in the world. Lest the organizers pull some tricks or something in there. Chinyu and a burly man as large as a polar bear walked up, and they simultaneously took out a token from their bodies. A ray of light appeared above the 3 tokens connecting them together, forming a triangle, and within the triangle, space shifted, forming a door of space. When the secret world opened, the students lined up and walked in after receiving their wristwatches that recorded their points. Qin Yan and the others also acted. He said to Mingyu, Ji Yunyao and the others, after you go in, first look for treasures and improve yourselves. Don't be in a hurry to acquire points. After 10 days, we can grab the points together. Several people nodded in agreement. Soon, it was their turn to receive their wristwatches, and the person in charge of handing out the integral wristwatches glanced at Qin Yan with a slightly strange look in his eyes and asked, Qin Yan? Qin Yan nodded. What's wrong? What's the problem? There's nothing wrong with it. The man took out a wristwatch and handed it to Qin Yan. Then a smile appeared on his face, except that the smile looked very weird, and there was a hint of pity in the weirdness. This expression Qin Yan disliked very much and felt disgusted, but he still took the wristwatch and walked inside. Ji Yunyao, who was following behind, saw this scene and frowned slightly. She was a person with a delicate mind and could tell at a glance that this person had a ghost in his heart. There must be something wrong with that wristwatch. These people want to deal with Qin Yan. Thinking of this, she was ready to open her mouth to remind Qin Yan, but just as she opened her mouth, Qin Yan had already rushed inside the secret realm. Chapter 64, Seizing the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Strength Enhancement. Qin Yan walked inside the passageway and only felt a white light flash before his eyes. Then his body was carried by a force and flew up. When the white light dissipated and his body stabilized, He looked around and he found himself standing on the top of a snowy mountain. This snowy mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, with snow-capped peaks and a cold wind that cut into one's skin like a sharp blade. Qin Yan had done some homework before arriving and probably knew the terrain distribution inside the secret realm. So the location he was in now was the northernmost northern plateau of the entire mysterious realm. And only the northern plateau had the Great Snow Mountain. It had to be said that Qin Yan's luck was really quite bad. The northern region plateau was at a very high altitude, with a lack of resources and a scarcity of living beings. Compared to the rest of the secret realm, this place was definitely described as a barren land. On top of that, the northern region plateau was also large, at 3 million square kilometers, and if he wanted to leave the plateau, he would have to travel at least 2,000 kilometers. If Qin Yan wanted to walk out on 2 legs, he estimated that it would take 2 days. It would be a bit of a shame to waste that time. It would be great if he could find a mount that could fly, just like the black dragon he had tamed inside the Black Dragon mystic realm. More than 2,000 kilometers was just a small half-day's time away, but unfortunately, there weren't any tameable flying exotic beasts here. Qin Yan let out a long breath before lifting his leg and walking down the mountain. Just as he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, a roar reached his ears. Qin Yan stopped his steps violently and turned his head in the direction from which the voice came. Soon, another hissing sound came, as if 2 ferocious beasts were fighting. A hint of joy appeared on Qin Yan's face as he drew his legs and walked in the direction the voice came from. After another 1,000 meters, a snow-white yak caught his eye. This yak is particularly large, body length of 10 meters, 6 or 7 meters high. Snow-white hair on the body is as smooth and silky as satin. 2 thick horns on the head are also 2 or 3 meters long, mighty and incomparable. And in front of the yak was a snow leopard, which wasn't small either. Not counting the tail, it was 8 meters long and 4 or 5 meters tall. The strength of these 2 foreign beasts were both quite strong as well. They were both in the late 5th grade, and they should both be overlord-level existences at the foot of this snowy mountain. Under normal circumstances, the intelligence of foreign beasts of this strength wouldn't be too low, and they would avoid fighting with each other as much as possible, lest they get injured. But now, these 2 big guys were looking at each other with red eyes, their bodies bruised and battered, in a situation where they would not stop until they died. This situation could only mean one thing, and that was that there was something here that they wanted to get, and it was precious to both of them. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Inside this secret realm, the treasures that grew on the snowy mountains, he could only think of one, so his eyes began to carefully search around, especially near the 2 behemoths. Not long after, Fang Xiu found his target. It was a lotus flower, and this one had only 2 leaves, which were turquoise and translucent, as if they were carved out of emerald. On top of the leaf was an ice lotus flower that had fully bloomed, with petals that looked like they had been carved out of cold ice. A hint of blaze flashed inside Qin Yan's eyes. It was indeed the ice crystal snow lotus. The ice crystal snow lotus was the topmost treasure inside the entire secret realm, and the only treasure in the entire northern region plateau, and he hadn't expected it to be stumbled upon by Qin Yan. Since he had seen it, the item belonged to him, Qin Yan. As long as he could obtain this ice crystal snow lotus, then he wouldn't be at a loss even if he stayed on the northern region plateau for all of the first 10 days. He jumped down from the boulder and walked directly towards the ice crystal snow lotus. He wasn't trying to hide himself, so he quickly attracted the attention of the 2 Fae. The 2 foreign beasts that were still at sword point just a moment ago looked at Qin Yan at the same time, letting out a dull, low roar. Qin Yan just gave them a cold look before saying, "If you don't want to die, get lost." The 2 foreign beasts both had notable intelligence, and both understood Qin Yan's words. They then all became furious and hissed before charging towards Qin Yan. The speed of the snow leopard was very fast, only to see a residual shadow flashing. The snow leopard had already rushed to less than 20 meters away from Qin Yan, and then leaped, violently pouncing towards Qin Yan. At the same time, the claws inside the snow leopard's front paw as sharp as a machete popped out, which would definitely be able to disembowel Qin Yan if he were to grab onto him. But how could Qin Yan let this happen? He only saw his right leg take half a step back, then raised his right fist and shouted angrily, "Underworld Reincarnation Fist." A black and red light blossomed from his fist, and a fist shadow full of destruction and killing aura landed on the snow leopard's body. Only heard a muffled bang sound. The snow leopard's entire body was directly burst, blood sprayed all over the place, broken pieces of meat and bones everywhere. Seeing this, the white yak that followed the snow leopard and wanted to launch an attack on Qin Yan was frightened and hurriedly stopped its forward body before turning its head and running. It is not a little cutie. The snow leopard with similar strength to himself was all killed by a single move, and going up by himself would definitely be a death as well. Although the ice crystal snow lotus was precious, it was still no match for his own little life. Just as he flew away, Qin Yan took out his blood vibrancy blade and swung it violently towards the front of the white yak. The 20-meter-long blade Qi landed like lightning on the ground 10 or so meters in front of the white yak, cutting out a wide crack in the ground. Seeing this, the white yak stopped once again, then turned back to look at Qin Yan, suddenly kneeling down on its front limbs, its huge head constantly nodding up and down as if it was kowtowing. Qin Yan put away the blood vibrancy blade, his voice cold. I want you to be my mount for 2 days. If you send me to the edge of the northern region plateau, I'll let you go free. Otherwise, death. Do you understand? The white yak hastily nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Only then did Qin Yan walk over to the side of the ice crystal snow lotus, grabbing the stem of the snow lotus and yanking it straight off. The most useful thing about the ice crystal snow lotus was the flower. But if you only harvested the flower, it would soon wither and fade. If you brought along a portion of the stem, you could store it for a while. Qin Yan took the ice crystal lotus flower and came to the white yak, patted its big head, and said, "Do a good job. And when I reach the edge of the northern plateau, I'll give you the leaves." The white yak's eyes instantly flashed with surprise at the words, and the entire cow became excited. Although the leaves of the ice crystal snow lotus were far less precious than the flowers, they were still a rare and good thing. Qin Yan smiled slightly, then jumped onto the white yak's back with a long leap and said, "Depart." The white yak let out a moo hiss, then spread its hooves and quickly ran out. Seeing this, Qin Yan nodded slightly. The speed of the white yak was not as fast as the snow leopard, but it was much faster than himself, and it was estimated that it would only take a day to get himself to the edge of the northern plateau. He looked down at the ice crystal snow lotus in his hand again and opened his mouth to take a bite at one of the petals. A cold, sweet flavor blossomed in his mouth, and after swallowing it, a powerful energy blossomed out, impacting his limbs and bones. Qin Yan hurriedly took out a jade box emitting a cold aura from his spatial ring, put the ice crystal snow lotus in it, and then received it in his spatial ring. After doing so, Qin Yan began to close his eyes and refine the energy in his body. In less than an hour, his strength had broken through the 4th grade of great accomplishment and came to the 4th grade of perfection, but the energy in his body was still abundant and continued to raise his strength. It was truly worthy of being one of the top treasures inside the entire secret realm, possessing such a powerful effect in just one bite. After another 2 hours, Qin Yan was still absorbing energy, but just then, the white yak that was running wildly let out an angry hiss. Qin Yan violently opened his eyes and saw a sharp sword Qi stabbing towards him. Chapter 65, All of you, you're going to die. This sword Qi was crystal clear, and there was a piercing coldness emanating from it, and where the sword Qi passed through, many small ice crystals condensed in the air. The sword Qi was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Qin Yan and stabbed towards his throat. Qin Yan's brows instantly furrowed before he slightly sidestepped and dodged the attack. The sword Qi brushed against his skin, and the coldness on top of the sword Qi caused a layer of goosebumps to rise on his body. Suffering from the attack, a ball of fire appeared in Qin Yan's heart as he stood up violently and said angrily, "Where are the rats? Get the hell out of here." His voice was laced with a hint of a dragon's roar, carrying a powerful oppressive force, and the white yak under his feet weakened in its legs and feet, almost falling over. Qin Yan could only jump off its back and frowned. "Useless thing, get off to the side." The white yak hurriedly turned around and spread its hooves to run away, but it didn't dare to run far, stopping about 1,000 meters away from Qin Yan. Right at this moment, a familiar but annoying voice drilled into Qin Yan's ears. "It can only be a pity that this blow was not able to kill you." Qin Yan looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw more than a dozen people appearing there, walking towards him. These people were both male and female, with different skin colors and looks. These people were wearing war clothes and holding weapons in their hands, coldly gazing at Qin Yan. The strength of these people was quite good. Most of them were in the late 5th grade, and there were even 2 5th grade adults, and one of them was none other than Narsinti, whom he had defeated yesterday, and the other was a woman who was only about 1 meter 5 in height and had a plump figure. Narsinti looked at Qin Yan, his eyes filled with hatred. "Qin Yan, your time to die has come." Qin Yan looked at him and sneered disdainfully. "I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be the idiot who was beaten like a dog by me yesterday." Narsinti was furious at his words. "Qin Yan, I was careless yesterday. Today I will definitely kill you and feed your corpse to the wolves." Qin Yan's face was full of sarcasm. "You don't deserve it." Narsinti was so infuriated by Qin Yan that his body was trembling, and with a furious roar, he was about to rush forward to duel with Qin Yan, but the woman pulled him back. "Narsinti, calm down. He just wants you to fight him." Narsinti calmed down instantly at his words. He looked at the woman and said gratefully, "Miss Yoshiko, thanks for the reminder." Qin Yan sniffed and also looked at the woman. He didn't expect this to be an island guy. At the same time, a boundless rage appeared in his heart. Damn it, this must be the White Eagle Kingdom's doing. They were the only ones capable of getting so many countries to unite against him. Nascenti looked at Qin Yan's face that had turned cold and suddenly laughed, saying, Qin Yan, I admit that you're very strong and I'm not a match for you alone. But today, I've brought so many people here to ambush you, so you're bound to die. After saying that, he let out an angry roar, and his entire body rapidly swelled up, turning into a 3-meter-tall little giant with a 5-meter-long giant pestle in his hand. He then looked at the woman beside him. Miss Yoshiko, let's go together. Fang Zi looked at Qin Yan and nodded slightly, holding her longsword tightly in her hand as a trace of cold air emerged from her body. This was the Ice King body, which would have a very large bonus for fighting in cold environments. The sword chi that attacked him just now was also definitely from this woman. With a roar, Narsinti raised the giant pestle in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down towards Qin Yan. The 20-odd meter long golden pestle silhouette reappeared and smashed down towards Qin Yan. At the same time, that Fangzi also launched an attack on Qin Yan at the same time. Cold Ice Sword Chi. With a wave of her arm, a sword chi that was even larger and sharper than earlier stabbed towards him. And the other 10 or so people didn't stay idle either, yelling and using their best moves. For a while, all sorts of offenses attacked towards Qin Yan, as if they wanted to kill him with a single move. A trace of gravity also appeared in Qin Yan's eyes, although his strength could crush any of the people on the opposite side of the room. But with so many of them attacking him together, he was under a bit of pressure. Since that was the case, one could only use one's strongest fighting strength. Qin Yan roared angrily. A large amount of black and red-colored demonic aura immediately surged out from his body. A piece of dragon scale instantly covered his body. 2 dragon horns appeared on his head. His eyes were scarlet, and he exuded a strong fierce aura all over his body. This was his strongest dragonman form, which could drastically increase his strength, and he would definitely kill all of these people here today. He took out his blood vampiric blade and used all his strength to perform a sweeping move. 9 demonic blades. The 5th, the harsh blade chi spewed out, the blood-red light blocking half of the sky, and the fury contained on it seemed to freeze one's heart. The blade chi and the opposite side's attacks soon collided together. With a burst of muffled sounds, Nascenti's golden pestle directly shattered. Yoshiko's cold sword chi also broke by inches, and the other people's attacks were even more unbearable. Just like fragile glass, they were directly crushed by the blade chi. This move was much stronger than the one he used yesterday when he fought with Nascenti, mainly because his strength had increased by a level, plus he had transformed into his dragonman form, and his fighting power was at least twice as strong as yesterday. Feeling the aura emanating from Qin Yan's body, Nascenti's pupils violently narrowed for a moment as he asked with a shocked expression, "You've raised your strength to the 4th grade Great Circle?" Qin Yan coldly said, "That's right, I originally didn't intend to kill you, but you even came over to send yourself to death, so it's not my fault." Qin Yan handed over the blood spirit sword to his left hand, then raised his fist and shouted angrily, "Underworld Reincarnation Fist." A fist shadow like a demon god with black and red colored demonic chi wrapped around it appeared and smashed towards these people's attack. Seeing this, Nascenti was shocked and hastily roared, swinging his giant pestle once again, "Divine Elephant Extermination." A giant elephant that was more than 10 meters tall and golden yellow in color hissed and charged at the fist shadow. Yoshiko also gritted her teeth, raised her long sword above her head with both hands, and shouted angrily, "Cold Isaki Moku Chop." A vast sword chi burst out. This time the sword chi was even more terrifying than the last time, and the surrounding air was frozen and distorted a bit. Seeing this, the others hissed and sent out their strongest strikes as well. The golden giant elephant and the sword chi as well as more than a dozen knife chi and sword chi landed on top of the fist shadow at the same time, erupting into a violent roar, and a strong impact spreading rapidly in all directions like a grade 8 gale. Both Narcindi and Yoshiko couldn't help but raise their arms to block their faces, and the others who were slightly less powerful even backed away. Soon, the violent impact dispersed, and the attacks from both sides dissipated at the same time. However, before Narcindi and Fangzi could breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Yan's voice, which was like that of a demonic god, once again came out, shattering Starfinger. A black and red finger like a heavenly pillar seemed to tear through space, attacking the two with an extremely strong oppressive force. Narcinti's heart trembled at the sight of the finger, which had defeated him yesterday. The move Qin Yan used now was even more powerful than yesterday, and he would definitely not be able to block it. So he hissed loudly to Yoshiko, "Miss Yoshiko, let's block his attack together or we'll all die." Fang Zi's eyes were filled with fear. Honestly, he didn't expect Qin Yan's strength to be so strong. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken this mission. But now, there was no possibility for her to withdraw even if she wanted to, so she could only try her best to kill Qin Yan. So she nodded, "Okay, we're in this together." However, as soon as her words left her mouth, a mournful scream was heard. She hurriedly looked back, only to see that her two companions had been hacked to pieces by a black and red, destructive aura of saber chi. At the same time, Xinyan's icy voice drilled into her ears. All of you, die. All of your country's contestants, too, will die. Chapter 66 Death to the Assassin. In his attack just now, Xinyan was dragging down Nascenti and Yoshiko by amplifying his moves, and then quickly clearing out the other slightly weaker guys. He actually wanted to use destruction robbing light to instantly second everyone, but that attack had a forward swing, and while he was building up his strength the opponent's blade might have already slashed his face, so he could only use a speedy move. So he first attacked over to Nascenti and Yoshiko with the shattered star pointing, an attack that only two people together could barely take. If one person took it, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. As expected, after seeing this move, Nascenti chickened out and hastily called out to Yoshiko to join him in fighting the move. Xinyan then took this opportunity to make a move on the others. The blood vibrancy blade in his hand flashed with a blood red and demonic light, and a black and red blade chi in the shape of a curved moon erupted out from the top of the long blade, charging towards the two assassins. Xinyan's aim was to kill, so his attack did not let up. Coming up with the fifth of the 9 demon blades, everyone had not thought that Xinyan would continuously release killing moves despite his own consumption. So when those two assassins saw the blade chi filled with a strong killing aura attacking towards them, they were also startled. Both mouths uttered their native tongues in terror, then fended them off in a hasty and panicked manner. However, it was all in vain. The blade chi was like cutting tofu, directly crushing the two men's defenses and decapitating them on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere and broken flesh flew. Both Yoshiko and Nascenti were so taken aback by the situation that they even appeared to freeze for a moment. This is a big no-no in life and death combat, as battlefield conditions are ever-changing and a high level of concentration must be maintained. The powerful oppressive force brought the two back to their senses, and seeing the shattered star finger that was quickly crushing towards them, Nascenti let out a heartbreaking hiss. Ah! Divine elephant extermination. Roar! A golden elephant hissing up to the sky appeared in front of him, its thick thighs seeming to crack the ground before it rumbled and crashed towards the shattered starfinger. Yoshiko's expression twisted a bit as well, and she screamed, Shin Megami Tensei, Iyuan Chop! An incomparably cold sword chi with a strong aura of silence chopped towards the shattered starfinger. The three people's attacks collided together as if they were sparks hitting the earth, erupting with a violent sound that seemed to shatter one's eardrums. Strong impact swept in all directions like wild winds. This level of impact, even Nascenti, a guy with a strong physique, couldn't block it and took a step backward. Yoshiko was even less able to do so, and she quickly backed up dozens of meters before she was able to stand still. When the other assassins saw this, they retreated even more quickly, trying to escape the storm in the center of the battlefield. Bang! 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 Violent collision sounds rang out continuously. Under the impact of the shattered starfinger, the golden giant elephant let out a wail, and then a crack appeared on the top of its head, and these cracks soon spread all over its body like a spider's web, and then it thumped and exploded, like a glazed statue that had been hit by a hammer. Yoshiko's chopping attack was also like rotten wood. It was directly snapped, then exploded and dissipated. The shattered starfinger was also filled with spiderweb-like cracks, but the fury emanating from it was still astonishing. Seeing the shattered star pointing crushing over the two of them, Nascenti, who felt the threat to his life, roared furiously, "Get the hell out of my way!" He raised the giant mortar and pestle above his head and slammed it fiercely at the shattered starfinger. Yoshiko also hurriedly chopped out the strongest attack in the norm. The 20 or so meter long golden mortar and pestle and the sword chi collided with the star-shattering finger, once again emitting a strong rumble. However, when the golden pestle and sword chi crashed on top of the shattered starfinger, it was like porcelain hitting an iron pillar, making a crisp shattering sound. In the next moment, the crack-strewn shattered starfinger crashed into the two men's bodies, and the two men screamed miserably like flies caught in a fly swatter, then smashed onto the ground viciously. Blood gushed out from the mouths and noses of the two men, and they only felt severe pain all over their bodies. Their bones were broken in an unknown number of ways, and their internal organs felt as if they were being burned by fire. The pain was abnormal. Nascenti struggles to get up but tries twice and realizes there's no way to get back up. Helpless, he could only hastily take out 2 medicines for healing and stuff them into his mouth. Yoshiko operated in much the same way as he did, and she hurriedly took out her healing and energizing drugs and stuffed them into her mouth. If they couldn't regain their mobility in a short period of time, then they would surely die today. Seeing that the two Nascenti could not move for the time being, Xinyan ignored them and directly took out the ice crystal snow lotus from his spatial ring and took another bite on it. Maintaining his dragon man form and the constant amplification of his moves was still a bit of a drain on him, but fortunately, treasures like the ice crystal snow lotus contain plenty of energy inside, and it was also very easy to absorb. Feeling an abundant energy surging through his body, Xinyan's slightly exhausted body was once again filled with strength. He was surrounded by a black and red-colored demonic aura, his black scales emitting a metallic-like sheen as he twisted his head to look at the assassins, excluding Narsinti and Yoshiko, and quickly rushed towards them. He raised the long sword in his hand above his head. Asshole, suffer death. The powerful blade chi erupted from above the blood vibrancy blade, tearing through the air with a whimpering sound as it chopped towards the remaining 7 or 8 people. Those assassins instantly sweated and got goosebumps. One of them even shouted out his native language in the heat of the moment, only to hear him roar and take the broadsword in his hand and chop down hard. A vast and sharp sword chi appeared. The sharp sword chi cut a trail on the ground and ruthlessly slammed into the black and red blade chi. The others also came back to their senses and hissed, unleashing their own masterful attacks, trying their best to fend off Qinyan's attacks. However, their strength was really a bit too much different from Nascenti and Fangzi. First of all, the hard strength, they were not as powerful as the two. The two were at the 5th grade of the Great Accomplishment, while the others were at the late 5th grade. Secondly, both Narsinti and Yoshiko possessed the physique of a king body, while the best of these 7 or 8 people in front of them only possessed a spirit body. Therefore, although they tried their best to fend off Qinyan's attack, they simply couldn't stop it, and their attacks were like a dog facing an elephant in front of Qinyan. The blade chi easily shattered the attacks of several people before whistling and chopping towards them. This scared a few people, who shouted and scattered, but it was already too late. The blade energy was like a tsunami engulfing several people. The 3 unluckier ones were chopped into pieces on the spot, and the rest were also injured. Even so, they didn't dare to stay any longer. There was only a dead end if they continued to stay. They dragged their injured bodies and quickly ran off into the distance. But Qinyan's demonic voice appeared again. Great heavenly demon palm. A black and red demonic palm that was nearly 30 meters in circumference appeared above their heads and slapped down lightning fast. There was a muffled thud, and the earth trembled, sending up a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, a huge palm print over 3 meters deep appeared on the ground. The 5 assassins lay crooked and dying inside the large handprint. Qinyan raised his leg and walked over to the first assassin and asked, "Which country are you from?" The assassin opened his mouth slightly and instead of answering, he begged, "Please, don't kill me. Answer the question. Damn it." Qinyan gently swung the blood vampire blade and stabbed the guy through the heart. Then he walked over to the next assassin. "What country are you from?" That assassin hurriedly said, I'm from the Cold Kingdom." Qinyan's face turned cold. "Oh, second son of the White Eagle Kingdom, you die as well." He swung again and killed the guy. Then Qinyan walked towards the other 3 and asked the same question. These 3 people were trembling all over their bodies due to fear. Their tears couldn't stop flowing, and they kept begging for mercy. Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have. Please don't kill me. Let me go. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Qinyan frowned slightly. "You guys know it's wrong? No. You guys know that you're going to die." After saying that, he swung his long blade, and a blood-red blade light flashed, and a line of blood instantly appeared on the necks of the 3. In the next second, blood spurted out, and the 3 instantly lost all the luster in their eyes as they fell to the ground and died. After killing these guys, Qinyan turned back towards Nascenti and Yoshiko. "You too, are you ready to die?" Chapter 67, We Meet Again. You can go to hell. Narsinti and Yoshiko had recovered from their injuries with the help of the elixir and were able to move around briefly, but trying to fight that was absolutely impossible. What they had originally thought was that if Qinyan wanted to kill the others, it would take at least 10 minutes, and at that time they would at least have the ability to escape. Who knew that these guys would be so useless? They were all chopped up by Qinyan in less than a minute, and half of that time was still wasted on Qinyan's questioning. Now that they saw Qinyan walking towards them, both of their hearts were taken over by a huge panic. Narsinti panicked and shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, you can't kill me. I'm a prince. I'll be in trouble if you do." Fangzi's face turned pale and she made a pitiful look, her eyes full of supplication. Qin Yanjun, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll promise you anything. I'm willing to do anything for you." Saying that, she put on a pitiful look that made people look very protective. Obviously, she was preparing to use her beauty to seduce Qinyan and pray for him to raise his hand. However, Qinyan didn't have the slightest reaction to their words as he took out his cell phone from his spatial ring and then tapped on the video. Well, it was a new cell phone that didn't store the video of him and Ji Yunyao inside the grove, and he pointed the camera at the two of them. "Tell me who sent you here to kill me." When Yoshiko saw Qinyan take out his cell phone to record the video, a hint of hesitation appeared. She didn't know Qinyan's purpose for doing so she didn't open her mouth immediately. And Narsinti said hastily, "If I tell you, can you not kill me?" Qinyan coldly said, "As long as you guys talk, I can give you a chance to live." Nascenti's heart instantly perked up, and not caring about anything else, he hurriedly said, It's the White Eagle Kingdom. The White Eagle Kingdom's Rod Marshal Saint found me yesterday morning and asked me to try your strength. That's why I went and deliberately picked a fight with you yesterday at noon, and had a duel with you. Just last night, the Rod Marshal Saint found me again and asked me to assassinate you. At that time I did not agree, but they threatened me, saying that if I did not agree, they would kill all of us. I had no choice but to agree. Speaking here, he raised his hand and said, Xin Yan, please believe me, I can swear that everything I say is true. Xin Yan said, all right, I believe you. Then he walked over to Yoshiko and asked, what about you? What's your situation and why are you trying to kill me? Yoshiko's eyes were brimming with tears and she was trembling slightly, making her protective. With an aggrieved face, she said, Xin Yanjun, I'm really sorry, I was also forced to do this. As you know, our island country has always been under the control of the White Eagle Kingdom, and there's really no way for me to refuse when they want me to do this. Xin Yan was not surprised by this reply. After all, after they came to Vegas, they had come into contact with people and students from a total of 2 countries, the first being the White Eagle Country and the second being the White Elephant Country. And the White Elephant State is incapable of mobilizing the Island State or the Cold State, neither of which gives a damn about the White Elephant State, so it could only have been done by White Hawk Nation. However, Xin Yan had a new question. I would like to ask, what is the reason why Rod asked you to assassinate me? In fact, every year at the Global University Student Elite Competition, the Great Summer and White Eagle countries would try to find ways to trip each other up, especially when it was held in their own countries, but no matter what, there was no thought of killing each other's students. But this time, Rod had let someone kill him, which he didn't understand. Feng Zi looked up at Xin Yan and said timidly, Xin Yan Jun, Luo the martial sage said that you are a supreme body, with too much potential, and too much of a threat when you grow up, so he wants to kill you before you grow up. Xin Yan snorted coldly, how shameless. One more question. How did you find me? Narsinti hastily snatched at the answer this time, fearing that if Yoshiko answered one more question, she would have one more hope of surviving than she did. Rhodes Marshal Saint has installed a locator inside your scoring wristwatch, so we can use our own wristwatch to find you. Xin Yan nodded slightly. Alright, I believe you too. One last question. What are the countries from which each of the people who attacked me this time came from? Yoshiko hurriedly said. From our island, Cold Country, Fijian Country, and White Elephant Country respectively, just these 4 countries, no more. When Xin Yan heard this, a trace of icy killing intent erupted from his eyes. The killing intent sent chills all over both Narsinti and Yoshiko's bodies, and a wave of cool air shot from their backs straight to their heads. Narsinti hurriedly said, Xin Yan, you said that as long as we tell the truth, you will let us go. Yoshiko also hurriedly said, Xin Yan-kun, as long as you let me go, you can do whatever you want to me, she said, and tugged at her collar. However, Xin Yan was a straight man made of steel. He didn't even look at Feng Zi's delicate snow-white skin. He directly put away his cell phone and said, I'm a man of my word. This time I'll spare your lives. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. After saying that, Xin Yan turned off the video and put away his cell phone. He was videotaping because he was going to kill someone, but the tournament didn't allow killing, and he would definitely be condemned or even punished after he did it. And the video inside his cell phone is the evidence that got him off after the murder. Seeing Xin Yan leave, both Narsinti and Yoshiko breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling of having been robbed of their lives caused their bodies to relax at once, and they gasped for air. Narsinti looked at Yoshiko's snow-white neck and the skin inside her neckline and gulped. Miss Yoshiko, let's go. This is not a safe place. With that, he was ready to assist Yoshiko, but before his hand could touch Yoshiko, she slapped him on the back of her hand, and Yoshiko stared at him coldly. Coldly, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, put away your nasty thoughts, disgusting guy. With that said, Yoshiko stood up and walked forward at a brisk pace. A flash of anger flashed in Narsinti's eyes after being rejected by Yoshiko. Damn woman, just you wait, I'll find a chance to make you kneel with your back to me. Xin Yan did not go far on his side, but came to the bodies of the assassins he had killed, took the wristwatch used for keeping score from their wrists, and carefully observed it, realizing that there was really a small red dot on it, and that small red dot was his own position. Xin Yan sneered and received the wristwatches inside the space ring. These wristwatches had all been authenticated with real names. Each one corresponded to its own owner, and no one else could change it unless they reset the system. So these are also evidence for those people to use against themselves, so they can be put away. When the time comes to go on a killing spree, there's no way anyone can do anything about it. Immediately afterward, Xin Yan looked at the white yak that was sizing himself up from afar and asked, "What are you standing so far away for? Don't come over yet." The white yak excitedly let out a moo, then spread its hooves and ran to Xin Yan's side. rubbing its big head against him continuously. Perhaps it was because Qin Yan was emitting the aura of a black dragon. The white yak was docile at this moment. Qin Yan patted the white yak's big head, then rolled over and sat on it, pointing at Narsinti and Fonzie, who had already run far away, with only 2 small dots left. Catch up with them. The white yak spewed out 2 white gases from its nostrils and roared, then spread its hooves and fiercely chased after it. Soon the white yak caught up with the 2 seriously injured men, making Narsinti and Yoshiko very nervous. Qin Yan looked at them and said with a smile, "You two, we meet again." Narsinti and Yoshiko laughed awkwardly. Yeah, hello again." Qin Yan's face changed violently at this moment, and the blood spirit blade appeared in his hand as he said, "As I said earlier, the next time we meet will be the time of your death." Only to see him raise his blood vibrancy blade, a black and red colored demonic aura draped blade burst out, slashing towards the 2 with a sharp whistling sound.